Lu Ming lay unconscious on the ground. He opened his eyes and was utterly shocked by his surroundings. Lu Ming stared at the strange room and stammered. Where am I? As he stood up, he walked around to inspect the room. Lu Ming stepped in front of a mirror and saw a completely unfamiliar face. Huh? Who is this? Lu Ming panicked for the second time, clutching his head and screaming. Lu Ming remembered then. It seemed he had died. My name is Lu Ming. I was a programmer. Not only did I work 16 hours a day, but I also had to deal with all sorts of brainless requests. Because that idiot product manager changed the requirements at the last minute, I almost dropped dead in front of my computer. The manager told Lu Ming he hoped our smart app could change colors based on the user's mood. Red for hyped, blue for depressed, and purple for horny. If there had been a knife on the table then. Lu Ming sighed. In his memory, he was always busy until late at night, his head feeling like it was splitting open. Then, his brain seemingly snapped, and his consciousness faded. At that moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but think, when that PM comes in tomorrow morning and pats my shoulder only to find my body cold, will he be so scared he pisses his pants? Lu Ming, now reincarnated, held his head and recalled why he died. It turns out he didn't just die. His soul had transmigrated into the body of another person also named Lu Ming. He suddenly paused, and then began to feel happy. If that's the case, let the past be gone with the wind. New body, new beginning. Hell yeah. Suddenly, a bolt of electricity surged through Lu Ming's head. His eyes widened in shock. A stream of light began to appear. Are these the memories of this body? Lu Ming wondered as fragments of memory began to manifest before his eyes. So cool. This feeling was like a life recap video he could watch anytime. This Lu Ming is only 16, a student at a vocational and technical academy. Good family conditions, healthy parents, and an older sister. The basic stats of his body are decent, so why did he end up in a technical academy? Suddenly, he saw something else, and his eyes lit up. A girl with a smoking hot body stood before him. She had long legs. This is the older sister of this Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cheeks flushed red. This sister is so gorgeous. Wait, why does thinking about this sister give him such a weird vibe? Admiration, inferiority, a crush, confusion. She's a flight attendant goddess. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around. He walked over and flipped up the blanket on the bed. When he saw what was hidden under the covers, his face darkened and crumpled. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Lu Ming was beyond shook. A ton of photo albums and magazines full of hot girls were scattered all over the bed. He pondered for a moment, then started chuckling. Thinking about it, it was normal. He's just a kid, with a sister as pretty as a fairy. Having these kinds of thirsty thoughts is normal, especially for a teenage brat. While feeling smug, Lu Ming glanced toward the corner of the room. A trash can full of tissues, with more scattered everywhere. Lu Ming's face went blank, feeling speechless. Little Lu Ming also knew this was wrong, so he had run away decisively to this distant city to become a high achiever and help his sister. Thus, he chose to become a card creator. The result was... But wait, Lu Ming paused, puzzled. What the hell is a card creator? A yellow card appeared, making him scream in panic. Oh my god, I've transmigrated to another world. In this world, because the energy between heaven and earth is so dense, there are thousands of cultivation professions. Some like the blood and guts of physical combat, the romance of men. Some prefer the unpredictable and mysterious manipulation of magic, the pursuit of arcane truths. And card creating is a support profession. Simply put, a card creator can package different illusions and images into a blank card. Once it becomes a card, it can be used easily. If the card creator is strong enough, they can seal anything inside. Seal anything? That sounds pretty badass. Lu Ming looked at the card in his hand. This was the original card, the foundation of every card creator. You use the original card to seal energy lower than the card's own capacity. Then you transfer that power into a card. Isn't this just like burning a CD? Same industry. After all, it's all IT, Lu Ming thought. It seemed the only card-making technique little Lu Ming knew was one-star energy. Like energy that sounds like internal power, it's basically the same thing. Mastering these basics is like mastering the fundamentals. Lu Ming smiled. Not bad. This is the prologue to becoming OP. Not long after little Lu Ming arrived in this city, his sister came to see him. Little Lu Ming was scared to death. To protect his pathetic dignity in front of her, he signed for a shark loan and opened a card shop to become a small business owner. At this part, Lu Ming flinched. A shark loan. He frantically searched for his phone. Phone, where's the phone? Lu Ming flipped the blanket. Found it. He picked up the phone and turned it on. A passcode? He could use his fingerprint. Lu Ming checked the loan balance and was terrified by the number. The debt stretched to 12 digits. Lu Ming completely broke down. It turned out this guy had borrowed so much money just to open a shop. He had never seen that much money in his entire life. Lu Ming felt all his strength drain away and fell onto the bed. He sighed, then suddenly remembered something. Wait, for shark loan, there's usually collateral. Does this guy have anything to hawk? The memory window from before appeared again. Lu Ming fell back into that headspace. Suddenly, his face turned pale, like he'd seen a ghost. Images of a beautiful girl appeared before Lu Ming, all of them hot and sexy. Those are photos of him cross-dressing as a girl. After watching, Lu Ming couldn't help but bury his face in his hands and curse. Motherfucker. Are all the kids in this alternate world like this? Lu Ming collapsed to the floor, slamming his fists against the ground. Shark loans and nudes. This guy way too much of this stuff. Once the money isn't paid back, those people will leak the nudes everywhere. They'll send them to his parents, all his relatives, friends, and fellow students. His reputation would be ruined, his character destroyed, leaving him to live a miserable life in the shadows. A freak, a cross-dressing addict, a mental case, a damn lady boy. So he's that kind of person. Stay away from him. Just go die. A barrage of insults flooded Lu Ming's imagination, driving him nearly insane. What the hell is even going on? In my past life, I was a programmer who dropped dead from overwork. Fine, whatever. I switched bodies and identities. But now I'm facing a life that's even more pathetic. He kicked the cabinet in a fit of rage. Lu Ming kicked something hard, making him clutch his foot and howl in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Suddenly, a crack of light appeared where the cabinet was. Lu Ming held his foot and turned to look. He opened that door and slowly walked out. Before his eyes were countless cards, neatly organized inside glass display cases. Lu Ming looked around and began to inspect the place. Is this the little shop that kid traded his life for? Lu Ming stepped further out. He reached out and touched another door. Lu Ming pushed that door open and stepped onto the street, slowly taking everything in. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked up at the sky. This is a city. Everything was incredibly hectic. Become a member for at least 40 off. Passersby, don't miss our new cards. Buy one, get 3 free. Our card shop has everything. Now 50 off for all customers. Prices are crashing. If you don't come, you might as well jump off a building. Huge clearance sale, limited quantities. Once they're gone, they're gone. Advertising blared from every direction. Same products, different prices. The more you buy, the more you save. No need to haggle. No need to bargain. Every card is at a shock price. Oh my god, buy it now. Lu Ming stood there, dazed. He turned around and started looking at his surroundings. There were so many card shops around here. Everything looked extremely bustling. Every shop was packed with people coming and going. Some even had long lines stretching outside. Lu Ming was completely shocked, clutching his face and swearing. Damn it. He broke down once again. No wonder this guy could only rely on circulating 1-star energy cards to pay his debt. The competition is brutal. It's a miracle the shop hasn't closed down yet. Suddenly, a couple walked toward him. The girl asked, "Boss, can your shop customize illusion cards?" The fat guy with her spoke up, "Let's go over there." How could a tiny shop like this handle that kind of business? Seeing this, the girl agreed. "Oh, you're right." The two of them chirped away. "Let's go take a nap later. I'm suddenly so sleepy. You're so annoying, ugh." Lu Ming watched them, his blood boiling. Then he suddenly blurted out, "Illusion cards?" Lu Ming's phone buzzed in his pocket. "You have one unread message." Lu Ming opened his phone. Click. After reading the message, Lu Ming stammered. This is a 3D image." A fierce, bearded man appeared. "Listen up, brat. You have 15 days left. If you don't pay up, scrub your ass and get ready to host guests." It turned out to be a debt collection message. Scene transition. This is the blueprint for a 1-star energy card. As long as he follows the lines on the blueprint, he can definitely create an energy card. Truth be told, Lu Ming could already sense the card-making process from little Lu Ming's memories. He just hadn't tried it himself yet. Should I try making one first? First, he took out a blank card. Then, he let the energy in his body flow through the pen tip and slowly into the card, creating pitch-black patterns. The patterns of this template were just a small procedure of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, like introductory programming. For Lu Ming, it was too easy. This was just programming in another world. The final stroke. Success. An energy card had been created by Lu Ming. He held the card in his hand and stared at it for a moment. Lu Ming's joy didn't last long before his face darkened again. It's useless. Relying on 1-star energy cards won't solve the problem at all. 15 days. Even if I make cards for 20 hours a day, I can only earn $100 at most. Lu Ming clutched his backside. Is the only path left for my chrysanthemum to be torn to shreds? Lu Ming's emotions erupted like a volcano. Thinking of that scenario, he grit his teeth and wept silently. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. A chubby guy walked up and greeted him cheerfully. "How's business lately?" "I'm telling you, you're way too stingy. It's a scorcher today, and you won't even turn on the AC." This was Zhang Xiaoping, an illusionist and Lu Ming's classmate from the Vocational and Technical Academy. He ranked dead last in the illusion department. Lu Ming looked at him inquisitively. An illusionist? His eyes lit up. Illusion cards. Lu Ming welcomed him enthusiastically. He told Xiaoping he was just thinking about him and that he arrived at the perfect time. Xiaoping replied that thinking about him was useless. He was currently broke and couldn't help Lu Ming pay off his debts. Hearing that, Lu Ming immediately denied it. Xiaoping looked at him and said, "Look, I just want you to help me make an illusion card." Xiaoping cheered up. This was no problem and easy to discuss. Given the close relationship between him and Lu Ming, he said he'd give him a 1 discount, charging him only $999. Lu Ming's face went blank. So our friendship is only worth $1. Xiaoping asked, "Brother Lu, what kind do you want? MILF, lowly queen? All right, for SM you gotta pay extra. Let me do the math." Lu Ming shouted angrily, "Get your trashy thoughts out of here. Who the hell asked you to make that perverted stuff?" Lu Ming said he wanted him to create an illusion about fruit. Xiaoping's face was full of question marks. Fruit? There has to be a pattern to this. Underneath is. They shouldn't appear all at once, but gradually, understand? Then slowly getting faster and faster. Lu Ming guided Xiaoping to do exactly what he wanted. What's the point of this kind of illusion? Goods are meant to meet human needs. Who does this satisfy? You don't get it. Anyway, this is simple for you, right? Lu Ming asked Xiaoping. He confidently replied, "Simple? This is child's play." Then he started working, creating something shaped like a Rubik's Cube. Xiaoping turned and asked Lu Ming, "Is this right?" Lu Ming said, "Yeah, start compressing." Xiaoping asked worriedly, "Lu Ming, are you sure you're okay?" Lu Ming confidently said, "It's fine, let's go." At this point, Xiaoping was sweating bullets from nervousness. Lu Ming was equally tense on his end. The cowardly Xiaoping asked again, "Are you sure there's no problem?" This fat guy's cowardice made Lu Ming snap. Damn it, it's not like this is a fireball or a giant meteor. Even if it fails, it won't blow you up. What the hell are you scared of? Hearing that, he said he wasn't scared of shit. He was just worried Lu Ming wouldn't compress it well and waste his energy. Lu Ming, fed up, threatened Xiaoping, "If it fails, I'm not paying." As soon as Lu Ming finished his sentence, Xiaoping's attitude flipped. He shouted, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" and tossed the thing toward Lu Ming. Catch! Lu Ming caught the cube from Xiaoping. He slowly compressed his card and that cube together. It seemed like exhausting work. Lu Ming was panting heavily. Done. Next, I just need to analyze the patterns. Once the template is created, I can mass produce it. Whether I can save my ass in 15 days depends entirely on this card. Lu Ming looked at the card in his hand. This was the first card he had ever created, called Fruit Ninja Illusion. This kind of illusion is useless. It's not even as good as my little gold cards. Who's gonna buy this? Xiaoping spoke up. Lu Ming looked confident. That wasn't Xiaoping's concern. The money had already been transferred to his account. Xiaoping grumbled that Lu Ming didn't even keep him around for dinner. Lu Ming said, "I have some expired instant noodles. You want some?" Xiaoping said he shouldn't have given him a discount and headed out. Near the door, he turned around and said, "Even though I don't know what you're planning, I'm actually looking forward to it." 10 days later, a handsome purple-haired guy appeared. He was curious why so many people were gathered up ahead. It seemed like something was happening. Did someone go broke again? His girlfriend, walking beside him, asked, "Want to go check it out, babe?" Then they held hands and walked forward together. The handsome purple-haired guy was only 3 feet tall, half the height of his girlfriend. Not only that, his girlfriend was twice his size. Truly another world where everything is weird. In the distance, people were swarming. Step right up, don't miss out. A one-time experience for only $100. $100 won't make you go broke, but it can buy you a chance to level up your strength. It was Lu Ming. He was advertising the new card he made. This is the secret of a great commoner master. He once used this method to train his reaction speed, making him more resilient than ordinary people. This is absolutely the first cultivation card in history that can comprehensively improve your reaction speed, helping you be more efficient, more focused, bigger, stronger, and more dominant. Anyone who can last 100 seconds. That gets a $10,000 reward. Don't hesitate. Come and take the challenge. Everyone, only $100. With such enticing advertising, Lu Ming attracted quite a crowd. They couldn't stop gossiping. The first cultivation card to improve reaction speed? You believe that? Lasting 100s gets you 10,000? For real? Someone go try it. An arm was raised from the crowd. I'll try. It was a tall, muscular, burly guy. Seeing this, Lu Ming praised him endlessly. Indeed, a real man. Welcome, welcome. Please follow me into the shop for the experience. Hearing this, the guy was confused as to why he was suddenly being invited inside. He stammered, huh? Hey. Suddenly a shout caught Lu Ming's attention. He looked down. Open your eyes wide. Where are you looking? The 3-foot-tall, purple-haired guy from earlier stepped out. his face dark with annoyance because Lu Ming hadn't seen him. Seeing this, Lu Ming awkwardly tried to smooth things over. "Ha, my bad. Welcome, you're the real man." The guy spoke first, saying he had plenty of money and didn't care about the 10,000, but if this illusion of Lu Ming's was a scam, he'd report him to the Consumer Association. Lu Ming winked confidently. "Look at what you're saying. We run an honest business, guaranteed not to disappoint you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming pressed the start button. Illusion Activator Machine 14, starting up. Scanning Fruit Ninja illusion. Please do not move to avoid errors. The machine began to count down. 4, 3, 2, 1. The purple-haired youth went into a trance. What is this weird feeling? He was fuming. This space. It's only the size of a palm. There's nothing here at all. It's all just mosaic. This is definitely some amateur's toy. No, even an amateur could do better. He stepped forward in a rage. What kind of bullshit illusion is this? My eyes are about to go blind from looking at this crap. I'm reporting you for a violation right now and shutting this shop. Suddenly, a watermelon flew out of nowhere, catching him totally off guard. He couldn't react in time, and then dozens more started raining down on his head. The watermelons smashed to pieces as they hit the ground. On the street, people were scurrying about, rushing back and forth in a total frenzy. Everyone was heading toward Lu Ming's card shop. Is it this place? Such a tiny shop. This is definitely it. The crowd is insane. My friend recommended I come here. I'm here because of the news. What exactly is this illusion anyway? Everyone was gossiping nonstop. They were all clamoring. No idea. Never heard of Cultivation Illusion Card before. Try it first, then talk. Hurry up and squeeze inside. Because it was so crowded, they kept shoving each other. Can you guys wait in line properly? Someone just fell me up. At this moment, Lu Ming was feeling incredibly smug with his success. So many people were coming to buy his cards. I'll try. My turn. First come, first served. Boss, I'll pay extra to go first. I'll pay 10 times the price. Let me go first. Everyone was fighting over it, their eyes wide with greed. Lu Ming's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. He said happily, "Everyone, please get in line. One at a time, people." At one of the biggest card shops in the city, some people were discussing Lu Ming's card. Fruit Ninja? A cultivation card? There's actually a card like that? It's the first time I've ever heard of it, Lao Qian said. 2 employees, one fat and one skinny replied, "That's right. Once the game starts, watermelons keep falling from the sky. Plus, the speed and quantity keep increasing. If you get hit 3 times, the training ends. Currently, the high score is only 34 seconds. As of now, in just a few short hours, that rookie Lu Ming has already made nearly 10,000 bucks from this card. And that number is still climbing." Lao Qian panicked when he heard the number. What? 10,000? His hands trembled as he held his teacup. The illusion seems simple, but it's incredibly creative. It hits the entertainment factor, people's competitive nature, their urge to compare, and their consumer psychology. It's got it all. Plus, he only offers experiences and doesn't sell the cards. He really knows how to use scarcity marketing. Quite the alpha move. Since when did Qingming City have such a talent? The other 2 agreed. Yeah, never heard of Lu Ming before. Never heard of a 1-star illusion card. About making such a huge splash in the whole city. This is a golden opportunity. No. It's more than just an opportunity. If this card is causing such a stir here, it can definitely cause a stir elsewhere. If I can understand this card, hand it over to headquarters and roll it out nationwide, then my promotion. That old guy, Lao Qian, gave a sly grin. He ordered the other 2. Quickly, get the car ready. I must get my hands on this card. On the other side, another character had also taken notice. Interesting. Lao Qian moved so fast. Logically, a big card shop franchise like that wouldn't care about such a tiny shop. Seems like this is more interesting than I thought. He turned and asked an employee, "Are you sure that shop owner named Lu Ming is just a novice card creator?" His employee replied, "Yes, absolutely certain." Very good. He ordered, "Investigate Lu Ming immediately. Who has he been in contact with these past 2 days?" His identity was Zhang Chun, the big boss of Chun Brand local specialty card shop in Qingming City. The traffic lights here were also very weird. At Lu Ming's shop, even though it was late, the lines still stretched all the way down the street. Lu Ming announced, "So sorry, the last card is used up. That's it for today." The customers standing around groaned. "Are you kidding? It just got my turn. I've been waiting for hours." They eventually had to leave, but didn't forget to tell Lu Ming, "Boss, we'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you have plenty of cards ready." Lu Ming replied happily, "You got it, dude." He then flashed a devious smile. After those people went home and spread the word, once it simmered overnight, the hype for Fruit Ninja would definitely explode tomorrow. Lu Ming happily skipped around. Clean up, time to close shop and rest." Just then, a man walked in and asked, "Anyone here?" Lu Ming, standing right there, replied, "Sorry, we're all out of cards for today. Please come back tomorrow." Before he could even finish his sentence, A ginormous tiger appeared before his eyes, scaring the living daylights out of him. Lu Ming fell to the ground, crying in fear. He stammered, "Hello, please, please." He screamed so loud the tiger looked confused. The man behind the beast shouted, "Wang Kai, stand down." Only then did Lu Ming calm down. The bald man began to introduce himself. "You must be Boss Lu? I am Qian Shunkai, the owner of the Yeezy franchise in this city." Lu Ming was a bit surprised. The Yeezy franchise? The biggest card shop chain in Qingming City? He quickly stood up, acting all friendly. "Oh, welcome, welcome, Boss Qian. What wind blew you here? This little shop is truly honored." Qian Shunkai replied calmly. "No need for formalities. It was the Fruit Ninja wind that brought me here. Boss Lu, you're truly a rising star." Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted angrily, Hey, you're talking to me. Why the hell are you looking at your dog?" Qian Shunkai was currently stroking his tiger. "This is a tiger." Lu Ming barked back, "What's the difference?" Qian Shunkai got straight to the point. "We're both businessmen. Let's not beat around the bush. I'm offering 10,000 to buy the blueprint for your Fruit Ninja illusion card. What do you think?" He stepped right up to Lu Ming. "An offer of 10,000? Boss Qian, you sure know how to do business." Qian Shunkai replied, "The logic is sound, but the reality isn't that simple. Your Fruit Ninja creation is incredibly clever, but its structure is extremely simple. Even though you're smart enough not to sell the cards and only sell the experience for a card this simple, based on the descriptions from the users, how long do you think it'll take me to reverse engineer it?" Lu Ming asked him how long. Qian Shunkai gave a devious laugh and replied, "1 day. At most 1 day. If I invest more, I could probably crack it in a few hours." According to his calculations, the RD cost wouldn't exceed 20,000, and plenty of others had the same idea as him. He continued, "By tomorrow, knockoff versions of Fruit Ninja will be everywhere. By then, the blueprint in your hand won't be worth a dime." Hearing this, Lu Ming turned pale. "No, how is that possible?" He collapsed, sitting slumped on the floor. "I was counting on this card to turn my life around. How am I supposed to pay my debt now?" Lao Qian said, "That's just how the business world is. Things change in a heartbeat. The winner takes all, and the loser eats dirt. You can get rich overnight or lose it all in a day. It's brutal, but very exciting." He handed over his business card. "But this thrill is only for the winners. This is my card. Call me once you've made up your mind." He added, "But you'd better be quick, Lu Ming. I'm only giving you 2 hours. After that, your blueprint won't be worth a cent. Don't come crying to me when it's too late." Then he turned and left. Lu Ming stared at the business card in his hand. Then he instantly ripped it to shreds. Regret? Not a chance. Everything was going exactly according to Lu Ming's plan. Right then, Xiaopeng frantically pounded on the door. "Brother Lu, we've got trouble. I just saw Boss Qian from the Yeezy franchise leaving your shop." Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. He wanted to buy the Fruit Ninja blueprint. Xiaopeng screamed, "Did you sell it?" Lu Ming immediately denied it. "No, it's a long story. Anyway, why are you here?" He said urgently, "I'm telling you, Brother Lu, it's bad. Boss Zhang Chun from the Chun brand shop personally came to find me. 10,000. He offered 10,000 to buy the architecture for the Fruit Ninja illusion." Lu Ming asked back, "Oh, someone approached you too?" "Of course." Xiaopeng replied, "Old Zhang, I've been hustling in the streets and finally got a bit of a reputation. But I refused. Even if I'm broke, I never sell out my bro. Our friendship is forever." Lu Ming shouted. His reaction was the opposite of what Xiaopeng expected. "Are you an idiot? If he wants to buy it, just sell it. You just wasted 10,000 bucks, man." "But Brother Lu, isn't this your secret unique recipe?" Xiaopeng was so confused he started weeping. "What?" A voice suddenly came from the shop entrance. "Tomorrow, knockoffs will be all over the place," Lu Ming replied. "Exactly. I only prepared 300 cards over 10 days, just so I could sell them all out today." Lu Ming didn't expect him to be so dumb, or rather, so loyal. Lu Ming told Xiaopeng to hurry up and contact that Chun brand guy to sell the illusion blueprint and make a quick buck, otherwise it would be worthless by tomorrow. Xiaopeng said, "All right," and left immediately. Suddenly he turned back and asked Lu Ming, "Wait, then why didn't you sell your blueprint to Qian Shunkai?" Lu Ming said mysteriously, "It's a secret. God's plan." After Fruit Ninja went through a chaotic day of being a massive hit, card creators big and small created all sorts of versions based on the Fruit Ninja blueprint, making Lu Ming, the creator, known to countless people. Online, people want to challenge Lu Ming. The first 2 scores were cracked. He must be a bot. I want to challenge Lu Ming. Me versus Lu Ming. Only Lu Ming. There were even pretty girls saying, "Brother Lu Ming, we want to be your students. Please reply to us." A star with 20 million followers live streamed. "Lu Ming, I'd have your babies." And it didn't stop there. He even made the news. Today, we've invited 2 authoritative MasterCard creators from Xiahua Island to hear their thoughts on Lu Ming's Fruit Ninja blueprint. One expert said, "Based on my analysis, this hype is pure luck. It's a total fluke. This Lu Ming has no real talent. It was just a coincidence, like a blind cat stumbling onto a fried fish. Another one agreed. Professor Zhuang is right. It's a total coincidence with no technical merit. However, his decision to make the blueprint public shows he at least knows his own limits. At a base, a group was meeting about Lu Ming. The success of this Fruit Ninja illusion card is the key. Unfortunately, he's not an illusionist. Although Fruit Ninja is famous, it lacks core card-making technology. Therefore, I believe this hype is purely accidental. No need to pay too much attention to this guy. Exactly. This hype only demonstrates his business talent, nothing more. Using the minimum energy to create a card, the lowest star rank, and the simplest illusion structure. But to be able to combine these raw materials into a card with such creative thinking. And create such a stir. A strange man in a weird outfit wearing a mysterious mask spoke. Unlike the others, he was very interested in Lu Ming. He hoped that if fate allowed, he could meet him once. Scene transitioned to a studio. The cameraman yelled, "Action." Over there, a pretty girl was about to take off her shirt. The camera zoomed in, but suddenly an ice cream cone was thrust in front of the lens. Lu Ming appeared. A cold ice cream makes the heat vanish instantly. Refreshing from the inside out. Everyone come try it. He stepped forward to feed the girl the ice cream. It really is refreshing. The director yelled, "Cut." Okay, that's a wrap. Perfect one take. Turns out Lu Ming was filming a commercial. Boss Lu is truly professional. Is this really your first time filming? You're better than those pretty boy models who are all style and no substance. This aura of yours is crushing it. Lu Ming humbly replied, "You're too kind. I still have a lot to learn. Please guide me." The director said, "Boss Lu, you're too modest." He walked over and asked, "Not about the advertising fee?" The director said, "Don't worry, I'll transfer it immediately." Lu Ming was happy. Okay. His phone buzzed with a notification. Xiaopeng was shocked. "We just received 500,000. We're rich. We're rich. Brother Lu, this move of yours was legendary." He kept praising Lu Ming. Being famous and doing commercials makes way more money than selling cards. Why even bother opening a shop later? I'm not being an illusionist anymore. I'll just be your full-time manager. Lu Ming stood there feeling smug. First goal, make 100 billion, then dump it in the bank and live off the interest until I kick the bucket. Lu Ming turned and said, "Xiaopeng, keep dreaming. This kind of thing is just hype, and hype dies down fast. To stay relevant, you have to constantly create new, buzzworthy content." But right now, Lu Ming didn't have any good ideas. For the time being, he had to go back to being a good boy and focus on his card shop business. Xiaopeng sounded a bit disappointed. "Oh, is that so? Well, whatever. At least your debt is paid off, and I made a nice little chunk of change too. Plus, tomorrow 2 e-commerce sites want you to do some live stream selling. How do you think of live streaming?" Xiaopeng asked Lu Ming. It requires a brain. Too bad you don't have one." Xiaopeng laughed. "Haha, you got me there. I definitely couldn't pull that off. Brother Lu, it's getting late. I'll call a car to take you back to the shop. Get some rest. We've got work early tomorrow." Lu Ming said no thanks and told him to go ahead. Having just arrived in this world, he hadn't had a chance to look around yet. Xiaopeng was confused. "Just arrived?" Lu Ming gave an awkward smile and said, "Slip of the tongue." He got in the car and left. "See you tomorrow." Lu Ming smiled and waved goodbye to Xiaopeng. The debt problem little Lu Ming left behind is fully resolved, with a decent amount of savings to boot. This world has many things the other didn't, but in essence, it's not that different. Lu Ming's foot kicked a can on ground. Chasing fame and fortune, winner takes all. It's the same everywhere. If my past life has gone up in smoke, then let's see how I, Lu Ming, play this new world. 1 month later, a local thug held a card fragment he had just scavenged from the ground, inspecting it. The patterns on this shard are pretty complex. Might be worth some cash. Let me see. Let me see. Don't snatch. Find your own. Who knows? There might be an intact card somewhere. It was a pile of junk with corpses scattered everywhere. It was getting dark. A luxury car appeared. Lu Ming said, "Peng, help me return this car. If it's past midnight, it'll cost another day's rent." Xiaopeng shouted from the car, "Brother Lu, didn't you say you wanted to buy this ride?" Lu Ming replied, "Can't afford it anymore. It's been a week since anyone asked me to do a commercial. Gotta pinch pennies. Brother Lu, you're a hero when you're cool, but you're a total cheapskate when you're broke." The rough-looking thug from earlier was sitting in front of the shop. "Boss Lu, I've been waiting for ages." This was Manga, a local hoodlum who hung around the outskirts. Back when little Lu first went out, he'd been bullied and extorted by this guy a few times. Lu Ming looked at him. "This is the city center. You're not afraid I'll call the cops?" Manga panicked and said, "Don't. I'm not here to start trouble." He said he had 2 treasures to show Lu Ming, claiming he'd definitely be interested. "These are card fragments. Look closely." He held out 2 shards in front of Lu Ming. Many cards become fragments due to combat or failed experiments. Usually, once a card is destroyed, its encryption is ruined too. That's why many card creators study the patterns on fragments. Even though these are just corners, based on the complex patterns, these definitely aren't ordinary cards. Especially this triangular one. Lu Ming frowned. He asked where he got them. He said he was scavenging and saw a massive battle at the border 2 days ago. Lots of people died and plenty of cards were wrecked. He picked these up along the way. Look at these patterns, definitely worth researching. He asked happily, so what's your offer? If the price is right, they're yours. Lu Ming said he needed to think. At most, I'd give 20,000 for these. Let's try lowballing him first. Lu Ming offered 150 bucks apiece. How's that? Mangosteen didn't even hesitate. Deal. Suddenly, Lu Ming had a strange feeling. He took the 2 fragments into his research lab. After some investigation, he slammed the table in anger. Are you shitting me? The encryption on these 2 cards was still perfectly intact, meaning they were basically impossible to crack. He couldn't even identify the star level or type. They were as good as trash. Damn it, I got totally played by that Mangosteen kid. I'm the idiot here. One of the fragments was swiped aside as he hit the table. He glanced at it. Then he cut a blank card to fit the shape of the fragment. He taped the fragment on and plugged it into the activator. Not sure if this will work, but it's worth a shot. Lu Ming pressed the start button and stood there waiting. No reaction. Of course it didn't work. Suddenly, someone breathed into his ear. Lu Ming spun around, startled, his eyes wide with shock. A smoking hot, sexy girl stepped forward and giggled at Lu Ming. He screamed, holy crap. Turns out it was a spicy card. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Not yet. Look, I know this is an illusion. Wait, we're just skipping straight to this kind of scene? Lu Ming was a bit out of his element. He lay there awkwardly. Can you give me a... The hot girl from the card gazed at him passionately. Her eyes were incredibly intense. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand. Lu Ming's cheeks flushed bright red, and his nose started bleeding. This realistic feeling. Is this a high-level illusion? Holy crap. If I'd had this experience in my past life, I wouldn't have stayed single until the day I died. Heaven is probably just something like this, huh? Come on, hurry up. And she pulled out a knife. At this moment, Lu Ming didn't even notice the knife. He was immersed in bliss, saying, go ahead, trample all over me. She lunged at him with a knife. Lu Ming remained completely oblivious, lying there with a smile, waiting for the beauty to trample him. He grinned, so wide his eyes closed, totally unaware of the danger. Suddenly, something went wrong with the card in the activator. The illusion of the beauty lying on top of him vanished along with it. Lu Ming opened his eyes and woke up. He snapped, what the hell? It cut out right at the good part. Damn it, the energy from the card fragment wasn't enough to power the whole illusion. That's just cruel. I was about to drop my pants. That scammer Mangosteen. There's no way this is a fragment from a battlefield. It's clearly a leftover scrap from some porn card someone used up. Lu Ming remembered. Right, there's still one more piece. He heard the pattern on this triangular piece was way more complex than the last one, and not just by a little bit. So it's not a total mess. Naturally, it's just going to be like this. He was imagining a bunch of gorgeous girls in his head. Okay, let's go. Lu Ming promised himself he absolutely wouldn't close his eyes this time. He used the same method to piece the fragment onto a blank card. Lu Ming stood there waiting for the card's reaction. Whoa, why is the reaction so huge? I feel like something's not right here. What's this? Lu Ming's body began to twist and contort. He fell into a vast, immense illusion. Lu Ming clutched his head and coughed. Cough, cough. What kind of devilry is this? I feel like my insides are being turned inside out. Right after complaining, he looked up. Lu Ming's eyes began to fill with terror. Before him now was a colossal monster. Holy shit, where am I? This isn't just a card, is it? The monster suddenly lunged to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming screamed in fear, shouting to the monster, big guy, this is all a misunderstanding. It's really just a misunderstanding. The monster zoomed past Lu Ming's head, heading behind him. A moment ago, Lu Ming thought he was a goner. He held his head in a daze. Lu Ming turned back to look. The dragon-like monster was flying towards something emitting a red power in the distance. That red power source turned out to be a black cat. It looked incredibly mysterious and classy. The cat had an indifferent expression as it stepped onto the ground. It took off and leaped into the air, catching the giant monster completely off guard. It landed right on top of the monster's head. Standing on the giant monster's head, its mouth began to condense power. Great skin ghost whale. A massive ghost cat face appeared. Snap! It bit the giant monster's head clean off. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's jaw dropped in shock, and he fell backward. The black cat jumped toward him. It stood right in front of him. The cat looked at him, radiating a massive murderous aura. The cat stepped toward Lu Ming, raising a paw in front of his face as if to pounce on the terrified young man. Lu Ming felt the pressure was too strong, like a giant beast was pinning him down. The cat's small paw seemed to transform into a giant foot, its claws gripping Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming knew that if he moved even slightly or showed any intent, his head would be rolling in a pool of blood. The cat seemed to morph into a giant beast with evil eyes and terrifying teeth. Lu Ming trembled and thought he had to handle this calmly. He reached up, wanted to hug the cat. Like a miracle, the beast cat from a moment ago turned back into a tiny black cat sitting on Lu Ming, meowing konnichiwa to greet him in Japanese. Lu Ming smiled with a boyish face and said to the cat, "Just by looking at your face, I can tell you're harmless. I was just passing through. We're fated to meet. Can we be friends?" The cat, with its yellow-black eyes and pink nose, had a pensive look. While the cat was staring, Lu Ming said, "Anyway, another friend is another path." As their eyes met, the space nearby began to crack. The cracks grew larger. Lu Ming realized the energy being consumed was actually time. He burst out laughing and said, "Sorry, that cheesy talk just now was just to buy some time." Lu Ming began to drift into the rift. "It's cracked." He gave the cat a two-finger salute and added, "Actually, I hate cats the most." Then he laughed loudly, "Bye-bye, sweetie." Lu Ming fell into the dark void behind the fragments. The fragments gradually vanished into the mysterious night. As he fell back into the other world, that it created a shockwave, making passers-by think there was an earthquake or they'd seen a ghost. The card was also smoking. He panted heavily. Lu Ming muttered that he nearly lost his life. Then he cursed at the dangerous, shitty cards and that brat Mangastine, hoping he wouldn't die in peace. The sound of footsteps made Lu Ming jump. The cat from the illusion had followed him back to this world. The black cat with sharp golden eyes looked up. He shouted, "Hey!" Lu Ming panicked, unable to believe his eyes. Something from an illusion that can manifest in the real world? He backed away in terror. The cat lunged at him. His eyes widened as the tail shoved straight into Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming fell backward. He blacked out and entered another hazy world. It was like a sea of consciousness with a watery surface below and a red void above. Lu Ming felt like the energy around him was familiar. Is this my sea of consciousness? The sea of consciousness is where the original card is stored. It's the most vital place for a card creator. Almost all operational energy is kept here. It's just as important as the human brain. If something goes wrong, the card-making system fails, and it could even be life-threatening. Lu Ming was worried, not knowing why he'd ended up here. He ran around looking for his original card, asking repeatedly, "Where's my original card? Please don't let anything happen to it." Suddenly, he spotted something. It was his original card. He froze. A massive, glowing card appeared before his eyes, with the black cat waiting right there. The cat opened its mouth wide as if to bite into something. Lu Ming tried to calm the beast down. "That's my life you're messing with." Lu Ming pleaded with the cat, calling it big guy and daddy. But the cat still bit and shattered the massive card right in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned pale with rage, and then he let out a huge scream. "You total son of a bitch. I'll kill you." Saying that, he charged straight at the cat. The cat, still biting the glowing card, flicked its tail toward him. A barrage of arrows flew at Lu Ming. He screamed as the arrows pinned him down. It was a brutal sight. Lu Ming stood stunned, because the cat's tail had grown long and sharp right in front of his face. The cat turned to look at him, and Lu Ming stood frozen in fear. He started sweating bullets. While Lu Ming was paralyzed, not knowing what to do, the cat's tail slowly retracted. It collapsed into the water right before his eyes. The cat was now lying slumped on the watery surface. It let out a pain moan. There was a gash on its leg. It turns out the cat was wounded during the battle in the illusion. The injury looked pretty serious. Lu Ming gave a sinister laugh. This is a godsend. He reached out his hand toward the cat. The cat locked eyes with him. Lu Ming suddenly knelt, still reaching out toward the cat. Lu Ming closed his eyes and gave a soft smile, speaking to the cat. "Mr. Cat, I don't mean any harm, so don't be so tense. My energy level is pretty low, so this might not do much, but at least it'll take the edge off the pain." Lu Ming was transferring energy from his hand into the cat's wound. He told the cat to stay still as it watched him. He looked at the card that had been bitten and cracked. He wondered if it could be repaired. He told the cat that if it needed a place to recover, it was welcome to stay. He wouldn't mind. However, he mentioned he was a bit weak and told the cat it couldn't bite his card anymore. "After all, if I go broke, you'll have to move again, and that's a hassle." The cat remained there, eyeing Lu Ming suspiciously. Lu Ming told the cat that was the deal. "If you agree, just nod. Silence means yes. You're down, right?" Scene transition. Elsewhere, Mangastine was being beaten by someone. He was sent flying backward. He sprawled on the ground, crying out, "I've told you everything you wanted to know about the card fragment you want. I really don't know." He had sold dozens of fragments lately and couldn't remember clearly. Mangastine knelt on the ground, begging for his life. In front of him was a man in a black cloak, his face hidden except for one blue eye and two long horns on his head. Behind him stood a massive purple monster with no face, only a large mouth and a long tongue, looking like a minion. The monster raised its foot to crush Mangosteen. All around them were the bodies of the slain. Mangosteen kept begging for mercy, but that giant foot still came down with cold-blooded cruelty. The cloaked man held a card depicting the cat that was with Lu Ming. Am I too late? Such a noble card, yet it's completely lifeless now. The blue-eyed man wondered, where did you go? Who on earth stole you? A new day begins, and flocks of birds are soaring through the high, windy sky. Lu Ming stepped out of his door and stretched his arms. Suddenly, he noticed something. It turned out that right in front of his house, the card shop across the street had already started a huge promotion first thing in the morning. Are they even going to let competitors breathe? People were gathered around gossiping. Apparently, that shop was robbed last night, and it seemed all the security guards were killed. How could something so terrifying happen in the city center? The craziest part was that in just one night, almost every single card in that shop was stolen. Word is even the Yeezy franchise didn't escape. They actually dared to rob such a massive store. They say the robber's strength is terrifying. He can summon a Kirinuma giant. Rescue workers were busy clearing debris and searching for bodies, accompanied by rescue dogs. An officer told everyone to back off. With just a wave of his hand, the guy could crumble an entire wall. With strength like that, even if law enforcement caught up, they'd just be asking for death. Dong Fatty's card room had also collapsed, with his storefront shattered. Old Hay from the underworld found himself in the exact same situation. Lu Ming cursed, wondering why this world was so chaotic. It's too scary. He was sleeping in his shop last night. What if something had happened to him? Then Lu Ming realized. Why was his shop the only one left untouched? Lu Ming opened the door and saw Fatty coming to the shop. Lu Ming asked why he was free to drop by. Fatty grinned and told him not to worry. He wasn't there to hustle today, but to bring good news. It turned out the school's internship notice had been sent out. Fatty was afraid no one would tell him, so he brought it over immediately. Always looking out for my bro. That's what friends are for, right? Lu Ming bowed in thanks, but before Fatty could finish his polite talk, Lu Ming tossed the notice aside, leaving Fatty completely stunned. Waste of effort. If it's free, forget it. Lu Ming had participated in an internship once. They called it interning, but in reality, the school was just selling students to factories as cheap labor. In his memory, Lu Ming had worked his ass off digging a cartload of, or for a factory, only to have the homeroom teacher say, nonchalantly, Lu Ming, plus 5 credits. Fatty leaned down to pick up the notice and told Lu Ming the location was the famous Amira mine. Rumor has it there's enough energy stone there to sustain the country's cultivators for 15 years. Even so, Lu Ming firmly refused to go. Fatty still wanted to take him there to broaden his horizons. Lu Ming asked Fatty if he had any combat cards that consumed about 60 energy points. He explained the reason he needed a 60-point card. The market wasn't safe anymore, and security was totally useless. He needed to practice making high-level cards to boost his energy and overall strength. Fatty reached into his pocket and said, "You found the right man." He pulled out a 1-star bodyguard card, Brutal Collision. It was a 1-star card featuring a fierce 3-horn bull. Fatty held it out. It was an offensive card, and the energy consumption was exactly 60 points. Lu Ming decided to take the card and left, paying the friendship price of $998. Back at home, Lu Ming went online to double-check. It turned out a new blueprint only cost $1,000, but a single card only cost $50. Lu Ming was salty when he realized he'd been played by that fat brat again. Setting aside the fact that Fatty ripped him off, Lu Ming focused on the blueprint. He noticed that while the energy fluctuation of this card wasn't huge, making it require the energy equivalent of 3,000 Fruit Ninja cards. With high-speed acceleration, it felt like it would be much faster. He worked diligently. 9 cards. That was the number Lu Ming created using today's energy. The effect was actually pretty good. His energy had increased by 0.05. He seemed satisfied with the result. However, he realized that while the effect was okay, continuing to practice would require buying energy cards to replenish his reserves. That cost was way too high, and making these cards without being able to sell them easily was too wasteful. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Lu Ming jumped up and headed toward the activator to trigger the card, then used his original card to seal it for practice. Sealing it was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sealing required 60 energy points, which happened to match his own capacity. Sealing required perfect timing. Once the power explodes, the original card must strike at the exact right moment. Only then can the sealing be successful. Being off by even a fraction could lead to failure, especially with high damage cards. One slip-up and the card creator could be toast. Very quickly, Lu Ming loaded the newly finished card into the activator. To become a powerful card creator, one must master the sealing technique. After successfully loading the card, Lu Ming pressed the start button. The brutal collision card was successfully activated. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Lu Ming shouted, "Original card, go." As soon as he finished, the bull from the card appeared, leaving him absolutely speechless and stunned. Holy crap, you gotta be kidding me. Lu Ming wondered where his original card had vanished to. My card? Where the hell is my original card? Lu Ming panicked in terror as the bull charged coldly toward him. He bit his hand, trembling violently. He was about to die. With a snap, Lu Ming slammed his palms together vertically. White smoke billowed from his palms. When he turned his hands over, a card appeared in his grasp, and the bull was nowhere to be seen. Sealing successful. That was a close call. Lu Ming was so shaken his legs gave out. He looked at the card in his hand. The card had crack-like patterns on the top and bottom, with only the head of the bull showing in the center. What kind of junk is this? Could Mr. Cat have bitten and broken it? Then he flipped the card over and let out a gasp. Lu Ming brought over the blueprint to compare. The patterns on the back matched the blueprint perfectly. No issues there, so what gives? Lu Ming opened his computer again to check the source card's interface. Split, amplify, segmented sealing, a loop was explained. Because some abilities are excessively large, high-level card creators invented the segmented sealing technique. Just like the name suggests, it involves splitting the ability into multiple parts for sealing and then synthesizing them together. Lu Ming thought he might have just gotten lucky. A blind cat stumbling onto a fried fish, perhaps? Seeing this, he was determined to try one more time. He loaded the card into the activator again. The machine activated the card successfully. That ferocious bull appeared once more, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming sealed the card decisively, but he was also on edge. He slowly opened the successfully activated card. I did it. These exquisite patterns are pure art. So two bison cards actually fused together. Lu Ming happily called out to Mr. Cat, calling him his blood brother and thinking this was a gift from Mr. Cat. In another dimension, Mr. Cat sneezed when Lu Ming affectionately called his name. Then Lu Ming realized that while segmented sealing usually only seals one ability, his original card could seal the same ability multiple times over. After splitting the card face into 7 parts, Lu Ming realized something. He sealed the cards repeatedly. Each of the 7 faces on the card gradually revealed itself. The full portrait of the bison was finally unveiled. After he fused 7 bison cards, even the patterns harmonized. Lu Ming cheered in joy. This was the first masterpiece of his card-making career. Wait, something's not right. The card in Lu Ming's hand suddenly changed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The fierce bison had turned into an adorable, innocent chibi cow. Lu Ming was dazed, not understanding why it turned into such a stupid-looking thing. The fusion couldn't have failed, right? He thought to himself, it needs 300 energy points. He didn't even have the stats to use it yet. However, just by making this one card, his energy had improved slightly, and his cultivation speed was 100 times faster than with Fruit Ninja, though he didn't know its actual power. That requiring 300 energy points made it well worth being a 1-star card. Next, he just needed to raise his base energy to 300. Lu Ming thought gleefully and named the new card, Super Bull Boom Boom. Appearing before his eyes was Inner Mountain. The Amira, or vein, located south of Qingming City at 800 m above sea level, is known as the glory of Qingming, with over 300 mines distributed here. The bus carrying the interns arrived at the Resni Energy or factory. This was the internship site. Everyone unloaded their luggage. The fresh air made the trip feel more like a picnic than an internship. Some kids even brought game consoles and snacks. Mizzen, a seductive redhead, told everyone, hide your snacks and consoles well, or I won't play nice. Mizzen, a 3-star elementalist. Gender, female, obviously. 25 years old and 5 feet 9 inches. It was Ms. N's first time here too. The young interns were hyped for the high-end entertainment. The group began to head inside to tour the internship area. Lu Ming, who supposedly wasn't going, appeared after all. Getting off the bus with him was a tan guy with orange hair. This guy was staring at Ms. N, totally smitten. Lu Ming noticed and started trolling him. He puckered his lips toward Ms. N and Lu Ming mocked him, saying, I really like you, teacher. The guy was startled. Lu Ming raised his hand. Sup? The guy started losing it, wanted to take Lu Ming out. His murderous intent was exploding. Lu Ming felt like he might have taken the joke a bit too far. Lu Ming felt a bit overwhelmed, but reached into his pocket anyway. He got his bison card ready to defend himself. Just as a fight was about to break out, another person. Dot appeared and diffused the tension between the 2 young men. He asked why they were stalling. Mizzen said to hurry up and gather for room assignments. The tan guy walked off. Lu Ming then struck up a conversation with the guy who had just bailed him out. Lu Ming ran a hand through his hair, greeted him, and thanked his bro for the help. The silver-haired boy in blue clothes carried a cool blue dragon head bow. His name was Xiaoyu, class, archer, 17 years old, 5 feet 9 inches. Xiaoyu warned Lu Ming it was best to stop messing with that guy, because if he went crazy, even you would have to back off. Lu Ming observed Xiaoyu's archery gear. It looked very expensive, but why was there only one arrow in the quiver? Lu Ming asked Xiaoyu for the name of the guy he just clashed with. His name is Chong Liang. Chong as an extraordinary, Liang as an infinitely bright. The two introduced themselves. Lu Ming is a sophomore, Xiaoyu a freshman. Xiaoyu noticed Lu Ming had cards on him, and guessed he might be a card creator. The two chatted happily. The internship group had arrived for the legendary cultivation meal. The cultivation meal uses spirit grass and energy-rich meat as ingredients. Eating it provides great benefits for one's cultivation. Dormitory conditions seem to be tiered as C, B, A, and S. The highest rank can even be exchanged for a private practice room. The practice room is a private area specifically for cultivation. The energy inside is extremely dense, allowing for incredibly fast training. A few interns were glued to the simulation game devices. Rumor has it these simulations have everything, even the legendary waifus. The staff in the Resny factory began their orientation. They explained that their factory practices humane management. Everyone just needs to exchange the energy stones they mine for points. 100 G of energy stone equals 1 point. Points can then be used for various services and luxuries. Work more, earn more, no limits. As long as you have enough points, you can enjoy everything. The young interns were thrilled, thinking all they had to do was mine. Lu Ming smiled, thinking the kids were adorable. Seeing how calm Lu Ming was, Xiaoyu asked, "Have you been here before?" Lu Ming laughed and said that as a sophomore, he'd been here once. He noticed Xiaoyu was also very composed. Xiaoyu said he was just trying to look calm, but inside he was actually bubbling with excitement. His grandfather once told him that a man must remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Lu Ming felt wary of Xiaoyu. This guy's mix of truth and lies made him hard to read. Plus, his intuition was incredibly sharp. He had to keep his distance. Lu Ming walked away. Xiaoyu stood there watching Lu Ming, feeling a bit puzzled. Lu Ming turned left and thought, I absolutely cannot let him discover my plan to steal, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The next day, Mizzen led the interns to start their first day of mining. Our slogan is, strip this mine bare. The interns chanted along with Mizzen. The convoy of trucks entered cave entrance number 59. The mine was divided into two sections, the outer area for mining and the inner area consisting of complex, crisscrossing tunnels. Deeper in was the excavation zone, an area not yet fully developed. The interns began digging up glowing blue, and stone was picked up. The tan guy with orange hair seemed to easily mine a basket full of ore. He laughed triumphantly as the others acknowledged him. They looked over at Lu Ming with contempt. He hadn't mined a single stone and was sitting in his area eating instant noodles. He was mocked. A sophomore who failed his classes and came here for an internship is just a loser. Bringing instant noodles because he's afraid he won't mine enough energy stone for a meal. Everyone took turns ridiculing Lu Ming's abilities. The group stopped to rest, feeling they had enough to exchange for a cultivation meal. Even if it wasn't enough, they'd still have a feast. Before leaving, they didn't forget to mock Lu Ming, saying he'd have to sleep in the mine. Lu Ming continued eating his noodles nonchalantly, ignoring the brats. Suddenly, someone stood in front of him. It was a girl, a cute green-haired girl who had mined quite a bit of ore. She checked on him since he hadn't found any. Lu Ming gave a sheepish smile and said he hadn't mastered the technique yet. The girl smiled gently and said, it's probably because you can't control the hand pressure needed to link with the energy stone, causing the power to break. The more anxious you get, the more it breaks. Once you calm down and focus your energy, it'll get much better. She advised Lu Ming to think of something pleasant to help himself relax. Saying that, she gave him 2 stones so he could exchange them for some food. Lu Ming was stunned and thanked the girl. She left shortly after. He silently thought, what a thoughtful girl. He set the 2 stones she gave him down and stood up to stretch. Finally, everyone was gone. Now was time for Lu Ming's real performance. He immediately sprang into action. He held an energy stone to absorb its energy. Lu Ming understood the essence. He didn't actually need to dig them out. While absorbing, he created the simplest energy cards. With one hand sensing the energy stone and the other recording it onto an energy card. A month passed, and he had completed a whole series of 1-star energy cards. Once he accumulated a certain amount, he could proceed to the next step. He used the energy cards to replenish his own energy. Then, consuming that energy, he crafted the super Bull Boom Boom cards with their complex patterns. Lu Ming worked tirelessly, recording energy cards and draining or to create cards, repeating the cycle many times. He let out a few sighs of relief. He had created so many super Bull Boom Boom cards now. Lu Ming was hyped. His base energy level had increased by another 30 points. The sound of footsteps. Lu Ming was laughing smugly, but then he froze. There were multiple footsteps approaching. A group of miners appeared. Had he been busted? A group of miners walked right past Lu Ming, but none of them looked at or noticed him. At the end of the group, two people looked completely different from the rest. Lu Ming took notice of those two. One was a girl about his age with pinkish red hair and purple eyes, wearing a face mask that partially hid her face. They all passed by, and no one paid him any mind. But shouldn't everyone be resting by now? Why were they heading into work? The last two didn't look like ordinary workers. Their aura was extremely unusual, especially that pink-haired girl. Lu Ming feared they might be like him, slipping into steel, or... Lu Ming stood there stunned for a moment. Forget it. Whether they're kindred spirits or not, they didn't seem to notice him, so they probably won't report him. Lu Ming carried his bag back, tired and sleepy after a long day. He quickly found a spot to pitch his tent and rest. He'd continue boosting his energy tomorrow. A new day arrived. The young interns realized that all those high-end rest facilities were just for show. They felt scammed, especially since they weren't getting any rest. The cheapest lunchbox cost 5 points. The kids grumbled as they headed into the mining cave. At their current rate, they'd have to work 10 hours a day just to eat their fill. Never mind the cultivation meals or the practice rooms. They couldn't even afford basic rice. They said they'd report this factory to the school once they got back. Some complained while others tried to stay positive. Maybe it's just the first day. Once we get used to it, it won't be so hard. Amidst the gloomy, exhausted atmosphere, Mizzen appeared, waving her hand. Keep it up, everyone. The goal of our internship is to gain real-world experience. The orange-haired guy, who was already obsessed with the teacher, felt his eyes ignite with passion upon hearing her voice. We're here to train, not to live in luxury. He shouted to fire up the others. Let's go, guys. The rest of them, though sluggish, felt a bit of morale boost. They headed into work, fists clenched with determination. Everyone regained their high spirits. They immediately rushed to work. Today, I'm definitely digging twice as much as yesterday. I want triple. However, the whole group was stunned. Is this where we mined yesterday? Everyone looked around in confusion. It was empty. The energy or had been completely stripped. Truth was, Lu Ming had cleaned out 2 spots, and his energy had jumped by dozens of points. At this rate, he could break the 300-point barrier before the internship ended. By then, he'd be able to use that bull card in his hand. A red warning sign appeared. Lu Ming stopped and sniffed. Before him was a dark tunnel with a sign. Critical construction zone, no entry. He had wandered here without realizing it. Lu Ming saw the danger sign. Entry forbidden. He wondered if the minerals in this area were richer. As for the danger, the biggest risk here was a cave-in. Lu Ming figured the cave-in risk in the excavation zone was much higher than in the regular mining area. He hesitated. Should he check it out or head back? After thinking for a moment, he decided to step inside anyway. I'll just go in and take a look, then decide. And so, Lu Ming stepped alone into the pitch-black tunnel. Drip drop. Water dripped from the stone slabs onto the path Lu Ming was walking. Little Ming was nervous. To avoid running into actual miners, he could only take detours through side paths. After wandering around for who knows how long, he still hadn't found Un or Vane. Should he head back to the digging area? Suddenly, something appeared that made his skin crawl. Lu Ming turned to look. Turns out a tent had already been pitched. Was someone else like him, calculating and trying to turn a profit? Lu Ming looked at the soda can at his feet. Who is it? He slowly reached out and pulled the zipper of the tent. The result was even more shocking. A green-haired girl and that fat guy, Zhang. Turns out Fatty Zhang was fast asleep, drooling next to a green-haired girl who looked exactly like the one who gave Lu Ming 2 energy stones yesterday. The fat guy suddenly woke up and squinted his eyes. He recognized Lu Ming and frantically called out, "Brother Lu." Turns out he has a crush on that girl, Xiner. He knew this internship would be brutal, so he came prepared to comfort the disappointed girls and snag some extra points for himself while he was at it. The girl next to him was actually a doll he made. She looked incredibly realistic. Lu Ming teased him, asking if he used her for this and that, making Fatty desperately deny it. He really likes Xiner, but doesn't dare get close to her, so he came up with this to cope with the long, lonely nights. He spoke while hot tears welled up in his eyes. While Fatty was bearing his soul, Lu Ming patted his shoulder and shared that he planned to make a new card when they got back. He was short on an illusionist and told Fatty to come help him out. Lu Ming threatened him. Did he want Xiner to find out how much he liked her and that he made a doll clone of her to sleep with? Fatty had no choice but to obey Lu Ming and agreed to handle the illusions. He even offered to do it for free with a pleading look on his face. While Lu Ming crossed his arms and set the price, he gave a smug smile and told Fatty to lead him to a massive mineral vein, since Fatty knew the routes of this excavation zone like the back of his hand. Fatty led him to a place overflowing with energy or lighting up the whole area. Lu Ming gasped. This is a straight-up wonderland. The energy here was 10 times purer than outside. Badass. Lu Ming touched the new or vein. He could feel the abundant surge of energy. He calculated that with such rich resources, he could reach his 300-point cultivation goal in less than 2 days. Lu Ming declared loudly, from now on, I'm staying right here to cultivate, make cards, eat, and sleep. Nobody better disturb me. Seeing this, Fatty warned him, Brother Lu, you've got to be careful. Don't let the miners spot you. Lu Ming was puzzled. Fatty explained that this place was very close to the main excavation point, where miners worked 24/7 without a break, so he had to stay low. Lu Ming nodded, his hands still busy plucking energy stones. Elsewhere, the sound of a drill echoed. The man and woman who had met Lu Ming before were now directing the drill operators. They looked extremely focused and serious. The girl held a blueprint, lost in thought, while the man next to her was hulking, muscular, and looked tough as nails. A worker was using a scanner to measure something. Rows of waves flickered continuously across the blue screen. Everyone stop, he shouted. A group of workers using shovels stood by the large drill bit. The man said they had reached the designated spot, but still hadn't found anything. He spoke to the girl with the blueprint. She told him to keep digging deeper, but the man questioned her. Digging for what? We've reached the safety limit for this sector. Going any deeper could destabilize the supports and cause a cave-in. It's too dangerous. He couldn't answer to the company if something went wrong, the operator added. The purple-eyed girl told him if they could dig it out, she'd immediately pay them 5 times the original agreed price. The operator was stunned by the 5 times offer. In a flash, the 4th day of mining arrived. The young interns dropped their pickaxes and collapsed on the cave floor, groaning in exhaustion. This is killing me. I'd rather starve to death than dig another one of these damn stones. Another kid was bawling, this is the darkest moment of my life. This evil factory hadn't given them a full meal in 3 days. Mizan asked everyone if they had seen Chang, Liang, or Xiaoyu, as no one had seen them all day. Someone mentioned Lu Ming. That sophomore who ate instant noodles hadn't been seen for days either. Maybe they all couldn't hack it and snuck back home. Mizan sighed. It was her fault. It was her first time leading an internship, and she never expected it to be this grueling. Meanwhile, in another corner of the mine, Chang, Liang, and Xiaoyu were walking together. The orange-haired guy asked Xiaoyu if Lu Ming would really show up here. Xiaoyu said he wasn't sure. Chang Liang got annoyed. Huh, not sure? Xiaoyu reasoned that they had already circled the whole mine. If he was still here, this had to be the place. Chang Liang agreed, but told him not to play him, as he didn't want to cause trouble for Mizan. The guy was a total simp. 265, 266, 267, 268, then 280, 281, up to 296, 297, 298, 299, 300. Lu Ming was still writing on a card. He quickly finished the final strokes. Success, he shouted with satisfaction. After just 4 days, his energy cultivation finally hit the 300-point mark. With completed cards scattered on the ground, he admitted to himself, I'm a goddamn genius. He held the Super Bull Boom Boom card in his hand. He could finally use it. Next, he planned to test one out to see just how much firepower this card had. He gripped the card, ready to activate it. Go, Bull. Before he could finish, Chang Liang and Xiaoyu appeared behind him. Out of nowhere, the orange-haired guy pointed right at his face. Pointing his finger, he said, You're no good. I knew you were an Earth thief. Lu Ming panicked, his face turning pale. He forced a laugh, scratched his head, and said, What a coincidence running into you two here. Are you guys lost just like me? The orange-haired guy knew he was faking. Cut it out. Stop playing dumb. You're busted for stealing ore. According to Article 1356 of the Mineral Resources Law, Chang Liang tried to quote the law but forgot the rest. He winked at Xiaoyu for help. Xiaoyu was speechless at this idiot. Xiaoyu said, according to Article 1356 of the Mineral Resources Law, energy ore is national property. Anyone who mines or steals it without authorization, regardless of the amount, will be prosecuted for theft of state assets. The tan guy nodded in agreement. Lu Ming rubbed his hands together and argued, Don't just make things up. Do you even have proof that I'm stealing? Or? Xiaoyu is definitely not to be underestimated. Predicting Lu Ming's denial, he had already recorded everything with his quad-camera phone, sporting a rather sinister smirk. The entire process of Lu Ming stealing energy or to make cards was fully captured on video. Lu Ming was pissed. Damn it, I got caught by the two most annoying guys. Lu Ming wondered how they found him. It couldn't be a coincidence. Xiaoyu said he'd been watching him since day one. From our first chat, I knew you understood the internship situation too well. Plus, you vanished that same day, which piqued my interest. My intuition is very sharp, Xiaoyu continued. He said that while mining, he noticed the outer points were 15 waist rock, but the deeper they went, the waist rock ratio spiked to 50. He praised Lu Ming for being smart. By only taking a small percentage, others wouldn't notice. But Lu Ming had underestimated the freshman's grit. He didn't expect them to dig that deep. The final red flag. In every spot he discovered, he found Lu Ming's personal trash, specifically instant noodle cups. So, putting all together, it has to be you, Xiaoyu affirmed. The mysterious sophomore, senior Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt both annoyed and awkward. He had tried so hard to stay low, yet he was still spotted. This guy was a real headache. Even though he had over 100 Super Bowl Boom Boom cards, he had used up all his energy cards. His base energy was currently at 300 points, only enough for a single use. He held one card ready between two fingers. He had to risk it. If he failed, he'd end up behind bars anyway. He had to snatch Xiaoyu's phone to destroy the evidence. The card in his hand was ready to activate. As Lu Ming raised the card to activate it, Xiaoyu suddenly smiled and held up his phone. He announced that he had already deleted all the evidence on it. The orange-haired guy jumped up in frustration. What? Even Lu Ming was stunned by this guy's incomprehensible move. The orange-haired guy started interrogating Xiaoyu on why he did that. Xiaoyu simply said he wanted to test his intuition, and this proved his gut feeling was spot on. Lu Ming was speechless. Chang Liang didn't know what to do and planned to report it to Ms. and Xiaoyu just said that without evidence, it was just his word against Lu Ming's. The guy yelled, "I am the evidence." In the middle of the tense standoff, there was suddenly a violent tremor. Chang Liang panicked. What the hell was that? Xiaoyu was also dazed. Lu Ming felt it too. He quickly grabbed his backpack and threw it on. Lu Ming started running and told the other two to get out of the area fast. This place is a hazard zone. Something definitely collapsed. The other two were still looking around in a daze. Rocks of all sizes began to fall. They shouted at each other to be careful and ran as fast as they could. Up on the surface, everyone felt the shaking. It was a powerful tremor. Back at the drilling site, the workers screamed, "Hurry! Report to the surface. The mountain is about to collapse." One worker was crushed to death by a rock. More and more workers were being killed by falling boulders. One man ran to call the captain, reporting that their comrades had been crushed. The captain seemed captivated by something, staring wide-eyed at the ground below. It was the thing they had been trying to dig up. Those two, the man and the woman. Sure enough, the two of them had found what they were digging for. In front of everyone was a massive door embedded in the rock, featuring a strange lock. The three of them ran out of the excavation zone together. "This place is going to cave in. Watch out for falling rocks." The orange-haired guy shouted while running. "This has to be related to you, or thief." Lu Ming snapped back. "How is this my fault? I didn't even use a pickaxe." Despite the explanation, the guy didn't believe him. "Fine, go explain that to Mizzen." Lu Ming yelled, "Get to safety first." He bit his lip, thinking the charge for stealing was no joke. He didn't know if the video deletion was for real. This Xiaoyu was totally unpredictable. A payment successful message popped up on a phone screen. The lead miner rubbed his chin and smirked. "Okay, the money's in. Now, let's talk about splitting the treasure." The pink-haired girl asked in surprise, "What?" The miner said, "You didn't say you were digging for treasure before. Now it's not just about the money. 2 of my men were crushed to death." The girl said there was no treasure and whatever was inside was useless to them. The miner laughed. "Ha, the door isn't even open yet, how do you know? If we don't reach a deal, I'll leak the news that treasure was found here. I bet plenty of people would be interested." The girl sighed helplessly. "You're so stubborn. Fine, suit yourself." She turned to leave. The miner stood there jaw dropped, shocked by her attitude. He yelled, "Hey, are you serious? I'll really leak it." The big guy next to her asked, "Are you really going to let him talk?" The girl stopped, her gaze turning savage. She ordered, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The big guy frowned. "Isn't this a bit much?" Then he broke into a wicked grin. The miner was still trying to argue. Hey, what are you two doing? There's more of us than..." The big guy's hand already gripped the miner's head. Then, the man's phone fell to the ground and shattered. He was hoisted into the air, only managing to let out a muffled grunt. The captain's helmet shattered. He panicked. "Let's talk this out. Let me go." The surrounding workers watched in terror. The girl's henchman said, "Didn't you say there were more of you?" On the other side, the pink-haired girl approached the door. She touched it, and an invisible barrier appeared. She gasped. "The barrier? Of course the main door won't open easily. Looks like I need to clear some obstacles." She frowned. "How exactly do I open this?" One of the workers was sent flying by a knee strike from the big guy. He was sent flying at extreme speed, slamming into the door right before the pink-haired girl's eyes. She glanced down at the miner who had just kicked the bucket in a gruesome state. Her hulking subordinate grabbed another man by the head and said with a bored look, "None of these guys can actually fight. These losers are pathetic. No wonder they're stuck mining," or... The other men had already been dealt with. He casually tossed something dark aside. It turned out to be a human head. The remaining men shrieked in terror. Oh my God. Then the big guy's face darkened. He approached a cave entrance. Looks like another fish caught in the net. Come on out, little fatty. In an instant, he found him. The little fatty stood there with a blank expression, sweating buckets, and raised a hand in a wave. Have you eaten yet? The little fatty was dragged out and tossed onto the ground with a thud. He cried out in pain. How, mama? The subordinate spoke. Boss, out of nowhere, this fat kid pops up. He says he's a student intern. How should I handle him? The girl replied, the barrier design on this door is unlike any I've seen. Cracking it will take time. For now, deal with the miners' bodies first. Disguise them as victims of the cave-in to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for this uninvited guest, bury him with them. The little fatty froze, his face turning pale with fear. The subordinate gave a bright smile. Got it. Then he started dragging the fatty away. The fatty panicked and yelled, wait. I'm an illusionist. I recognize the barrier on this door. I read about it in an ancient text called the Mystic Records of Heaven's Gate. This barrier is called the rat tail sauce. I know how to break it. Hearing this, the girl glanced at him. The subordinate asked skeptically, rat tail sauce? The fatty sat up and explained, it means get your act together. It reads almost like a normal barrier with codes and ciphers, but it's completely different. The master who created this was a real eccentric. You can't guess the solution using normal logic. The girl let out an "Oh." Tell me how to break it. If you can open this door for me, not only will I not kill you, but I'll even strike a deal with you. Aside from one specific item, you can take whatever else is inside, or take cash if you prefer. The fatty asked in surprise, for real? To boost his confidence, the bodyguard added, don't worry, when the second young lady of our house gives her word, she keeps it. The fatty replied, fine. I'm telling you, this barrier doesn't need anything fancy. You just have to hit hard. The original person who cracked it tried everything to no avail. Finally, he got so pissed off he just unleashed 5 pure physical strikes, and it actually opened. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The subordinate asked, just hit hard? She turned to the bodyguard. Big guy, give it a shot. He said confidently, you got it. Brute force is my specialty. He clenched his fists and flexed his muscles. He flashed a confident smirk. Then he lunged straight at the barrier-protected door and punched it with all his might. The subordinate landed a flurry of strikes on the gate, but they didn't seem to have any effect. The gate remained firmly protected by the barrier. The bodyguard touched it and let out a grunt, then turned to the girl. It's completely useless, boss. This brat is talking out of his ass. The fatty waved his hands in fear. Whoa. No way, I'm not lying. Just listen to me. The little fatty started bullshitting. Look, big guy, you're strong, but a barrier this huge needs teamwork. It's like playing an instrument. You need rhythm and a beat. Then the fatty started hopping and singing for the guy. Does your house sell wine? 'Cause talking to you makes me drunk. He continued, that's why there are a bunch of my classmates in that area over there. The bodyguard interrupted, boss, I think this kid is just stalling. Let's just bury him. The girl thought to herself, I've heard my master mention the Mystic Records of Heaven's Gate before. There really is such a book. Then she said, fine, I'll believe you. But if you try any tricks to run away, I'll kill you first, and all your classmates will pay the price too. The fatty quickly replied, no problem. Trust me, I would never lie. The girl huffed, you wouldn't dare. The little fatty let out a sigh of relief. He flashed a devious smile. I even started believing that lie myself. As long as I can regroup with the other students, I'm safe. They might not be strong, but Mizzen is no pushover. She looks soft, but she's actually a 3-star elementalist. Even if Mizzen can't win, she can definitely buy some time. That'll be my chance to call for backup. Once those two see the situation is bad, they won't have the energy to hunt me down. I'll definitely make it out. As the fatty went to find his classmates, he gloated to himself. I'm too smart for my own good. Being around Brother Liu lately has really boosted my IQ. On the other side, those two were dealing with the bodies. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's group was running for their lives. The orange-haired guy, Chong Liang, rushed ahead and pointed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was stunned, eyes wide. Xiaoyu looked ahead, sweating. Chong Liang was also shocked. They both shouted, What happened here? The only exit was completely sealed off. A student saw them and called out, Mizzen, it's Chong Liang and Xiaoyu. The only entrance had been blocked by rocks. There was no phone signal inside. The green-haired girl, Xiner, tried to use her phone to contact the outside for help. She told Mizzen, still no signal. We can't reach anyone outside. Another student spoke up, I don't have a signal either. It's totally dead. What do we do? Mizzen calmed everyone down. Don't worry. An incident this big will definitely be noticed outside. Since they can't reach us, they'll send a rescue team immediately. Luckily, we have no casualties and enough supplies. We just need to wait patiently for help. Xiaoyu said to Chong Liang, man, I hope nothing else goes wrong. Chong Liang snapped, shut up. Keep that jinx of a mouth closed. Xiaoyu turned his head away in a huff. Fine, I'm shutting up. Lu Ming thought to himself, talk about a blessing in disguise. Looks like they won't be reporting me for now. But why do I feel so uneasy? It feels like I've forgotten something. Suddenly, it clicked. His fat friend. Lu Ming looked around frantically. He's not here. Don't tell me during the collapse. He was. Then he spotted something. It was the fatty, walking toward them with two strangers. Seeing the fatty, he called out happily, "Fatty, speak of the devil. You really are like Chow Chow." The fatty dazed, "Brother Lu." Lu Ming walked up happily and put an arm around the fatty's shoulder. "Holy crap, kid, you're alive. I thought you'd sacrifice yourself for the cause." The fatty replied, "Come on, Brother Lu. Why you gotta jinx me like that?" Lu Ming laughed loudly, "Ha ha." Then Lu Ming leaned into the fatty's ear and whispered, "Quick, tell me. What's with the deer in the headlights look? What happened?" The fatty stuttered, "Well, it's like this." Both Lu Ming and the two strangers were listening to the fatty's explanation. The fatty said, "It's a long story." Lu Ming thought, those two miners look familiar. I think I've seen them before. A hidden realm? The other students crowded around to ask the fatty, "Are you saying you actually dug up a hidden realm?" Holy shit, talk about luck. No wonder the mine collapsed so hard. A hidden realm was being unearthed. They bombarded the fatty with questions. "Where is it? Where's the hidden realm? Everyone, take it easy. Let me explain." Exiner also asked Mizzen. "A hidden realm?" Chong Liang also wondered, "Is that for real?" Lu Ming put a hand to his chin, thinking. In his memories, a hidden realm was described as a legendary existence. A so-called hidden realm is essentially an ancient tomb or a dwelling prepared by powerful cultivators for their training. Over many years, nourished by energy, these dwellings remain intact and eventually form a true hidden realm or wonderland. Although most discovered hidden realms are full of barriers and traps, people still hunt for them to obtain the secret manuals and treasures left by the ancients. Every time a hidden realm appears, it causes a massive stir, driving countless cultivators into a frenzy. A greedy guy like Fatty should be over the moon about this. But I need to get the real story out of him. On this side, the Fatty was still talking to the students. The barrier. Yeah, exactly. That's why I need everyone's strength. Everyone was hyped. No problem. I'll definitely give it my all. Me too. The Fatty thought, thank God. He let out a sigh of relief. But there's a big problem. The exit is blocked. For now, I have to take it one step at a time. Stalling for time and keeping these two killers calm is the best move. Lu Ming began sniffing around. Suddenly, the fatty felt a pang of guilt. He stared wide-eyed, sweating and jaw-dropped, as Lu Ming was sniffing his way toward those two killers. The pink-haired girl asked, "What's your deal?" He replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just have a special ability. I'm great at perceiving things. Basically, I've got a very sharp nose." Fatty stood next to him, trembling, his face pale with the fear of being exposed. Lu Ming put on an expert front and said, "I smell a faint perfume on you. It's a bit like osmanthus wine." Smells good. Besides that, there's a body scent. Wait. No, it's the smell of blood." The pink-haired girl flinched and shot a sharp look at Lu Ming. The smell of blood? Everyone gasped and turned their eyes toward them. They started questioning, why is there a smell of blood? How come I don't smell it? Is he some kind of bloodhound? I heard the miners with them were crushed to death. It's normal to have a little blood on them, but she doesn't have any bloodstains on her clothes. Fatty stood nearby, crying internally, "Brother Lu, oh Brother Lu, you're trying to get me killed." The two of them clarified, "That's right. Our colleagues were all crushed. Only the two of us made it out okay." Lu Ming asked skeptically, "You're not hiding something, are you?" Then Lu Ming said, half jokingly, right? "Pretty lady, why don't you explain why you smell like blood?" The girl clenched her fists in anger. Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. The pink-haired girl frowned, her eyes suddenly flashing with a surge of murderous intent. She leaned in close to Lu Ming's face. He allowed a surprised "oh." The girl remained silent for a moment. Then she spoke up, "Sorry, I'm on my period." That made everyone freeze in place for a few seconds. The students around Lu Ming started chirping, "Lame. Sharp perception, my ass. More like pervert perception. Yeah, what a total creep." Then they hurriedly ran toward the hidden realm. "Hurry, let's get there fast. Digging up the hidden realm is what matters." "First come, first served," Mizzen shouted after them. "Everyone, don't act recklessly. We don't know what dangers are inside yet. It's better to wait for rescue. If we wait for rescue, the higher-ups will definitely hoard the hidden realm. Then we won't get a piece of the action. Move it. The legendary hidden realm. Here I come. Wait for me." After that exchange, they all vanished. Xiaoyu looked at Lu Ming. "Sharp perception? I've never heard of that skill before. What is it?" Lu Ming crossed his arms and laughed. "I haven't heard of it either. I totally made it up. I just wanted to test her to see if something was off." Xiaoyu praised him. "You're pretty good. You notice something?" Lu Ming replied, "I'm not certain yet, but I feel like this isn't that simple. They're definitely hiding something. What do you think?" Xiaoyu closed his eyes, put a hand to his chin, and said calmly, yeah. The sharp intuition of a master archer tells me that we need to stick close to everyone right now. Having said that, he bolted after the group, leaving Lu Ming standing there in disbelief. After traveling for a bit, they reached the barred gate. Whoa, is this the hidden realm? Damn, it's definitely something else. Others joined in. It's my first time seeing something like this. First time is normal. What are we waiting for? Open it up. Wait, didn't they say there's a seal? We need to attack it to open it. What are we waiting for? Let's go. A hand was raised. Everyone, please stay calm for a moment. Please pay attention to my hand gestures. Fatty stood there like a conductor. Hit it on my note. Follow my rhythm. Once we have a beat, launch the attack. In a melodic harmony, the sealed door will open easily. Everyone looked up in surprise at where Fatty was standing. Fatty began waving his hands like he was conducting an orchestra. He didn't just use his hands. His whole body moved as he sang out, Do re mi fa. Punto sol latido. He squeezed his eyes shut. Then he snapped them open. He shouted, Give it everything you've got. Attack. Open this door, and countless rare treasures and ultimate techniques will be right before your eyes. Hearing this, everyone felt a massive dopamine hit. They all got hyped up. Let's go. Do it. They began unleashing their skills. Lightning strikes, 5 chain pedals. Hocus pocus, right in the wind. Amazing, good job. After a flurry of attacks, a massive explosion rocked the gate, sending thick smoke and dust everywhere. Debris flew all the way to where Fatty was standing. As the dust gradually settled, he let out a long breath. This main character energy performance couldn't have been more perfect. So next, Fatty stood frozen, unable to say a word. He thought, Brother Lou, save me, as tears and snot started streaming down his face. They had used all their strength to attack the barrier. Until they were completely drained. Everyone started to panic. I'm tapped out. I'm empty too. One of them shouted, Everyone use your hands. Maybe the door was blown open. But after the smoke cleared, the door was still perfectly intact. The door was completely unscathed. What happened? Why is it like this? I used up all my energy. Was the rhythm off? Who the hell messed up the beat? Then they started losing their minds. Who the hell wasn't following the beat? You totally screwed us over. My energy went down the drain. Great deity Fatty. What the hell is going on? Fatty stood there like he was hit with a stun gun. Well, everyone, the fact that the main door didn't open is actually quite normal. Let me explain. He suddenly threw himself onto the ground. He started screaming at the top of his lungs. I lied. I was just capping. I'm sorry, everyone. I have no idea how to open the main door. Everyone turned their furious gazes toward the fat kid. You fat piece of trash. You actually dare to play us? You want to see what a mosh pit looks like? Get him. Fatty tried to justify himself. Listen to me. I didn't mean to lie. It's just because. Then everyone swarmed him, getting physical with Fatty for wasting their energy. Fatty let out a pathetic wail. Hack. The girl's subordinate crossed his arms and said, Boss, looks like this fat kid was indeed playing us. How should we handle the rest? The girl replied, I'll figure out a way to open the door. Handle the others however you want. But that Lu Ming guy, don't touch him. I need him alive. When this is over, bring him to my house. The subordinate gasped, Be bring him home? Boss, do you like him? She barked back in anger. What the hell are you thinking? I'm going to chop off his limbs. While saying that, she approached the door. She placed her hand on the barrier to try and open it. She continued, gouge out his eyes, cut off that damn lying tongue of his, then plant him in a flower pot and watch him slowly wither away. On the other side, Lu Ming was also intensely observing the barrier door. He touched the gate to sense it. He looked up at the symbols on the door and fell into thought. Seeing this, Xiaoyu asked, What's up? Do you have a way to open it? Lu Ming started fronting. Of course. This is a piece of cake for me. You might not believe it, but while you guys see a confusing seal, to me, well, it's as clear as basic math. Xiaoyu asked skeptically, For real? Lu Ming began running his hand along the door. Everything has a pattern. Once you figure out the logic, you find the answer. Send energy into the barrier first. Follow the circuits of the seal to map its structure. This way, what I see isn't just a barrier, it's raw data. And for a veteran coder like me, this data is just child's play. Just as he finished, Lu Ming shouted, Found it. Open. Xiaoyu went, Huh? He looked left and right, searching for Lu Ming. Hey. Just seconds ago, Lu Ming was standing right next to him. Now he was gone. Where'd he go? Amidst 1,000 questions, Lu Ming had already slipped inside. He started panting heavily. After calming down and looking around, he jumped in surprise. Where the hell am I? In front of him were towering walls, neatly arranged to form mysterious labyrinthine paths. Lu Ming thought as he walked, could the so-called barrier just be a teleportation gate? And I've triggered the mechanism to be brought inside the hidden realm. If that's the case, then right now, I'm the only one here. Lu Ming broke into a satisfied grin. His greedy face said it all. Every treasure in this hidden realm belongs to me. I'm gonna be filthy rich. He started jumping for joy and singing, "It's New Year! It's New Year! Let the good times roll." Then he quickly picked up the pace. He skipped and sang, bringing the cash home to Mama. No more drama for Mama. Life is a vibe, yeah. Life is a vibe. Lu Ming kept moving to find the loot. He walked back and forth, but it was just high walls everywhere. Why is this hidden realm built like a maze? Then he turned a corner, and his eyes bugged out in surprise. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A treasure chest. A treasure chest. He sprinted toward it like he had wings. He reached out and flipped the lid open. He was hyped, waiting to see what was inside. After opening it fully, his mood hit rock bottom. What the hell is this? Nothing but a piece of paper? The paper read, "Lucky one, congratulations on activating the barrier and reaching this place. This is the labyrinth of illusions. Find the exit to the maze to unlock the seal and claim the treasure inside. There are no supplies in this labyrinth. Find the exit before your life ends." Lu Ming suddenly screamed, "What? This isn't a hidden realm at all. It's just a damn illusion." He held the paper, thinking, what a pain. I didn't expect this kind of design. I have to find the exit just to open the barrier? Guess I oversimplified things. This is an infinite maze. Infinite means... Lu Ming panicked when he realized something. Does this mean it's a borderless maze that stretches on forever? An infinite maze in my original world only existed in computer programming, not in reality. But in this other world, it can be constructed through an illusion. Theoretically speaking, an infinite maze can be cracked. You just use one point as the center and keep expanding the search radius. As the search ring grows, you'll eventually find the exit. The time it takes to find the exit depends on how far the person is from the center point. But if the center point is extremely far from the exit, or even infinitely far, then you're dead meat. Now Lu Ming finally realizes that this situation is serious. He let out a frustrated scream. Suddenly, the footsteps of a cat appeared. The mysterious black cat that Lu Ming had treated in his illusion appeared, carrying his original card in its mouth. Lu Ming was shocked and asked, "Damn, Mr. Cat, your wounds are all healed? You look way better than last time." In the middle of checking on Mr. Cat's health, Lu Ming's eyes widened as he realized something. Mr. Cat was clamping his original card in his mouth. "That's my original card." As soon as he said it, Mr. Cat stood on his tiptoes and leaped away. Lu Ming hurriedly gave chase. Hey, Mr. Cat, what's the deal? You see me struggling, and you just want to ditch me? Have you forgotten that night? I didn't think a cat could be this shameless. Hey, you can leave, but don't take my source card. That's my lifeblood. The more he talked, the faster Mr. Cat ran. Outside the barrier, the pink-haired girl and Xiaoyu stood watching from the exterior. The girl thought to herself, the seal on this door hides a trap. Out of respect for the creator's status, I didn't dare enter recklessly. But that Lu Ming guy suddenly vanished in front of the door. Did he trigger the trap? The brute force method the fat kid mentioned was indeed one of the most direct ways to break a seal, but it was clear these students' power was nowhere near enough. After all, the person who built this seal was a legendary figure. What now? Should I risk entering that trap? She raised her hand, and suddenly, the door creaked open. Both she and Xiaoyu froze in shock at the sight. On the other side, Fatty was scratching his head in terror. Everyone, listen to me. I was forced into this. The others stopped hitting Fatty and turned to interrogate him. Who forced you to talk nonsense? You wasted all our energy. Fatty was just about to spill the beans. When a dark figure suddenly appeared. He looked up and went, wait. The person appearing was none other than the girl's subordinate. Fatty trembled with fear. He looked terrifying right now, his eyes glowing with an intense, murderous aura. Suddenly, a student pointed toward the gate and shouted, "Everyone look!" Everyone turned their eyes toward the door. It was open, which left the terrified Fatty. Punto gaping in pure astonishment. Everyone stood stunned as the door slowly swung open. They put their hands to the ground. Everyone got into a starting position like they were in a marathon. Every face was filled with indescribable excitement. Then they started running for their lives, screaming as they charged straight through the door. First come, first served. This internship definitely wasn't a waste. Surprises, danger, and riches. The pink-haired girl stayed put, not moving an inch. Why did the door open all of a sudden? Could that Lu Ming guy be inside? Lu Ming was puckering his lips into a little pout. He leaned his face toward Mr. Cat, sucking up to him. You really are my best cat, bro. The cat used a paw to push him away. I thought you were going to leave me behind. You have no idea how much of a mess this misunderstanding has caused. Lu Ming said gleefully, Mr. Cat, how did you know the exit was here? Have you been here before? Mr. Cat, let's make a deal. You help me out, and we'll keep all the loot for ourselves. How about it? When we get back, I'll buy you dried fish, cat pate, and catnip. Basically, I'll get you whatever you want. The mysterious black cat ignored Lu Ming's bribing and kept walking forward. Seeing that food wasn't working, Lu Ming said, or I'll buy a female cat to stay with you. Hearing this, Mr. Cat got pissed. He used his agile tail to give Lu Ming a sharp flick. Lu Ming cried out in pain now. The group of students who had been sprinting earlier began fumbling their way through. They looked left and right. Is this the hidden realm? Damn, it's pitch black and there's nothing here. This isn't a hidden realm at all. Yeah, how could a hidden realm be this small? It's just a tiny secret room. There's nothing. One guy cursed, fuck, what a waste of hype. Suddenly, a stone pillar began to open up. The student looked up and let out a surprised huh? Inside that stone pillar was a pair of glowing, round blue eyes. Suddenly, all the stone pillars featured those same glowing blue eyes. The students froze in shock. Whoa, what the? They were blinded by the light from the pillars. What is this? My eyes. Then their vision cleared. Inside a stone pedestal, shaped like a leg, sat a card. It was a card with a crescent moon design. Everyone swarmed around to get a look at it. Some of them chimed in. Turns out it's a card. Doesn't look like your average card, that's for sure. There's definitely a reason it was buried in a secret room like this. Look at those intricate patterns. I've never seen anything like this before. The color, the texture. Could this be a legendary card? Don't know if it's legendary, but it'll probably fetch a fortune. Stop yapping and just take it. Once we get out, we'll sell it and split the cash to make up for this hellish internship. Hell yeah. Sell it and split it. Everyone gets a piece. As they excitedly reached for the card, a hand suddenly grabbed one student by the head. He only managed a muffled grunt. Then the hand squeezed tight, making him scream in pain. It was none other than the girl's bodyguard. He used his brute strength to pin the student's head and body to the ground. He put on a menacing look. Sorry, kids. This isn't something you're allowed to touch. The other students gaped in shock. What? What's going on? Is that the minor? Then the subordinate introduced himself. I am Fu Huangming, a 3-star energy warrior. I'm taking this card. If you want to live, back the hell up. Hearing 3-star, the crowd froze, not daring to move an inch. We're just 1-star cultivators. Even top-tier talents like Xia Yu and Chang Liang are only at the peak of 1 star. The gap between 1 star and 3 star is massive. It was truly like a wolf among sheep. They all looked at each other. No one said a word, but they seemed to have reached an understanding. But there's a kind of power called. One student charged forward, shouting, Unity. So what if we're 1 star? A pack of 1 stars is the ultimate boss. We're the brightest stars in the night sky. Yeah, talk about that main character energy. Fu Huangming just looked at him and let out a puzzled huh? Suddenly, the student's footsteps halted. He was inches away from Fu Huangming, but his whole body just froze up. Then he turned back in frustration to scold his friends. Why are you guys being such cowards? There are so many of us. They replied, are you stupid? He's 2 ranks higher. We literally can't win. Don't even think about it. I still remember the trauma at school when a 2-star punished us, let alone a 3-star. He couldn't accept it and pointed at Fu Huangming, who was reaching for his backpack. Who knows if he's for real? How could a 3-star warrior be working here as a minor? They were never minors in the first place. They came for that card. All the students and Fu Huangming turned their eyes toward the voice. The speaker was none other than Mizan, arriving with the rest of the group. Seeing Mizan was like finding gold, they all rushed over. Mizan. They stood before her and said, that's right. Mizan's a legit 3-star dual elementalist. Mizan, that guy wants to hoard the rare card, and he even hurt our classmate. Mizan spread her arms. You kids get back. Let me handle this. Fu Huangming put a hand to his forehead, looking annoyed. Oh, my bad. Didn't expect a 3-star elementalist to be here. Mizan stepped closer and said, back outside, that I found many miners who supposedly died from a cave-in, but judging by the wounds, most were from combat. That was your doing, wasn't it? Then Mizan took off her glasses. Of course, a professional investigator should handle the bodies, but you used force to bully and injure my students. Ms. Ann's eyes began to glow. She continued, that is something I absolutely cannot forgive. Fu Huangming scoffed with disdain. I was actually going to give you guys credit for opening the door. I just wanted to take the card and leave. But since you want to play hardball, I'll just have to say. Then he stomped the ground and leaped high, lunging at Mizan. Die, all of you. Mizan didn't show a hint of fear as she looked up. Then she gracefully stepped aside, dodging his attack. After Mizan smoothly evaded him, he flipped mid-air and landed back. Then he regained his balance. He turned his face back to look at her. Nice dodge. He stood up to continue the fight, and Mizan also took an offensive-defensive stance. He was surprised to see Mizan channeling her power. Mizan focused her inner strength to manipulate the wind element. Glowing currents of air swirled around Mizan. With eyes blazing, she glared intensely at him. She extended her hand, and the gusts of wind moved in sync with her gesture. Then she did the same with her other hand. Fu Huangming dropped into a low stance, bracing himself. By now, Mizan was hovering high in the air. She shouted, wind blade burst. Massive gusts of wind slammed into him with colossal force, making him grit his teeth and tear up as he endured the pressure. Finally, the overwhelming power crushed him into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The students watching were absolutely shell-shocked. They stood their jaw dropped, unable to utter a single word. Badass. Is this really the same gentle Mizan we know? It's like a yiksha has descended. Another student countered, yiksha my ass. She's clearly a goddess from the heavens. Mizan let out a sigh of relief, but then she suddenly froze in shock. A red light flickered through the thick cloud of dust. He stood back up, completely unscathed. Your aura and power are decent. Too bad, there's a world of difference between 3-star ranks. He smirked smugly. I'm a 3-star from the battlefield, forged through blood, sweat, and real combat. I'm on a totally different level compared to a pampered 3-star loser from school like you. His entire body was unharmed. Turns out he was wearing a protective layer of armor. Mizan finally realized what it was. So that's energy armor. It shielded his entire body. Mizan gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? He's actually mastered energy armor? Normal energy warriors can only condense energy at a specific point to form a shield. Energy armor is the evolved version, an upgrade achieved only after mastering a core ability. It provides total body defense. Without a high-intensity single-point attack, it's nearly impossible to damage it. But my skills are all area of effect. This is a total hard counter. Mizan looked back at her students. Although some like Xia Yu had single-point attack skills, they were still just 1-star cultivators. Their output wouldn't be enough. What should I do? How can I protect them? While she was lost in thought, he lunged straight at her to attack. He used his massive hands to grab her firmly by the head. Mizan was in so much pain, she couldn't even scream. Then he hoisted her up high, as blood sprayed out. Mizan screamed in agony as blood coughed out from her mouth. He laughed psychotically. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in a split second. How dare you space out? I'm gonna rip her apart. I'm gonna rip her apart. Witnessing this, the students' eyes widened in sheer terror. Both Fatty and Xia Yu were absolutely horrified. A piercing scream echoed. Let go of Mizan. The shout caused Fu Huangming to flinch and turn around. Chang Liang stepped forward, fuming. When I first enrolled, everyone mocked my looks. I was miserable, insecure, and had no one to turn to, except for Mizan. She patted my head kindly and told me, Chang Liang, don't worry about what others think. Once you're strong enough, no one will dare mock you. Instead, they'll admire you and want to be near you. It was her kindness and encouragement that kept me training nonstop until I became one of the top students in our grade. And you dare treat my Mizan like that right in front of me. With that, Chang Liang hurled his wig to the ground. Fu Huangming dropped Mizan and turned to him. Hey kid, you're a 1-star. Have you lost your mind? Chang Liang's wig lay crumpled on the ground. Chang Liang's rage peaked as he entered a combat stance. He roared, you're dead meat. The students behind him backed away in fear. We're doomed. Chang Liang is losing control. Everyone, hurry, do the thing. Then everyone squeezed their eyes shut. Fatty, having no clue what was happening, turned to ask. Xia Yu yelled, don't ask. Just close your eyes fast. Fatty, still dazed, shut his eyes. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, he followed orders and covered his eyes with both hands. At that moment, Chang Liang let out a massive roar, his eyes and mouth glowing with light. Even Fu Huangming flinched and backed away. When Chang Liang gets incredibly angry, he loses control and enters an unconscious state. From there, he triggers a terrifying move that even he can't control. It's a genetic talent, a special light element legacy from his clan. Its power once sent his homeroom teacher to the hospital. Against this guy, it might actually be super effective. Light radiated from all around Chang Liang. He screamed, brain blast. The massive energy released by Chang Liang caused the entire surrounding area to flare up with a blinding light. Once it ended, the brightness slowly began to fade. Everything slowly returned to normal. Chang Liang was panting heavily from exhaustion. Then he collapsed onto the ground and passed out. The students started buzzing. Is it over? Probably. Open your eyes and check. Why don't you open yours first? Xia Yu also took off his glasses to see for himself. Chang Liang's move is freakishly strong, but it has one fatal flaw. As long as you close your eyes, you won't take any damage. That's why I'm rank 1 in our year, and Liang is only rank 2. However, there's no way that guy knew that. So, the moment Liang unleashed his ultimate, he didn't close his eyes in time. Fu Huangming let out a groan and touched his face. When he pulled his hand away, 2 streaks of blood were running from his eyes. Xia Yu gasped. How's he not down yet? Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He coughed out violently. Damn it, what kind of move was that? That light actually bypassed my armor and hit me directly. Lucky for me, I channeled most of my energy to protect my vitals in that split second. Otherwise, my brain and organs would have been. Seeing the opening, Xiaoyu pulled out his bow, an arrow. He began to lock onto his target. Then he drew the bowstring taut, aiming straight at the man. He's severely injured, causing his energy armor defense to weaken significantly. Now is the best time to strike. Xiaoyu released his grip. The arrow flew like a bullet toward Fu Huangming. He glared at Xiaoyu. He recalled a time when a fly buzzed past his grandfather. His grandpa said, "In war, the most important thing isn't your opponent, but yourself." What did that mean? It's like water in a lake, reflecting everything like a mirror, his grandpa said. Xiaoyu asked naively, "Water in a lake?" His grandpa explained gently, when facing a powerful foe, victory and defeat, life and death, are decided in a heartbeat. So, besides having good technique, one must have a calm heart. A calm heart doesn't just let you wait patiently, but it also allows you to unleash your entire body's power the moment the opportunity arises, taking down the enemy in a single strike. Do you understand now? He replied innocently, "Not really, Grandpa." Haha, no ruse. You'll understand eventually. This bow and arrow are the most precious gifts my grandfather left me. Although there's only one arrow, it has two very special abilities. One is that it's insanely expensive. As for the other, at that moment, the arrow pierced Fu Huangming's chest. He looked down at the arrow lodged in his chest without saying a word, then broke into a confident smirk. "You kids really surprised me, landing consecutive hits like that. But too bad, I've taken countless arrows like this. I can't even feel it." Just as he finished speaking, ice crystals began to form where the arrow hit. He was confused and let out a grunt. He didn't know what was happening, just a muffled sound of surprise. Then the ice started spreading rapidly down his arm. His eyes widened as he screamed, "What?" In just a few seconds, his entire arm was frozen solid. Fatty and Exine were both stunned. The rest of the students were equally shocked. Xiaoyu calmly snapped his fingers. Gradually, the frozen fingers began to turn into stone. Then they lost their structural integrity and shattered into pieces. Fu Huangming grimacit in agony. The student's jaws dropped in surprise, and Fatty's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. Xiaoyu remained silent. Some students started shouting, "His arm shattered. Chang Liang," and Xiaoyu actually did it. That's a 3-star warrior. Only then did Fu Huangming cry out in pain, "HAAA." Despite losing an arm, he still talked big. "You pathetic brats." Seeing this, Fatty turned to Xiaoyu. "Hurry, shoot him again." Xiaoyu replied calmly, "Sorry, I can only fire 1 shot per day." Fatty let out a disappointed what. Then Fu Huangming lunged at them instantly. "I'm a 3-star combatant who has survived death 1,000 times on the battlefield. How could I lose to a bunch of rookies? I'll rip you to shreds." The students panicked when they saw he still had that much stamina left. No way, even with his arm off. "What are we going to do now? Someone stop him. Run, get out of here." Just in time, a card was held up high. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone move. I got this." All eyes turned toward the guy charging in. He continued, "Super Bull Boom Boom," once again leaving the students shell-shocked. Fatty screamed, "Brother Lu." Lu Ming made a totally badass entrance. With the Super Bull Boom Boom card in hand, one student yelled, "Holy crap. Watch out," and bolted. If they hadn't dodged fast, they would have been trampled by those bull hooves. They scrambled to both sides, clearing a path for Lu Ming's Super Bull Boom Boom to charge at Fu Huangming. The bulls bared their teeth. Fu Huangming shrieked in terror and scrambled back as the aggressive bulls thundered toward him. His screams were drowned out by the sound of the charging bulls. They hit so hard they shattered the stone statue holding the card he desired. The stone statue exploded into pieces. The card was sent flying, tumbling across the ground. After that chaotic display, dust and debris covered the entire area. Everyone peered through the mess at Fu Huangming. Did he take him down? In the thick smoke, there was no movement. As it cleared, a single leg could be seen sticking out. It didn't move an inch. Seeing this, Fatty and the other students started jumping for joy. "Damn, he's down. He's down. He's not moving anymore." Everyone turned to praise Lu Ming. As expected of our senior, he shows up and cleans house instantly. They swarmed Lu Ming with questions. "Man, 7 bullheads? What kind of card is this? Is it Savage Collision? What do you mean Savage Collision? Have you ever seen a Savage Collision with 7 bulls?" Lu Ming stuttered, Well. Then he happily fanned out the cards in his hand and pitched them. "This is Savage Collision, upgraded edition, a version I researched myself called Super Bull Boom Boom. Any classmates want one? Huge discount right now. Buy 2 get 1 free, buy 3 get 2 free. Orders of 10 or more get 20 off. Only Xiaoyu didn't care. He leaned down over on the other side to pick up the card Fu Huangming was after. The others were still fixated on Lu Ming's Boom Boom cards. An upgraded version? It takes almost 300 energy points to use. I don't have enough energy. Me neither. Xiaoyu held the card and gave it a once-over. Suddenly, he spun around. While everyone was distracted, the pink-haired girl appeared out of nowhere. Xiaoyu yelled, Lu Ming. He tossed the card toward Lu Ming. Simultaneously, the pink-haired girl lunged with a kick at Xiaoyu. Her kick landed squarely on Xiaoyu. But the card was already flying toward Lu Ming. The force of her kick sent Xiaoyu flying. He let out a pained cry. Lu Ming caught the card. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Then they all turned back to glare at the girl. It's that female miner. Mana my ass. They're clearly in on it together. That big guy was probably her henchman. She took down Xiaoyu with just one kick. Wait, is she even scarier than that big guy? What are we worried about? Our senior is right here with a backpack full of Super Bowl Boom Boom cards. Lu Ming turned to Fatty and asked, Fatty, what's the deal with this card? Fatty replied, this card is the only treasure in this secret room. They went undercover as miners specifically to get it. Lu Ming laughed a softo. He raised the card to examine it closely. It looked quite ordinary, and the patterns on the back weren't anything special. He thought for a moment, then his eyes widened as he spoke. I'll handle this person. You guys go help the injured first. Get behind me. Fatty immediately obeyed. Got it. The students followed Lu Ming's lead, moving toward the injured Chang Liang, Xiaoyu, and Mizan. Meanwhile, the girl was about to charge at Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly held up his hand. Hold your horses. Let's not get violent yet. I'm sure you know that a card creator's fighting style is pretty straightforward. Just spamming high attack cards and bombarding the opponent with numbers until they're beat. It's inefficient and expensive as hell. You just saw the power of my 7-bull card. I got a whole backpack full of them. But I'm a businessman, and businessmen prefer peace breeds wealth. If we can avoid a fight, that's for the best. After listening to Lu Ming, the girl calmed down slightly. Lu Ming continued, there's room for everyone under the sun. How about this? I give you this rare card, and you let me take the injured and my classmates and leave. Deal. The girl squinted at Lu Ming without a word, thinking it over for a moment. She stepped closer to Lu Ming and said, fair enough, in a fold, she said. Lu Ming flashed a satisfied smirk and replied, good. To hit 300 energy points, I actually did prep a whole backpack of Super Bowl Boom Boom cards. But I don't have a single energy card to recharge. Without a power-up, I can't even trigger a basic savage collision. Forget the girl. I probably couldn't even beat the students behind me. He immediately tossed the card toward her. The rare card is yours. We mind our business, you mind yours. Catch you on the flip side. The girl caught the card Lu Ming threw. Lu Ming spun around and shouted, retreat, everyone. I'm Mauti. Much to the shock of the group. Fatty immediately chased after him, stammering, wait, brother Lu, you're just giving up a treasure like that? Lu Ming replied, stop yapping and run. The girl held the card in her hand, silent. It wasn't the rare card she needed. It was one of Lu Ming's Super Bowl Boom Boom cards. Furious, she crushed the card in her grip. Then she let out a piercing scream. Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was running happily, thinking, as long as I lead her away with a rare card, she'll definitely chase me. That way, she won't hurt Fatty and the others. In this maze, hiding from her will be a breeze. I just have to wait for the rescue team. And Fatty's group thinks I gave the card up. Little do they know, I kept it for myself. Heh. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt. Lu Ming cursed under his breath. Damn it. When did the main gate close? Fatty and the others caught up, gasping for breath, brother Lu. Fatty ran up panting. That female miner is coming. She looks murderous. She's definitely trying to silence us for good. Lu Ming froze like a statue. We're cooked. The students frantically urged him, Senior, quickly use your Super Bowl Boom Boom. Yeah, everyone don't panic. Senior has a whole backpack of them. Quick, get behind him and let him spam the bowls. Lu Ming remained silent. They kept pushing, Senior, fight back. Finally, he spoke up, sorry guys, I can't use them. I didn't bring any energy cards to recharge. He looked dejected. Fatty cried out, are you serious? What kind of card creator doesn't carry energy cards? Who has one? Quick, give it to him. I use my only one to open the door. Who brings those to a mining internship? We're dead. Senior is going to be the death of us. Suddenly, Lu Ming had a brain blast. He smiled, Mr. Cat, save me. Your host's life is on the line. Inside, the cat seemed to hear Lu Ming's call. It looked at Lu Ming's card, walked forward, stopped, lifted a paw, and then bit the card, dragging it along. Lu Ming just stood there with a blank expression. A voice snapped him out of it. The pink-haired girl had caught up. She stood face to face with Lu Ming and Fatty. Fatty stared at her, wide-eyed, assessing the situation. Her energy surge is insane. Energy seemed to be radiating from her body, distorting the air around her. What rank is she, anyway? She pointed at him and said, you've got guts, trying to play me with the same trick twice. I'm going to make you watch silently as your classmates die one by one. Then it'll be your turn. Fatty turned to Lu Ming. Brother Lu, you lied to her? Lu Ming snapped back. No, I didn't. Fatty urged, then think of something fast. Lu Ming yelled in frustration. What else is there to do? Hearing this, Fatty's face went dark as he bit his lip. He roared, screw it. All in, and tossed a card to Lu Ming. Brother Lu, catch. Lu Ming caught the card. It was a recharge card. Lu Ming glared at Fatty. Damn it, you fat prick. Why didn't you pull this out sooner? Fatty clutched his chest and sobbed. Do you have any idea how expensive this is? I spent a whole year charging that thing. You better pay me back. Lu Ming held the card high. No problem. Recharging. He then pressed the card to his chest. The recharge card is a very special energy card. This 3-star card can be found in any shop. The card itself doesn't hold energy. The user has to manually charge it over time. Usually, low-level cultivators do this to sell the full cards for a high price later. It's like selling blood, but worse. Basically, it's the one-time use power bank of this world. It's also known as one of the 3 treasures of the Broke Boys. Lu Ming let out a massive shout. HHH. He felt the surging energy flooding his body. This feels like a river meeting the ocean. No, like the ocean flooding a river. Wave after wave of pure intensity. He couldn't stop even if he wanted to. The pink-haired girl watched in shock. Then Lu Ming pulled out a stack of Super Bull Boom Boom cards. Then another stack followed. Lu Ming roared, Super Bull Boom Boom. He kept chanting it as a literal stampede of bulls materialized. They charged out in a relentless, countless wave. They were savage, catching the girl off guard. She was shoved back by the sheer force of the herd. The bulls Lu Ming summoned were like a massive army. They trampled everything in their path, knocking over stone pillars like they were nothing. Then they reached the exit, ramming the gate with all their might. Rocks from the ceiling began to fall. A student yelled, crap, the room is collapsing. Watch out, we're going to be buried alive. Lu Ming yelled, get back. Let me break the door down. He kept throwing out bulls. Fatty joked, Brother Lu, you mean the bulls are breaking the door, not you, right? Lu Ming snapped, shut up. You really have time for semantics right now? Fatty laughed. Haha, as long as Brother Lu is here, I don't feel a hint of panic. After a relentless assault, Lu Ming's bulls finally smashed through. The doors open. Get out of the secret room now. Help the injured. Once they made it outside, they cheered. We're out. We're finally out. Everyone keep up. Just as the last person cleared the room, massive boulders crashed down. Lu Ming looked back at the rocks, sealing the only exit. He thought, the exit is completely blocked. If that girl got crushed, she's lucky. If not, her situation is even worse. He sighed, buried alive at such a young age. What a shame. And of course, that rare card is buried too. Oh yeah. Then he quickly ran with the others. Don't stop. Get back to the mining camp. The whole sector is going down. Inside, the girl was still alive. She clutched her injured arm and struggled to her feet. A massive rock plummeted from above. It was about to crush her, but she managed to dodge just in time. Exhausted, she reached out and hissed, damn it. She struggled to pull a card activation device from her backpack. She slotted in a teleportation card and activated it. The card was activated. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Just in time, it helped her escape. A massive boulder plummeted from above. Lu Ming's group was searching for the exit to the mining sector. Everyone hang in there. We're almost at the excavation area. There was light up ahead, and they all skidded to a stop. Fatty and Lu Ming's eyes widened. It was the rescue team looking for them. Seeing the rescue team was like grabbing a lifeline. They rushed forward instantly. Finally, help had arrived. One of the students asked, is the path cleared? They replied, it's open. Everyone relax. Medics, get the injured onto the stretchers immediately. Outside the mining area, a blue light flashed in the forest. It was the pink-haired girl who had just used the teleportation card to flee. She panted heavily. Lucky I brought a teleportation card, or I would have been toast in there. God damn it. She gritted her teeth, her face twisted with rage. Lu Ming, you just wait. This isn't over between us. Scene cuts to the rest area of the Redney mine. Fatty was sitting in a daze in a corner. Lu Ming approached and tapped his shoulder. Brother Lu. Lu Ming comforted him. Hey, big fatty, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Why the long face? Brother Lu, stop teasing me. What is there to be happy about? Lu Ming grinned and asked, are you still bummed about that recharge card? I know you sacrificed a year's worth of energy cultivation for that. You were planning to sell it for a big payout, right? Fatty replied sadly, yeah. Sigh. I wanted to save up some cash to buy an apartment in a good school district. Lu Ming froze. What? You have a kid already? Fatty looked up and said, of course not. I was planning for the future. Lu Ming stood there, speechless. He thought to himself, man, I didn't realize the economic pressure on guys in this world was just as brutal. Then, he handed him a pink slip of paper. He put an arm around him and said cheerfully, this is to make it up to you. Fatty asked, a piece of paper? When he opened it, his jaw hit the floor. This is It was Exiner's phone number. After the mine collapse incident, the internship was officially over. The next day, students boarded buses to leave the mine. To compensate for the traumatic experience, the school awarded them a massive amount of credit points. Lu Ming calculated that he could skip classes for a long time. For their heroic actions, Lu Ming, Fatty, Xiaoyu, and Chang Liang received special recognition. A certificate of merit personally signed by the principal. What kind of garbage is this? The school is so cheap it hurts. Lu Ming angrily tossed the certificate into the trash. Kiss my ass. The certificate landed right in the bin. Lu Ming, exhausted, flopped onto his beloved bed. Time to sleep, time to sleep. He said it, but his eyes were wide open. Lu Ming looked back. When he used to work on projects, everything from requirement analysis to module design, even every single function, required massive reports for that clueless boss. But that experience actually trained his ability to analyze and summarize. Every super bull boom boom card had perfect patterns and insane speed. Making over 100 of them made his basic pattern drawing skills rock solid. Plus, the combat experience this time was priceless. Next, I need to create more new card types and keep increasing my energy capacity. His recovery and energy transfer speeds were getting stronger. Suddenly, Lu Ming's phone rang. He picked up. Hello, who is it? Calling us early. It's not early, Brother Lu. It's almost afternoon. Oh, hey, Fatty. On the other end, Fatty said, Brother Lu, what are you planning to do with that certificate? He asked sleepily, what certificate? Fatty said, the ones the school gave us. I mean, how are you going to use it? No way. You don't know? Fatty explained, this is the good stuff. With this, you can go to any teacher for a one-on-one professional coaching session. You can even ask the principal for guidance. Lu Ming was stunned. Professional coaching? From any teacher? Fatty added, and you can sell it for a ton of money. Lu Ming scrambled for his slippers. Holy crap. I almost threw it away like trash. No way. Then he started rummaging through the trash can. He retrieved the certificate he'd tossed the night before. Seems like there are still some memories of the original Lu Ming that I haven't fully inherited. Better double-check everything. Throwing away something this important would have been a massive L. He asked Fatty again, Yo, you didn't call just to ask about the certificate, did you? On the other end, Fatty said, of course not. I've got a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one first? Lu Ming grumbled, stop playing around. Give me the bad news first. Fatty said, reliable sources say the school sent a team into the mine all night looking for a missing student. Lu Ming asked, missing student? Weren't we all accounted for? Misa did a head count. Ugh, Brother Lu, why are you being so slow? All the students are safe, but isn't the treasure from the secret room missing? The school's real target is definitely that card. Fatty sighed and added, they'll find it sooner or later. Too bad we missed out on 100 million. Lu Ming froze. 100 million? That card is worth that much. Fatty replied, that's just what the other students are saying. It's not a normal card. It's some kind of legacy. I don't know the details. Lu Ming moved the phone away and looked around. Right, that card. Where's the bag? He searched for the bag while asking, so what's the good news? Guess my ass, just spill it. Fatty, sounding like he was walking on sunshine, said, X and Earth agreed to go out with me. We're having dinner tonight. Before he could finish, the line went dead. Beep, beep. Fatty looked at his phone. Hey, why'd he hang up? I wanted to get some dating tips. Finally, Lu Ming found the card in his bag. His eyes sparkled, and he started drooling. 100 million, right? There must be info online. He dashed to his desk and typed in the description, card with crescent moon pattern. Immediately, the computer displayed relevant information. It was a moonlight shadow card, one of a set of 7. He looked at his card and said, is mine one of those? 5-star sword cultivator? Wu Hongfei, a student from the First Academy, obtained the first moonlight shadow card. The text highlighted an election for a partner card creator. Apparently, that academy was where Lu Ming's older sister studied. What does partner card creator mean? Let me check the card details first. The screen showed, name, Moonlight Shadow. Type, legacy set. Set length, 7, serial number. So it's a legacy card set. To think it was one of those. What is a legacy card? Put simply, it's a card used to pass down skills to disciples. Usually, it's the greatest asset of a legendary master left behind for future generations. The predecessor would take their life's experience and knowledge and entrust a card creator to turn it into a card. It contains the master's insights into every move. Once the successor inherits it, they can slowly learn and realize those insights until they become a true powerhouse. And what is a card set? The technique to make these is terrifyingly difficult. You have to split tens of thousands of pattern lines into several parts, while ensuring each part remains a stable whole that won't collapse from energy instability. Then, you seal these patterns into different cards using advanced encryption techniques. Anything made with this level of tech is extremely rare and worth a fortune. No wonder that 3-star warrior and the girl undercover as a miner were willing to kill for it. This thing is definitely worth 100 million. Probably way more. But this card is too dangerous and too much of a headache. If people find out I have this, I could lose my life at any moment. Besides, for a set like this, you need all 7 cards. Forget 7. Just 1 is enough to make people bash each other's heads in. Trying to collect all 7? That's asking for a full-blown martial arts war like some Dragon Ball, Heaven Sword, or Dragon Saber type of chaos. Sigh. Right now, I don't have the skills to get involved in that mess. Plus, according to the web, the original owner was a powerful sword cultivator. A sword cultivation legacy is useless to me. It has nothing to do with being a card creator. What do? I can't sell it. The moment the Moonlight Shadow card hits the market, I'm history. Lu Ming stared at the card, thinking hard. What to do? Suddenly, an idea popped up. He said excitedly, sword cultivation, right? I can't use it, but I know someone who can. Lu Ming's sister is at the First Academy, and she's a sword cultivator. According to Lu Ming's memories, his sister was a total monster. Her talent was insane. Since she was a kid, it was like she was playing with hacks, totally undefeated. If I give her this card, that's it. No time to waste. I'll ship it out right now. He packed it carefully and handed it to a courier. As the courier left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can relax. Too bad about the 100 million, but at least it's going to the right person. She's family, after all. He yawned, then let out a massive sneeze. Lu Ming rubbed his head. What's that? Am I catching a cold? Or is someone talking smack about me? Or maybe they miss me. Scene shifts to a restaurant. A musician was playing a gentle tune. Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Sinar stomred e. Fatty waited nervously. Exiner is said I like. The senior. Lu Ming. Fatty was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl had returned home after her narrow escape to resume her life as a rich young lady. As she stood in the breeze, a man approached and draped a coat over her shoulders. It's late. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? She turned around. Brother, are you still upset about that? I'm sorry I couldn't get the card for you. Don't be silly. You did your best. How could I blame you? Her brother said that many things are determined by fate. The girl turned and said, but that Lu Ming is only 1 star. It'll be easy to find him. We just need to. Her brother cut her off. The point isn't Lu Ming. It's the person behind him. The girl was confused. Behind him? Yes. His older sister. Lu Yan? The girl asked. Lu Yan, you mean the one called the genius sword cultivator of the First Academy? The sword demon? Your classmate? Exactly, he replied. The girl was shocked. Lu Ming is the Lu Yan's younger brother? Her brother replied. A 1 star from some nameless academy defeated a battle-hardened 3-star warrior and forced you to use a teleportation card to escape. This is no simple matter. It's no coincidence. If I'm not mistaken, that Moonlight Shadow card has likely found its way to Lu Yan. The girl remained silent. Her brother turned to leave, dropping a final remark. Don't beat yourself up over it. This is already way out of your league. Get some rest. The girl clutched his sleeve tightly. Are you planning to give up on the Moonlight Shadow legacy this time? He replied. The legacy of Senior Moonlight Shadow is a dream for any sword cultivator. 7 cards mean 7 legacy marks. 7 owners fighting for the ultimate inheritance. The competition will be brutal, and who knows whose hands it'll end up in. But out of those 7 Moonlight Shadow cards, one of them must be mine. Even if I have to snatch it in broad daylight, I'll pay any price. He walked away with the aura of a young lord, Gao Tianlang, the 5-star sword cultivator and heir to the Gao clan seal legacy. The first academy in the world. With hundreds of years of spiritual energy accumulation, it gathered the strongest teaching force on Earth, covering all disciplines. The academy was filled with elite students handpicked from around the globe. Right now, a special recruitment event was underway. It was initiated by the first person at the academy to obtain a Moonlight Shadow card, the 5-star sword cultivator, Wu Hongfei. His goal was to find a card creator to act as his assistant in completing the Moonlight Shadow legacy. Since the legacy used cards as a medium and involved various seals, having a strong card creator was vital. Wu Hongfei set 3 strict requirements for the open selection. 1. A big reputation. 2. A portfolio of work. 3. A recommendation from a First Academy member. Even after meeting these, a popular vote was required. The conditions were incredibly harsh. A girl walked by, making male students so distracted they bumped into each other. They apologized quickly, but couldn't stop staring. Is that Senior Lu Yan? Probably. Both were captivated by her beauty. It's my first time seeing her in person. She's gorgeous. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto a table. He shouted furiously, damn it, damn it. Wu Hongfei, 18 years old, 5-star sword cultivator of the First Academy. Cancel this vote. Cancel it now. Picking a loser to be my partner? Are you trying to get me killed? The head of the Card Creators Association, sitting nearby, added, I absolutely do not agree either. He continued, The results were unexpected, but to cancel it. The head of the first academy held his head, sighing, "What a headache." Just as the tension peaked, the door swung open. They all jumped to their feet in surprise. Wu Hongfei shouted her name. Lu Yen. The head of the Card Creators Association was stunned into silence. The head of the first academy kept his hand on his head. What a mess. Such a headache. Wu Hongfei snapped. Lu Yen, what are you doing here? This has nothing to do with you. Lu Yen shot back. Nothing to do with me? You held an open selection based on the rules you set. It chose my brother, and now you want to backtrack? Do you think I'm just here for decoration? Wu Hongfei gritted his teeth. You, have you no shame? It's all because of you. If you hadn't been carrying that sword around bragging everywhere, people wouldn't even know about that trashy watermelon ninja card your brother made. He's a one-star beginner. His skill level is basic vocational training at best. You want a guy who makes watermelon ninjas tagging along. To do what? Slice fruit? Do you have any idea what I sacrificed for this Moonlight Shadow legacy? You're playing with me. Lu Yen asked coldly. Playing? Wu Hongfei maintained his arrogant attitude. Lu Yen continued. You organized the event. You set the rules. You even signed a contract with the Card Creators Association. You want to breach it? He had no comeback, so he played the petty card. I'll break the contract then. I'll just pay you off. Lu Yen was genuinely pissed. You wouldn't dare. She glared at him. Blue energy currents began to swirl around Lu Yen. Wu Hongfei gritted his teeth in anger. In the tense meeting room, the water glass and the nearby plants started to freeze over. The academy head stood up and sneezed. The head of the Card Creators Association was terrified. Is this her true power? Changing the environment just by surging her energy? The temperature seems to have dropped dozens of degrees in an instant. Despite her young age, her cultivation was terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Yen kept walking toward Wu Hongfei, that with a cold, expressionless face. Wu Hongfei remained defiant and angry. He said, Lu Yen, you know exactly what your brother is like. Why do you want to hold me back? Lu Yen replied calmly, I know my brother better than anyone. For him to grow, I need him to broaden his horizons. A set-based legacy card will teach him a lot. Wu Hongfei screamed in protest. Just for that. Are you kidding me? Lu Yen said, cut the crap. Keep your promise, or I'll make you pay. Seeing things spiral, the official stepped in. Lu Yen, calm down. This legacy is for sword cultivators. For student Wu, it's incredibly. Wu Hongfei cut him off. Save it. I get it. This won't be settled with words. He stomped his foot. Lu Yen responded with a razor-sharp gaze. They faced off. Wu Hongfei flexed his energy and barked. Let's be clear, I will never agree to have your loser brother as my support. The official broke into a cold sweat. We're doomed. He continued. As for making me pay, I'd like to see exactly what price you think you can extract from me. Lu Yen let out a soft huff. Umph. The academy official panicked and shouted, a war is about to break out. Call the campus security team to contain the situation immediately. While the card creator official calmly asked, should I step aside? The academy head was already running for his life. Is that even a question? Get out of here, fast. Wu Hongfei's face went dark. He quickly pulled out a card. He held it up to Lu Yan's face. How about this for a price? This is a master merit. There's only one per year for the whole academy. It can be traded for a month of exclusive tutoring from any master in the school, even retired ones. It took me a lot of effort to get this. I was saving it. Give this to your brother as compensation and call it even, okay? Lu Yan just let out no. The two officials who were running stopped in their tracks and looked back. Wait. There was no epic battle. Lu Yan was looking at the card. This is good stuff. Where'd you get it? Wu Hongfei replied gloomily. It cost a fortune, and I had to pull every trick in the book with a senior to trade for it. Lu Yan compromised. Fine. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll reluctantly accept this. Wu Hongfei snapped, reluctantly. He yelled in frustration. Are you kidding me? You're acting like you're the one getting ripped off. Lu Yan walked away, giving him a casual wave goodbye. He thought angrily. Humph, Lu Yan, don't think this is over. Once I get the legacy, I'll make you regret this. Lu Yan didn't care. She flew over to where the two officials were standing and landed gracefully. Oh, right, she said calmly before leaving. One more thing. Wu Hongfei, who had entered the room before her, snapped, give it a rest. Stop trying to scare me. She replied, relax, it doesn't really involve you. She pulled out a card. I got a delivery this morning. A surprise gift was inside. A Moonlight Shadow card. Wu Hongfei turned to stone. What? How is that possible? The two managers were just as shocked. Lu Yan added, so, starting now, I will also be one of the lead participants in this Moonlight Shadow legacy. And I, Lu Yan, solemnly declare once again, I choose my brother, Lu Ming, as my assistant. A high-pitched scream echoed. HHH. Qingming Vocational College, Qingming City. This wasn't a top-tier school like the one Lu Ming attended. Although it was old, it had long since declined and lost its prestige. Back then, they heard Senior Lu Ming let out a roar. Hey, your Grandpa Lu is here. You thugs better not think you can act tough. Lu Ming's hands moved like a blur, as if he had 10,000 arms, launching tens of thousands of attack cards. Then, wave after wave of screams followed. Mountains crumbled, seas dried up, and the wind scattered the clouds. He single-handedly brought down the mine and buried dozens of enemies alive. Isn't that terrifying? Lu Ming, from the watermelon ninja to those unnamed bull cards. If once was a fluke, twice is enough to prove his talent. But then again, it's not surprising. After all, he's Liu Yan's brother. With a sister that gifted, it's only natural the brother wouldn't be far behind. Mizzen said the mine incident proved the potential of these students. This morning, Xiaoyu and the others used their merit certificates for professional guidance. I believe they'll jump a rank after this training. The man turned and asked, very good. Where's Lu Ming? Lu Ming has been living off campus lately. He hasn't shown up, and he hasn't traded his certificate yet. Mizzen replied, however, you're the strongest card creator in this academy. Even in Qingming City, you're a top-tier figure. I'm sure Lu Ming will use his merit certificate to get professional coaching from you. So he put a hand on her shoulder and said, Mizzen, that I understand your concerns. Don't you worry. Today, I'm going to go all out on his guidance. I'll meticulously plan his cultivation, his daily schedule, his future prospects, the works. Mizzen replied, if that's the case, that's fantastic, Principal. The principal of Vocational College No. 2 laughed. A rare talent deserves the best responsibility. While chatting happily with Mizzen, someone suddenly burst through the door, shouting, Principal. He panted, it's about Lu Ming's certificate. It just showed up. Principal Jiang Feng asked calmly, well, why wasn't it brought to me? Did he choose a different coach? The staffer stammered. He didn't pick any of them. Jiang Feng asked in surprise, what do you mean he didn't pick any? The young man was at a loss for words. He sold the certificate. Beside them. Mizzen let out a shocked huh? She turned to the principal, expecting him to be furious. Instead, he broke into a smile that left Mizzen completely baffled. Then he let out a huge laugh. It seems our student Lu Ming is quite the maverick. At Lu Ming's house. He stood up and stretched. After resting for 2 days, the fatigue is finally gone. Sis called yesterday, saying she's got a mysterious gift for me. But if she's handling the Moonlight Shadow card, I don't need to stress anymore. Because of that Lightning Original card, I've taken a completely different path. I have a cultivation method that fits me better. I don't need some random tutor anymore. Besides, the school teachers have their limits. I might not even learn anything from them. Better to just stick to my own research. He then pulled out his own card. He grinned and said, haha, selling the principal's certificate fetched a nice bag of cash. Now I can use this money to level up my cultivation. I could keep making super bull boom booms to rank up steadily, but hitting my goal that way would take forever. 7 Savage Collision cards merged into 1 Super Bull Boom Boom. So what happens if I merge 7 Super Bull Boom Boom cards together? 49 bull heads? A Mega Bull year? Bull energy hitting the ceiling? Or maybe the Bull Demon King himself? Thinking of this, Lu Ming paused to reflect. He went into deep thought for a while. He fanned out a pile of Super Bull Boom Boom cards. Then he burst into an excited laugh. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. No point just sitting here. Let's get to work. He started the process. Super Bull Boom Boom has 7 bulls. If I'm not careful, I'll trample someone and it's game over. If they hit the shop, it'll be a massive headache. So the timing for the seal must be perfect. I can't wait for the bulls to charge. I have to trigger the original card the exact microsecond the bull card is activated. Not sure if this will work, but let's give it a shot. Lu Ming locked in. He pressed the activation button. Card successfully initiated. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2. Lu Ming was sweating bullets from the tension. 1. Lu Ming yelled now. Seal. A moment later, he let out a triumphant shout. It worked. This reaction. It's a completely new pattern. A crosshatch pattern. Now this is what I call real card-making skills. He held the card gleefully. Energy requirement is 1,000 points. Lower than my initial estimate. Must be thanks to the technical optimization. Suddenly, Lu Ming spotted a detail. He brought the card closer to see the pattern clearly. Wait, what is this design? Did I mess up somewhere? More importantly, where are the bulls? I better check this first. I'll decode the lines and make a few more, then find a safe spot for a field test. The sky was clear with a refreshing breeze. At the Card Creators Association, reception desk for the testing area. The receptionist said, hello, how can I help you? I want to test a card. Sure thing. What's your rank? I'm a 1-star card creator, Lu Ming replied. The receptionist smiled. Okay, your total fee is 100. For 1-star testing, please head down path A. Lu Ming added, actually, I want to use the 2-star testing area. The power of a single Super Bull Boom Boom is already huge. This new card isn't suitable for a 1-star facility to evaluate. The receptionist was surprised. 2-star? You're trying to test above your rank? A man asked, appearing from behind. He continued, let's see if you've actually got what it takes. He was the manager of the testing department, responsible for vetting the resolve of any 1-star rookie attempting a higher rank test. He pulled out a pink handkerchief. He handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't get the hint and just stared blankly. After holding out for a while without Lu Ming taking it, the manager scowled. He leaned in close to Lu Ming's ear and whispered, young man, keep your feet on the ground if you want to go far. Just be a good boy and head to the 1-star zone. Then he turned and walked away. Lu Ming looked annoyed. What's with this guy? Still playing mind games like some petty brat at his age? Then Lu Ming put his hand to his head, his attitude pulling a total 180. Senior is right. However, the power of the card I want to test this time is probably. The manager shot a glance back at Lu Ming. You didn't pass the evaluation. Got it. Lu Ming was left standing there, completely bewildered. Finally, he decided, fine, I'll just go to the 1-star zone then. The manager reached out and told a receptionist to clip his nails, completely ignoring Lu Ming. Once Lu Ming left, the manager sighed. Kids these days, no real skills, but a massive ego. If he has even a shred of talent, he'll just end up being a bad influence on the next generation. As for Lu Ming, he was heading to the elevator to go to the 1-star testing area. As soon as the doors opened, his eyes widened in shock. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Then he shouted, that's some good stuff. A male student was testing his card. Boom, crash, bang, whoosh. Lu Ming said in disbelief, the level here is just, wow, this place is a joke. A bald man behind Lu Ming looked irritated. Don't block the way, all right? Only then did Lu Ming notice someone behind him. He turned and said, sorry, I was just vibing. I heard this place was usually empty. The man replied, you must be new, huh? The normies all go through the manager to get to the 3-star areas. No wonder that old geezer was holding his hand out earlier. He was probably asking me for a bribe. Where's the money, then? Lu Ming sucked it up. Since he was already there, he chose a spot near the center to start his test. He walked up to the uncle from before and said, Uncle, sorry to bother you, but could you move to the edge a bit? I'm not sure how much raw power my card actually has. The uncle gave him a death stare. You got a problem, kid? This place is huge, and it's still not enough for you? People with your ego probably try to take up 2 stalls in a bathroom, too. Then he flipped him the bird and barked, I'm staying right here. Lu Ming walked away helplessly. Fine, I'm going. What is with people today? This test is important. I hope this place holds up. Then he held up his card and shouted, charge. The man from before couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? Energy currents began swirling around Lu Ming, and his entire body started to glow. His eyes blazed as he said, let's do this. He expected something epic and heroic to appear, but there was absolutely nothing in front of him. He pulled the card closer. Why is there no reaction? Is it really a dud? The uncle nearby mocked, nothing at all. A voice whispered in his ear, wreck it, boss? Lu Ming instinctively turned around. He froze when he saw a massive monster with a hideous face staring right at him. While Lu Ming was still stunned into silence, the monster took it as a yes. All right then. All 3 monsters he created raised their hammers aggressively. Everyone around panicked. Holy crap. What are those things? Lu Ming dodged to the side in terror, narrowly avoiding a hit. The uncle from earlier screamed, where did these monsters come from? The monsters went on a wild rampage, smashing everything in sight. The power they unleashed was absolutely terrifying. In an instant, the 1-star testing zone began to crack. It's gonna collapse. Mom, save me. Outside, the manager was drinking tea when he jumped. What the hell? An earthquake? Witnessing the chaos, Lu Ming felt a bit awkward. I might have overdone it a little, but why does the scene look so familiar? He held up the card he used and took another look. DUM. O 50. Isaac. The drawing on the card. It's actually a demolition scene. A young man ran up in a panic and asked Lu Ming what happened. Did anyone see where these bullheads came from? Someone else added, yeah. That was terrifying. I almost got trampled to death. Lu Ming stayed quiet, saying nothing. Then he blended in with the crowd. This is too much. The association really doesn't treat us 1-star rookies like human beings. Yeah, exactly. This is outrageous. He thought to himself, good thing I wasn't caught. It's like a dream you wake up from and still feel moved by. Suddenly, the manager and 2 aggressive henchmen burst in. What happened? Who did this? He demanded. What the hell happened to this testing area? The crowd shouted back. A bunch of bull-headed monsters just rampaged through here. It was insane. We almost died. The manager said, we have surveillance cameras. Whoever did this better confess now, and we'll consider being lenient. You don't want to make this a bigger deal than it is, right? The crowd grumbled, what? How can you say that? We're clearly the victims here. You didn't even ask if anyone was hurt. Seriously, they're just bullying us because we're 1 stars. Suddenly, the uncle from earlier raised his hand. I know who did it. He pointed straight at Lu Ming, who was standing there looking dazed. Manager, it was him. He summoned those monsters to wreck this place. I saw everything. Lu Ming felt the pressure. This is bad. I actually got caught. The manager crossed his arms. So, do you have anything to say for yourself? Lu Ming thought to himself, what a bunch of losers. Then he smirked and said, you want to talk? Fine. I've actually got plenty to say. I came here to test a single card. Just one. And look what happened. Your equipment is so outdated it can't even handle one hit. When was the last time you actually performed maintenance around here? The uncle from before chimed in again. That may be true, but the card you just tested was clearly way beyond the 1-star level, wasn't it? Lu Ming turned and pointed straight at the manager. Tell it to him. When I arrived, I requested the 2-star testing area, but you guys wouldn't let me. You have cameras everywhere. Go ahead and check if I'm lying. Immediately, everyone's eyes shifted toward the manager. He was backed into a corner, unable to find a comeback. Lu Ming added, and you kept going on and on. If you want to disrespect me personally, fine, I'll leave. But you don't even care about everyone else's safety? That's messed up. The ball man also spoke up. Yeah, he's right. You messed up big time, pal. Lu Ming smugly crossed his arms and said, oh, so now it's I this and I that. Are we 1-star card creators not worthy of a proper testing site? Do 1-star lives not matter? After he riled up his fellow 1-stars, the crowd started protesting. Yeah, exactly. You totally ignored us. This is outrageous. 1-stars have dreams too. The manager was fuming, but speechless. He gritted his teeth and thought, this brat is actually pretty interesting. But don't you dare look down on me. Time for some professional managerial dignity. Then he bowed a full 90 degrees. I am deeply sorry, he said, shocking everyone. This incident was caused by our negligence and arrogance. To make amends, everyone can go to the front desk and receive 10 free energy cards. The crowd cheered. Awesome. Now we're talking. Huh. And student Lu Ming, you may use the 2-star and 3-star testing areas for free this time as an experience. The manager said it while internally crying. I'm so not done with you, kid. Even though the manager was salty, he and the receptionist still saw Lu Ming off with a polite, we look forward to your next visit. Lu Ming wondered, how did it get so powerful? I literally blew the roof off the place. And based on the pattern, there should have been 3 bullheads, right? Hey, Mr. Cat, sorry to bother your afternoon nap. I'm really sorry, but I wanted to ask, did the change in the card face have something to do with that lightning water stain? Mr. Cat, who was resting, perked up his head when he heard Lu Ming's voice. Then he let out a little meow. Lu Ming took it as an answer. He bowed and said, get well soon. I'll take my leave. Mr. Cat went right back to sleep. Back at his shop. From now on, I'll just be a good boy and use these as cultivation cards to strengthen my foundation. I absolutely cannot use them as combat charms anymore. I've got to remember this lesson. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door. Lu Ming. And the person kept pounding on the door. Don't hide in there and stay quiet. I know you're home. Lu Ming looked toward the door. Broad daylight, and someone's already looking for trouble. He frowned as he went to open the door. Who is it? In front of him stood a tall, burly man who introduced himself as Jiang Wanshan. Lu Ming looked at him for a moment without saying anything. Then he asked, should I know who you are? The man held up a watermelon card. Is this your crap? Lu Ming took the card. Let me see. With all these people watching, he probably won't try anything crazy. After confirming it was his, Lu Ming said happily, oh, you want to buy a watermelon ninja? Come on in, valued customer. I'll go get one for you right away. He screamed in a rage, by my ass. I'm the parent of one of your victims. My kid used to be a top student, loved studying, loved working. He could have cruised into the city's best high school. But he got obsessed with your stupid watermelon ninja. And now he can't even get into a regular school. The onlookers started chiming in. See? I told you this stuff was sketchy. Yeah, all these cartoons and games should be banned. For real, kids these days need a tighter leash. The angry parent continued. Your irresponsible cards ruined my son. Whoa, take it easy, man. Let me pour you some tea. Lu Ming tried to stall. While the man was distracted, Lu Ming hit the silent alarm. If I may ask, how many cards was your son using a day? The man shouted back aggressively. I don't know, like 30 or 40. Lu Ming replied calmly, look, if you eat 30 or 40 meals a day, you'd burst too, wouldn't you? The crowd started whispering. Wait, that's a point. Keep it down. Mr. Shan roared, you shut your lying mouth. You think you're a cultivator? I was just gonna scare you a bit, but you're really asking for a damn beating. He lunged toward Lu Ming, completely unaware that Lu Ming was holding a super bull boom boom card. He kept cursing Lu Ming. You greedy scammers only care about profit. You all deserve to rot. Then he lunged at Lu Ming to attack him. Just as he was about to strike, his jaw dropped, and he let out a huge scream. Then his eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. Luckily, the neighborhood security guard arrived just in time. Lu Ming thought to himself, oof, that looks like it hurt. The security guard said, really sorry, Boss Lu, I'm a bit late. Lu Ming replied, "No worries, just make sure I get compensated for the damages to the shop." The guard answered, "Don't you worry. He won't get away with a single cent." Meanwhile, Jiang Wanshan remained motionless on the ground after being hit with the taser. Late at night, I'm done with the job. It turns out that Jiang Wanshan, the guy who caused trouble for Lu Ming earlier, was actually sent by someone else. He said, though it's a bit embarrassing, if we wanted to stir up trouble, there were better ways. Why'd I have to act like a total idiot? The other man turned and replied, "Well, you know, that kid is anything but ordinary." A new day arrives. Lu Ming woke up, opened the door, and said, "Time to grind." Then he stretched and let out a long yawn. In the middle of his refreshing stretch, he suddenly spotted a girl sitting right in front of his shop. A girl wearing a skirt that barely reached her thighs. She was casually chewing gum. Sitting right there on the doorstep of Lu Ming's shop. Lu Ming cleared his throat and said, "Hey kid, do you know it's pretty rude to blow bubbles while someone else is shouting their morning slogans?" He smoothed his hair and continued, waiting in line like this. "Are you here for a signed Watermelon Ninja card from yours truly?" The girl kept chewing her gum, staring at Lu Ming. Then she asked, "Are you really Lu Yan's younger brother?" Lu Ming sat down next to her and replied, "Huh, yeah, that's me." She then rummaged through her backpack and said, "Then I'm in the right place." She pulled out an envelope and handed it to him. "Here." Lu Ming took the envelope. Inside was a letter of apology. "Dear shop owner, I am Jiang Wanshan, the one who caused trouble yesterday. After going home, I realized the error of my ways. I feel terrible about the damage I caused. However, my family is broke and I can't pay you back. After careful thought, I've decided to let my daughter work at your shop to pay off the debt. I'll be out looking for extra work to pay the rest. If you find her clumsy, feel free to kick her to the curb. I'm sure she'll find a way to survive. Sincerely, a guilty Jiang Wanshan." Lu Ming chewed on a snack, muttering, "What the hell? Even manga plots aren't this ridiculous." He looked at the girl and asked, "So, that's why you're here?" The girl answered innocently, "Yeah, my dad dropped me off. He didn't say much, just told me to listen to you and do whatever you say. By the way, it's roasting in here. Are you too cheap to turn on the AC?" Lu Ming thought while eating this direct, My competitors must be trying to use a honey trap to ruin my ambition. Since playing hardball didn't work, they're going for the soft approach. While Lu Ming was lost in his vulgar and clumsy thoughts, the girl suddenly asked, "Are you going to finish that Coke?" Thinking back to Jiang Wanshan's appearance yesterday, a mischievous smirk played on Lu Ming's face. "All right then, let's play." He turned to her and asked, "What's your name?" "Zhang Yuebai," she replied. "You're not in school?" "I skipped grades. I'm already in middle school." "Damn, that's young. I guess you've already picked your class, right?" He tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Wanna become a card creator?" She turned and tossed her empty Coke can into the trash, flat out refusing. "No way." Lu Ming sighed. Staying home is useless, no drive. All these traits combined. Isn't that just the definition of a shut-in? He recalled his past life. Old Lu's kid is already going bald. Still no girlfriend? Are you an IT guy? Talk about a dead-end job. Almost 30 and still a total loser. Seeing Lu Ming look depressed, Yuebai asked with concern, "What's up with you?" Lu Ming replied, "Nothing. Just thinking about world peace. It's moving. Didn't your dad say to listen to me? Here, try drawing this. This is the basic work of a card shop." He handed her a notebook and a pen. Yuebai took them and said, "I don't know how to do this." Lu Ming acted indifferent. "It's the most basic stuff." Then he turned and asked, "Yuebai, if you're here and can't actually help me with anything, what do you actually want to be when you grow up?" Yuebai's eyes lit up. She said, "A sword cultivator." Lu Ming laughed to himself. Kids will be kids. That's exactly why you have to become a card creator. Yuebai asked, confused, "I don't follow your logic." Lu Ming explained, "Because a card creator can seal everything. Every single sword cultivator skill can be sealed into a card. Chi cultivators, armor cultivators, whatever. There isn't a single smart one that a card creator can't handle." Yuebai asked in surprise, "So I can be as strong as Lu Yin one day?" Lu Ming patted her shoulder and said, "Little Bai, you have to realize there's no such thing as a natural genius. Back in the day, your senior Lu Yin also had to learn every sword move step by step. As her brother, I know exactly how much she sacrificed to get where she is today. So if you're willing to research, endure the grind, and work hard to seal every sword skill into cards, becoming the next Lu Yin, or even surpassing her, is only a matter of time." Little Bai turned to Lu Ming with pure determination. "When do we start? I want to learn how to seal skills from every sword sect." "Whoa, don't rush. I'll teach you how to condense an original card first." The two of them began the lesson. "These are my personal notes. They contain many techniques and insights. You can take your time to read and learn from them. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me anytime." Lu Ming sat by the door, lost in thought. It's this late, and he still hasn't shown up? Did he really just dump Xiaobai here? If he actually doesn't come, how am I supposed to sleep tonight? While he was brooding, Xiaobai stood behind him and asked, "So, After condensing the original card, what's next? Lu Ming stared at Xiaobai, dumbfounded. Xiaobai learned so fast it made Lu Ming cry inside. Is this the gap between humans and geniuses? Am I just here to make up the numbers? Seeing Lu Ming's dazed expression, Xiaobai asked again, when can I start sealing sword cultivator skills? Suddenly, Fatty called out from a distance, Brother Lu, let me tell you something. It seemed Xiaobai knew Fatty. Seeing him, she shouted, Fatty? What are you doing here? Fatty immediately covered his face and tried to turn away. Why are you running? Lu Ming grabbed Fatty's shirt, pulled him back, and asked, wait, you two know each other? Xiaobai replied, he used to come to my dad's office to steal exam papers. He got caught and took a brutal beating. Fatty started sobbing, hugging Lu Ming's leg. Brother Lu, you have no idea. Principal Jiang is ruthless. Lu Ming was stunned. Principal? He rubbed his chin, thinking, that Jiang Wanshan is a principal? How is that even possible? Lu Ming turned back to Xiaobai. Your dad isn't Jiang Wanshan? Xiaobai answered innocently. No, Jiang Wanshan is my uncle. Fatty added, her dad is Jiang Feng. Brother Lu, did you really not know? So this was all the principal's setup? To dump his daughter on me. He hired extras to put on a whole show? It couldn't just be because of my handsome looks and talent. Lu Ming pulled out a comb to fix his hair and said, Fatty, watch how Brother Lu settles this score for you today. Really, Brother Lu? You're like a real brother to me. Xiaobai, give me your dad's number. Xiaobai didn't hesitate and gave it to him. Lu Ming dialed. Hello, a deep male voice answered. Are you Jiang Feng? Your daughter is in my hands. Transfer 300,000 to me right now, or the hostage gets it. Hold on, let me light a cigarette. On the other end, the voice said, you're Lu Ming, aren't you? Lu Ming immediately flipped his tone. Just kidding, principal. Didn't expect you to recognize me so fast, haha. I say, are you that bored? Just get to the point. When are you picking up your daughter? Is my daughter being disobedient? Is she not adorable? Is my daughter not smart? The flood of questions came so fast he couldn't keep up. None of them were right. This principal is definitely not a simple guy. He continued, so what are you unhappy about? Lu Ming replied, it's just that you don't know me. Aren't you afraid of sending her to the wrong person? He laughed loudly, haha perhaps. But a while ago, the police cracked a case involving nude shot loans. I found some very miraculous records in there. And Lu Yin from the First Academy just happened to get another Moonlight Shadow card. Yesterday, the Card Creators Association called, saying a student wrecked their one-star testing area and asked me to confirm if it was mine. Lu Ming, what do you think? Oh, right. When you were a kid, you liked peeking at your sister in the shower and got thrashed by your dad. Lu Ming thought, this old man is shameless. He yelled, stop. I've never met someone so omniscient. Then he slumped to the ground. Principal, you're really putting me in a spot. It seemed the principal knew Lu Ming's parents. My situation here is a bit special for now. Keep Xiaobai with you for a while. She's got good survival skills and is very independent. You won't have to put in much effort, but I really don't have the ability to take care of her. Speak up then. How much do you need? I haven't thought it through yet. I'll let you know when I do. Then he hung up. Sigh. In the end, you'll still have to cough up the money. Fatty stood nearby and said, Brother Lu, I feel like you lost that battle of wits. Lu Ming quickly defended himself. What do you know? This is strategy. Xiaobai, let me explain. Xiaobai turned away and said, if there's nothing else, I'm going to study. I promised your dad I'd look after you for a while, but I definitely can't do it for free. What kind of benefit do you think I should ask for? Fatty whispered to Lu Ming, Brother Lu, this isn't right. Xiaobai's way too young. You can't actually go through with it. Lu Ming angrily smacked Fatty in the face with a book. Go through with what? Use your brain. Then Xiaobai gave her input. I feel like if you just ask for money, you'll spend it all very quickly. But if you gain knowledge or skills, they'll stay with you forever. Lu Ming rubbed his chin. That's a good point. Xiaobai, you're definitely the principal's daughter. So what do you think I should learn? Xiaobai pointed at the book Lu Ming had just smashed into Fatty's face. I feel like this one is good. The book was Essentials of Coding and Encryption. Lu Ming flipped through it. He nodded and said, yeah, that's solid. Not every card can be low cost like the Watermelon Ninja. With encryption tech, I won't have to worry about people easily pirating my work. This tech is expensive too. The cheapest cores cost 60,000. Nice work. You're the best at rebelling against your dad. Lu Ming immediately called the principal back. Thinking of it that fast, huh? That's right. I want a course on encryption technology. Principal Jiang agreed to the deal instantly. Lu Ming felt like he got played. Did I ask for too little? Principal Jiang added, but I have one condition. I hope you teach her to be a card creator. It's safer than other professions. Even if she faces danger, she should have the ability to protect herself. Don't let her end up like her mother. Lu Ming gave a devious smile. Understood. The two finished their talk, meaning the transaction was a success. Fatty asked, done? Lu Ming nodded. Yep. Xiaobai, did your dad give you any other instructions? That's it. He just told me to listen to you. Suddenly, Xiaobai remembered something. Oh right. Before, he always emphasized that card creators are strong, but hearing you talk about sealing sword cultivator skills finally gave me a direction. I will definitely work hard on card making, hoping to soon become a sword sovereign. And be as powerful as Lu Yen. Lu Ming held her shoulder and said, that's right. I believe in you. From now on, you're my apprentice. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she agreed immediately. Yes, master. She called him master right away, and Lu Ming flashed a satisfied smile. Xiaobai kept calling him master, and Lu Ming replied with a very pleased, MHM. Fatty stood nearby, clapping his hands. Lu Ming turned and asked, why are you still here? Speak up. What are you here for today? Fatty began to state his purpose. Hee, brother Lu, I'm not gonna lie, my illusion skills have leveled up big time. Lu Ming crossed his arms and asked skeptically, for real? Since when are you serious? Fatty replied, gotta be serious. My core concept can now change the illusion's color based on the user's mood. Lu Ming was surprised, thinking to himself, color shifting? That's a technique I couldn't master even if I worked myself to death in my past life. Lu Ming happily grabbed Fatty's shoulders and asked repeatedly, you really did it? Quick, show me. Fatty replied, hold your horses, hold your horses. I need to get into the right headspace. Xiaobai, you watch and learn too. Take notes. This is valuable experience. Xiaobai stood by and replied, yes, master. After Fatty cast the illusion, a dog appeared before them. Xiaobai said, shake. Give me your paw. Lu Ming turned to Xiaobai and asked, wait, isn't this just a regular dog? Fatty hurriedly pointed forward and said, everyone look. Then everyone fixed their eyes on the illusion. It changed color. Fatty stood to the side, totally feeling himself. Doesn't the color look better? Doesn't it look fiercer? Lu Ming felt helpless. Fatty continued, when my emotions change, the color intensity of this pup changes too. All right, I get it. Dismiss the illusion, Lu Ming said. As the illusion ended, Fatty kept rambling. When I'm happy, it's the color of joy. When I'm sad, it's the color of loneliness. When I'm hyped, it's a different color. When I'm bored, it's just filler. Lu Ming didn't care and let Fatty talk to himself. He said, Xiaobai, go over there and practice. Then Lu Ming turned back to see Fatty out. Come on, follow me. Fatty still tried to get a word in. Brother Lu, don't worry. Once I master the sky color changing technique, I'll be top tier. Soon. Lu Ming slammed the door shut. Lu Ming sighed. The guy's a lost cause. Xiaobai called from behind. Master, my dad replied to your message. It's probably the files for the encryption technology. Lu Ming happily clicked to view. Nice, your dad is really efficient. Lu Ming clicked into the message. Inside, it showed D-level encryption. Lu Ming thought that old fox is even craftier than I thought. He really gave me the smallest package. Xiaobai replied, that's just how my dad rolls. You'll get used to it. Lu Ming turned to Xiaobai and said, oh well, at least it saved me 60,000. Right, what's your original card's energy level right now? Time to show off. Xiaobai pulled out her original card, and the number displayed was 100. Lu Ming tried his best to act like he was fine. Xiaobai unknowingly rubbed salt in the wound. It's still so low. Why did it take you over 6 months to condense yours? His original card starting value was only 15 points. Was the gap between humans really this huge? Xiaobai stood there confused. Master? Lu Ming pretended to be cool. Apprentice, that's a bit low. It seems your master's lesson on card lines will have to wait for later. Xiaobai balled her fists, showing her resolve. I'll work even harder. Then Xiaobai turned around to train. Lu Ming stood there thinking, if you work any harder, how am I supposed to survive? Then he turned to his phone and thought, better hurry and study this D-level encryption, the line patterns, and special algorithms. D-level encryption is entry level. It has 92 common lines, used for 1-star and 2-star cards. The cracking time is 24 hours, similar to other lines. Once someone tries to force crack the card, it self-destructs. Lu Ming thought in IT terms. It's probably 3 modules. The energy module handles transport, the encryption module handles the algorithm, and the release module handles the function. The core is likely the encryption module, basically the pattern of the encryption itself. Then he started working. It was already 10:31 p.m. After a period of hard work, he finally finished the encryption layer covering the card's original lines. Now the original lines of the card can't be detected anymore. It's basically like adding a lock. Adding the top layer using the tech isn't hard. But this is just way too simple. A basic encryption pattern can't hide any real secrets. The key is how to make the encryption lines not interfere with the card's original pattern. Is it really just about slapping a layer on top? That's just ridiculous. A single D-level encryption card is trash. But what if I use the same method as before and stack multiple encryption cards? What happened then? Saying this, Lu Ming immediately got to work. Xiao, I happened to bring him some food at that moment. She was totally amazed. Just as expected, the first 6 cards didn't show any effect. It all comes down to this final moment. After the 7th try, he finally succeeded. That's my boy. It actually worked. Lu Ming held the card up to inspect it. Huh, this is Xiao Bai. That suddenly spoke up, Master, it's late. Aren't you going to sleep? He replied, MHM. Found a few issues. Still needs more deep dive research. Xiao Bai leaned in to watch him. Lu Ming continued. You can practice making energy cards on your own first. Tonight, your master needs to pull an all-nighter for something big. Xiao Bai clapped to cheer him on. Master, you're so hard-working. I'll work twice as hard too. The next morning, Xiao Bai brought up breakfast and saw a pile of discarded papers. She called out, Master, time for breakfast. Take a break. Suddenly, a crumpled ball of paper rolled to her feet. Curious, she opened it to take a look. There was a drawing inside. Xiao Bai immediately crumpled it back up. So ugly. She tossed it behind her and said, Master, take a rest. Watch your health. Hearing no response from Lu Ming, she asked again, Master, are you okay? Lu Ming tried to act like he was fine. I'm great, Xiao Bai. Your master is about to hit the big time. Quick, call Fatty and tell him to get over here. I got a new card idea. This time, we're going to strike it rich. Fatty rushed over to Lu Ming's shop immediately. Lu Ming, we're going to be loaded. How much commission are you giving me? Lu Ming cut him off. Shut it. Business first. Fatty began channeling the illusion again. He counted down 3, 2, 1, go. At that exact moment, Lu Ming held out the card. The two forces merged into one. Fatty asked excitedly, is it done? In Lu Ming's hand was the finished card. Xiao Bai asked, Master, what kind of card is this? Lu Ming explained, this is the crystallization of my wisdom. You could say it's one of a kind. If you want to get rich, it's all riding on this. Master, I just want to know what this card actually does. Lu Ming put on a serious face. Xiao Bai, right now, you just focus on what I tell you to learn. How's your energy card practice coming along? Xiao Bai pulled out a backpack full of energy cards. I made all of these over the last few days. She added, Master, am I a bit of slow learner? Lu Ming tried to stay cool and just gave a grunt. Compared to your master, you need to step it up, but it's okay for now. Fatty stood behind Lu Ming and whispered, Brother Lu, I remember you used to. Before he could finish, Lu Ming knocked him out with a punch. What could that brain of yours possibly remember? All right, let me tell you both what this card actually does. See these 2 arrows? One is for energy supplement, representing charging the card. The other arrow is for activation, meaning releasing the card. Xiao Bai asked while munching on a cookie, charging and releasing? Is this like you let the dogs out? Lu Ming laughed. It's not letting dogs out, it's letting the fish out. Are we ready? We're about to become the kings of the sea. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai asked, King of the sea? Fatty chimed in, Kid, all you need to know is we're raising fish. Exactly, it's fish farming. I named it the Kuan card. It's the result of my painstaking research over the past few days. It's my first composite card. Composite card? Xiao Bai was confused again. It combines cultivation and summoning into one. The more energy you pump in, the stronger the Kuan inside grows. When summoned, it'll be way more powerful than a one-time summon. It can deliver a devastating blow to save you in a pinch. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Xiao Bai praised him. Master, you're incredible. Fatty asked eagerly, Brother Lu, when do we start selling? Lu Ming replied, No ruse. This D-level encryption can only stop small workshops. If a real MasterCard creator tries to crack it, it's a piece of cake. I have to find a way. Lu Ming thought, what if it ends up like the Watermelon Ninja incident? Xiao Bai spoke up while eating. My dad mentioned before that the Card Creators Association can issue copyright certifications. Once it's certified, people won't dare to mess with it. Thanks to Xiao Bai's suggestion, the 3 of them had a breakthrough. Lu Ming immediately looked it up. The Card Creators Association definitely wouldn't acknowledge a joke like the Watermelon Ninja, but the Kuan card was different. It had a formal structure and a powerful summoning nature, way better than those flashy, cheap toys on the street. After they checked the association's website, Xiao Bai said, Dad said you have to join the association first before you can get certified. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to click. He started registering. On the screen, the referrer field popped up. Lu Ming and Fatty looked at each other with a silent understanding. Isn't this a piece of cake? They immediately typed Jiang Feng into the refer box. Lu Ming turned to Xiao Bai and said, having a powerful dad definitely comes in handy. In less than a few seconds, a reply email arrived. He didn't hesitate and clicked to read it. The membership application has been denied. Lu Ming's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. What the hell is your dad doing? Is he trolling me? He immediately grabbed his phone to call Xiao Bai's dad. As soon as the other end picked up, he blurted out, Principal, you knew I was applying to the Card Creators Association, so why didn't you approve it? What's the deal here? On the other end, the principal said, oh, about that. Thought it was a call from the higher-ups. Lu Ming asked back, a small fry like me actually caught the attention of the big shots? The principal explained, ever since your Watermelon Ninja card appeared, A bunch of card creators in the association have been spending all day just trying to copy those types of cards. Everyone just wants to go viral and make a quick buck. Simply put, it's not professional. The association thinks you've tarnished the image of card creators. Hearing this, all three of them felt completely demoralized. Then Fatty patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said, man. He basically called Lu Ming a total jinx. Standing nearby, Xiaobai said indignantly, what does any of this have to do with Master? It's their own fault for trying to copy him. Fatty asked, what do we do now? If we can't join the association, we can't get a copyright. How are we supposed to make bank like this? Hearing that, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. He said, we're definitely making that money. Do these people really think independent card creators are easy targets? A bunch of haters. I'll show you a high-tech game card really looks like. Half a month later, Lu Ming stretched after finishing a huge batch of coin cards. He held up a card and said, Xiaobai. All right, we have enough now. Are you ready, Xiaobai? We're about to make some serious dough. Xiaobai spoke up, Master, can we eat first? She clutched her stomach, grimacing from hunger. Lu Ming looked at her and said, Xiaobai, today's a special day. Your master is personally hitting the kitchen. Xiaobai said happily, really? Awesome. What are you making, Master? To celebrate the Kuan card, we're obviously eating fish. A delicious, steaming hot plate of fish was brought out. Xiaobai looked at it gleefully. Whoa, it looks so good. Fatty, standing there hoping for a free meal, chimed in, whoa, brother Lu. How did you know I love fish? Huh? Lu Ming replied, shut it. I only asked you over to discuss the pricing for the Kuan card. This fish is for Xiaobai. Forget about it. Suddenly, Xiaobai called out, Master, interrupting him. She said, you worked the hardest. The fish head is for you. Lu Ming blushed in embarrassment. It's not that big a deal. Actually, Before he could finish, he looked down in shock. Lu Ming scowled as he saw the two of them eating like ravenous beasts. I didn't even say we could start eating. Can you guys think about the pricing for me first? Special flash news. Only 2,000. For just 2,000, you can own a one-of-a-kind card. 2,000 is a steal. Don't be fooled, don't miss out. Lu Ming held a megaphone outside the shop, hawking the Kuan cards. Passers-by started whispering, 2,000 card? That's way too expensive. What kind of card is this that you're charging so much? Lu Ming looked at Xiaobai and said, Secretary Bai, explain to them why it's worth 2,000. Xiaobai began her pitch. This is the Kuan card, the latest model we've developed. It's a pet-type card that you can raise yourself. Theoretically, it can be cultivated to 6 stars or higher. The stronger the cultivator, the more powerful the summoned pet. Smashing a 4-star as a 2-star isn't just a dream. The crowd started buzzing. Seriously? A card to get girls? What are they thinking? Is this a scam? It's so expensive, who's gonna buy it? Wait, isn't this the shop that sold the Watermelon Ninja cards? Those were actually pretty good. One of them suddenly raised his hand and shouted, I'll take 10. I don't have cash. Can I swipe my card? Lu Ming immediately pulled out the card reader. Of course. You're very welcome. Come back again soon. After that person left, others started buying too. Seems interesting. I'll take one. Give me one too. At that moment, the mysterious first buyer revealed himself. It was Fatty. Once he was far away from the shop, Fatty showed his face. He grinned and sent a text to Lu Ming. Xiaobai said to Lu Ming, Master, even with Fatty acting as a shill, we only swayed 5 people to buy. Is this really going to work? Lu Ming explained, you don't get it. Fatty's stunt and all our previous work were just to set the stage for the real marketing blitz happening now. Online, the chatter started. What's this Kuan card? Who would buy that? Sounds fake as hell. Actually, I just bought one, and it feels pretty solid. LOL. Someone else commented, stop the cap. I heard the Watermelon Ninja creator made a new card. Hey, anyone in Qingming City can bring one over so I can check it out? Lu Ming broke into a satisfied smile. Finally, people started swarming in to buy the cards. Boss, give me one Kuan card. I was here first. 5 cards for me. Hey, you're stepping on my foot. A mysterious figure was secretly tailing Lu Ming. A voice echoed through the silent night. What kind of nonsense is he up to this time? Principal Jiang replied, Director Yang, this time it's anything but nonsense. Take a closer look at this. Mr. Yang, loud a surprise though. Isn't he just a 1-star? How could he have mastered this technique? Principal Jiang replied, to have this kind of talent at such a young age. Leaving Xiaobai with him was definitely the right move. Mr. Yang put the card down and told the principal, bring this kid to me. I need to get some clear answers. This Mr. Yang was none other than the chairman of the Card Creators Association. The principal immediately contacted Lu Ming. What? You want me at the association at midnight? I've been busy all day. Fine. There are things we need to ask you. It's important, and it's not just me. Someone else wants to meet you too. Finally, Lu Ming got dressed up and went to meet the principal. Along the way, he thought, what's with all this secrecy? After a while, he arrived at the location. The meeting was set inside the main hall. Jiang Feng opened the door for him. Hello, principal. He replied, MHM, get in here. Mr. Yang tapped his cane. Finally, I meet the man himself. Then he walked up to Lu Ming and said, greetings. I am Zhang Yang, the chairman of the Qingming branch of the Card Creators Association. Lu Ming reached out for a handshake and said, yeah, I know. Just now, that when I walked in, I saw your black and white photo on the wall. I thought something terrible had happened. Lu Ming's comment left both old men completely speechless. Zhang Yang pulled out a card and said, cough, cough. Actually, it's nothing major. I just wanted to ask about that Kuan card you released recently. Did you make this card yourself? No one helped you? I find it hard to believe. Do you realize that layering is a skill only card creators at 4 stars or higher can learn? Lu Ming thought to himself, 4 stars? Damn, is it really that high level? Wait, why is there an extra layer in the encryption section? So the card surface really only has a certain capacity. Even with hundreds of lines, that's the limit. How do you fit thousands or tens of thousands of lines? This is it. The gold card layer is a high-level card with multiple layers. The staircase connecting the card layers is the key to composite cards. If the Lightning Original Card Fusion hadn't shown me this, I don't know how long it would have taken to break into such a high-level field. I really owe Mr. Cat one. Right? I can't let anything about Mr. Cat slip. I can't let these 2 old geezers get suspicious. Lu Ming then let out a heavy sigh. I knew I couldn't hide it. Yes, someone did help me with the layering technique. My sister showed me some of her exclusive card creator resources. Zhang Yang gave a hollow laugh. I keep forgetting he's the younger brother of that absolute monster, Lu Yin. Your sister. Cough. Never mind. This card and the Watermelon Ninja are both game cards, but I know they're fundamentally different. The Watermelon Ninja has no real technical depth, just creativity and inspiration, while this card is just simple layering, which isn't much to a high-level card creator. But its basic line patterns are nearly perfect. He then put a hand on Lu Ming's shoulder and said, you're doing great. Keep up the good work, young man. Jiang Feng asked Lu Ming with a bright smile, is Xiaobai doing okay at your place? When do you plan on teaching her the layering technique? Lu Ming replied, I was actually planning to teach her today. So, now could you 2 please stop cornering me? If that's all, can I go now? Zhang Yang turned to Jiang Feng and said, Xiao Feng, I know you've always admired me, but you don't have to copy everything I do. Lu Ming spoke up, seniors, if there's nothing else, I'm out. I'll make sure to teach Xiaobai properly. Mr. Yang turned to Jiang Feng and said, Xiao Feng, I can't believe you actually sent your daughter to another man's house. You must be losing it. Mr. Feng replied, humph, even if I'm losing it, at least I don't hang up black and white photos of myself. Oh, and on your way out, tell my assistant to change that photo in the hallway to a color one for me. In another location, a boss was fuming. Lu Ming, that brat, actually created a viral hit. Stay calm. This time we must stay calm. So boss, what's the plan? Pirate that card for me. If you don't have it ready today, nobody goes home for dinner. By then, Lu Ming had returned to the shop. Xiaobai said, Master, you're back. What did my dad want you at the association for? Oh man, I totally forgot to ask about joining the association. Whatever, those 2 old guys are bad news anyway, Lu Ming groaned. Xiaobai said, Master, the 300 Kuan cards will probably be sold out by tomorrow. Should we pull an overtime shift today to stock up? Lu Ming replied, that was fast. You've worked hard lately. Get some rest early tonight. Total of 300 cards at 2,000 each. That's 600,000 in revenue. Minus the 100,000 cost. That's a net profit of 500,000. I never made this much in my past life, even until the day I died. These past 2 weeks of grinding were totally worth it. But if I don't get that copyright certification soon, it's going to get pirated eventually. Xiaobai saw Lu Ming still on his computer and asked, Master, not sleeping? Still working overtime? Lu Ming replied, yeah, I've got to figure out the copyright thing. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Ding dong. Dear Mr. Lu Ming, congratulations. You have been granted membership eligibility. Please click accept or decline. Xiaobai stood behind him, overjoyed. Whoa, Master, your application went through. Lu Ming clicked the mouse, moving the cursor straight to the decline button. Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Qin Shankai was holding one of Lu Ming's cards in his hand. A successful businessman like me won't be stumped by a little layering trick. It's basically just energy activation and releasing a jumping fish. He turned to his employees. Layering is hard, but we just need a high-level card creator who knows the tech. An employee interjected, boss. But he kept going. Cracking a 2-layer encryption and hiring high-level talent is pricey. But on the black market, 1 Kuan card goes for 10,000 renminbi. Back at the HR office, Lu Ming was talking. 10,000 renminbi? What kind of card has that much pull? The staffer replied, Mr. Lu Ming, your skill and judgment are top tier, but layered cards aren't officially certified yet. Because layering creates too many variables. Without restrictions, the database would be flooded with junk, said the 3-star HR manager of the association, Chen Taiyan. Lu Ming finally realized the situation. I see. Then make a request. I'll do my best to talk to the higher-ups for you. Lu Ming stood up, leaning on the desk. Copyright certification. We need to look at this with depth and from multiple angles. You think my Kuan card is just some normal layer card? The staffer asked, is it not? Of course not. Have you read the news about summoners lately? A one-star card creator almost put the entire summoner industry out of business. The Kuan card is the first pet card in history. This impact isn't just in card making. It's spread to every profession. Lu Ming beat his chest. I don't want to be a one-star forever. Do you want to be a desk clerk your whole life? The staffer replied, no. Lu Ming continued. Are we card creators going to be stepped on by other professions forever? By now, the staffer was fired up to the max. No way. That's BS. Her outburst even startled Lu Ming. She then covered her face, embarrassed. That was unprofessional. No, it wasn't. Approve Lu Ming's certification. Rules shouldn't hold us back. A voice came through the camera. It was Zhang Yang. Well, this kid's got spirit, right? The appraiser agreed. Back at the shop, Lu Ming said, Xiaobai, I'm back. Xiaobai ran out to greet him. Master, you're amazing. You actually convinced them. It was nothing. Is the Kuan card data ready? Xiaobai held it up. Done ages ago. Look, Master, it's approved. Lu Ming smirked. Next step, the public launch. At Xinshingsai's villa, he was saying, Lu Ming's production capacity is tiny. No threat at all. This is how assembly line efficiency works. I'm getting back everything I lost last time. The 4-star card creator, Wu Bai, asked, Boss Qian, what's your prize for the money magnet Kuan? 10,000. Why? Wu Bai said about that. I just saw the Kuan card copyright in the association's vault, along with the blueprints. Boss Qian, you okay? Qian Shunkai panicked. How is that possible? The employees worried, boss. He went ballistic, clutching his head. A layered card got certified. Are they insane? With the copyright news out, Kuan fever exploded. What level is your Kuan? Haha. Mine is Osuta 13 Chichinch. Level doesn't matter. Did you evolve it? Mine is a Supreme Kuan. Whoa, are you a Yang Kuan? I'm a Chun Kuan, not Yang Kuan. Pirated versions also flooded the market. 20 days later, Xiaobai brought a cardboard box to Lu Ming. Master, your shipment's here. He replied, set it down. Xiaobai, come check this out. Lu Ming said happily, this is the balance sheet. Each blueprint is listed at 5,000. After the association's cut and taxes, we've cleared 1 million. Plus, these blueprints will keep generating passive income forever. The two shared a look of pure greed and started dancing. 20 days, 100,000 in costs, 16-hour workdays. Good thing I had this kid to help. Lu Ming said, Xiaobai, Master's treating you today. Anything you want. Xiaobai cheered, I want a seal sword cultivator skills. This hit Lu Ming like a ton of bricks. He asked, what's your energy level now? 150 points, He patted her shoulder. Still too weak. Master will teach you more basic lines first to level you up. Sealing sword skills is only a matter of time. Xiaobai vowed, I'll work even harder. Go for it. Lu Ming cried internally. I'll buy you a giant snack pack later. Master is about to break through to 2-star. Go practice on your own. Xiaobai left, cheering for him. Lu Ming opened his package and pulled out a card. I don't believe I can't tame you. On the table was a cat god car manual. Mr. Cat, about that female cat thing last time. I'm sorry I offended you. I've reflected on it. Maybe I didn't get your type right. So this time, I picked this special one for you. I'm sure she'll win you over. Before he could finish, the cat he brought was kicked into orbit by Mr. Cat. The next morning, Xiaobai woke up groggy. She gasped when she saw Lu Ming's swollen face. Master, what happened to your face? Lu Ming gave a hollow laugh. Oh, tried to save a stray cat last night and got jumped by a stinky cat. Just you wait. Once I'm a top-tier pro, I'm going to tame you completely. Xiaobai turned to leave. I'll go buy you some medicine. Lu Ming called out, I'm fine. Just prep the energy cards. Today, your master hits 2-star. He looked at the card in his hand. Current energy, 340. With the dismantle card's peak cultivation speed of 100 points a day, 7 days is all I need. 7 days later. Haha, pay to win feels so good. Lu Ming laughed. The energy capacity in my body is huge now. My old energy levels are just a tiny fraction. Xiaobai marveled, you did it. Master, you're so cool. Just 2-star. No big deal. 2-star to 3-star needs 10,000 energy. At 100 points a day, that's a 100,000 point investment if each boost costs a point. Lu Ming looked at the math and panicked. 10 million. Holy crap. He cried inside. Is this the price for taking a shortcut? Xiaobai said, the teachers at the 3rd high school are only 3-star, right? Lu Ming replied, to level up fast without just grinding, you gotta drop cash. Or take the shortcut. Combat, adventure, dungeon diving. That's what combat-type cultivators do. As soon as he said it, Xiaobai appeared in full tactical gear with a weapon. Let's go. Lu Ming grumbled. What kind of 2-star card creator spends all day fighting? Where's the dignity? We'll take it slow. The Kuan card still makes good money. He sipped tea. High-speed cultivation while making money in my sleep. Isn't that the dream? Xiaobai pulled out a giant tea mug. Master, when I break through, will you give me that much money too? Lu Ming said, you're young, take it one step at a time. Xiaobai replied, I'll work hard to catch up to you. Lu Ming thought, before, I could only handle low-level cards. Now that my energy is up, I can finally touch 2-star cards. If my skills get stronger, I can make even better cultivation cards. The dismantle card isn't enough anymore. Even though making cards is how we train, I made way too many dismantle cards in those 7 days. The cost is too high and they're hard to sell. I need to find a way to make something that trains me and sells well. Maybe I'll try fusing them again. I made over 200 dismantle cards for my breakthrough. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. Lu Ming began the fusion. Absorb. Fuse. After the fusion, a card featuring a grave and a white cloth appeared. What the hell is this? A grave with a flag? The card art is going full modern art on me. Is this some kind of underworld ability? Like, I release it and a grave pops up with a flag? He searched online for info. He searched grave card. A bunch of results popped up. Grave rave, party with the dead, and other weird stuff. What kind of nonsense is this? There was even a happy water result. Lu Ming cried. He facepalmed. What is this trash? My eyes burn. I have to research my own card. 3-star card needs 10,000 points. 1-star summer class, 50 plus, 2-star, 200 plus, 3-star, 1000 plus. This energy drain is insane. Must be the peak of 3-star. One use would drain me dry. Whatever. Hope it's a standard cultivation card. He flipped it over and couldn't make heads or tails of it, nearly coughing up blood. Lu Ming clutched his head and cursed. Damn it. After he calmed down, thought a woman suddenly walked in. Hello. A petite, cute girl with lemon-yellow pigtails stood there, looking shy. Lu Ming thought, holy, isn't this Fatty Zhang's dream girl? Her name is Cindy. Lu Ming stood up, arms wide. Welcome. Feel free to look around. Cindy whispered, Senior Lu Ming, I. She looked extremely shy, hands clasped at her chest, face blushing. I want. This made Lu Ming think, damn, are girls in this world always this direct? A cold sweat broke on his face. Suddenly, Xiaobai's sharp voice rang out. What do you want, lady? This made Lu Ming jump. This apprentice of his is a total handful. Cindy happily held up one finger. I like one Kuan card. Lu Ming's expression was now quite awkward. The two girls stared at each other. Cindy had a cute as a button smile, while Xiaobai squinted with deep suspicion. Lu Ming stood between them, feeling a chill. Women really are a mystery. To break the tension, Lu Ming chimed in, we're all schoolmates here. He handed a card to Cindy and smiled. 1 discount for you. This made Xiaobai look even more annoyed. They stood in a line. Lu Ming waved. Come back soon. Cindy waved back. Thanks, senior. I left the money on the desk. There was a card tucked into the stack of cash. Cindy left the card and money on the table and walked out. As Cindy's silhouette faded, Xiaobai spoke up. Master, I think that girl is a bit sus. Lu Ming turned back, card in hand. What's weird? The only weird thing is this damn pattern. This is a top-tier 3-star card. Lu Ming studied the card for a while. If I can crack this, my card-making skills will skyrocket. He plotted his next move. Time to brush up on the fundamentals. Lu Ming opened a website full of textbooks. He pointed them out to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, these books are vital foundation knowledge. You'll need them soon. I'm getting them for you. He clicked buy. Then he turned to her with a devious grin. Go tell your dad to pay for the teaching materials fee. Xiaobai obeyed. Yes, master. I'll tell him right now. She pulled out her phone. Xiaobai's dad picked up. Not sure what they said, but then he said to Lu Ming, Xiaobai doesn't need these books yet, does she? Lu Ming replied, Principal, aren't you being a bit short-sighted? Xiaobai is leveling up so fast she'll need them in no time. I'm just planning ahead. Oh, and I chose express delivery. Make sure you pay double for that shipping. Not sure if he's making a profit, but Lu Ming sure ordered a lot of books and went with the fastest shipping. As soon as the other end replied, Lu Ming immediately hung up the phone. A moment later, the books were delivered via express to Lu Ming's place. As Lu Ming flipped through them, Xiaobai asked curiously, Master, weren't these books bought for me? Why are you reading them? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, well, I have to teach you, so I need to review them first. Turns out Lu Ming was just freeloading off Xiaobai's books, truly a master of efficiency and a legendary opportunist. While busy explaining to Xiaobai, Lu Ming suddenly spotted something. Tucked beneath the books was a golden card. Lu Ming reached for it, wondering what's this. As he held the card up to inspect it, his eyes nearly popped out. On the card was an image of an incredibly hot girl whose face looked suspiciously like Lu Ming's, engraved with numbers like 666 and 999. Seeing Lu Ming's weird expression, Xiaobai asked, Master, what are you looking at? Staring at the card, Lu Ming's eyes burned with a rage so intense his head was practically smoking. Suppressing his anger, Lu Ming shouted back at Xiaobai, nothing. Just a thank you card for buying the books. He immediately looked for a way to get Xiao Bai to leave. Xiao Bai, you've been at the shop for so long without a single break. Take the day off today and go visit your dad. As he spoke, Lu Ming pushed the girl toward the door. Xiao Bai, totally confused, kept asking why. Watching Xiao Bai's silhouette fade into the distance, Lu Ming didn't forget to remind her, know why? And remember to get the money. Your dad needs to settle the bill. Right after that, Lu Ming slammed the door shut. He hung a close sign on the outside. By now it was 8 p.m. Slamming the card onto the table, Lu Ming cursed furiously. Holy crap. That little succubus. Lu Ming, how did it come to this? Lu Ming clutched his head, pacing with the card in his hand, looking utterly miserable. He kept ranting. Why is a bookstore giving out cards like this? These erotic card deck companies were supposed to be shut down long ago. There were so many customers today, I didn't notice anything unusual. More importantly, I thought I deleted all these photos. But then, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as if he discovered something. He examined the card meticulously. Wait, this isn't the original. It looks like a composite made by someone who's seen the real thing. Lu Ming then pulled out his phone to investigate. When the call connected, a voice said, "Hello, how can we serve you?" Lu Ming asked, "What kind of services do you offer?" The voice on the other end replied, "As long as the service exists in this world, we have it. Even if it doesn't, if you want it, we can make it happen." The voice belonged to a girl who finished with a smirk. Lu Ming replied, "I need the girl from your promotional card." The voice answered, "Yes, sir. That girl is our top talent." The price. Before she could finish, Lu Ming barked, "Money is no object. I'm in a hurry." The girl continued, "We offer a special service for her. You can have a chance encounter with her in an illusion." Lu Ming asked, "Just an illusion? No real person?" She replied, "Impossible. This girl has an extremely noble status. Being able to replicate her body and face model is already incredibly lucky. I hope you understand." Lu Ming accepted the terms. "Fine, I get it. Can we do it now?" He thought to himself, that was fast. He then opened the door for a woman. A very curvaceous woman wearing a black slit-skirt suit with brown hair, round glasses, and a black suitcase walked in. She greeted him, "Hello, I am number 999. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ming rushed her. "All right, hurry up." Lu Ming immediately lay down on the floor, head slightly raised, and gestured, "Okay, let's get started." Startled by Lu Ming's haste, the woman thought, is he really that desperate? She then told him, "Once I cast the illusion, you'll be able to see that girl." Lu Ming remained on the floor, clutching the card. The woman continued to explain, "I will synchronize my service with her to enhance the realism, so you won't be disappointed by the illusion." Lu Ming, however, was still staring intently at the card in his hand. Lu Ming replied coldly, "No need. I just need to see her. You just wait over there for a bit." This left the woman quite puzzled. Lu Ming added, "Just in case." The woman pushed up her glasses and smiled. "Sir, you are indeed cautious. We are professionals. You don't need to worry about being scammed." But in her heart, she thought, does this guy have some kind of problem? She then said, "Let's begin then." She pressed a red button. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. From the outside, a flash of light erupted within the room. Before Lu Ming's eyes appeared the silhouette of an incredibly hot girl, though the image was blurred. Lu Ming jumped up and looked around. This room is so basic. Definitely a low-level illusion. The illusion had transported Lu Ming to a solitary room with a single bed, pink sheets, and pillows. He was lying there, and the room was empty except for a light bulb overhead. Suddenly, a pair of lips leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Huh?" This startled Lu Ming, his eyes going wide. Then, a girl in an incredibly hot Lolita-style dress appeared. "Hey, handsome." Even though he knew this was his own female avatar, Lu Ming couldn't help but be flustered by how sweet she looked. His face turned beet red. Looking at the girl, Lu Ming couldn't help but think, no way. Am I actually catching feelings for my own female self? What kind of mess is this? Is the illusion adjusting my emotions? Wait, adjusting my emotions? His blood began to boil. Lu Ming grit his teeth and roared, "Fatty Zhang." Lu Ming threw a punch at the girl. The illusion shattered into pieces. Thank goodness Lu Ming used his willpower to beat the meat, or rather, the illusion. The short-haired woman outside was stunned. "It's over already?" She assumed Lu Ming's performance only lasted 5 seconds. Lu Ming, furious, pointed at her and yelled, "Shut up. I've already transferred the money. Get lost right now." The girl gave an okay sign and left. Lu Ming grabbed the card and slammed it on the table, cursing, "God damn it." His face was white with rage as he ranted, "That damn fatty. He's got a guilty conscience, hasn't he? That's why he's not picking up my calls." While he was busy cursing, he didn't notice Xiao Bai walking in. Xiao Bai had been glancing at the short-haired woman as she left. Xiao Bai held the card in her hand and replied, "Master, I heard from Dad that Fatty has been skipping school for days." Hearing her voice, Lu Ming glanced over and asked, Xiaobai, didn't I tell you to go home? I wanted to bring some books back to study, so I came back. Picking up the card, she examined it and asked, what's this? This made Lu Ming break into a cold sweat. Xiaobai spoke up ominously, master. Lu Ming was now terrified, sweating buckets, and looking pale. Xiaobai gave thumbs up and praised him. Your female version looks really pretty. Hee hee, honestly, I didn't know master had this kind of hobby. Her words were like a knife through Lu Ming's crumbling heart. Lu Ming immediately spun around, grabbed Xiaobai's arms, and screamed in tears. Lu Ming tried to explain himself. That's not me. I'm not like that. Let me explain, it's not what you think. This girl just happens to look a bit like me. It's all because of Fatty. Lu Ming shook Xiaobai while explaining loudly. Xiaobai looked pitiful, listening with an extremely skeptical expression. Suddenly, a phone began to ring. Looking at the ringing phone, Xiaobai said, Master, it's the Qingming City Police Station. Lu Ming stopped and glanced at the phone. Lu Ming answered and shouted in shock, what? Fatty Zhang? Soliciting? The other end replied, that's correct. Your friend, Zhang Xuezhou, is currently in custody. Please bring the fine and relevant documents to the Qingming Police Station to cooperate with us. The call ended. Xiaobai, having overheard, asked curiously, Master, is Zhang Xuezhou Fatty? Lu Ming frowned, annoyed. Yeah, unfortunately, such a poetic name was wasted on him. No wonder I couldn't reach him. I have to go to the station to bail him out. By now, it was late at night, and the moon was high in the sky. Lu Ming had already bailed Fatty out. Fatty sat hunched over, looking completely dejected. Lu Ming questioned him, talk. Now, his gaze was sharp and cold, looking like he wanted to eat Fatty alive. Tears and snot streamed down Fatty's face as he explained. I swear I wasn't soliciting, Brother Lu. Believe me, I was just in a small room doing a little business deal. Then I suddenly blacked out. When I woke up, I was at the station. Lu Ming grit his teeth in anger. Show me some respect. Do I look that stupid to you? Fatty kept explaining, no, Brother Lu, I really got a business call to create an illusion for 8,000. They gave me a photo and wanted me to make it a reality. But after I finished, they stiffed me on the cash, then everything went dark. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but mock him. Wow, what an epic fantasy saga. Lu Ming thought to himself. As expected, he's the one who made that illusion. But are the underworld types in this world really that brazen? He then asked, so, how did you even know them? Facing this question, Fatty looked hesitant and dodged the subject. Oh well. Seeing this, Lu Ming said coldly, if you don't talk right now, I'm throwing you back in. Terrified by the threat, Fatty blurted out, I'll talk, and began his story. That day, I accidentally found a small card on the street. How do I put this? The model on the card looked so familiar, like I'd seen her somewhere. You know, I've been a curious researcher since I was a kid, Brother Lu. So, with a spirit of inquiry, I called the number. Fatty then pointed to himself proudly. Then I realized their illusion skills were absolute trash. So I used my own. They were so impressed by my color-shifting ability that they kept my contact info. That's it. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Underworld types usually leave themselves a way out, but a guy with no self-respect, like Fatty Zhang, he's likely to get himself killed. At that moment, Xiaobai held up the card in front of Lu Ming and Fatty. Is it this small card? Lu Ming immediately covered Fatty's eyes in a panic and shouted, Ah, that doesn't matter anymore. Right now, we need to investigate this organization. Lu Ming's over-the-top reaction made Xiaobai feel a bit awkward. Lu Ming decided to investigate personally. He asked Fatty, where did you meet them? Fatty replied, the old quarter. It's a mess over there. Even the enforcers rarely show up. Soon, Lu Ming rushed to the location. He was standing in a deserted, dilapidated area of the old quarter in Qingming City. The ground was littered with cards and scraps of paper. Lu Ming looked around the desolate neighborhood. Lu Ming kept walking, turning right at the next intersection while checking the map on his phone. He looked up certain now. This must be the place. He schemed himself nice. It's actually a small villa. This business must be paying well, huh? Lu Ming found a perfect vantage point. An old building with a ladder leading to the roof, right across from the target villa. He quickly climbed up and looked down. Perfect angle, he noted, holding a card in his hand. He twirled the card between his fingers, his thoughts turning dark. Humph. Murder and arson in the old quarter. Is it? Then don't blame me for playing dirty. Lu Ming held 2 cards as his eyes glowed. He began spinning them, and a golden, flame-like aura surrounded him. Following the summons, a swarm of monsters erupted from the cards and dove toward the villa. The 2 guards at the gate saw the red-eyed, sharp-toothed beasts and screamed, crap. What the hell are those? They shouted at each other to block them. The 2 looked ridiculous, one with a mohawk like an axe blade, the other like a clump of grass. Lu Ming retreated to his hiding spot to watch. As the monsters clashed with the guards, a chaotic explosion of dust and debris filled the air. The commotion caught the attention of 2 bystanders nearby. What was that noise? The one in the hat asked. Isn't that the Shark Gang's turf? Crap, are the Shark Gang and the Sand Dune Gang at it again? Probably. Their industry is cutthroat like that. Lu Ming continued to watch every move from afar, but all he could see was a massive cloud of dust. Suddenly, the two Mohawk guards counterattacked. They planted their feet and joined them together, using a secret art to block the onslaught. The two guards twisted their bodies into a heart shape. It turned out to be a move called Fortress of Love. They bragged to each other, "Bro, we really are the perfect partners." You said it, bro. Watching this from a distance, Lu Ming stood frozen like a statue. The door was perfectly fine, but what kind of freak show pose are those guards doing? The two guards returned to their normal stances. Quick, bro, report to Big Boss Shah. The axe-headed one pulled out a walkie-talkie. Report. Big Boss, we're under attack. Our Fortress of Love blocked the first wave. Suddenly, another man appeared. He screamed in rage, "Block my ass." The sheer intensity of his shouting was enough to make anyone jump. This new guy had green hair and a mohawk like the others, but he was massive. He bared his sharp teeth and kept cussing. "I told you idiots to watch the gate." Looking closely, he had been hit by the monsters. His shirt was shredded into 3 pieces across his chest. The two guards, bro and partner, turned pale with fear and stammered, "BB Big Boss." This was Sha Gue, the leader of the Shark Gang. No wonder his teeth were as sharp as a shark's. As the rest of the gang gathered, Sha Gue kept yelling, "Did you seriously only watch the gate? Where the hell is my wall?" Indeed, the two goons were incredibly literal. They watched the gate so, well, it didn't have a single scratch, but the entire surrounding wall had been leveled. The boss screamed again at the two losers, "You're going to be gate watchers for the rest of your pathetic lives." From a distance, Lu Ming used his keen eyes to assess the situation. 12 people total. 5 1-stars, 6 2-stars, and 1 3-star. Having reached 2-star, his perception skill had leveled up, allowing him to easily analyze the power levels of other cultivators. After sizing them up, Lu Ming thought, a real 3-star? This is going to be a pain. He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. The 3-star warrior I fought at the mine was enough of a lesson. Memories of that encounter flashed through his mind. Lu Ming closed his eyes and sighed. Should I call the cops? I doubt the enforcers can even get here easily. One might have expected a fierce battle, but Lu Ming just shoved his hands in his pockets and casually walked away. Time to dip. I only came to find the source of that drag photo anyway. No need to blow this up. Turns out, running away is still the best tactic. It was late at night, and the moon was high. Lu Ming returned to the shop and hopped on his computer. The screen showed the Qingming City Most Wanted list. 2 names popped up, Sha Gue and Fan Ernian. Lu Ming took out a pen and paper to jot down the intel. Lu Ming focused on the second name, Fan Ernian. According to the list, he was a former employee of the Banana Cucumber Loan Company, suspected of fraud, kidnapping, assault, and murder. Lu Ming recognized him. He was at that loan company before. I remember now. They were the ones backing the boss. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, piecing it together. This guy is the type to play outside the rules. He targets those high-interest loans, takes photos, runs scams, and kidnaps people. Yeah, it all fits. He's going to be a tough one to handle. His thoughts were interrupted by his phone. Lu Ming picked it up. A voice on the other end said, "Hello, is this Miss Lu Man?" Lu Ming froze, a cold sweat breaking on his face, eyes wide open. Lu Ming stayed silent. The caller continued, "I'm from the Durian Credit Company. Here's the deal. A wealthy young man has his eye on you and wants to pay a fortune to meet. He's a real big shot. If you play your cards right, you'll be set for life. I'm serious. And don't worry, he's not in Qingming City." Lu Ming listened in silence. The caller added, "If you go with him, you can leave this dump forever. All you have to do is say yes." It turned out the caller was indeed Fan Ernian. Before Fan Ernian could finish, Lu Ming hung up. He gripped the phone tightly. Lu Ming thought, he actually came knocking on my door himself. This guy really has a death wish. Lu Ming opened his calendar app. It was the 6th. Looks like I have to settle this. I need to stall for time first. But as soon as he thought that, Lu Ming felt like gagging. Are guys' tastes really this salty nowadays? Meanwhile, in the villa, a voice rang out. It was Fan Ernian. He stared at his phone and cursed. She actually hung up on me. Sitting across from him was Sha Gue, who asked in surprise, "What?" But right then, a text message arrived on Fan Ernian's phone. He opened it curiously. It was a message from Lu Man. It read, "I can't talk right now. I have classes for the next few days. I'm off on Saturday. I'll come over then." Upon reading the message, Fan Ernian was over the moon. He gave an okay sign and, looking incredibly smug, said to the man across from him, "Mr. Wong, everything is arranged. She'll be here on Saturday." Sitting next to him was Sha Gue, who also broke into a wide grin while puffing on a cigar. The man addressed as Mr. Wong asked in surprise, "Really?" Sha Gue and Fan Ernian played off each other perfectly. Sha Gui gave a thumbs up, oozing confidence. Rest assured, young Master Wong. Our shark gang prides itself on talking the talk, but not walking the walk. Hearing this, Fan Ernyan realized something was off. Breaking into a cold sweat, he corrected him, "Boss, it's talking the talk and walking the walk." He then quickly poured some water. "Mr. Wong, please have some tea." Seeing Mr. Wong obsessively caressing the photo of Lu Man, or rather, Lu Ming in his Lu Man persona, Sha Gui and Fan Ernyan chimed in with flattery. "Young Master Wong, you truly have an eye for beauty. The girl you've chosen is indeed extraordinary, with a radiant aura." Mr. Wong finally spoke up, "You two flatter me. Actually, she isn't that exaggerated." This piqued the curiosity of the two brown-nosers. Mr. Wong continued, "It's just that." He hesitated, leaving them hanging. Sha Gui even took the cigar out of his mouth to listen intently. Mr. Wong cradled the photo of Lu Man in both hands and added, "Her smile is so beautiful, like spring flowers in bloom." It seemed Cupid had struck Mr. Wong hard. The love bug was visible in his eyes. 5 days passed in a flash, and the time for Lu Man's date with Mr. Wong had arrived. Lu Ming slung his bag over his shoulder. He put on a hat, a rather strange-looking one with 2 red horns on the front. Lu Ming also wrapped a red scarf around his neck, looking quite badass. He hurried out of the shop, not forgetting to instruct the young girl, Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, keep an eye on the shop today. Master has some business to take care of." She asked curiously, "When will you be back, Master?" Lu Ming replied, "Soon. Don't worry." Lu Ming departed, leaving Xiao Bai behind with a whirlwind of confused thoughts, wondering what was going on. Lu Ming was currently using binoculars to observe the villa from a distance. He mentally assessed the situation. Not bad. The distance, elevation, and angle are all perfect. For guards, and the walls are twice as thick as before. They've definitely ramped up security. But no matter. Lu Ming then opened his bag, which was filled with a large number of cards. Lu Ming pulled out a Thundering Bulls card. There was something unique about this card. Holding it, he muttered to himself, "It's time to end this." A few days ago, when Xiao Bai held the Thundering Bulls card, she asked in confusion, "Master, this Thundering Bulls card looks a bit different from the old ones, doesn't it?" At the time, Lu Ming had leaned back in his chair and replied, "That's because it's the latest 5-layer upgraded version your master just developed." Hearing this, Xiao Bai still didn't quite get it. She asked, "The upgraded version? Is it the one where you layered the flying card and the delay card from a few days ago?" Xiao Bai was quite sharp. She was quick-witted, which earned her praise from Lu Ming. As expected of Xiao Bai, you saw right through it. Flying and delay cards are the most common 2-star cards. These 2 cards correspond to the flight module and release module respectively. But Xiao Bai was still puzzled. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at Lu Ming. But carrying a herd of flying bulls would consume a massive amount of energy, wouldn't it? Lu Ming laughed and replied, "Definitely. Forget a herd. You couldn't even get 1 bull off the ground." Xiao Bai quickly concluded, "Then this card isn't practical at all." Lu Ming gave a slight smile and replied, "Don't be so quick to judge. I never said the goal of the layering was to make the bulls fly." Back to the present, Lu Ming held several Thundering Bulls cards in his hand, 5 of them tucked between his fingers. His hands were now full of the Thundering Bulls cards. His eyes sharpened and glowed. Crossing his arms, he exerted force to launch all the cards at once. He added, "My idea was simply to let the cards fly for a bit." The cards then lined up in neat rows, surrounding the sky above the villa. This sent Sha Gui and his lackey into a panic. Sha Gui grit his shark-like teeth while the lackey gasped in terror, "Boss, look at the sky." Seeing the many cards lined up in the air, Sha Gui shouted, "Quick!" Inform Boss Fan and young Master Wong. The entire shark gang crew that rushed out from inside the villa. The 4 gate guards also looked up at the sky and screamed, "Aerial attack." Inside the villa, young Master Wong and Fan Ernyan were still unaware of the chaos outside. Young Master Wong held a fan, looking relaxed. "Is she almost here? Nothing unexpected happened, right? This old quarter is quite chaotic." Hearing this, Fan Ernyan reassured him, "Don't worry. Our big boss is personally escorting her. I can guarantee everything will go smoothly. Don't be nervous. Based on my experience, she'll definitely agree. My judgment of people is spot on. Back in my youth, I was quite the playboy too." He was flexing so hard his nose might as well have grown a meter long. While he was still rambling and flexing for young Master Wong, a lackey suddenly ran in shouting, "Bulls!" The lackey was in a total state of panic. He pointed upward and yelled, "There are bulls in the sky. Tons of bulls. The boss and the boys outside are." Before he could finish, Fan Ernyan smacked him on the head, making the lackey's eyes water from the pain. Fan Ernyan cursed, "BS. That prank is years old." Fan Ernyan and the lackey argued at the door. "Do I really need to be hyped up like that?" The lackey denied it. "No, it's for real." Witnessing the scene, young Master Wong laughed. "Haha, your boys are certainly bold, daring to pull a prank like that." But right then, a red gold light flared in young Master Wong's eyes. Young Master Wang looked up, completely stunned. He stammered, "There really are? But there really are a ton of bulls. My God, is this the goddess scattering bulls or something?" Bulls rained down from the sky one after another, creating massive explosions. Outside, Sha Gue could only scream in terror, having no way to counter the assault. Explosions occurred in rapid succession. Sha Gue realized the danger and shrieked, "This is bad." Young Master Wang is still inside. His lackey was still clutching his head in fear. In front of Sha Gue, many bulls had landed, their eyes glowing red as they aggressively advanced. A lackey stammered in fear, "BB boss." Sha Gue stood frozen to the spot. He could only roar and curse. Damn it. Where did all these bulls come from? Numerous explosions continued to rock the area. They fell continuously like a rain of bombs and bullets. Observing from afar, Lu Ming thought, the third layer is the flight line, pre-programmed to fly to the target. Next, he continued his analysis. The second layer is the delay release line, set to trigger at the target, releasing the bulls from the sky, plus the sheer volume. The power is likely reaching the 3-star threshold. Shotgung. Out of everyone's photos you could have used, you just had to pick Lu Ming's. Time for you to disappear from this world. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He pulled down his hat and muttered to himself, "Mission accomplished. Let's move." Lu Ming turned to leave, but suddenly a red light appeared behind him. It startled him. A massive, spherical eye surrounded by a red aura was chasing right behind him. Lu Ming glanced back to see the giant eye staring him down, surrounded by lightning. Lu Ming stopped and stared back, cursing, "Damn it. Even like this I got spotted? What kind of freakish ability is this?" Ignoring distance and rules. Could it be? Lu Ming grit his teeth, his eyes narrowing, a drop of sweat on his face. He wondered, is there a 4-star powerhouse? But he quickly reconsidered. No, if there were really a 4-star cultivator, the villa wouldn't have been destroyed. It's likely just a 4-star card. But whoever can use a 4-star card, even without 4-star strength, they must be a wealthy cultivator. Definitely not someone an ordinary person can stand against. Thinking this, Lu Ming immediately pivoted. He beat a hasty retreat, sprinting down from the rooftop. After a while, Lu Ming was exhausted and panting heavily. Finally, he reached the door to exit the building. Lu Ming approached the door and pushed it open. As he stepped outside, people nearby were buzzing with excitement. Was that an earthquake? The noise came from the Shark Gang's place again. They haven't been having much luck lately. Is God watching them, or something? Then they noticed the giant eye. Look, there's actually an eye in the sky. Holy crap, what's going on? Lu Ming was now outside, pulling up his scarf to cover his face. The chatter continued. Is it the end of the world? It's staring right at us. Aliens? The giant eye continued to track. Every step Lu Ming took. Lu Ming walked on quietly, making no move, while the people around him kept pointing and gesturing at the strange eye. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave the city, 2 men blocked his path. One, holding a club, spoke up, "Trying to leave the city, brother?" Lu Ming finally looked up, and his face went pale as he realized things had taken a turn for the worse. Blocking his path now were Sha Gue, Fan Ernyan, and the Shark Gang goons, each wearing a menacing expression. Fan Ernyan asked, "Hey brother, you just wrecked our place and thought you could just walk away?" Sha Gue was fuming, grinding his teeth. He cracked his knuckles and growled, "Is this how you Sand Dune Gang punks handle business?" Lu Ming remained silent, observing his surroundings and assessing the situation. So, these guys are still alive? Did that 4-star card user save them? As Lu Ming stood alone against the entire gang, a voice called out, "Stop wasting time, you guys." It was young Master Wang. He cast a sharp, icy glare at Lu Ming and pointed an accusing finger. "Your gang disputes shouldn't have involved me. I'm already pissed off. Kill him now." After seeing young Master Wang, Lu Ming confirmed his suspicion. That's the guy. He definitely used a 4-star card to save the others. Sha Gue immediately barked an order, "Surround him." His lackeys charged forward, armed to the teeth with clubs, jagged bricks, knives, and machetes. They closed in on Lu Ming, shouting in rage, "You bastard! You killed so many of our brothers." Sha Gue continued, "If not for young Master Wang's defensive field, my Shark Gang would have been wiped out by your sneak attack. You got some nerve hitting us. Now get ready to meet your maker." He then ordered his men, "Kill him. Hang his corpse in the middle of downtown." At his command, the mob swarmed toward Lu Ming. The goons were right on top of him, looking savage. One of them leaped high into the air, aiming a heavy blow at Lu Ming while screaming, "Just die already." Lu Ming finally made his move, a card already in his hand. He flicked the card, summoning massive bulls with fierce, glowing eyes. The goons were terrified by the sight. Within seconds, the mob was trampled by the herd. One particular bull, wielding a massive hammer, charged toward Sha Gue. Sha Gue stood his ground, motionless, his eyes darkening and his lips pressed thin. The bull swung the hammer with crushing force, but Sha Gue dodged it with lightning speed. The impact was so powerful it sent debris flying everywhere. Young Master Wong and Fan Ernian were stunned. Fan Ernian shouted anxiously, "Boss." Meanwhile, Lu Ming calmly observed the scene. The storm had intensified, and the rain began to pour down in heavy sheets. As the dust settled, there was a shocking twist. Sha Gue had caught the Mad Bull's lightning hammer with just one hand. Grinding his teeth, his eyes flashed with malice as he growled, "Is that all you've got? These cheap tricks? Now die." He gathered strength into his fist and let out a roar, catching Lu Ming completely off guard. A split second later, he lunged straight at the Mad Bull. His speed was so incredible he looked like a blur of light. His fist slammed directly into the Mad Bull's gut. The Mad Bull was severely wounded, causing a backlash that Lu Ming felt instantly. The force of the impact sent Lu Ming flying backward. Lu Ming hit the ground, kneeling in pain. The beggar gang leader, the shark gang leader now stood over Lu Ming. With bloodshot eyes and a savage look, he loomed over him as thunder crashed and the rain continued to fall. At that same moment, in another location, a girl was holding up her phone, trying to call someone. She pressed the phone to her ear, but all she heard was the steady beep from the other end. No one was picking up. She waited patiently, but the ringing just continued unanswered. Standing by the window, she watched the rain falling incessantly. It was still raining, and it seemed to be very late at night. Back to Lu Ming, who was struggling to push himself up from the muddy ground. Lu Ming's phone rang, and he picked it up. "Hello." On the other end was Xiao Bai. She asked, "Hello, master. When are you coming back? It's pouring outside. Should I wait for you to come home for dinner?" Lu Ming replied softly, I might be a bit late." He let out a cough as Sha Gue stood by, watching the whole thing. Xiao Bai, who was busy studying, asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" Lu Ming replied, "Let's have fish for lunch, okay? Prep the ingredients and wait for me." Hearing they were having fish soup for lunch, Xiao Bai cheered happily. "Whoa. Okay, hurry back then." Lu Ming replied, "Yeah, don't worry." He then hung up the phone. Young Master Wong and Fan Ernian watched Lu Ming's every move in stunned silence. They were speechless. Lu Ming was in a life-or-death situation, yet he answered his phone with total composure. Even Sha Gue was a bit taken aback by his calmness. But then he put his hands on his hips and laughed hysterically. "I gotta say, kid, you're hilarious. Did I punch the brains out of you? Going home for fish? Whether you even live through today depends on my mood. You get it." Young Master Wong interjected, "Can we wrap this up? You guys are dragging this out too long. I don't want to keep Miss Lu waiting." Sha Gue pulled a total 180, flashing a bright smile. "Don't be so impatient, young Master Wong. This kid might be an idiot, but he's got guts. Game recognizes game. I'm thinking of recruiting him into my shark gang." Hearing this, Fan Ernian barked in annoyance. "Boss, are you serious? He trashed us. You just gonna let him slide?" Sha Gue wagged his index finger. No. You're too short-sighted, number two. You know why I'm successful?" Before these two thugs could finish their chat, Lu Ming stood up. He reached into his small bag for a card and said, "I really didn't want it to come to this." His words shocked all three of them. Lu Ming frowned, his eyes sharp, as he held a black card. "You guys forced my hand." Sha Gue replied dismissively, "Forced you? Brother, I'm giving you an out." But Fan Ernian noticed something. Fan Ernian turned pale. He looked up and stammered, "BB boss," drawing Sha Gue's attention. Looming behind them was a bull of gargantuan proportions, eyes full of rage, wearing a massive string of prayer beads around its neck. In its hand was a giant hammer, and its horns were razor sharp. Lu Ming was now standing on the horn of this colossal beast. The three men were paralyzed with shock. The gang leader gasped, "It's huge." Lu Ming, holding a card, said coldly, "This is the colossal bull I prepped just for you guys. Like it?" The bull's gaze was terrifying. Sha Gue frowned, annoyed. "So you want to do this the hard way, huh?" The massive bull raised its weapon high, preparing to strike Sha Gue. Sha Gue braced himself, getting into a defensive stance. The bull delivered a devastating blow towards Sha Gue, who used both arms to block. A massive explosion of blue light erupted, the shockwave knocking young Master Wong and Fan Ernian backward. Sha Gue looked up fiercely at Lu Ming and the giant bull. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and they locked gazes. Another massive explosion rocked the area, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. A moment later, stones rained down on the ground as the dust cleared in the falling rain. A single drop of blood fell onto a piece of shattered rubble. It was Sha Gue. He was collapsed on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. His arm was gashed, and blood dripped on the ground, mixing with the rain. He still talked tough, though. "Kid, you've actually got some skill." Lu Ming stood on the shoulder of the colossal bull. One of the bull's arms was missing. Sha Gue looked at them and spat threats, but this trash cow of yours. I bet it can't take 2 more of my punches. From the bull's shoulder, Lu Ming replied coldly, "You are indeed strong. Probably stronger than the 3-star warrior I met before." His words left Sha Gue confused. Suddenly, the card in Lu Ming's hand burst into flames. Sha Gue watched in disbelief, unable to trust his eyes. A second later, Lu Ming pulled out a whole stack of cards, ready to summon even more colossal bulls. He said coldly, "I never plan on a fair fight." This left Sha Gue utterly speechless. He could only blurt out, "Crap. You're out of your mind." Immediately after, Sha Gue was surrounded by a swarm of colossal bulls. Their eyes burned with primal rage as they brandished their weapons. Facing this, he was completely paralyzed by panic. In an instant, these giants slammed their massive strikes into the earth, sending debris and dust flying in every direction. The surrounding goons fled in terror, clutching their heads. The bulls continued their relentless rampage, and soon a huge section of the old quarter was reduced to rubble. Amidst the choking dust, Fan Ernyan turned to young Master Wang. "Young Master Wang, quick! Use the defensive field." Young Master Wang, dodging flying rocks, replied, "That was my only defensive card. If this keeps up, the whole old quarter is going to be leveled. Quick, take me to find Miss Lu. I have to save her." This young Master Wang really is the ultimate romantic. Even with death staring him in the face, he's only worried about the girl. Talk about being down bad. Seeing the chaos, Fan Ernyan turned tail and bolted. He didn't forget to shout back at young Master Wang, "I can't even save myself, let alone your girl. Run for it." Young Master Wang screamed in fury, "Get back here. How could you just bail?" Right then, a strike from the colossal bulls slammed down near young Master Wang, sending earth flying. He had to shield his face with his arms. Young Master Wang spun around, startled, breaking into a cold sweat. His eyes were wide with pure terror. He looked up to see a colossal bull's hoof raised high right above him, about to crush him flat. He was paralyzed with fear, but by some stroke of absolute luck, Sha Gue arrived just in time and unleashed a triple overlord punch to save his life. Sha Gue shouted at the top of his lungs, "Young Master Wang, run. This kid is trying to level the whole place. I can't hold him off for long." Lu Ming coldly shut down their hopes. "It's useless. None of you are getting away. The destructive power and range of this colossal bull card are triple that of a standard demolition card. Even if you're a 3-star, you're no match for my sea of bulls." After the path of destruction Lu Ming unleashed, Sha Gui's lackeys didn't even have time to gasp. Some were buried in the rubble, while others lay dead with their eyes still wide in shock. Sha Gui himself was severely wounded. Blood dripped steadily from his arm as he grit his teeth against the pain. He roared in a frenzy, "I'll take you down with me." At this point, his desperation far outweighed his logic. Lu Ming remained silent, watching to see exactly how he planned to risk it all. But a second later, Sha Gui dropped to his knees. He started kowtowing frantically. "Great master, I was wrong. I have elderly parents at home to take care of. Please don't kill me." He then held out a stack of cards. "These are all my bank cards, rare cards, and top-tier VIP cards. They're all yours. Please." Seeing Sha Gui pull such a 180 and flip-flop faster than a pancake, Lu Ming was genuinely stunned. The colossal bull then used its hand to lower Lu Ming down right in front of Sha Gui. Sha Gui remained submissive, saying, "If you spare me, master, I promise to be a decent person from now on." Lu Ming reached out and took the specialized card from Sha Gui's hand, but left the bank cards behind. Lu Ming inspected the cards and exclaimed, "Whoa, not bad. Keep the bank cards to take care of your folks. If you really want to be a decent guy, then start a legitimate business. Also, never mention today to anyone. You've never met me. Got it?" Having his life spared, Sha Gui was overjoyed. He beamed and gave an okay sign. Yes. Thank you for the mercy, master. I'll definitely go legit." Lu Ming turned to leave, adding a final warning. "Disappear before I change my mind." Before he even finished, Sha Gui was already running like the wind, calling back, "Leaving right now." Young Master Wang, having witnessed everything, spoke up in frustration. You're just letting him go? Why didn't you kill him?" Lu Ming finally noticed him, glancing over. "Oh right, forgot about one. I have no personal grudge against him, so why kill him? I told you from the start, I didn't want things to go this far. You guys forced my hand." Young Master Wang asked in confusion then, "Are you with the Sand Dune gang?" Lu Ming replied coldly, "Doesn't matter. The less you know, the better." Hearing this, young Master Wang blurted out, "Then can you help me save someone? I have cards I can give you. Even a 4-star card." At the mention of 4-star, Lu Ming felt a slight stir of interest. Before Lu Ming could even answer, young Master Wang shoved a 4-star card into his hand. "I'm counting on you, brother." Lu Ming was shocked. "Holy crap, you're just giving it to me like that? Aren't you afraid I'm scamming you?" Also, could you not grab my hand so suddenly? It's creepy, man. Young Master Wong looked worried, frowning as he stammered, as scamming me? Seeing this reaction, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. This guy was still thinking about the girl even now. Lu Ming turned away, tucking the card into his bag. He said to young Master Wong, "You want to save Lu Man, right?" Young Master Wong was shocked to hear the name. "How do you know? Are you friends with her?" Lu Ming simply replied, "She's dead." The words were like a fatal blow to young Master Wong's fragile, love-struck heart. He was utterly devastated. By now, streaks of light began to appear in the morning sky. Lu Ming continued coldly. Because Fan Ernian pressured her, she chose death over submission. She committed suicide today. I came here to avenge her. Hearing this, young Master Wong stood frozen to the spot. He collapsed to his knees, letting the wind and rain lash against his face. It was hard to tell if it was raining harder outside or in his heart. The ultimate simp indeed. The rain continued to fall. Young Master Wong still couldn't believe the truth laid out before him, his tears merging with the rain. Early the next morning, the authorities in Qingming City received reports that the old quarter had been turned into a pile of rubble. At the scene, a pair of hands was being handcuffed. 2 officers were escorting a shark gang lackey. A burly officer reported over the radio, "Team A has completed the sweep. The gang members have been apprehended." Reporters quickly arrived on the scene. One journalist spoke in the mic, "Excuse me, officer. I'm Wu Cheatin from the Qingming Daily. This crackdown on criminal forces has been a huge relief for the public. Do you have a message for the citizens of Qingming City?" The camera panned to the officer. The officer began the interview. "This demolition event was not a government operation. We are still investigating the specific culprit." The reporter gasped, "Any leads yet?" The officer continued, "There were reports of a herd of bulls appearing out of nowhere, falling like shells from the sky. After landing, they acted like beasts, leveling everything in their path. The largest was as tall as a 5- or 6-story building. Thunder and lightning followed wherever they went, leaving behind total chaos." The reporter listened in disbelief. "Officer, this is a legal news program, not a fantasy show." At the same time, Lu Ming and Xiao Bai were eating at the shop, watching the live stream. The officer, at a loss for words, replied, "Well, I have nothing else to say." Lu Ming, still chewing, remarked, "Nice. The news is finally catching up to the fantasy novels." Hearing this, Xiao Bai turned serious, placing her hands on the table. "Master," Lu Ming replied. Xiao Bai continued, "You don't have to act like you don't know anything." She stood up abruptly. "You said you'd be back by noon today, but you didn't return until the afternoon. Plus, you were covered in dirt." Her words made Lu Ming feel quite guilty. She then yelled at him in frustration, "You just didn't want to cook, did you? You intentionally said you'd cook fish for me, but in the end, I had to do it myself. Couldn't you have just been honest? Why play games and make me wait all afternoon?" Hearing this, Lu Ming felt a massive weight lift off his shoulders. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled broadly. "As expected of Xiao Bai, you saw right through me. But it wasn't on purpose." Lu Ming acted as if he were innocent, defending himself. "Your master worked really hard while out today." Xiao Bai, however, didn't care and looked quite sulky. Then, Lu Ming excitedly added, "I managed to get a super cool 4-star card." This instantly changed Xiao Bai's mood. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "For star. Master, you're amazing. Quick, let me see." Her mood changed faster than the weather. Truly, a woman's heart is like the wind. Lu Ming replied, "Don't rush. We'll look at it tomorrow morning. Master is exhausted and wants to get some rest." He thought to himself, "And here I thought I'd been caught." Suddenly, Lu Ming remembered something. "Oh right, the card tester I ordered a few days ago is arriving tomorrow. Make sure you sign for it early." "Yes, master. I'll go wash the dishes. Get some rest." Lu Ming headed to his room. At the door, he waved to her. "Good night, my good apprentice." He then entered his room and locked the door behind him. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the bag containing the 4-star card and thought to himself, the mess left behind by the original Lu Ming is finally sorted out. Holding the cards, he thought, the cards from that Shark Gang boss are all 3-star energy types. This haul is worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. He had used nearly 200 Thundering Bulls cards during the operation, incredibly powerful stuff, specifically the Colossal Bull Demolition card. Adding in a large number of energy recharge cards and healing cards, the total cost was nearly 1,000,000. Man, the last time he spent like this was when he accidentally wailed on a 648 yuan mega gift pack in a game. Regardless, this shouldn't count as a loss, right? Even so, he couldn't help but tear up at the thought of all that spent cash. This guy really hates losing money. Lu Ming laid out all the cards he had collected on the bed. Almost forgot that rich kid's 4-star card. He picked up the card. Lu Ming was stunned. He blurted out, "Crap. This card only requires 2,000 energy points?" Flipping the card over, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The lines on the back are totally incomprehensible, but it's not encrypted. I tried stacking energy recharge cards with random cards before, but it always failed. Recharge cards can only go on the lowest layer, and the supporting staircase has its limits. As the energy increases, the link can't hold and inevitably collapses. But this card somehow allowed constant layering while minimizing consumption to the extreme. Lu Ming excitedly held the card high as it emitted a brilliant glow. I'm gonna be rich. Oh yeah. The scene shifts to the next morning. A delivery van pulled up in front of the shop. After the courier left, Xiaobai didn't forget to say, "Take care." Lu Ming looked at the package, feeling satisfied. Finally, my Super God Pro Max 888 card tester is here. He impatiently grabbed a box cutter to open it. A brand new, shiny Super God tester appeared before them. Lu Ming stood proudly with his arms crossed. Well, pretty cool, right? Xiaobai examined the machine for a moment and then blurted out, "Wow, master, your taste is something else. It's hideous. Talk about a total fail." Lu Ming told Xiaobai to load a card. She enthusiastically replied on it. She placed a card on the machine, and as it started whirring, the two of them watched the screen intently. The machine processed for a second before the data popped up. Card name, unknown. Status, uncertified. Rank, 1 star. Grade, effect, heavy impact attack. Range, common. Layering, none. Seeing this, Lu Ming remarked, "Oh, not bad. Professional gear indeed. It can even read the basic specs of an uncertified demolition card." Xiaobai was getting impatient. She urged him, "Master, let's test the 4-star card already." "Lu Ming, stop acting so tough. Don't rush. This is a 4-star card. We need to be careful. Close the door first." Xiaobai obeyed immediately. "Yes, sir," she said as she headed for the entrance. Just as she was about to close the door, an officer appeared. The officer held out a hand to stop her. "Hold on a second." This took the girl by surprise. Officer Zhang poked his head in and asked curiously, "Closing up so early in the morning?" Xiaobai finally snapped out of it. "Oh, brother Zhang, what wind blew you here without a heads up?" Officer Zhang replied, "It's nothing urgent. Didn't some crazy stuff happen in the old quarter last night? The higher-ups want to investigate anyone using bull-related abilities." He walked inside as he spoke. "I mean, look at this place. It's just a card-making shop. Why even bother investigating? Isn't it a waste of public resources?" Lu Ming walked out and joked exactly. "If I said I did it, would you even believe me?" "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming flashed a bright smile. In a welcoming manner, Lu Ming said, "Come in, Officer Zhang, have a seat." "Xiaobai, quick, go brew some tea." The officer laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I love Boss Lu's sense of humor." Officer Zhang looked around and remarked, "Wow, Boss Lu must be making the big bucks now, hiring an assistant. Is she at least 16? Lu Ming replied, "Don't worry, Officer Zhang. She's just a family member helping out. We're not making much. We only get by thanks to your support. Boss Lu really knows how to talk." "About that tea, I'll have jasmine tea, but no jasmine." This officer is like those people who order a bowl of beef noodles with no noodles. Back in my hometown, if you ordered like that, you'd be sleeping with the fishes. Xiaobai glared at him, clearly annoyed by the request. Suddenly, Officer Zhang's attention was caught by something. He picked up a card and recognized it as a Thundering Bulls card. Lu Ming felt a surge of tension, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he watched Officer Zhang, who was busy adjusting his glasses. The officer said, "Boss Lu, I told you you're good at business. You're trying to cash in on the old quarter hype to make a profit, aren't you?" Lu Ming's heart nearly leaped out of his chest, but luckily, it stayed put. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Hee, nothing gets past you, Officer Zhang. Not only are you built like a tank, but your brain is sharp too." Officer Zhang, basking in the praise, replied, "Of course. The keen observation skills of an enforcer can't be hidden." A glass of water was placed on the table. Officer Zhang handed Lu Ming a form. "Just fill this out and you're good." Lu Ming agreed. As Lu Ming sat down to focus on filling out the form, Officer Zhang took a sip of tea just as his radio went off. Officer Zhang immediately snapped into professional mode, pulling out the radio. 69,690 responding. He listened for a moment before shouting in shock, "What?" Then he replied, "Understood. Copy that." Officer Zhang checked the news on his phone. He was stunned by the name Wang Tianjun. He mused, "Wow, this big shot is no joke. People are calling him the Bull Demon King of Demolition in the old quarter now." On the screen was a photo of a white-haired man with the headline, "Breaking. Wang Tianjun admits old quarter incident was his personal action. The light of justice shines on the old quarter." There was even an ad. "Best demolition in Qingming City? Find old Wang." Officer Zhang showed the news to Lu Ming. "Since a big shot has claimed it, our small police station doesn't need to worry anymore." The name Wang Tianjun echoed in Lu Ming's mind. He remembered young Master Wang from the old quarter, who had confidently declared, "My dad is Wang Tianjun. He's powerful. Can you help me save someone?" At the time, Lu Ming didn't know who Wang Tianjun was. He had just walked away coldly, saying, I don't care who your dad is. It ends here. No one can stop these colossal bulls now. Back to the present. Officer Zhang set down his tea. All right, I'm heading out. Lu Ming picked up the form and asked, what about this? Before he could finish, the officer replied, forget it. Just toss it. As Officer Zhang left, Lu Ming waved. Take care, Officer Zhang. He then thought to himself, looks like that Wang He guy got his dad to cover for him. The kid actually has a conscience. Suddenly, Xiaobai called out, Master, snapping him out of it. She was curious and urged him, let's test the 4-star card now. Hurry. Lu Ming laughed, patted her head, and said, you're more excited than I am. Lu Ming placed the 4-star card on the scanner. The machine started reading. The two of them stared intently at every move on the screen. Lu Ming and Xiaobai were fully focused as the data appeared. Card name, sword charge, status, uncertified, rank, 4-star, grade, SSS, type, sword cultivator, effect, sword intent augmentation, range, unknown, layering, unknown. A stream of information continued to scroll up. Lu Ming murmured solemnly, a sword cultivator card. But Xiaobai was even more shocked. Her eyes sparkled as she screamed, sword cultivator, which startled Lu Ming. She praised him, Master, you're amazing. Lu Ming replied modestly, oh, it's nothing special. Lu Ming held the card and thought, sword cultivators are known for having extremely high offensive power. Their skills are notoriously difficult to pack into cards. Sword cultivator cards are incredibly rare. Packing sword skills usually only captures basic sword intent or simple augmentation. To pack a card that can actually house genuine sword intent requires dozens of times more energy than normal. While he was lost in thought, Xiaobai urgently called out, Master, Master. Lu Ming snapped out of it and looked at her. She excitedly asked, did you prepare this for me? Lu Ming grew serious, placed his hands on her small shoulders, and replied, of course. But you have to wait until your energy cultivation is high enough to use it. How much energy do you have now? She replied, 300. This felt like a knife through Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming went silent, making her anxious. Is it still too low? Lu Ming replied, yeah, you still need to train. I'll keep this card safe for you for now. As they were talking, a silhouette appeared, waiting outside the shop door. Just then, a knock-knock at the door caught the attention of both Lu Ming and Xiaobai. The two of them headed over to open the door. The door swung open to reveal a stunningly beautiful girl. Interestingly, she had a beauty mark under her, just like Lu Ming. Could this be Lu Man? But Lu Man was just a persona Lu Ming created. So who is this girl? Perhaps Lu Yan, Lu Ming's older sister? The scene shifts to a luxurious villa. Inside one of the rooms, a voice echoed out. I called you the other day, so why did you only show up now? You trying to catch these hands, or what? Inside the room, a graceful girl was busy cleaning. A man standing behind her explained apologetically, I'm really sorry, Sister Lu. You know how crazy busy I've been lately. A young man with purple hair scratched his head sheepishly. He continued, come on, what's so important that you couldn't say it over the phone? You had to make me come here in person? This was Chu Xiao, a special elementalist. As he finished speaking, his eyes drifted towards Sister Lu's ample chest, leaving him completely stunned. Sister Lu continued, for you. This guy was being a total creep. Instead of looking the girl in the eye, he was staring straight at her twin peaks. His face turned beet red as he stammered. F for me? Sister Lu, this is a bit sudden, don't you think? Sister Lu cut him off. If I'm giving it to you, just take it. Noticing Chu Xiao's weird gaze, she asked coldly, where exactly are you looking? As she asked, she held out a USB drive. Chu Xiao bowed low and took it with both hands, nodding frantically in embarrassment. Yes, got it. When he looked up, he realized he had a nosebleed. He tried to play it cool. I thought this was some top secret mission. Inside, he thought, man, I'm way too hyped up. Sister Lu turned away coldly. This favor I'm asking is very special. You must deliver this directly into his hands. Don't let anyone else know. As she spoke, she touched a photo on the desk. She picked it up. It was a photo of her and a young boy. Both had beautiful purple eyes and a beauty mark right under the eyelid. Sister Lu paused for a moment, looking pensive. Also, help me see how he's really doing over there. The scene shifts elsewhere. The sky was crystal clear with white clouds drifting by. Early in the morning, Fat Zhang showed up at Lu Ming's shop. Lu Ming asked in surprise, Fatty, what are you doing here at the crack of dawn? Fatty chirped back, Brother Lu, you missed me, didn't you? Fatty looked incredibly hyped. I'm here because I got some great news. Lu Ming, long accustomed to Fatty's antics, just lowered his head and closed his eyes. Right? Whenever you're involved, it's never actually good news. Ignoring Fatty at the door, Lu Ming called out to the back, Xiaobai, put the machine and cards away. From inside, Xiaobai replied, got it, master. Fatty then noticed the high-end machine. He He walked over impressed. Whoa, Brother Lou, did you hit the jackpot or something? You upgraded to such high-tech gear. What card are you making? Let me see. Why so mysterious? Lu Ming just dropped a cold line. It's an anti-pornography card. You want to look? This response left Fatty frozen to the spot. But Fatty did a 180 instantly, turning to Lu Ming with a whiny, feminine voice. Brother Lou, don't keep poking at my trauma like that. Lu Ming, annoyed, snapped to spit it out. What is it? Lu Ming pulled out a chair. As he sat down, he said, go on. What's the deal? Fatty continued. I need to buy some energy cards. A pretty big batch this time. Give me a homie discount, Brother Lou. Lu Ming sat with his hands on the table, leaning back and giving Fatty a suspicious look. Last time you said big batch. It was only 10 cards. How many this time? Fatty replied curtly, 100 cards. Hearing 100 cards, Lu Ming was genuinely surprised. He asked curiously, wow, that really is a big batch. What are you planning? Fatty looked quite smug. Told you I only come to Brother Lou with the good stuff. Fatty continued. I picked up a mission to survey the terrain at a specific location and then turn it into an illusion card. The gig pays 300,000. Fatty held up 3 fingers for emphasis. At the mention of money, Fatty's eyes sparkled. He added excitedly, so, Brother Lou, you down to go with me? Lu Ming let out a surprised huh? Lu Ming acted disinterested, clasping his hands behind his head and leaning back. Do you have some misunderstanding about what a card maker does? Just looking at our builds, I doubt I could even beat you in a fight. He then added, right, Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai appeared out of nowhere, hands on her hips, pointing a finger at Fatty. Exactly. I think you're just trying to get my master killed. Fatty just gave her a quick side eye. Fatty looked dead serious. Brother Lou, get a rest. You can't fool me. Fatty pointed straight at Lu Ming. That news about the bulls in the old quarter last night. Others might not know, but I've seen the power of your bull cards before. Lu Ming felt like he'd been caught red-handed, but he still pushed back. You're hilarious. You're just making wild guesses and trying to pin it on me. Besides, Wang Tianjun already admitted he did it. Don't go framing me. Fatty replied nonchalantly, fine, even if the old quarter thing is just my theory. What about you turning this shop from a dump into a gold mine? Or leading everyone out of danger at the mine? You telling me a normal car maker could do all that? Hearing this, a bead of cold sweat rolled down Lu Ming's face. Xiao Bai, standing aside, anxiously tried to persuade Lu Ming. Master, don't listen to his flattery. He's clearly. Before she could finish, Fatty cut her off. Just speaking the truth. He then rushed over to Lu Ming and started massaging his shoulders and back. He snapped at Xiao Bai, kid, go play somewhere else. Lu Ming, having his ego stroked in the stratosphere, replied gleefully, well, let me think about it. Soon after, they finished their discussion. Fatty said, Brother Lou, it's a deal then. Lu Ming pulled out the cards Fatty needed and showed him a QR code. Homie discount is one-off. Scan the code, and you might even get a lucky money rebate. Hurry up. Lu Ming sounded quite rushed. Fatty quickly pulled out his phone to pay. The screen showed transaction successful. Fatty added, all right, payment sent. Now let's talk mission strategy. Before he could finish, Lu Ming shoved him out the door and gave him a quick goodbye. Fatty was baffled. Hey, Brother Lou, what gives? Aren't we going to plan the mission? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. I only agreed to the discount. I never said when I'd go with you. Go find whoever you want. Fatty shouted in despair, Brother Lou. Brother Lou. Lu Ming just replied coldly. No need to thank me. Xiao Bai burst out laughing. Master, I actually thought you were going to go with him. Lu Ming replied. You kidding? Teaming up with him is a recipe for bad luck. Besides, I've got more important things to do. His eyes were now fixed on his cards. He laid the cards out on the table and thought, looks like I underestimated the impact of the old quarter incident. If Wang Tianjun hadn't taken the fall, even Fatty would have linked it to me. My card types are too predictable. I was going to stick with the bull cards forever, but I guess I can't use them so carelessly anymore. Time for a new set of cards. Lu Ming gathered up the old ones. Lu Ming started crunching numbers on a calculator. The bull card were great for F2P power, but they lacked intelligence. The demolition crew was too brute force. The colossal bulls are more stable, but they're too big, slow, and limited. And the duration. It would be better if they lasted a bit longer. He clicked his mouse. Looking at the computer screen showing summoning, martial spirit, he pointed and said with satisfaction, yep, you're the one. A day later at the shop, a customer spoke up. Boss, give me 10 watermelon ninja cards and 10 pole cards. Lu Ming replied, Sully, man, we're sold out for today. Come back earlier next time. The young man was furious. Are you kidding me? I'm busting my gut working on drafts every day, and you tell me next time? You're always sold out. How am I supposed to live? Seeing the customer's rage, Lu Ming tried to calm him down. Whoa, take it easy. But Lu Ming's words were empty and did nothing. Xiao Bai quickly stepped in, holding up her phone with a QR code. She said cheerfully, don't be mad. Scan this code to join our community group. You can rant with other members and get real-time updates on our restocks. There are even limited-time perks. Lu Ming was stunned, while the customer calmed down, adjusted his glasses, scanned the code, and left. The two of them waved goodbye. Come back soon. Lu Ming was impressed by her move. Xiao Bai, I didn't know you had such a head for business. He gave her 2 thumbs up. Xiao Bai beamed. I learned from the best. But Lu Ming quickly turned serious. Don't let it distract you from your card-making studies. Did you finish the task I gave you yesterday? Xiao Bai happily fanned out a set of cards. Done. 50, summon martial spirit, 1-star cards. Lu Ming was jumping for joy internally. Making money and making cards without missing a beat. Xiao Bai is a lifesaver. But on the outside, he stayed cool. He patted her head and smiled. Good job, Xiao Bai. But don't get cocky, okay? She obediently replied, Yes, master. Lu Ming continued. I need to research some new cards today. Keep an eye on the shop for me. She obediently agreed. Looking at the cards, Lu Ming thought, while making 1-star cards isn't hard, Xiao Bai's growth speed is insane. She's really helped me out a lot. In that case, let's try combining 7 cards and see what happens. No sooner said than done. Lu Ming started feeding the cards into the machine. A moment later, the combined card was finished. He said happily done. Incredibly excited and impatient, Lu Ming placed the card onto the machine. The machine began reading and analyzing. Lu Ming was dying to know how the effect of the 2-star martial spirit summon would turn out. When the martial spirit finally appeared, Lu Ming was floored. Holy crap, the martial spirit was tiny. It only reached his height when he crouched down. He squatted down to face it and said, Hey little guy, with this height, are you sure you can even take me on? And let me guess, there are exactly 7 of you? What is this, a group for saving your grandpa? For real, what the hell am I supposed to do with these 7 things? Lu Ming scratched his head in frustration, waving his arms around wildly while complaining to the heavens. In Lu Ming's imagination, the martial spirit was supposed to be a giant with a sharp gaze, wielding a lethal axe. The reality was a total buzzkill. He held the card, feeling dejected and wondering where he went wrong. Meanwhile, the tiny spirits looked up with bright faces and asked, Master, are we having chicken for dinner? Ignoring the little spirits, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. No, I've already come this far. He immediately grabbed 7 of the 2-star cards. He began the process of fusing the 7 2-star cards together. After a while, the fusion process was complete. Curious, Lu Ming peeked at the card to see the result. But why this? Why is it a grave? This gave Lu Ming a huge shock. He blurted out, Damn it, why is it a grave with a flag on it? Lu Ming was confused, unable to believe the raw reality before him. He shouted, Did I offend your ancestors or something? Why do they keep showing up on my cards? He was demoralized, but then he noticed something, the number 5,000 on the card. It only consumes 5,000 energy points? He immediately pulled open his drawer to find another card. Holding the 2 cards, Lu Ming carefully examined and researched them. Sure enough, the patterns on the back were completely different. Although both were complex, the lines on the new card were clearly more sophisticated and optimized than the previous one. So that's how it is. Streamlined logic and meticulous arrangement. This optimization is because of the lightning original card. The 10,000 energy cost from before has dropped to 5,000. A 50 reduction. This optimization tech is terrifying. If I can master this, can I force lower the requirements for high-tier cards so a 2-star can use them? Wouldn't that mean I can create over-leveled cards? 2 days later, a pile of discarded cards lay scattered on the table as Lu Ming walked over them. Lu Ming was still working diligently, using his pen to draw the intricate patterns on the back of the card. Finally, the last stroke was finished. Lu Ming held the card up, beaming. Success. It's done. The card reader immediately displayed the info. Card name, untitled. Status, uncertified. Rank, 3-star. Grade, SSS. Type, summoning. Effect, conscious pure energy body. Xiao Bai, standing nearby, gasped. Master, quick, test the effect. Lu Ming crossed his arms smugly. No ruse. This is a top-tier 3-star card. We need a wide-open, safe space to test it. Shortly after, Lu Ming arrived at a plane in the suburbs. His phone notified him. You have arrived at your destination. Navigation ended. Holding his phone with the card reader on his back, he surveyed the area. It was a vast, open plain with rolling mountains in the distance. The sun was mild, casting a beautiful glow over the landscape. Lu Ming liked the vibe and decided this was the perfect spot to test the card. He set the card reader down on the ground. Suddenly, something was charging toward him from the distance at high speed. It was Fatty and someone else, being chased by a massive rat. It had razor-sharp teeth and lethal claws. Fatty was running for his life, screaming, Help me. 10 minutes earlier, in that same suburban plain, a voice rang out. Okay, I've finished copying the scene here. The scene showed a bird on a branch, with Fatty and 3 other men below. One man leaned against a tree, another was kneeling down working on something. Fatty was talking to a man in a brown jacket. "Boss, don't worry. This illusion of mine will definitely look real." The boss replied, "Yeah, looks okay." Fatty rubbed his hands together and smiled. "So, will that be cash or transfer?" The man in the brown jacket didn't answer right away. He turned to the man squatting on the ground. "Big bro?" The man turned around and nodded. Turns out Brown Jacket was checking with his boss. The boss was still busy with something, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Brown Jacket then said, "All right, I've transferred 30,000 to you. You guys can go now. Whatever you hear or see, don't look back. Otherwise, you'll deal with the consequences." "Got it." At that moment, the boss opened a bag filled with explosives. Having received the money, Fatty waved cheerfully. "Got it. Hit me up if you need anything else, boss." He then called out, "Let's go, Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu, looking at the 2 men, asked suspiciously, "Senior, what are those guys doing? They don't look like good people." Fatty replied, "Those are the Fan brothers. Their family used to be in the mineral trade, but hit hard times lately. Seems like there's some internal beef. Oh, and that old quarter incident killed one of them. I think it was the second brother. The third one, Fanzai, is the most dangerous, a rare 4-star cultivator in Qingming City." Hearing 4-star, Xiaoyu asked, "A 4-star? Fatty replied, "Look, we take the money and do the job. Stop worrying about society's drama." Suddenly, Xiaoyu noticed something. In front of Xiaoyu and Fatty was an enormous rat. It was curled up, its tail wrapped around 3 eggs. It looked terrifying. Xiaoyu gasped, "Well, it's rare to see a fire-swallowing beast here." Fatty asked, "A fire-swallowing beast?" Xiaoyu recalled confidently, "I remember my grandpa taking me hunting. He said these eggs are worth a fortune." Suddenly, Fatty's laughter startled Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu turned to see Fatty holding 2 of the eggs. Xiaoyu broke into a cold sweat, while Fatty laughed hysterically. "Ha ha ha, we think alike. Do you think these 2 can sell for 20,000? Xiaoyu yelled in anger, "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid it'll wake up?" Fatty replied nonchalantly, "Scared of what? Look, it's sleeping like a log." Unless, before he could finish, the 2 men from earlier pressed the detonator. A massive explosion went off. The shockwave was huge, with fire and smoke erupting everywhere. Fortunately, they had a protective shield, so they weren't hit by the blast. The explosion was so loud it sent flocks of birds scattering. Xiaoyu turned around, stunned. What the hell? But he was immediately interrupted by Fatty's scream. Turns out, the fire-swallowing beast had woken up. Seeing Fatty holding its eggs, the beast was enraged, baring its teeth and claws. Fatty was so scared he almost wet himself. He stammered, "What do we do now?" Xiaoyu was also terrified. He screamed, "Run!" As they bolted, Xiaoyu questioned him, "Why the hell did you touch its eggs?" Fatty, trembling with fear, replied, "How was I supposed to know they were going to blow stuff up?" Lu Ming, watching from afar with binoculars, saw them in danger. Fatty Zhang, "Xiaoyu? I thought they said they were lying low." Fatty's luck was truly terrible. While running, he tripped over a rock and cried out, "Ouch." He face-planted into the dirt. Xiaoyu turned back to check on him. Seeing the imminent danger, Xiaoyu thought, no choice left. He yelled, "Let's do this." He drew his bow and aimed at the fire-swallowing beast. Fatty was in a life-or-death situation as the giant rat raised its sharp claws over him. Fatty's eyes were wide with terror as Xiaoyu pulled the bowstring with all his might. Spirit Frost Arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and struck the giant rat right in the eye. The beast shrieked in pain and faltered. Xiaoyu rushed to Fatty's side, urging him, "Senior, hurry up." Fatty was still groaning in pain. Seconds later, the giant rat was completely frozen by Xiaoyu's arrow. Looking at the frozen beast, Fatty asked, "Damn, why didn't you use that sooner?" Xiaoyu replied, "This arrow is super expensive, you know?" Just then, the 2 of them noticed something was wrong. The ice on the rat was starting to crack and melt. Fatty said, "I gotta say." Fatty yelled out in a panic, "Quick, shoot it again." Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in frustration as he replied, "I can't. I can only fire 1 shot per day." The giant rat shattered the ice, transforming into its ember demon form. Witnessing this, the 2 stood frozen in place. Yet Fatty still managed to gasp, "Man, this trick of yours is a total bust." They soon noticed a terrifying change in the rat's eyes. They screamed in horror, "We're toast. It's game over." Fatty was practically bawling. Right at that moment, a card flew in from out of nowhere. The card soared through the air and landed right at the giant rat's feet. The giant rat, Xiaoyu, and Fatty were all stunned, having no clue what was going on. Suddenly, a white flag sprouted from the ground. A massive hand followed, emerging from the earth to grab the flag, leaving Fatty and Xiaoyu completely speechless. Fatty and Xiaoyu were stuttering, unable to form words. What is this?" Standing before them was a colossal, mighty bull warrior. Fatty and Xiaoyu gasped. What kind of bull demon snake god is this? The bull demon looked furious, grinding its teeth. The bull demon's upper torso had emerged from the ground. Seeing the scale of it, Fatty and Xiaoyu were knocked flat on their backs in shock. The giant rat began to charge a fireball in its mouth. The bull demon remained completely unfazed. With a casual flick of its hand, the bull demon sent the giant rat reeling, its mouth hanging open in shock. The fireball from the rat's mouth was swatted away by the bull demon, exploding harmlessly in midair. The bull demon then gathered strength into its fist, its teeth clenched in focus. A world-shattering punch landed instantly. The impact was so powerful it sent rocks flying everywhere, even catching Xiaoyu and Fatty in the shockwave. The rat was sent flying into the distance by that single, devastating blow. Realizing it was no match for the bull demon, the rat scrambled away as fast as its legs could carry it. Staring at the massive bull demon, Fatty gasped, "What kind of demonic entity is this?" Xiaoyu, breaking into a cold sweat, replied, "First time seeing one too." "Forget about that. Let's get the hell out of here." The two helped each other up and bolted. Lu Ming, watching through his binoculars, thought to himself, those two really know how to make a guy sweat. Good thing I got the summon out in time. Lu Ming, watching from distance, let out a long sigh of relief. With a satisfied look, Lu Ming mused, the combat power of this tomb warrior is legit. One shot, a 3-star monster. At this rate, I'll be hitting 3-star rank myself in no time, haha. Suddenly, a voice echoed. It rang out inside Lu Ming's head. "Kid, you didn't summon me just to smack a rat, did you?" Lu Ming was startled by the voice. Lu Ming asked in confusion, Are you the tomb warrior? Can you talk to me telepathically?" "Tomb warrior? I am McLaren, the god of war." Lu Ming was thrilled. He shouted excitedly, "Whoa, a god of war. That's sick." McLaren replied, confidently, "Damn right. Any other requests?" "Spit him out." "Well, god of war bro, my card tester is super heavy. Mind coming over and carrying it for me for a bit?" Hearing this, McLaren was absolutely speechless. McLaren roared in anger. "Are you kidding me? I'm a world-shattering god of war, and you want me to be your gear mule?" Lu Ming thought, fair point. Feeling a bit sheepish, Lu Ming asked, "So, big bro god of war, why didn't you chase that fire-swallowing beast down and finish it off?" McLaren replied, "Hey kid, that come over here and I'll show you why." Lu Ming asked hesitantly, "Huh? Me? Go over there?" Once he arrived, Lu Ming cried out in disbelief, "Are you for real?" A shovel was being used to dig into the dirt. Lu Ming covered his face and moaned, "You're supposed to be a god of war." Lu Ming held his head, tears streaming down his face as he stared in disbelief. "This isn't a god of war." McLaren replied, "Listen, brother, I could at least run around like these little minions of yours. Is that too much to ask?" Lu Ming's tiny spirits were busily digging a hole so deep it was already past Lu Ming's height. Lu Ming shielded his face. "McLaren, just start walking first, okay?" McLaren snapped back. "Watch your tone with a god of war." Lu Ming quickly explained, "Big bro, you need to be on the offensive. We can't just play tower defense here." Lu Ming sighed in disappointment, resting his face in his hands. "Fine, looks like I can't summon the full form yet." He consoled himself, "At least it lasts long enough. I'll just use him as a defensive card for now." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the ground had been caved in by some massive force, smoke still lingering in the air. A pair of glasses fell to the ground and was crushed under a heavy boot. A burly man with a 3-tufted hairstyle was grabbing another man by the hair. "Young, can't we just talk this out? Why do you have to blow up my entrance? Look at us, second brother and fourth brother are gone. What's left for us to fight over?" The man on the ground had been beaten black and blue by 3 tufts, blood dripping from his wounds. But he remained defiant, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He spat, "Fanzay, you backstabbing snake. Our brothers traded their lives for that mineral vein, and a piece of trash like you want to swallow it all yourself. Now you have the nerve to call it your mine? Back when you were just 2-star scum, you didn't dare bark. If you hadn't stolen the Waterwood core, how could you have reached 4-star rank?" Fanzay gave a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha. So what? People only care if you're on top or at the bottom. Nobody cares how you got there. This mine is mine now. If you surrender, I might still throw you a bone." Iyong remained stubborn. He grabbed Fanzay's arm and yelled, "Me and fourth brother rigged every entrance with explosives and trackers." He held up a detonator menacingly. "The moment I hit this switch, that cultivation manor you worked so hard on, that will be exposed to the whole world." Back with Lu Ming, he was crawling out of the pit, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, all that digging for nothing. It's getting late. Time to head back." Just as he reached the surface, a massive explosion went off, making Lu Ming jump. Lu Ming spun around immediately to survey the situation. Multiple explosions went off in sequence, fire and thick smoke billowing into the sky. Lu Ming realized that's exactly where Fatty and Xiaoyu just came from. Lu Ming was baffled, wondering what on earth was going on. A series of explosions erupted in sequence. Massive fires broke out, and the air was thick with blinding dust and pitch-black smoke billowing into the sky. Iyong said smugly, "Now that all the mine shafts are exposed, you're finished." On the contrary, Fanzai remained incredibly composed. He replied coldly, "You really think I didn't account for your petty little tricks?" He then reached up toward a spherical necklace glowing with blue energy. Fanzai said with absolute confidence, "Don't forget, the Waterwood core is currently in my hands." Hearing this, Iyong was livid, his teeth grinding in pure rage. A swirling vortex of blue energy manifested in Fanzai's palm. He then clenched his fist, and the power surged. It was a mist barrier. The surrounding area was instantly smothered by a dense green fog. At that moment, a pair of golden eyes suddenly snapped open. It was a spirit cat. The collar around its neck was beginning to glow. It was a black and gold orb shaped like an eye, pulsing with light. Now the entire suburban plain is covered by my mist barrier. No one will ever find my mineral vein, Fanzai declared confidently. Iyong remained stubborn and spat back. True, a normal person would have a hard time finding it. Unfortunately for you. But I've already hired Chu Xiao to come here. A little fog won't mean a thing to him. This revelation from Iyong caught Fanzai completely off guard. Infuriated, he grabbed Iyong by the collar and roared, "Chu Xiao, the cloud-reaching hand? Fan Iyong, you're trying to cut off the Fan family source of wealth." Iyong replied with a tone of utter contempt. The Fan family was ruined by a piece of trash like you a long time ago. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a glass of beer was placed on a table. It was Chu Xiao. He was sitting at a bar when he suddenly started coughing. The beautiful girl next to him asked caringly, "Hey handsome, you okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you?" Chu Xiao quickly regained his cool. He raised his beer and laughed, "Ha ha, no way. Some girl must be thinking about me again." The purple-haired girl laughed back, "Ha ha, you're such a joker." Just then, the news on the TV announced, Qingming Meteorological Station predicts a strong cold front starting tomorrow. Heavy fog has appeared in the suburban plains with visibility under 5 meters. Pedestrians, please take necessary precautions. Chu Xiao fell into deep thought. The suburban plains? Isn't that where my client wanted me to go? Shortly after, Chu Xiao checked his map and headed toward the suburban plains. Back to Lu Ming. He was trekking with the heavy machine on his back, muttering, "This place is cursed. First wild beasts, then bombings. And the sky was clear a second ago. Why the sudden fog?" Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed something. Seeing someone call him, the cat dashed off. Lu Ming shouted, "Hey, Mr. Cat, where are you going? You're still injured, don't just run off." But the cat ignored Lu Ming and kept running. This left Lu Ming stunned. He couldn't help but think, Mr. Cat rarely takes the lead like this. What the hell is going on? He just bolted without a word. Setting the heavy machine down, Lu Ming thought to himself, actually, let him run. Finally, I don't have to serve that feline ancestor anymore. But then, Lu Ming adjusted his gear. He started running in the direction the cat went, thinking, I still can't just leave him. I'm worried. The cat had already covered quite a distance. The cat reached a spot where a voice could be heard shouting, "Speak. Who else did you hire besides Chu Xiao?" That voice made the cat stop in its tracks, startled. The cat's eyes glowed, reflecting the image of a spherical gem, the one on Fanzai's neck. Fanzai was still aggressively interrogating Fan Iyong. "You dare mess with my mind?" He then hoisted Iyong up by the throat, cursing furiously. "Then don't blame me for forgetting we're brothers." His eyes narrowed, and his muscles bulged as he began to apply pressure. Just as he was about to crush Iyong's throat, the cat lunged out of nowhere, catching him by surprise. The cat lunged forward, unsheathing its sharp claws at Fanzai. It landed a clean scratch across Fanzai's cheek. The scratch sent Fanzai into a rage. As blood began to seep from the wound, he grit his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot. The cat's attack speed was remarkably fast. Fanzai and the cat stared each other down. Fanzai touched the scratch on his face, fuming. Where the hell did this stray cat come from? The stinging pain made him grit his teeth. The cat stood its ground, glaring back at him. Fanzai lunged at the cat with his fist, screaming in a blind rage, "You want to die?" Fanzai threw a heavy punch toward the cat. The strike sent the cat flying high into the air, kicking up dirt and debris below. The cat was now being thrown back, behind Fanzai. The cat's eyes widened, staring intently at Fanzai's hands. Fanzai slammed his hand onto the ground, and it turned out. Fanzai used his hand as a pivot to brace himself, and immediately delivered a powerful kick to the cat. He followed up with another brutal kick to the cat. The cat was overwhelmed, unable to find an opening to fight back. Fanzai then slammed his elbow down onto the cat's body, causing it to cough up blood in agony. Quickly, Fanzai grabbed the cat by its tail. He laughed triumphantly. Caught you, you little brat. The cat was now face to face with the gem on Fanzai's neck, but he was completely oblivious to it. With a smug, arrogant look, he mocked, "Fun game, kitty?" But suddenly, Fanzai realized something was off. He turned back toward Fanny Yong's spot and scanned the area, but Fanny Yong was gone. He growled out, "Fanny Yong." Fanny Yong was unconscious. A hand reached out to check his head. It turned out to be Lu Ming. Lu Ming had dragged Fan Yong into a hidden corner of the cave. He whispered, "Hey, wake up, man." Fanny Yong let out a sharp cough, looking like he was in immense pain. He glanced at Lu Ming and asked weakly, "Who are you?" Lu Ming was startled by the question and stammered, "Huh, me?" Fanny Yong suddenly grabbed Lu Ming's hand tightly. "Zhu Xiao, you're finally here. Catch that guy." He broke into a coughing fit. He had mistaken Lu Ming for Chu Xiao. Lu Ming tried to clarify, "Wait, you've got it wrong. What the hell is going on here?" Fanny Yong, convinced it was Chu Xiao, handed over a red and white object. "These are the coordinates. Follow the instructions to find the mineral vein." Lu Ming took the item. Feeling confused, he asked, "A mineral vein?" Fan Yong continued seriously, "At the mine, you'll find an energy recharge card. It's a special card my father made using a secret technique. Be careful of the defensive barriers there. After it's done, get me out of here. I guarantee you'll have more money than you can ever spend." Fanny Yong then urgently prodded Lu Ming, "Go quick, before Fanzai notices." Lu Ming tried to explain one last time, "Look, man, I'm really not the guy you're looking for." This left Fan Yong stunned. "What?" Before another word could be said, a spray of blood erupted. A blood-stained hand appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Blood splattered across his face, leaving him in total shock. His eyes widened at the sight. Before him was the agonized face of Fan Yong, his eyes bulging in pain. He had been lethally wounded right in the chest. A hand then shoved Fan Yong's head down, making him scream in agony. A voice rang out, "Big brother, you always were such a self-righteous prick. Just looking at you makes me sick." Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Fanzai was clutching Fan Yong's head with one hand. He stared at his other blood-drenched hand and continued, "Isn't that right, cloud-reaching hand?" The cat, which had been beaten down by Fanzai, lay still. Its eyes slowly flickered open as it regained consciousness. Inside the cave, Fanzai's voice echoed again, "I'll give you two choices. First, you saw nothing today. We stay out of each other's way. Give me what he just gave you, and I'll pay you double. Second, you die a meaningless death, just like these stray dogs and cats. Chu Xiao, I trust you're smart, man." Hearing this, Lu Ming thought of Mr. Cat in a panic. Did he kill Mr. Cat? That piece of trash. Infuriated, Lu Ming drew his card. "I have to risk it." But a notification pinged. "Insufficient energy. Please recharge." Lu Ming froze in horror. "Are you kidding me?" He started to panic, his face turning pale. He screamed internally, "Arg, I forgot I only brought enough energy for one card today." Noticing the movement, Fanzai turned back, fuming. "You trying to pull a fast one on me?" Lu Ming stammered, Hey, let's just talk this out." Suddenly, a noise came from behind Fanzai as rocks and dirt came tumbling down. A massive maw filled with razor-sharp teeth and equally lethal claws gaped wide right behind him. Terrified, Fanzai spun around and used both hands to block the cat's front paws. The cat had grown several times its original size. It turned to Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, get out of here." Lu Ming was shocked. "You can talk. Mr. Cat, it's really you? You're alive. What's your beef with this creep anyway?" The cat barked back, "Stop wasting breath. Don't just stand there being a handicap." Lu Ming was still trying to process everything. Looking at the device on his arm, Lu Ming cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I'm useless without energy." Then he remembered the item Fan Yong gave him. "Right? Mr. Cat, hang in there." Lu Ming stared into the dark, bottomless tunnel and started running. Looking at the map in his hand, Lu Ming told himself, "Just wait until I get that energy card." Meanwhile, Mr. Cat and Fanzai were locked in a fierce, brutal struggle, neither side giving an inch. With its massive new body, Mr. Cat seemed to have the upper hand. Fanzai and the cat ground their teeth, staring each other down with eyes full of rage. Fanzai grabbed both of the cat's front paws firmly. He then used all his strength, attempting to body slam the cat. Fanzai braced his legs, anchoring himself firmly to the ground. With a massive heave, he sent the cat flying. The cat crashed down, sending rocks and clouds of dust into the air. Looking at the cat, Fanzai noted, "Your strength and speed have both surged. Seems like you're no ordinary stray." Mr. Cat quickly regained his footing, squaring off against Fanzai. Electricity seemed to crackle in Fanzai's eyes. He immediately activated the orb on his collar, sneering arrogantly, "Fine then, let's get serious." The cat was equally enraged, bearing its razor-sharp fangs. Fanzai instantly transformed, activating his energy armor seal. He looked completely different now, encased in a specialized layer of power. As for Lu Ming, the deeper he ran, the more minerals he saw. Glowing stones lined the path, making him gasp. I can't believe this vein is so massive. What's more, the energy crystals here are way purer than anything at my old internship site. The device on Lu Ming's arm notified him, approaching marked location. After running a bit further, Lu Ming skidded to a halt. He carefully surveyed the area. This is it. He was standing at the heart of the mineral vein, where a small pool sat surrounded by shimmering gold crystals. In the center of the pool rested a card. Lu Ming observed quietly, noting this is the spot. I've never felt energy this pure before. His gaze locked onto the card in the center. A 4-star energy card. This must be it. Looking around at the numerous tunnels, Lu Ming realized there's more than one way into this place. Above each tunnel entrance sat carvings shaped like masks. Lu Ming glanced at them. They didn't look like mere decorations. There was one above every single opening. Recalling Fan Yong's warning, be careful of the defensive barriers, Lu Ming thought carefully about the traps mentioned. He pulled out a card, thinking, let's test the waters first. Lu Ming summoned a tiny spirit. Crouching down, he instructed, little buddy, go grab that card for me. The little guy was very obedient, giving an okay sign. Lu Ming gave him a thumbs up for his professionalism. The tiny spirit started walking toward the edge of the pool. As it got closer to the card, Lu Ming warned from the sidelines, watch your step. The little guy was just inches away from the card while Lu Ming cheered him on. The moment he touched the card, both held their breath. Suddenly, the mass carvings above the tunnels began to glow red. They fired red beams, like lasers, that converged on a single point. These beams pierced right through the tiny spirit, leaving him in a state of shock. Immediately, the tiny spirit's belly began to swell, as if it were about to burst. Lu Ming was horrified, and even the little guy didn't understand what was happening as the card slipped from his hands. A split second later, the tiny spirit exploded, falling into the pool while the card remained exactly where it was. The explosion shook the cave, causing rocks to tumble down. Outside, Fanzai noticed the disturbance. Looks like that cloud-reaching hand has broken into the mine. A kitten like you actually forced me to activate my energy armor. Impressive, but I don't have time to play with you anymore. Mr. Cat remained ferocious, blocking Fanzai's path. Fanzai decided to end this quickly. Fanzai and the cat clashed again. Fanzai delivered a blow that sent the cat flying. He closed the distance instantly. Gotcha now. Fanzai aimed a devastating punch at the cat, but luckily, the cat was fast enough to dodge. The force of the blow shattered the surrounding stone. Before the cat could recover, Fanzai charged again with both fists raised. The battle between Mr. Cat and Fanzai continued with extreme intensity. They traded blows back and forth for a long time. After a grueling exchange, the cat was finally taken down by one of Fanzai's strikes, its blood spilling onto the ground. Fanzai stood over the cat like a monster, his eyes glowing. Mr. Cat lay on the ground in agony, letting out a pitiful cry. Back with Lu Ming, he was still reeling from the shock of the recent explosion. He couldn't help but think that's brutal. Not even a single scrap left of him. But the card is completely unscathed. A defensive energy field. Sure enough, a golden orb of energy surrounded the card. As expected of a 4-star Master's Barrier, it handles both offense and defense. It seems like a losing game. If I had gone for that card myself, I'd be a human pincushion right now. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed something crucial. A destructive beam, like a laser, has high directionality and should pierce the target. But that explosion, he recalled the scene and theorized. Wait, could it be? He used the device on his arm to read the Martial Spirit Summon card. Characteristic, pure energy body controlled by a central core. Martial spirits are unstable. Intense stimulation leads to uncontrollable consequences. Reading this, Lu Ming had an epiphany. That explosion wasn't caused by the barrier's destruction. That it was the core being hit by external energy, causing a self-destruct. I didn't realize these little guys were unstable live bombs. I only have enough energy left to release 1 2-star Martial Spirit Summon. Lu Ming blurted out, that's enough. He called the tiny spirits over. All right, everyone, get over here. We got work to do. The tiny spirits obeyed. Lu Ming took a pen and began drawing something on each of their foreheads. As he drew, he asked, are you guys ready? Lu Ming clenched his fist over his heart and closed his eyes. With a solemn air, he declared, dedicate your hearts. Lu Ming spread his arms wide, and the tiny spirits mirrored his gesture perfectly. They chanted in unison, dedicate our hearts. On their foreheads were the serial numbers Lu Ming had just drawn. Immediately, the tiny spirits began their operation. So it turns out the little guys were assigned specific roles. They climbed up the cave walls, clinging to the defense turrets installed above. One by one, they reported in, Number 1 in position, Number 2 in position, Number 3 in position, Number 4 in position, Number 5 in position, Number 6 in position. The whole squad had completely blocked the defense turrets. At that moment, Number 7 stood before the card and reported firmly. Number 7 ready and awaiting orders. Lu Ming, hiding behind a boulder, shouted, On my mark, 3, 2, 1, go. Immediately, Lu Ming began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Everyone was set and ready to blow. The moment Lu Ming finished the count, Number 7 grabbed the card. A split second later, the defense system kicked in, but the little spirits were already blocking the sensors. Instantly, a chain reaction of explosions erupted. The blast was so massive that Lu Ming, even behind the boulder, had to shield his face. Just as the smoke cleared, the image of the card sparkled in Lu Ming's eyes. Number 7 had successfully secured the card. He proudly held the card high. Lu Ming was hyped. We did it. Having secured the card, Lu Ming quickly turned to leave. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him, thinking, Hang in there, Mr. Cat. Back at the fight, Mr. Cat had reverted to his small, original form. Seeing this, Fanzai laughed mockingly. What happened? Back to being a helpless kitty? This made Mr. Cat livid, but he was too weak to strike back. Immediately, Fanzai gathered a vortex of energy in his hand. He said coldly, I'm not the type to have mercy on small animals. Suddenly, Fanzai flinched in surprise at the tiny army appearing before him. He stepped back. He blurted out, What kind of demonic things are these? He furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, one of the tiny spirits latched onto his arm, catching him completely off guard. A second later, the tiny army swarmed him, crawling all over his body. A massive wave of them waited behind, ready to tear Fanzai apart. He was completely surrounded and submerged by the tiny legion. Mr. Cat, heavily injured and lying on the ground, was quickly scooped up by Lu Ming. Lu Ming carried Mr. Cat behind a large boulder. Tucked away behind the rock, they were temporarily safe. Lu Ming looked straight at Mr. Cat and said, Look, Mr. Cat, I know you're a total badass, but your injuries haven't even healed yet. Next time, don't just ditch me and go rogue without saying a word, okay? As he spoke, Lu Ming gently stroked Mr. Cat. Hearing this, the cat fell into a pensive silence. Lu Ming peeked out to assess the situation. That's about right. You damn creep. Is that all you've got? Fanzai was outside, struggling against the swarm of tiny spirits. He growled, You're dead meat. Watching from afar, Lu Ming thought, Perfect. He took the bait. Immediately, a massive explosion went off, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The blast was incredibly powerful and sustained. Once the explosion ended, rocks from the cave ceiling collapsed, sealing the entrance. Outside the cave, a man stood watching from a distance. The device in his hand notified him. Destination reached. Navigation ended. Witnessing the scene before him, he blurted out, Wait, what? He pulled down his mask to double-check. Did I get the wrong place? He checked his map again. There's no mine here. What kind of BS order was this? Whatever. I'll head back to the city and find Lu Yan's younger brother first. Inside the cave, dust and debris continued to fall, filling the air with smoke. Luckily, Lu Ming was safe behind the boulder, still clutching Mr. Cat tightly. Lu Ming muttered, That probably blew him to Kingdom Come, right? He looked around to check the area, thinking, We shouldn't stay here long. Let's move. But suddenly, Lu Ming was caught off guard by something. Slash! Slash! Mr. Cat had just swiped twice right across Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming cried out in pain and anger. What was that for? Is this how you repay a favor? Damn it, you almost shredded my face. Having escaped Lu Ming's arms, the cat nonchalantly licked its paws, acting completely innocent. Suddenly, a heavy foot stepped onto the rock Lu Ming was hiding behind. Startled, Lu Ming looked up. It was Fanzai. He was still alive, surviving the chain of explosions. He was holding a massive rock, his face charred black, and his clothes completely shredded. He growled in rage. You actually managed to blow my energy armor to pieces. Lu Ming and Mr. Cat looked up. Their eyes met Fanzai's, and he went ballistic. Just die already. He hurled the massive rock straight at Lu Ming and Mr. Cat. The rock was inches away from Lu Ming, but he was too slow to react. With lightning reflexes, Mr. Cat used a claw strike to slice the rock in half. It seemed Mr. Cat had recovered significantly. That move was pretty impressive. The giant rock shattered into fragments. Fortunately, neither Lu Ming nor Mr. Cat took any serious damage. Mr. Cat then started walking toward Fanzai. Lu Ming's eyes went wide. Lu Ming shouted, Mr. Cat, but the cat kept walking straight toward Fanzai. To block the last attack, Mr. Cat's front paw had been injured, and blood began to seep out, but he kept moving forward with grim determination. Mr. Cat widened his eyes, glaring intensely at Fanzai. Seeing that his previous attack missed Lu Ming, Fanzai began to taunt them. So the cloud-reaching hand is just a useless bum protected by a kitten? I've changed my mind. I'm gonna make you both wish you were dead. Fanzai was feeling smug, completely unaware of a dark shadow quietly appearing behind him. It was McLaren, the god of war. He swung a massive fist from behind Fanzai, who was still acting arrogant, oblivious to the danger closing in. With lightning speed, McLaren threw a heavy punch at Fanzai. Wham! The sound of the fist colliding with Fanzai's head echoed. Fanzai cried out in pain, and the necklace around his neck snapped and flew off. Mr. Cat was sharp and immediately pounced on it. With a single leap, Mr. Cat caught the gem in his mouth while McLaren knocked Fanzai flat on his face. Mr. Cat landed, firmly clutching the gem. Seeing this, Lu Ming asked Mr. Cat, "Is that?" Lu Ming looked stunned, as if he had just realized something. It turned out Mr. Cat was taking the gem and running off again. Lu Ming shouted, "Hey, not again." Lu Ming called out, "Hey, god of war, stay here and hold the fort for us." Lu Ming chased after Mr. Cat, not forgetting to yell back to McLaren, "Wait for me." Fanzai was smashed into the wall by McLaren's punch and lay there motionless. Suddenly, Fanzai's fingers twitched. Back with Lu Ming, he was still sprinting after Mr. Cat, panting, "Look, you're injured. Don't run so fast." Lu Ming finally caught up. He turned to the cat and asked, "Okay, spill. What do you want with this pearl? Don't tell me you fought that creep just for a piece of jewelry." Mr. Cat glanced at Lu Ming and replied, "This is the Waterwood Core, not some ordinary pearl." Hearing the name Waterwood Core, Lu Ming looked puzzled. Mr. Cat explained, "It's one of 5 elemental orbs. Once all 5 are gathered, Luluo." Before he could finish, Lu Ming smugly interrupted, "I know this. Once you collect them all, you can summon a dragon god to grant a wish, right? Or wipe out half the universe." Mr. Cat was absolutely speechless. This kid had a wild imagination. Suddenly, Lu Ming froze. The path ahead of Lu Ming and Mr. Cat was completely blocked by a rockfall. Lu Ming said anxiously, "Crap, the exit is sealed shut." Lu Ming squatted down to check the debris. "I guess I have to use the Tomb Warrior card again." Mr. Cat replied, "No need. This mine probably has more than one exit." Recalling the trip to get the energy card, Lu Ming nodded. "Right, there were 6 tunnels leading to the core. But if we go back, what if that guy wakes up?" Lu Ming asked. Mr. Cat replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I have a plan." The cat then beckoned with his front paw. "Come here." Lu Ming looked nervous, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. "What for?" Suddenly, Mr. Cat touched Lu Ming's forehead with his paw, transferring a golden energy that left Lu Ming stunned. Mr. Cat was still standing right in front of Lu Ming. But a second later, Lu Ming's eyes began to flicker and then close tightly. Inside Lu Ming's mind, a glowing circle appeared. Back at the fight, Fanzai had defeated McLaren. The god of war had a massive hole in his gut and was groaning in agony. Fanzai stood there, paralyzed for a moment. In his hand was the broken string of his necklace. He let out a furious roar, cloud-reaching hand. Back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming snapped awake, a cat paw-shaped mark glowing on his forehead. He wondered to himself, did I just pass out? Lu Ming looked around, but Mr. Cat was nowhere to be seen. He touched his chest, feeling confused. He's not in my sea of consciousness, either. A heavy footstep approached Lu Ming. A cold, menacing voice growled, cloud-reaching hand. "Give me back my Waterwood Core." A bloodshot eye peeked through the darkness. Fanzai continued, "Stop playing cat and mouse with me." Fanzai was now dangerously close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming gritted his teeth in panic. Damn, he caught up. He clutched his Tomb Warrior card. Suddenly, a hand clamped over Lu Ming's mouth, shocking him. It was a girl with cat ears. She covered Lu Ming's mouth and whispered, "Shoo, stay quiet. You're currently in the Shadow Realm. As long as you don't make a sound, normal people won't see you." Lu Ming was baffled. He had no idea what the Shadow Realm was. He started to ask, "Who are you?" but was cut off. Shoo! A naked Fanzai was standing right in front of him. Lu Ming was right there, but Fanzai couldn't see him and kept pacing around, searching. Fanzai felt it was strange. He could clearly sense the target nearby. He thought, as expected of the legendary stealth skills of the cloud-reaching hand. After searching for a while with no luck, Fanzai decided to turn back. He suspected he might be falling for a lure the tiger away from the mountain trick. Fanzai left just like that. Lu Ming sat there watching him walk away. The guy actually didn't notice him at all, so even though they were in the same spot, they were on different planes of existence. Moreover, Lu Ming realized he could see information pop up around Fanzai. What's going on? The cat girl from before explained that in the Shadow Realm, one can secretly observe the dark sides of reality. Different levels reveal different details. Hearing this, Lu Ming got a bit annoyed and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why are you acting like a ghost?" The girl, looking adorable like a cat, told Lu Ming he didn't need to know who she was. She advised him to stay quiet. Seeing her beauty up close, Lu Ming was dazed, his face turning bright red. She continued, people who don't belong to the Shadow Realm will easily get lost if they aren't helped by a special seal. So, Lu Ming, you'd better make the most of your time. And get out of here. Then she vanished like a puff of smoke. Lu Ming shouted, hey, wait, do you know the cat? But before he could finish, she was gone. The cat paw mark on Lu Ming's forehead suddenly glowed with electric sparks. A splitting headache hit him out of nowhere. He clutched his head and screamed, Art, it hurts. Lu Ming wondered, is this the Shadow Realm backlash that girl mentioned? He struggled to walk, thinking, I need to get out of this trouble zone first. He stood up to find the exit and started running. Lu Ming opened the coordinates from earlier. Sweet. These coordinates work in the Shadow Realm too. The exit is close. Ahead of him, something glowed like a ring. Meanwhile, Fan Zhe was making a call. Hello, it's me. The mine's defense barrier has been breached. My Schwana card and the Waterwood core have been stolen. He was still standing there naked. How could Fanny Yong pull this off? It happened so fast. I didn't expect him to find a sidekick. It's the cloud-reaching hand, Fan Zhe said. The person on the other end replied. Understood. I heard he's been active in Qingming City lately. But you can't even handle a thief? Fen Shi roared, bullshit. He's got a huge cat with him that's a beast at fighting. If I hadn't. The voice interrupted, stop making excuses. I'll help you find him. A man looking like a sorcerer sat before a large crystal ball, with a terrifying monster beside him. He smirked and reached toward the ball. Found you. The ball showed the cloud-reaching hand with his arm around a girl, saying, listen, with my connections, getting you the lead role is a piece of cake. The girl replied, for real? But I've never studied acting. The cloud-reaching hand continued to BS. You're so pretty and have such an aura. You just need to count 1, 2, 3. The girl grinned. Oh, you're so good to me. While bragging, he suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. A green flame swirling around. Cut to the outside of a villa, Lu Yan's house. Lu Ming was calling her. Oh, so you still remember you have a sister? Lu Yan asked the moment she picked up. Lu Ming gave a forced laugh. Huh, isn't March 8th coming up? Your brother has something prepared for you. He was cut off. Speak human, Lu Ming. He continued. Actually, I wanted to ask if you know of a dark place where people turn into shadows. An info about bounties appears around the shadows. Lu Yan asked why he was looking into that. She warned him that if he dared go to the black market, she'd break his legs. Lu Ming quickly explained, no, not the black market. It's more like an illusion. Just focus on your cultivation and stop messing around. I'm having a friend bring some stuff over for you. Treat them well. Gotta go, bye. Lu Ming was speechless. He tossed his phone. Damn, what kind of sister is she? Based on my real age, you should be the younger one. After hanging up, Lu Yan grew pensive. How does Lu Ming know about the Shadow Realm? Lu Ming asked Xiao Bai to buy some headache meds, thinking he had a cold. Even Lu Yan didn't fully know about the Shadow Realm. This world had too many mysteries. Ever since leaving that place, his head had been throbbing. Plus, Mr. Cat hadn't returned. Hope he's okay. Maybe he went to find his 7 dragon orbs, or whatever. At least the trip wasn't a waste. He got a 4-star energy card. Lu Ming looked at the card in his hand. He put the card on the machine, and a warning blared. Warning, energy exceeds threshold. Please purchase the module expansion. Lu Ming was shocked. Exceeds threshold? A normal machine's limit is usually 1 million. It seemed this card had enough juice to last him a long time. With this much energy, I can finally perfect the Tomb card. Its power is great, but the movement speed is trash. Let's see if stacking special effect cards can fix this. He told Xiao Bai to prepare some excavation cards, frost sword cards, and flame sword or great sword cards. Xiao Bai asked, Master, what are you doing? Is your headache gone? The next day at the Carmaker Association, Xiao Bai asked, Master, is this the new card you stayed up all night to improve? A drained Lu Ming said, let's just go home and eat. You look like a zombie. Xiao Bai asked for the card's name. Lu Ming replied, the Thunder Gaba Great Flame Joy Barrier Self Sword. Whatever, call it what you want. Back at home, Lu Ming clutched his head. Total failure. I spent all that time researching this crap. This is nowhere near enough to fight a 4-star expert. Meanwhile, Fan Zhe was on the streets, searching aggressively. The scent ended near here. He was injured and couldn't have gone far. He searched house by house, his eyes landing on Lu Ming's small shop. He pointed and told his lackey, start over there. Inside, Xiao Bai was happily selling cards to a crowd. Welcome. Come again. A guy with a rabbit headband left satisfied with his purchase. At the door, he bumped into someone and snapped. Are you freaking blind? That person turned out to be Chu Xiao, Lu Yan's friend. Before he could speak, Chu Xiao collapsed. The pink headband guy bolted. He fell on his own. Nothing to do with me. Lu Ming came out. Xiao Bai, what happened? Xiao Bai said innocently, Master, this uncle fainted. Lu Ming panicked. Damn, and you actually tried to catch him? Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Bai asked, Uncle, want some water? Chu Xiao's cheeks were swollen like he'd been smacked. He cried out, on my face. Xiao Bai giggled. Oh, that's fine. That was just Master. Lu Ming rushed over to cover Xiao Bai's mouth. You probably hit your face when you fell. Lu Ming held up a photo of him and Lu Yen. Who are you? Why do you have a picture of me and my sister? Chu Xiao explained. I'm Chu Xiao, your sister's friend. She asked me to bring you some stuff. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Chu Xiao? Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, Lian mentioned him on the phone, and I totally forgot. Seeing Chu Xiao in pain. Lu Ming asked, are you okay? You're hurt? Chu Xiao ranted angrily. Don't even get me started. Some bastard ambushed me. As soon as I got to Qingming City, I was hunted by a guy with hair like a croissant. I even missed my date. Lu Ming thought, croissant hair? Is this guy so hungry he's hallucinating? Why does Lu Yin have such a dorky friend? Chu Xiao continued, doesn't matter. Take this. He handed over a USB-like device. In 1 month, the Moonshadow inheritance begins. Every candidate brings a card maker to crack the seals. Your sister chose you. This is the study material she sent. Lu Ming was stunned. Moonshadow trial? Is she joking? Doesn't she know my level? Chu Xiao patted his shoulder. Don't worry. She's not interested in the inheritance. She just wants you to go out and see the world. It was dark now. Fanzai approached and knocked on the door. Anyone home? Fanzai knocked for a long time with no answer. The weirdo with him spoke up. There are at least 2 people inside. Fanzai yelled, open up. I know you're in there. Inside, the trio was watching the security camera. Seeing Fanzai at the door, both Lu Ming and Chu Xiao turned pale. Chu Xiao turned to Lu Ming. Why are you so nervous? Lu Ming shot back. Well, why are you nervous? Chu Xiao said, that's the croissant guy hunting me. The fat guy behind him could track me. But I used my special erase ability to wipe my scent before. I can't let you guys get involved. Lu Ming's mind raced. A 4-star croissant, the erase ability, Chu Xiao. Lu Ming suddenly realized. Holy crap, he IS'd the cloud-reaching hand. Damn, this guy's a legend. Should we call the cops? The enemy is a 4-star expert. Without Mr. Cat, we stand 0 chance in a straight fight. This guy is basically crippled right now, and Xiao Bai will get caught in the crossfire. Lu Ming told Chu Xiao, Uncle, if you go out now, you're a dead man. Chu Xiao insisted, I can't let you guys take the fall. Lu Ming blamed himself, feeling he was just too weak. He recalled his past life. No output? If you can't produce, what's your value? You think this is a charity? Don't like it? Then get out. Sorry, I don't like quitters like you. All day long, besides coding, what else can you actually do right? You're a loser. Lu Ming had been mocked for so long, and now he had messed up again. Seeing Lu Ming lost in thought, Xiao Bai stepped up and asked, Master, are you okay? Should I go deal with them? They wouldn't bully a little girl, right? Chu Xiao, writhing on the floor, gasped, no. I can't let you guys get dragged into this. I'll do it. Lu Ming stepped forward to help him up. All right, big bro, stop making things worse. Xiao Bai, you stay here and look after him. Lu Ming said he would be the one to handle it. He turned to give Xiao Bai instructions. Xiao Bai, if anything really goes south, use the launcher immediately. Use this. He handed her a card. It was a 4-star energy card. Lu Ming turned to head outside. Xiao Bai watched him go, her eyes tearing up. Master. Outside. Fanzai had run out of patience. They're taking forever. If they don't open up now, don't blame me for what happens. Just then, Lu Ming peeked out the door. Can I help you? He had disguised himself and spoke politely. We're closed. Sorry about that. Fanzai snapped. Are you the owner? A thief stole my stuff, and I saw him duck into your shop just now. He demanded to search the place. Move aside. Let's take a look. Lu Ming smiled cheerfully, playing the part. Sir, look at how tiny this shop is. There's nowhere for anyone to hide. Fanzai ignored him and pushed past. Isn't there a bunch of rooms in back? Lu Ming stood his ground. Hey, you guys are trespassing. Fanzai stood still for a moment, listening. Suddenly, he shouted, what was that noise? He turned and glared at Lu Ming, growling. Who's on the 2nd floor? Suddenly, a voice shouted from somewhere else. Catch the thief. Fanzai. At that moment, far in the distance, a massive explosion erupted. The fat guy outside yelled, Fanzai, there's a weird energy surge over there. The 2 of them immediately bolted toward the noise. Lu Ming stood there, acting dazed. What has happened? Xiao Bai walked up holding 2 cards. Pretty cool, right? I used the launcher to send a martial spirit riding a flying cow to self-destruct in the sky. Master, I also had him yell catch the thief to mess with him. Lu Ming asked how she knew the spirits could self-destruct. Xiao Bai explained, I figured it out when you had me make the 1-star spirit cards. Lu Ming was stunned. Nice one. Xiao Bai, you're a straight-up genius. Chu Xiao interjected, I hate to rain on the parade, but once they realize they've been played, they'll definitely come back. Especially since that guy can track me. Lu Ming asked, is there no limit to his tracking? Chu Xiao answered, he's chased me this far, so his power is likely at least 4-star. However, No matter how strong he is, his range won't cover the entire inner city. If I can just get out of Qingming city limits, I'm safe. This got Lu Ming thinking. If leaving the city could evade their search. Lu Ming led Chu Xiao out under the cover of night. Chu Xiao asked, "Why are we coming to a place like this?" Lu Ming replied, "No one comes here at night. Cross this graveyard and you're in the suburbs. They'll never find you here." Chu Xiao said, "I really owe you one, brother. I didn't expect you to be thoughtful enough to give me a mask, too." Lu Ming replied shyly, "It was the least I could do." Chu Xiao was moved. "I owe you a huge favor. I don't have much to give, but take this card." It was a 1-star card. Chu Xiao explained that the card contained his signature ability. It was simple, but it was the foundation of his reputation. "By the way, your sister really worries about you. Turns out she was overthinking it. You're brilliant, brave, and sharp. Next time we meet, drinks are on me. Good luck with the Moonshadow trial." With that, he turned and left. Lu Ming waved goodbye, thinking about the praise he'd just received. Brilliant, huh? The original Lu Ming had some big ambitions too, didn't he? Lu Ming smiled. Moonshadow trial, bring it on. He was now overflowing with confidence. A blood-stained sword appeared in view. The ground was littered with the carcasses of various monsters. A mysterious figure spoke up. "Tian Lang, if you want Xiao Jing to join you in the Moonshadow trial this time, I won't object. But you must understand, this Moonshadow card is your last chance. If you mess up again." Tian Lang gripped the card and said, "Master, don't you worry." His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he stared at the card. He said confidently to himself, "I got my own plans." Switching scenes to a graveyard. "I'm telling you, are you crazy? Coming here in the middle of the night?" 3 thugs were wandering through the cemetery. "Are you guys stupid? Even the boss couldn't catch that cloud-reaching hand guy. We shouldn't even try. Why not use this chance to find some black market traders and score some loot?" One of them asked, "Are there really black market traders here?" The other guy replied, "You don't get it, man. Contraband can't be bought in the city. Security is too tight. All the real deals happen on this road." Suddenly, someone approached from the other side. One of them said gleefully, "Check it out. Speak of the devil, and he appears." The person approaching was none other than Lu Ming. The thug stepped forward with a smirk and asked, "Hey brother, out for a little midnight stroll all by yourself? What you got for sale at a good price? Hand it over and let the big brothers have a look." Lu Ming felt awkward. It's this late and there are still people out here? Seeing Lu Ming remain silent, the guy pulled out a knife and stepped forward. "Why aren't you cooperating?" "Fine, we'll just frisk yourselves." Suddenly, a voice echoed out, "Hey brothers." The eerie voice sent a chill down everyone's spines. The thug shouted at Lu Ming, Who's talking? You got backup?" The long-haired guy added, "Is this an ambush?" The thug with the knife was sweating bullets, but still tried to act tough, barking at Lu Ming, "You little brat, stop playing ghost with us." Meanwhile, Lu Ming was calculating his odds. 2 3-stars and 1 2-star. Shouldn't be a problem. Perfect time to test the Enhanced Tomb Warrior. Lu Ming hid his hand behind his back, readying his card. "Sorry about this, Brother Tai Dan." Suddenly, a staff wrapped in cloth fell from the sky and slammed into the ground. A surge of power radiated from it, terrifying the thugs. Then, a giant hand clawed its way out of the earth and grabbed the staff. A massive warrior emerged. The 3 thugs stood there, dumbstruck and paralyzed with fear. Lu Ming's Enhanced Tomb Warrior looked truly majestic and terrifying. Lu Ming pointed at the thugs and shouted, "Get him! McLaren Greatsword, take care of them." Contrary to Lu Ming's expectations, the Tomb Warrior cried out, "Head. My head. It hurts. It hurts so bad." Looking closer, a sword was now impaled right through its head. Lu Ming stood there, stunned. He clutched his own head and cursed. Damn it, another failure. Before the Tomb Warrior could do anything, the 3 thugs were already scared out of their wits. They bolted as fast as their legs could carry them, screaming, "Ghost! Mommy help!" Lu Ming and the giant warrior just stood there with question marks over their heads. One guy was left behind. Lu Ming looked at him, feeling a bit creeped out. The guy was so scared he had gone stiff, foaming at the mouth. Lu Ming felt a bit disappointed. That's it? Well, I guess this works too. He thought to himself, I need a bounce. Drawing more attention will be a pain. He turned to the Tomb Warrior and said, "Thanks, Brother Tai Dan. Next time I get the chance, I'll definitely burn 100 billion in spirit money for you." But Lu Ming couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. Now he too decided to haul ass and get out of there. Suddenly, that creepy voice from before rang out again, "Hey brother." This made Lu Ming summon jump. The Tomb Warrior turned back toward the source of the voice. A terrifying figure appeared, looking like a zombie. It was unclear if it was a ghost or a demon. It slowly muttered, "Never mind." Scene change. GTS City, Haianyuan Building. 2 white-haired men stood on a massive bagua symbol. The short-haired one, Wang Tianjun, said, "Let's call it a day." His son looked exhausted, but he insisted on continuing. Wang Tianjun said calmly, "You haven't trained seriously in years. Overexerting yourself now will put a massive strain on your body. That's enough for today, or your mother will start nagging me again. His son suddenly asked, Dad, am I a really bad person? Wang Tianjun was surprised by the question, but he answered steadily, that depends on how you define bad. In the eyes of many, of course you're a bad person. However, in my eyes, well, you're definitely no saint. Spending your days partying with rich brats and causing trouble everywhere. Wang Tianjun's son slowly stood up and said, I want to master the Wang family's inheritance. Wang Tianjun was quite shocked by this request. He asked, did something happen to trigger this? Meanwhile, Lu Ming arrived home and happily announced to Xiaobai, I'm back. Xiaobai immediately asked if Uncle Chu Xiao was safe. Lu Ming said, don't worry, it went smoothly. He patted Xiaobai's shoulder. Xiaobai, you really came through today. I'm proud of you. Xiaobai beamed at the praise, smiling from ear to ear. It was nothing. Lu Ming then pulled out the card Chu Xiao had given him and showed it to her. All right, this is a gift from Chu Xiao as a reward. Even though it's a 1-star card, he said he specially packed his signature ability into it. Xiaobai took it and asked, you don't want it, master? Lu Ming headed back to his room and called out, I need to prep for the Moonshadow trial. You keep it for now. The girl stared intently at the card in her hand. Xiaobai pensively took the card back to her room. A massive archive of documents appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Way too many to count. Lu Ming frowned. Was Lu Yin trying to make him study for a lifetime? Suddenly, 2 sections in the pile of documents caught his attention. Humanity and restrictions. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. He recalled the recent events, the restriction mentioned by the guy killed at the mine and the mysterious woman in the Shadow Realm. A restriction is a type of limiting power. It originally belonged to elementalists, using energy to create binding effects. Since pure energy restrictions couldn't satisfy human needs, more people began looking for ways to modify them, applying restrictions to stones, the human body, or weapons. That's where the legends of cultivators turning invisible come from. They simply applied a special restriction to themselves. Just then, Xiaobai shouted from outside, Master, the magic card that Uncle gave you isn't simple at all. Xiaobai walked into the room with the card. Lu Ming was just about to say the same thing. Lu Ming asked Xiaobai to hand over the card so he could take another look. Chu Xiao's special cloaking ability might be related to restrictions, which Lu Ming wanted to study. He remembered Chu Xiao was a unique elementalist. His power likely fell under a type of restriction. Xiaobai suggested, Master, why don't you pack it into a base card and see? She felt this was no ordinary 1-star card. Lu Ming immediately began packing Chu Xiao's 1-star card. Xiaobai stood by, praising him non-stop. So cool. The whole thing is glowing blue. Why is it a different color from the light when I pack cards? Lu Ming had read about this before. On technical forums, a blue 6 light meant an upgraded ability. Back then, the energy armor used by Fan Zhe and Fu Hongming was actually an upgraded, enhanced version of a standard energy shield. He recalled how Chu Xiao specifically warned him that this card was special, yet he hadn't taken it seriously at the time. Lu Ming cried internally. Damn it, how did Xiaobai see that this card was special at a single glance? Seeing his reaction, Xiaobai asked, Master, shouldn't you be happy? Lu Ming turned back and gave her a thumbs up while laughing through his tears. These are tears of joy, Xiaobai. After all, an upgraded ability represents a fundamental mutation of a base power, almost jumping past its current rank. Theoretically, a 1-star cultivator with an upgraded card can go toe-to-toe with a standard 2-star card. Upgraded cards are far more powerful than normal ones, even beating those a full rank higher, not just in raw power, but because of their ultra-low energy consumption. Lu Ming analyzed the card in his hand. Xiaobai asked curiously, Master, so what exactly does this upgraded magic card from that guy do? Lu Ming said, let me check. At that moment, something terrifying was watching them through the window, tracking their every move. Lu Ming and Xiaobai turned on the news and saw Chu Xiao. Working a 9 to 5 is impossible. In this life, Chu Xiao will never be a corporate slave. Xiaobai wondered, why is that uncle being interrogated? The news read, a teenager who used to apply screen protectors in Kushan City worked 16 hours a day and eventually self-taught a series of elemental abilities to become a new generation mage. While Lu Ming was watching the news, something suddenly lunged through the window. Both he and Xiaobai stared in shock. Chu Xiao? Wait, did Fan Zhe and his crew come back? Lu Ming stood up and told Xiaobai, stay inside. I'll get the door. As Lu Ming went out, Xiaobai also stood up. She approached the window and called out, stop hiding. She glanced outside. What have you been doing out there by the window all this time? Beneath the window was Little Fatty. Big bro Lu, long time no see. You missed me, didn't you? Lu Ming asked him suspiciously. It's so late. What do you want with him? Little Fatty grinned excitedly. Big news, obviously. He started bragging. Not gonna lie, I crushed that mission on the outskirts last time. Most importantly, I save Hayu's life from a 3-star giant beast. Big bro Lou, you have no idea. It was world-shaking. I'm just a little chubby. If I weren't, I'd be invincible. Lu Ming lost his patience with the fat guy's yapping. He snapped, I really don't want to know. If you don't have anything important, go home. I'm too busy to chat with you. He coldly turned back inside, telling the guy he had to study restrictions. Little fatty was curious. Restrictions? Big bro Lou, you're not making cards anymore? Why are you studying restrictions now? Lu Ming ignored the prying. You sure stick your nose in everywhere. I'm participating in the Moonshadow trial soon. I don't want to be dead weight for Lu Yin, Lu Ming told him. Hearing this, the fatty gasped, the Moonshadow inheritance? Damn, big bro Lou, you're big time. Lu Ming took the chance to ask if he had any study materials on restrictions. Hearing the question, little fatty broke into a grin. He tossed out a bunch of cards like they were flyers. You found the right guy. Master restrictions in 30 days from scratch. Making bank from home isn't just a dream. Lu Ming asked what they were. The fatty explained, these are the top 100 vocational training centers in Qingming City. If you want to learn restrictions, these guys are pros. As long as you have the cash, you'll be swimming in knowledge. So big bro Lou, that I recommend this one. A 15-day zero to hero crash course. The combo price is only 99K. Lu Ming picked one card from the pile. He looked at it and made a choice. This one, it's the cheapest. As Lu Ming kicked him out, the fatty didn't forget to haggle. Hey big bro Lou, no finder's fee for your boy? Lu Ming went back to his room and told Xiao Bai, it's handled. She asked who was that. Lu Ming told her it was the fatty, who recommended some places to study restrictions. He planned to start researching tomorrow and get some early rest tonight. Xiao Bai asked, what about that uncle's magic card? Lu Ming said he didn't need it for now. If you like it, take it and study it yourself. Xiao Bai wished her master good night and went to her room. Outside the window, someone was still watching them. Just as she reached the door, she stopped. All right, master. Lu Ming asked, what's up? Xiao Bai said, just now, someone claiming to be your brother said his name is Tai Dan. He asked if you still haven't paid him the 1.3 billion you promised. Xiao Bai's expression turned chilling. He's even waiting for you outside the window. Brother. Hearing the name Tai Dan, Lu Ming couldn't help but jump in surprise. The next morning, Lu Ming was fuming. I got played by that damn fatty again. I can't believe I wasted money registering for this trash restriction class. Everything this teacher is lecturing. And I've already researched it all. It's just basic knowledge about card restrictions. Card restrictions are essentially restrictive spells embedded within a card to achieve a specific effect. There are only two ways to break a card restriction. Either use brute force to smash it, simple and crude if you're strong enough, or solve the underlying formulas and algorithms layer by layer. However, back when I was researching that 4-star energy card at Fanzai's mind, even though the Vortex energy lines inside created a brand new Vortex card, passing it through a Lightning base card created an upgraded, enhanced dissipation card. It can absorb restriction energy of 2 stars or below, making it easy to crack 2-star card restrictions. Unfortunately, a 2-star dissipation card is useless against 3-star restrictions. I thought signing up for this class would actually teach me something new. Lu Ming raised his hand. Excuse me, Professor. I already know all of this. Can we talk about the principles of cracking restrictions? The teacher, wearing pink rabbit ears, gave off a dangerous vibe. This student is quite interesting. He walked over toward Lu Ming. He patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said, today, I'll give you a real eye-opener. Suddenly, Lu Ming gasped in shock. The teacher continued, card restrictions are actually made by replacing energy barriers with a portion of the card's patterns. To crack a card restriction is to complete the entire pattern of the card. This step is called card completion. This is the core method of cracking. Got it? Lu Ming blurted out, crystal clear. Impressive. The teacher shouted, release. Everything returned to normal. Lu Ming was puzzled. Weird. Why was I able to see the patterns so clearly just now? The teacher replied, that's my ability. It's called Insightful Eye. It can boost your perception massively, but you need to focus your energy. To reach card completion, you must be a master of card making and restriction algorithms. You just started. Take it slow. The cracking process is on your desk. Study it yourself. Class dismissed. Lu Ming looked at the paper. 1. Calculate the number of restrictions. 2. Analyze the pattern ratio. 3. Locate the central energy line. 4. Complete the restriction algorithm. 5. Complete the entire energy pattern. That was the method the teacher left for him. It was exactly as he thought. Step 3 is the real deal. If I can align the dissipation card with the central energy line, it's like cutting the power to a bomb. If I had Insightful Eye paired with a dissipation card, I could crack any restriction. While Lu Ming was deep in thought, a familiar voice called out to him. Lu Ming. He looked down toward the sound. It was Mr. Cat. Lu Ming scolded him. Where have you been for the past few days without saying a word? I was worried sick. I was just about to go looking for you. Lu Ming felt slighted. Aren't we teammates? Am I that pathetic in your eyes? Mr. Cat replied, Fan Zhe has been tailing me. I had to suppress my energy signature. Luckily, your energy is so low it's basically negligible. It made him think you were the one with the erase ability. Lu Ming's face went dark. So, we're safer now, right? Mr. Cat replied, keep dreaming, and flicked his tail in front of Lu Ming's face. Look, my tail ring is gone. The tail ring. That band on your tail? Lu Ming asked. Mr. Cat explained. The tail ring allows me to maintain different forms for long periods. It holds my energy signature. If he finds it, he'll track us down in no time. I must have dropped it in the cave during the fight. In my current state, I can't handle his upgraded form if I go back. So, Mr. Cat paused. Lu Ming grinned, hands on his hips. So, you're finally asking for my help? Smack. Mr. Cat slapped Lu Ming upside the head. Don't get twisted. I'm not asking. I'm telling you that even without the ring, I can still kick your ass. If Fan Zhe finds me, you aren't escaping either. Up to you. Lu Ming clutched his head. All right. But if we're going back, we need to be fully prepared. It's pitch black in that cave. He probably won't notice us immediately. Suddenly, Lu Ming had a brain blast. That's it. We can sneak back in through the Shadow Realm. Maybe we'll even run into that cat ear girl again. Mr. Cat just stared at him blankly. Mr. Cat objected. No way. Going there once drains way too much energy. Plus, without a special restriction to sustain you, you'll get lost in the Shadow Realm forever. Lu Ming pondered. So we have to go head to head. Suddenly, Lu Ming's phone rang. It was Fatty Zhang. Yo, big bro Lu. How's the restriction class? He asked. Lu Ming said it was fine. If you're good with restrictions, I've got a huge gig. Interested? Fan Zhe is out in the suburbs and wants to hire someone to repair the restrictions on his manor. Lu Ming asked for clarification. Fensha, from the Fan Family Mining Corp? Fatty Zhang asked, you know him? Lu Ming said, let me think about it, and hung up. Mr. Cat stood by him. This is a rare opportunity. What's there to think about? Lu Ming replied, I need to be 100 ready. To fix those restrictions, I'm still missing one thing. The insightful eye. An ability that can clearly see energy flow? I might be able to help you with that. Mr. Cat said, my eye technique can sense the intensity of energy, but it can't see specific circuit patterns. If you combine that with a circuit display ability, you might achieve the same effect as the insightful eye. Lu Ming thought, genius. You really are the GOAT, Mr. Cat. A simple circuit display is way cheaper than the insightful eye. You just saved me a fortune, haha. Suddenly, Mr. Cat heard a noise. Mr. Cat jumped out and told Lu Ming, someone's coming. Two men walked up and stood behind Lu Ming. Class is over, yet you're still staying late to research? He praised him, as expected of the most promising seed among Qingming's card makers. Lu Ming was surprised. Chairman? He saw the stranger walking next to the chairman and asked, and this gentleman is? Hearing Lu Ming ask about him, the man stepped forward cheerfully and held out his hand. You must be Lu Ming. Zhang Yang talks about you all the time, saying your card-making logic is built different. The youth truly are formidable. I'm Chen Zhua, chairman of the Chongyang City Car Makers Association. We were classmates back in Qingming. It's a bit of a waste of talent here. How about coming to Chongyang City instead? Chen Zhua said. The local chairman snapped, hey, do I look like invisible ink to you? Lu Ming scratched his head as they bickered. Gentlemen, you're overestimating me. I've still got a lot to learn. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my shop. The chairman stepped up and put a hand on his shoulder. He said, I'm looking for you because there's an emergency, obviously. Lu Ming blurted out, a tournament? Scene change, back at the shop. Xiaobai was still busy selling cards. Hello, welcome, feel free to browse. A customer picked up one of Lu Ming's cards, looked it over, and said, this is trash. I could draw better with my feet. Xiaobai replied, if it's not to your liking, you can check out the high-end shops across the street. Furthermore, before she could finish, he cut her off. Furthermore what? Xiaobai was getting heated now. She lowered her voice. The cards my master makes aren't trash at all. You need to apologize for calling them trash. Xiaobai shouted angrily. The guy mocked her. Oh, did I hit a nerve? It's garbage. Why can't I say it? Are you card makers in Qingming all this thin-skinned? He continued his arrogant jeering. El Mayo, with this pathetic skill level, you actually have the balls to enter the tournament? You just looking for a B down or what? Another man stepped forward and said, that's enough. Apologize to the girl, you jerk. Apologize? Me? The guy was stunned. Why should I apologize? For what? His older brother spoke up. As a card maker, you must remain humble. That's what Dad always taught us. Besides, this card only looks simple on the surface. He held the card out toward Xiaobai. Hey, little sister, he said. I'm sorry. My brother has a nasty temper. Don't take it personally. How much is this card? I'll pay 10 times the price as an apology. Xiaobai's expression didn't change. 10K a piece. 10 times is 100K. Take it or leave it. The guy cried out, what? Is this kid trying to scam us now? Bro, you've got too much free time. The older brother barked, shut it. Do you take cards? Just then, a man shouted from the door. It was their father. Howren, Xiaoyan, what are you two doing in here? Hurry up, we have to discuss the tournament with the chairman tonight. Xiaoyan asked, Dad, isn't the tournament the day after tomorrow? He replied, stay ready. The chairman takes this very seriously. The reputation of our Chongyang branch is on the line. Hearing the word tournament, Xiaobai looked curious. That's right. Although this tournament was initiated by Lu Yuyi, the association headquarters will definitely be watching. That fat fox Chinjua is a piece of work. He started this challenge just to snatch next year's funding quota from the Qingming branch. If we're going to fight, let's fight. Chairman, what are you so worried about? The chairman sighed. The opponent is the Chongyang branch. They're ranked top 2 in the country. Look at the data yourself. Our new card makers in Qingming are falling behind every day. The chairman continued. The tournament is a best-of-3 series. 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star categories. The opponents are the Leaf family from Chongyang, a famous card-making dynasty. Li Aigua is a 2-star card maker. He's around my age, and his skill is way beyond 2-star, but he intentionally stays at that rank just to gatekeep. Li Inian is a 1-star card maker, same vibe as his dad, deliberately staying at 1-star to crush newcomers nationwide. People call him the 1-star river dragon. But the most terrifying one is Li Howren. He's at 3-star peak. Lu Ming was intrigued. The whole family's in the business? The chairman reminded him, Student Lu Ming, are you even paying attention? He sighed again. To be honest, my only hope is in you. The 1-star face of our Qingming branch rests entirely on your shoulders. Lu Ming replied, actually, Chairman, I leveled up to 2-star card maker a long time ago. The chairman started crying. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? You are our only hope for the 1-star slot. If you move to 2-star, aren't you going to get swept? Lu Ming smiled. Relax, Chairman. He meant that even if he just hit 2-star, he could handle that Liaga whatever guy. Plus, he could find someone to take care of the 1-star match. The chairman gasped. Lu Ming said, it's getting late. If that's all, I'll head out. Lu Ming said confidently, do I look like I'm joking? But I don't work for free. Once this is over, I want a specific card blueprint, deal? The chairman agreed instantly. No problem. If you can pull this off, you can pick any blueprint from the archive. Lu Ming left satisfied. Get ready for a good show the day after tomorrow, Chairman. See you at the match. Lu Ming affirmed firmly, that's right. We got this in the bag. Scene changed to Chinjua. Then, on behalf of the Chongyang branch, I'll congratulate everyone on our victory in advance. Li Aigua replied, Chairman Shun, don't you worry. I won't guarantee a total sweep, but with me and Howren here, securing the 2-star and 3-star victories will be a walk in the park. Li Inian said he saw the card made by that Lu Ming today, and it was basic as hell. Over there, Li Howren ignored them, focusing only on the food being too salty. Chinjua, hearing Li Inian mention Lu Ming, spoke up, the Lu Ming you're talking about, I met him today. That young man seems very humble. We aren't close, but the Chongyang branch thinks highly of him. Plus, those game cards he made before. Before Chinjua could finish, Li Inian cut him off. What are game cards? Chairman, look at the 1-star upgraded card I made. Isn't it way stronger than the trash Lu Ming churns out? Seeing his son so full of himself, Li Aigua spoke up, all right, Xiaoyan. Save the attitude for the match. Chinjua chuckled. It's fine. Young people love to show off. It seems Li Aigua's 2 sons are both very capable. Li Aigua gave a forced laugh. You're too kind. It's just a 1-star upgrade. Nothing special yet, haha. Chinjua asked further. I heard Howren has already made a 3-star supercard. Liu Loga boastfully. Oh, that's old news already. Liuran smilad modestly. That's all thanks to my father's great teaching. Chinjua nodded in total agreement. The youth truly are formidable. Li Inian sat there ignored, his face turning sour and dark. He flashed back to his childhood memories, struggling so hard just to upgrade a single card. It's upgraded. He had cheered happily. Young Li Howren also excitedly showed his dad. Look, Dad, I finally made an upgraded card. Li Aigua praised him. Good job, Xiaoyan. Look at this blue 6 light, Dad. It's so cool. It's reflecting blue all over my head. Li Aigua didn't even listen. He just asked, Howren, is the card I told you to make finished yet? At that moment, Li Inian's eyes turned deeply sad, all his joy vanishing instantly. He stood at a distance, watching his dad walk over to pat his brother's head and praise him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was also looking up info on Li Howren. Supercard, Genius Youth Super. Xiaobai stood nearby and added, this Li Howren could already make a 1-star supercard when he was only 10. Lu Ming let out an impresto. Hearing that, Xiaobai asked worriedly, Master, we have to compete against them tomorrow. Aren't you worried about this Li Howren? Lu Ming said with a smirk, don't sweat it. Whether he's super or god tier has nothing to do with us. The next day, the tournament began. Friendship, is the gentle breeze of Qingming, that's softly cooling both you and me. Friendship is the warm sun of Chongyang, slowly rising to warm us all. In this beautiful weather, we finally welcome the long-awaited friendly card maker tournament between Qingming and Chongyang. Next, the two association chairmen will deliver their speeches. So, who will seize the glory in this friendly match? Everyone is waiting. After the intro, the MC announced the official start. Below the stage, Hayu asked Fatty Zhang, when does big bro Lu Ming take the stage? Fatty Zhang, munching on snacks, replied, big bro Lu is 1 star, so he's probably in the first round. He then wondered, since we aren't card makers, do we really need to be here? Chong Liang, sitting nearby, snapped, big bro Lu saved our lives. We owe him big time, so of course we have to show up and support him. Fatty Zhang affirmed, big bro Lu is definitely going to smoke those Chongyang card makers. Hayu sat there, her mind drifting back to the day she was saved by Lu Ming's Tomb Warrior. The MC announced on stage, next, please welcome our first competitor. He is the Fire 1-star card maker from Chongyang City, Li Enian. Li Enian stepped up and yelled, I'm not just a Fire 1-star, I'm a Fire leader. How about the gold belt? I'm a champ. I never back down. Hearing this, even the MC felt secondhand embarrassment. The MC asked Li Enian if he had anything to say to his opponent. He said arrogantly, sorry, I don't know who my opponent is, and I don't care. Whoever they are, facing me only leads to one result. A brutal defeat. Snort haha. Are kids these days all such edgelords? Looks like Lu Ming's got this in the bag. Two men were watching a live stream. This match is a pretty big deal. Why didn't Zhang Yang ask you to go watch in person? The man with glasses stared at the screen and replied, no clue. Doesn't matter, I didn't want to go anyway. Back at the arena, Chunjua patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Old Zhang, remember it's friendship first? Okay? Don't get all worked up regardless of the result. Zhang Yang told him to keep that advice for himself. As the match neared, Zhang Yang was still doubting Lu Ming. Is Lu Ming really reliable? He actually told that kid to compete. Next, everyone give a round of applause for the 1-star competitor from Qingming City. In the stands, people were gossiping. I know that Indian guy. He's a famous 1-star veteran. Lu Ming is toast this time. He finally gets what's coming to him. Chong Liang, but overheard the old man and yelled angrily, hey you damn baldy, watch how you talk about my big bro. The old man snapped back, who are you calling bald? On stage, the MC announced a round of applause for Jiang Xiaobai. When everyone saw Xiaobai step onto the stage, their jaws dropped in shock. It's not Lu Ming. Li Yinian was the most shocked of all. Why is it that brat? Wait, why Xiaobai? No wonder Zhang Yang didn't tell me to come. What exactly is that kid Lu Ming planning? Meanwhile, in the waiting room, a short-haired girl asked Lu Ming anxiously, are you sure she'll be okay? I only came to fill the numbers. If you guys don't win the 1-star and 2-star rounds, our Qingming branch is truly finished. Lu Ming smirked. Relax. Xiaobai's got this. In the Chongyang team room, everyone was stunned. Who is this girl? Where's Lu Ming? Li Haoran smiled, finding the situation suddenly very interesting. On stage, a coin was tossed to decide the order. Okay, the 1-star match officially begins. Team Qingming will start card creation first. We leave the stage to Jiang Xiaobai. Chen Zuo Patet Zhang Yang S. Solder. Old Zhang, you really are a lucky dog. Zhang Yang snapped, get lost. On stage, Li Enian kept taunting Xiaobai. Your master was too scared of losing face, so he sent a kid to take the hit? What a pathetic coward. Our Xiaobai didn't back down. A certain little brother, who will never be as good as his big brother, is the real pathetic one. Hearing that, Li Enian was furious. He growled, you're dead meat, kid. The timer started. The scoring criteria for this match are production time, pattern structure, card logic, and performance effect. Finally, the overall evaluation. 56 seconds passed, and Xiaobai had already finished her card. The MC gasped, oh my god, I can't believe it. Competitor Jiang Xiaobai finished her card in just 56 seconds. Not just the MC, but everyone watching was stunned. No way. Under a minute? Is she hacking? That's faster than I could pick a movie. Fatty Zhang and Chong Liang both yelled, holy crap. 56 seconds. Both then asked, wait, what does that even mean? Hayu, speechless, yelled at the two idiots, are you two nuts? If you don't even get it, why are you so hyped? What does 56 seconds mean? You gotta realize that even the fastest record on the professional production line at our headquarters, held by Jia Dangying, is 1 minute and 36 seconds, and he's a 3-star. It's simply unbelievable. This 1-star card maker actually used 56 seconds to create a 1-star composite card. The level of optimization and energy consumption is insane. The pattern distribution is simple, yet sophisticated. Not a single wasted movement. The score Xiaobai received is 150 points. This was awarded by the chief of the card appraisal department, Tai Yin. The appraisal office gave a super high score of 150. Keep in mind the maximum competition score is usually 100. Chen Zhui gaped in shock. Nice one, old Zhang. I didn't know you had a secret weapon. Over here, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel smug, his chin lifting a few notches. Can this genius girl from Qingming City secure the victory in the first round? It's certain that Team Chongyang is feeling massive pressure right now. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was also watching the match. Her master asked, "Who is this girl?" Lu Yin replied, "She's Lu Ming's apprentice." I see. The master mused. She looks like she'd be a natural-born talent for the way of the sword. We flash back to Li Yinyan's memory. He was holding a super card in his hand and asked, "Howren, do you really want to give this to me?" Howren smiled at his brother. "If you like it, take it to study. You probably enjoy it more than I do." Yinyan asked, "But don't you like card making?" Howren looked pensive. "I don't really know, but everyone seems to think I should like it." Yinyan asked, "How long did it take you to make this card, brother?" Howren scratched his head. "I don't remember. Roughly about a minute, I guess." Li Yinyan stood there looking at the stats appearing on the screen. Fear began to creep into his heart. Finished in under a minute. That kid is probably about the same age as my brother was back then. At this moment, Xiao Bai was walking down from the stage just as Li Yinyan was walking up. She looked down at him and spoke in the same condescending tone he usually used. "Don't block the way, okay?" After walking a bit, suddenly, Xiao Bai turned back and said, "Oh right, my master was afraid of bullying you too hard. That's so he told me to fight you instead." Feeling humiliated, Li Yinyan was absolutely livid. He gritted his teeth and glared at Xiao Bai. "Next, please welcome the one-star competitor from Chongyang City, Li Yinyan. Let the performance begin for the fire leader, one-star Yinyan." Li Yinyan, anxious deep down, grabbed his pen and started drawing. His hands were shaking uncontrollably, and he was breaking into a cold sweat. On the sidelines, Li Aigwa couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that girl to be so strong. It looks like Yinyan has zero chance this round." Li Howren's expression became complicated after hearing that. Can competitor Li Yinyan withstand the pressure and turn the tide? The timer is approaching 56 seconds. As the MC finished the sentence, Li Yinyan also completed his card. Finally, competitor Li Yinyan finished his performance in 55 seconds. The great Chongyang card maker, Li Howren's soul seems to have possessed him. At this moment, Li Yinyan represents the history and tradition of Chongyang card making. He is not fighting alone. This enchanting purple glory. It's a super card. A super card. Everyone is shocked once again. A super card. How is that possible? Chen Zhui saw this and laughed happily. "It's fine, we're good now." Huh. Xiao Bai didn't expect him to be that good. If she had known sooner, she would have used a super card too. Lu Ming, standing next to her, asked, "Wait, you can make super cards too?" Xiao Bai explained, "I can just use that uncle's magic card and stack the martial spirit layers. I can add weapons to create a one-star super composite card. I started practicing it the day I saw you making upgraded cards, master." Lu Ming fainted and hit the floor. "You had a trump card and didn't use it?" Xiao Bai continued, "Didn't you say that Li Yinyan guy was worse than rat droppings?" The girl nearby caught Lu Ming and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Li Aigwa saw this and felt smug. "Looks like they've lost their cool. I didn't expect Xiaoyan to pull off a super card. It looks like I won't even need you to step up, Howren." Howren looked at the card his brother created on the screen. He observed it very carefully and meticulously. The two-star match is about to begin. Unlike the one-star match, the two-star round uses the face-off format. This format means both competitors make cards simultaneously, and after completion, they must undergo a combat test. It's like a cowboy duel. Speed, accuracy, and life or death decided in a split second. The two-star competitors are in position. The veteran from Chongyang, Li Aigwa. He's at the two-star peak, and also the father of the recent winner Li Yinyan and the genius Li Howren. Everyone knows his story. The competitor from Qingming is the rising star who recently shocked the country, Lu Ming. Competitor Lu Ming doesn't look so good. Facing a powerful foe like Li Aigwa must be putting him under massive pressure. Meanwhile, Lu Yan's master said, "Your brother feels a bit different than before." Hearing this, Lu Yan was a bit surprised and said, "It's time to start." The match began. Both started drawing their cards. As expected of a veteran, Li Aigwa's hand speed is lightning fast. Our competitor, Lu Ming over here. Wait, am I seeing things? Why isn't competitor Lu Ming moving at all? I can't believe it. Competitor Lu Ming is closing his eyes to rest. Nearly a minute has passed. Is he forfeiting the match? Seeing this, Li Aigwa's face darkened. What is this brat doing? Everyone watching the match gaped. What is Big Bro Lu doing? Why hasn't he started? He's still too young. Li Aigwa felt triumphant. As I thought, he's been paralyzed by my overwhelming strength. I heard his logic was innovative, but he's still just a kid who hasn't seen the world. Is Lu Ming giving up on the match? You can't blame him. Even if he wins this, I have no chance in the third round. Xiaobai spoke up. Don't worry, my master isn't the type to give up easily. Competitor Li Aigua is about to finish drawing the final circuit. My eyes are like precision scales. I'm telling you all, he's definitely won this. Li Aigua smirked, just one last step. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke up. Hey, Mr. Blockhead. Li Aigua looked up, confused. Lu Ming finally picked up his pen. He remarked that Li Aigua's speed was way slower than he had anticipated. I'm not waiting for you anymore, old man. I'm ready to start packing the card right now. He recalled his past life when he was a keyboard warrior elite. His hands used to fly across the keys with insane speed. Another colleague had said back then, damn, if you keep grinding like this, you're going to log out of life for good. What are you talking about? Lu Ming had replied. Lu Ming seemed to ignore all fatigue, answering with sheer willpower. I'm fine. I can pull another all-nighter. If I do, our project will definitely get noticed. Lu Ming's colleague cheered him on. That's the spirit. Go, go, go. Lu Ming was hyped, regaining his momentum. As long as we follow the boss's lead, wherever he points, we strike. Just keep grinding, stay persistent, right? Wherever he points, we strike. And finally, the result of Lu Ming's tireless grinding and persistent struggle was ending up on an altar, looking at a naked chicken offering. Back to the present, Lu Ming twirled the card in his hand. Holding the pen, he thought to himself, turns out the hand speed I traded my life for in my past world was all for this moment. He let out a helpless sigh. Talk about irony. But immediately after, his resolve hardened. His gaze turned cold and sharp as he announced, I'm finished. He gripped the card between his fingers and held it out in front of him. Li Aigua was struck with shock. What? The female MC reacted quickly. Unbelievable. Competitor Lu Ming and competitor Li Aigua finished their cards almost simultaneously. Lu Ming's skill is top tier. No, that was Godspeed. The crowd went wild, cheering loudly. Big bro Lu is straight fire. This guy's a beast. Senior, smoke that old man. Some were skeptical, asking if he cheated. The person next to them snapped back. You just jealous? Others chattered in excitement. I thought that little girl was fast, but Lu Ming's hand speed is on a whole different level. Xiaobai said proudly, actually, Master can go even faster. A man with glasses watching the results felt the tension. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. In the waiting room, Lu Ming's rival was constantly evaluating him. Isn't this Lu Ming guy a new 2-star? His hand speed is absolutely ridiculous. Xiaoyan, are you okay? The son of the man Lu Ming was facing slumped down helplessly. He cried out, Dad. Dad absolutely cannot lose. His older brother comforted him. Winning and losing are part of the game. Besides, we still have the combat phase, right? Hearing this, the boy stood up abruptly. You knew all along, didn't you, brother? He seemed incredibly frustrated, gritting his teeth as he continued. Why didn't you tell me? In contrast to the boy's explosive anger, Li Haoran replied calmly. Everyone makes different choices, that's all. He immediately turned to leave. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'm heading backstage to prep for my match. Seeing this, the younger brother turned and asked, wait, aren't you going to watch the rest of Dad's match? No need. Dad has already lost. A thought flashed through the four-eyed boy's mind. Why? Then images of his brother, Lu Ming, and Xiaobai appeared in his mind. The boy thought silently. Why is it that even though I try harder than all of them, I still can't beat them? On the TV screen, the father was now fuming, fists clenched as he yelled, You brat. I will absolutely not lose to you. The son looked up at his father on the screen and whispered, Dad. The father then broke into a confident smirk. As I thought, you're still too green. Even if your hand speed is faster than mine. That you overlooked a fatal flaw. Lu Ming remained silent, listening to the old man yap. Sloppy speed only lowers the accuracy of the circuits. The quality of your card will plummet because of it. Clearly, your card will be crushed by my 3-star Sword Blade Man in the combat simulation. The old man was incredibly smug. Seeing his attitude and the 3-star card in his hand, the MC gasped, wow. Competitor Li Aigua actually surpassed his rank to create the 3-star card. The MC's announcement stunned the entire audience. Among them, Fatty Zhang and Hayu shouted in shock. Wait, this uncle is over 50, right? What's so great about making a 3-star card? Exactly. He's clearly just smuffing in the starter village to feel important. They're just using mind games now. But Hayu immediately threw cold water on Fatty Zhang and the curly-haired guy. This is a tournament. The judges won't care about your complaints. Regardless, making a card above your rank definitely earns bonus points. We have to see what kind of card our senior made. Recalling that the Blazing Fire Beast was also 3-star. Senior Lu Ming, it's time to show them your real skills. Down on the field, Li Aigua placed his card onto the machine. The system voice announced, initializing simulation system. It's here. The 3-star summon card, Sword Blade Man. Competitor Li Aigua and his Sword Blade Man are locked and loaded. Li Aigua stood smugly with hands on his hips. Young man, arrogance comes with a price. It's not too late to forfeit. The MC's voice rang out again. Wait, that's strange. Nothing is happening on competitor Lu Ming's side. Indeed, Lu Ming remained still, arms crossed, quietly observing the situation. Suddenly, the MC cried out in surprise, wait, it's a flag being planted. In front of Lu Ming, a white flag was emerging. Lu Ming's expression remained calm, arms still folded. The crowd in the stands was baffled. Someone asked, is he surrendering? What the hell? Lu Ming, what are you doing? The younger brother in the waiting room was ecstatic. He grabbed the TV screen and laughed, haha. I knew he was just a poser. He's scared. He's terrified of my dad's 3-star sword blade man, isn't he? The MC's voice continued. Competitor Lu Ming only summoned a flag. Perhaps focusing too much on speed ruined the circuits, or maybe he really is intimidated by Lee Aigua's powerful 3-star sword blade man. On the field, Lee Aigua continued his smug lecture. Is this your first time in a major tournament? I can understand your desperate desire to win. You're young. You'll have more chances. Losing isn't a disgrace. At that moment, Lu Ming just put a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Lu Ming pointed coldly at the old man. Hey, Mr. Brickhead, you talk too much. From start to finish, you haven't even looked at your opponent's card. If you don't know your enemy or yourself, you're just cannon fodder on a battlefield. Lee Aigua was stunned. It was only then that he actually looked at Lu Ming's card. The old man gasped, an upgraded card, but Lee Aigua remained stubborn as hell. He kept his disdainful attitude and snorted, humph. An upgraded card is still useless. Mine is a 3-star card. I didn't want to make things too hard for you, but since you're like this, don't blame me for getting nasty. It's not a snot-nosed brat's place to lecture me. Immediately after, his sword blade man charged forward, brandishing its blade. Swoosh! A flash of light erupted across the stage. The crowd was in an uproar. What has happened? What exactly did competitor Lu Ming summon? Lee Aigua's sword blade man had been decapitated in a single stroke. Before his summon could even swing its sword at the Black Flame War God, its head was already flying. Blood spurted from its neck, leaving the old man frozen in absolute shock. Looking at the Black Flame War God, which hadn't taken a single scratch, he was completely bewildered. The upgraded Black Flame War God looked incredibly badass. Radiating an intense aura, the Black Flame War God raised a fist and roared, I want to take on 10 of them. Lee Aigua was so stunned his eyes rolled back. He teetered on the spot, about to collapse. The MC's voice rang out, competitor Lee Aigua. Quick, call an ambulance. Lee Aigua fell flat on the floor. Lu Ming felt a bit awkward, worrying, did I use too much force? The MC continued, I believe this result was beyond everyone's expectations. Whether it's production speed, card quality, or the combat test, competitor Lu Ming completely crushed Lee Aigua. Fatty was ecstatic, immediately whipping out his phone to record the moment. Whoa, big bro Lu summon is a total Chad. But wait, why does he look familiar? Hayu whispered to herself. He's so much stronger than last time in such a short period. The two chairmen below began whispering. Old Zhang, this Lu Ming kid. Zhang Yang replied. Honestly, I didn't see this coming either. Lu Yin simply replied, it's alright. He's still green. The girl next to her joked, that's good enough. Becoming a god in one step would be boring. What, you think this is a novel and the MC has a golden touch? Xiaoyan, you have to realize not everyone is a freak of nature like you. Were these two girls playing a game of chicken? They were sitting on a single rope stretch between two mountains over a bottomless abyss, surrounded by mist. Inside the medical room, a voice screamed, Dad, don't die. The older brother calmed him down. Dad just fainted from the shock. It's nothing serious. The younger brother hugged his dad, sobbing until his face was a mess of tears and snot. Lu Ming stood to the side, feeling pretty awkward. He scratched his head and said, really sorry about that. I didn't control my power well. The older brother replied, a 3-star composite card summoning a warrior stacked with black flame armor and lava blade. To achieve such perfect layering without the structure collapsing, you're even more formidable than the rumors say. Looking at the older brother, Lu Ming thought, this guy didn't even see my card. Just by seeing the effect from the outside, he could analyze the entire technical breakdown. Immediately, the older brother reached out his hand and said, so, interested in joining the Chongyang Association? We have room for growth. The younger brother was shocked, yelling, WTF, bro? He wrecked Dad and you're recruiting him. The older brother ignored him, keeping his hand extended, waiting for Lu Ming's answer. But with his brother yapping in his ear, the older brother lost his cool and punched him right in the nose, making it bleed. He snapped, shut up. Lu Ming stood there frozen for 5 seconds. Then, the older brother pushed his younger brother's head down, and they both bowed. The older brother said, to be honest, I feel guilty. The 1-star card my brother presented wasn't made by him. So, the victory for the first round should belong to your apprentice. We apologize. The younger brother, still stubborn as hell, screamed, you're selling me out. Lu Ming spoke coldly, at least you're honest. Actually, I saw through his card swap a long time ago. The older brother quickly replied, as expected, nothing gets past you. I guess any card maker with even a bit of insight could see it. Lu Ming turned away with a huff. Think a cheap trick like that could hide from me? I'm the guy who took down your old man. He acted all high and mighty, but looking back, if Xiaobai hadn't snitched, Lu Ming probably wouldn't have noticed. At the time, she had whispered, Master, he's actually cheating. Lu Ming had asked, cheating? You sure? Recalling the scene, Lu Ming cursed internally. Holy crap, it was real? How'd I miss that? Li Haoran continued, I know this is asking a lot, but please don't let this get out. My brother was just too desperate to win. He just had a momentary lapse in judgment. If the association finds out he cheated, his career is toast. If you agree, I'm willing to voluntarily forfeit the third match. Hearing his brother say that, the younger brother's face fell. Lu Ming glanced over in surprise. Then, Lu Ming turned away and sighed. He replied coldly, if the referee figures it out on their own, there's nothing I can do. Outside, the MC's voice boomed. The second half is starting. Next is the 3-star match everyone has been waiting for, with Chongyang and Qingming each having 1 point. This final round is the tiebreaker. We will have the two chairmen draw lots again to decide the order. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted. No need. He continued, for this final round, our Chongyang Association will go first. He then placed a hand on Old Zhang's shoulder. After all, friendship comes first, right? Old Zhang looked visibly annoyed. The MC remarked, it seems Chairman Shun is overflowing with confidence in our competitor. He replied cockily, yeah, he's basically the top ace of Chongyang City. The crowd went wild. Fangirls were screaming, Li Haoran, Liudan, Haoran, I want to have your babies. Shaggy Hair and Fatty were stunned. Shaggy Hair said, who is this guy? Why does he have so many fans? Fatty added, and they're all girls. Suddenly, the three of them, Hayu, Fatty Zhang, and Shaggy Hair, looked at each other. Immediately, the two guys yelled, Big Bro Lu, take it down. Hayu was shocked by their sudden shift. She then threw cold water on them. Senior already went down to the field ages ago. Are you guys just now catching up? By now, Li Haoran had stepped out, standing with the beautiful MC and Chairman Shun. The MC said, facing such passionate fans and the chairman's trust, Haoran, I'm sure you have something you want to say. Li Haoran took the mic, his handsome face making the fangirl swoon. He spoke, thank you. This tournament has given me a new perspective on card making. More importantly, thank you all for the support and the association for their trust. Meanwhile, in the medical room, Li Aigua had woken up. The younger brother carefully handed him a cup of hot water. Dad, you just woke up? Have some warm water. Li Aiwu Siga. The new generation is pushing out the old. I never thought I'd lose to that Lu Ming. But at least I have you too. Your performance today, Xiaoyan, was truly beyond my expectations. Hearing his father's praise, the son broke into a cold sweat. He stammered, Dad, don't worry about that right now. Li Aigua just kept sighing. Then, his eyes welled up as he muttered to himself, I really have grown old. Li Aigua wiped away his tears. He continued, the future of the Li family's card-making legacy rests on you two brothers. Look at me. Why am I crying? Forget these sad thoughts. Let's just watch your brother's match. Li Aigua wiped away his tears and continued, from now on, the legacy of our Li family's card-making rests on you two siblings. Sai, look at me. Why am I crying again? Let's stop thinking about these sad things and just watch your brother compete. Looking at his son on the TV screen, Li Haoran continued, therefore I announced that for the third match, the volume was too low for Li Aigua to hear clearly. He muttered, the sound is too low, give me the remote. The moment Li Aigua cranked up the volume, Li Haoran's voice boomed from the TV. I forfeit my right to compete. This caused Li Aigua to go into shock and pass out again. Seeing this, his son screamed, call a doctor, hurry. Back at the arena, Li Haoran repeated it one more time. I forfeit my right to compete. I've said my piece. Thank you, everyone. Everyone was baffled. Forfeit? Why? Fatty and Curly were total trolls, shouting at the top of their lungs, refund, refund. Hayu stood aside, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. So embarrassing. Haoran handed the mic back to the MC. We're done here, right? The MC was still in disbelief, and Chairman Shun was completely lost, stammering, wait. As Haoran walked away, leaving them frozen. The MC stuttered, and a frantic Chairman Chun chased after him. Haoran, what's going on? Haoran scratched his head. My dad is in the hospital. I'm really not in the mood to compete. Sorry. Hearing this, Chairman Chun was petrified. Meanwhile, Chairman Zhang was over the moon. He patted Chen's shoulder and said, Hey Chun, remember, friendship first. Chairman Chun exploded, friendship my ass. This is a total joke. Li Haoran walked calmly into the back, where Lu Ming was waiting. Lu Ming stood with his arms crossed. Was it worth offending the association just for that disappointing little brother of yours? Li Haoran replied, thoughtfully, if it helps him realize his mistakes. It was worth it. Lu Ming put an arm around Howren's shoulder. Kid, you've got some serious enlightenment. How about joining our Qingming Association? Howren's expression darkened. Howren snapped back. This tournament just means Qingming beat Chongyang. Not that you beat me. Lu Ming replied cockily, but I beat your dad. Howren didn't miss a beat. I'm at 3-star peak. Lu Ming doubled down, but I beat your dad. Howren looked ticked off. Can you stop mentioning my dad? Lu Ming immediately fired back. My apprentice beat your brother. In the end, because Li Howren forfeited the third round, Qingming City won by default. The friendship trophy was officially theirs. Qingming City looked gorgeous late at night. Inside a high-rise, a wine glass was raised. Cheers, everyone. It was Chairman Zhang. He said, even though this friendly tournament had some wild twists, the final result was perfect. Lu Ming, you truly are the pride of the Qingming Association. The four of them were celebrating their victory. Chairman Zhang didn't forget to praise Xiao Bai, and a special shout-out to Lil Jiang Yuebai. So young, yet so talented. The youth truly are formidable. Lu Ming took a sip of wine. That's because I taught her well. Xiao Bai's dad chimed in. It's my superior genes. Seeing this, the chairman broke into a sweat. Lu Ming spoke up, Chairman, about what you promised me earlier. Before he could finish, the chairman replied, don't worry. It's all set. It'll be delivered to your door tomorrow morning. Lu Ming replied happily, awesome. Thanks, Chairman. He added, since you're progressing at Godspeed, I have a surprise for you. Lu Ming was intrigued. What surprise? I heard you've been studying restrictions lately. A friend of mine needs someone to reinforce the restrictions at his cultivation manor. He's the boss of Fan Family Mining and has deep pockets. More importantly, you'll have a 4-star master owing you a favor. Isn't that a great surprise? Hearing this, both Lu Ming and Mr. Cat, inside Lu Ming's subconscious, instantly thought of one name, Fan Zhe. Lu Ming and Mr. Cat spoke telepathically. Lu Ming was hyped. This is a hell of a surprise. Mr. Cat replied calmly, we need to be fully prepared this time. Hearing Chairman Zhang mention the Fan family, Principal Jiang also thought of Fan Zhe. Principal Jiang adjusted his glasses and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, be extremely careful when dealing with that guy. The chairman snapped, hey old man Zhang, you make it sound like I'm setting him up. The principal replied, you basically are. Lu Ming felt awkward being caught in the middle. Lu Ming spoke up to clear the air. Principal, Chairman, don't worry. I'll get the job done perfectly. They all clinked glasses. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a thug-looking guy with a face only a mother could love was puffing on a cigarette. He had gold teeth and looked loaded. Rewind it, he said. On the screen was Lu Ming, pouting and pointing forward. I'm about to start. The gold-toothed man sat with his feet on the table, watching the video. Stop right there. He barked. Standing behind him was a long-haired old man. The man with the gold teeth puffed on a cigar, a girl on each arm. Lu Yin wants to bring him along this time? The old man replied respectfully, yes, young master. The young master fiddled with 2 large beads in his hand. Lu Yin has Qiu Shi's legacy and is obsessed with a Moonshadow trial. Could it be? He trailed off. The old man reminded him, young master, we must remain cautious. The next day at Lu Ming's shop, Li Yinyan's voice rang out. Master, don't you worry. With me here, this shop is in good hands. Lu Ming looked troubled, a sweat drop on his forehead. It's because you're here that I'm worried. Li Yinyan was still hyped, gesturing wildly. Master, what do you mean? I've really changed. He recalled the chairman saying, Lu Ming, Li Yinyan sincerely wants to learn card making from you. Take him as an apprentice. It'll help the friendship between Qingming and Chongyang. Lu Ming was skeptical, thinking, is the chairman not worried this guy is a spy sent by Chongyang? Lu Ming turned to leave, giving final instructions to Xiao Bai and Li Yinyan. You two watch the shop. I'm off. Xiao Bai, if he tries anything funny, go find Zhang Wei immediately. Xiao Bai nodded obediently. Got it, master. I'll keep an eye on him. As soon as Lu Ming was out of sight, Li Yinyan turned to Xiao Bai. Senior sister, anything you need me to do? Xiao Bai replied coldly. Go buy me a cilantro milk tea. Li Yinyan was confused. Does this have anything to do with card making? Xiao Bai replied flatly. You can't make cards on empty stomach. Li Yinyan grumbled. Senior sister is totally power tripping. Scene change. The suburban plains. Lu Ming arrived and checked the GPS on his phone. Weird. The GPS shows the same location, but looks totally different. He looked around. Is this an illusion? 2 drops of liquid fell onto his phone. Lu Ming looked up in shock. He didn't realize that behind him, a pair of glowing red eyes was watching. It was a giant python with a hideous body, flicking its long tongue. The giant python bared its razor-sharp fangs, preparing to strike Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally realized the danger and was terrified. Quickly, Lu Ming dodged an attack from the giant beast. He was stunned by the sudden assault, gritting his teeth with a pained grunt. But it looked like Lu Ming was in trouble. He couldn't escape the giant python and hit the ground hard. His eyes went wide as he cried for help. The snake was closing in. Lu Ming screamed in terror. Help! Somebody help me! His face was a mess of tears and snot, a truly pathetic cry for help. But inside his mind, Lu Ming was smirking wickedly. Hey, Mr. Cat, how was that? Was my acting on point? Seeing Lu Ming overacting, Mr. Cat replied coldly, that was cringe. You don't need to be that dramatic just to act scared. Lu Ming replied proudly, well, you know, this is a mix of panic, a hint of regret, some social resentment, debt to my parents, and a touch of liberation. But Lu Ming sounded a bit worried. Seriously though, Mr. Cat, are you sure this is going to be okay? Lu Ming clenched his fist and told Mr. Cat, I'm not dodging this time. But it was all for nothing. At that moment, the giant python lunged at Lu Ming. Just as it was about to snap him up, something struck it with such force that it shattered, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, shielding his face with his arms. Green blood from the giant python splattered across his sleeves and chest. A hand reached out toward him as a reassuring voice said, pretty scary, huh, little guy? Lu Ming looked up, stunned and speechless. It was Fanzai. He had just delivered a punch that blew the giant serpent's head off. Now, standing over Lu Ming, he reached down to pull him up. There are a lot of wild beasts in these woods, he said. Don't wander around alone. It's a good thing I was passing by, or this 3-star python would have swallowed you whole. Lu Ming communicated telepathically with Mr. Cat. Impressive, Mr. Cat. He really was lying in wait here. Mr. Cat replied, keep playing the weakling so he lowers his guard around you. Lu Ming immediately grabbed Fanzai's hand. It's a real lifesaver that you were here, Boss Fan. Oops. Lu Ming's mouth had moved faster than his brain. Hearing the name, Boss Fan, Fanzai looked surprised. Lu Ming and Mr. Cat both felt a pang of guilt. Mr. Cat was too disappointed to even speak. Fanzai spoke up, sounding suspicious. You call me Boss Fan? How do you know who I am? Fanzai stared straight at Lu Ming with questioning eyes. Have we met before? In Lu Ming's subconscious, Mr. Cat calmed him down. Stay cool. You were recommended by Zhang Yang. It's perfectly normal for you to have seen his photo. Lu Ming quickly recovered. Chairman Zhang Yang sent me here to fix the restrictions. He showed me your photo before I came. Hearing Chairman, Fanzai's suspicion wavered. Oh right, he did mention something to me. Lu Ming gave a totally fake, professional smile. But Fanzai's paranoid nature kicked in again. But why do you look so familiar? Lu Ming panicked, breaking into a sweat. Fanzai stroked his chin, thinking hard. Are you Air Ming? Or Lu Ming? Didn't I go to your shop to find someone before? Hearing this from Fanzai's own mouth, Lu Ming felt like he'd hit the jackpot. He scratched his head and laughed. Oh, right. Wow, you got a great memory, huh? In the subconscious, Mr. Cat. That was completely done with these two. What is wrong with their brains? Fanzai finally said, if old Zhang recommended you, then I'm relieved. To be honest, my cultivation manor has an extra entrance with defensive restrictions. Some punks messed them up a while back, which has made the local wildlife act all crazy. Hold on, let me dispel the illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Fanzai used a swirl of energy from his hands to break the spell. His mouth muttered some chant that Lu Ming couldn't quite catch. He then shouted, dispel. Instantly, a cave entrance opened up. Fanzai said confidently, impressive, right? Hard to find a place this spacious within the city limits. Seeing the cave open, Lu Ming thought, as expected, it's this place. Lu Ming's remark made Fanzai turn around with a suspicious grunt. Lu Ming quickly pivoted with a laugh. I mean, only a real big boss like you would have this kind of swag. Then the two of them walked inside. As they went, Fanzai said, once you hit 4-star, you can find a suitable place to cultivate too. Come on, follow me in. Lu Ming obeyed. Yes, big bro. Lu Ming thought to himself. Yep, not a single word this guy says is true. Despite his thoughts, Lu Ming continued to kiss up to Fanzai. Wow, big bro, your manor has so many energy minerals. Fanzai replied generously. If you like them, feel free to take a few. Observing the cave, Lu Ming noticed it was covered in vines. He wondered, I don't remember there being plants in here. Fanzai spoke up. We're almost there. Just then, a small mouse scurried past. Fanzai noticed it immediately and delivered a swift kick. The mouse died instantly from the blow. Immediately, the vines began to coil around it. Lu Ming watched closely as the vines rapidly tangled around the mouse and devoured it whole. Fanzai explained, these plant-based restrictions can easily consume anything that gets too close. He then glanced at Lu Ming with a threatening edge. Boss Lu, don't try anything funny. Lu Ming flinched and replied, I wouldn't dream of it even if I had 10 lives. But internally, he thought this guy. Suddenly, something inside Fanzai's pocket began to glow. He stopped dead in his tracks, noticing the signal. Holding the object, he muttered, shit. The Cinnabar gate has an intruder. He immediately turned and ran. He didn't forget to warn Lu Ming. I'll be right back. Boss Lu, Wait here for a moment. Don't go wandering off. Lu Ming acted all worried, yelling after him, Big bro fan, be careful out there. But in his heart, he snorted, I hope you get wrecked by a monster and never come back. Mr. Cat appeared out of nowhere. Forget it. He's strong enough to crush anything in this area. Mr. Cat lunged toward the plants and told Lu Ming, let's get started. Lu Ming was a bit startled by the sudden command. Mr. Cat stood before a dense wall of vines. Lu Ming asked, start what? The tracking ring is behind these plant restrictions, Mr. Cat replied. Hearing this, Lu Ming pulled at his hair in frustration. Oh, come on. What a shitty coincidence. This is a 4-star growth restriction. Mr. Cat remained unfazed and said firmly, I can sense the energy waves. It's definitely here. Lu Ming replied worriedly. These plants have spiritual energy and can recognize their owner's aura. Anyone else touching them alone is on a suicide mission. However, a restriction is basically just bound energy. If the energy output exceeds the limit of the restriction, it can be forcibly broken. Mr. Cat countered, brute forcing it is too risky. If Fan Zhe comes back and sees the restriction destroyed, you're busted. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Lu Ming set his backpack on the ground. All right, let's scout what's behind it first. He pulled out a card. I'll use the gold pupil effect I packed earlier, combined with the eye of circuits the association gave me, to create the burning gold pupil. It should work now. Lu Ming shouted, open eye. His pupils expanded, glowing with bright golden borders. He was able to see right through the dense vines. Inside was a very familiar sight. Lu Ming thought, so this leads back to the mineral core from before. No wonder he needed such a strong restriction to block this entire wall. Holding another card, Lu Ming continued. Next up, the dissipation card. He flicked the card toward the wall of vines. A blinding light erupted from the center of the plants. The vines split apart, creating a large opening leading inside. Seeing the result before his eyes, Lu Ming put his hand on his chin with satisfaction and said, one dissipation card can hold for about 5 seconds. After doing some mental math, Lu Ming muttered, that's enough, leaving Mr. Cat nearby confused. He asked, what's the plan? Lu Ming replied, Mr. Cat, you can sense energy, so just keep an eye out for Fan Zhe for me. Lu Ming then slotted a card into the device strapped to his arm. He continued, leave the rest. Not to me. At that moment, Lu Ming summoned his mini-army. In Lu Ming's hand was a vortex card. Looking at the card, Lu Ming thought to himself, haha, I didn't think those old vortex cards would come in handy again. Then, Lu Ming snapped his fingers and raised his hand high into the air. Lu Ming adjusted his glasses and shouted, go. Outside, Fan Zhe had finally reached his destination. Immediately, Fan Zhe swung a punch at a demonic beast. With just one blow, the beast was taken down by Fan Zhe. Soon, numerous beasts lay scattered across the ground. Fan Zhe looked a bit winded, letting out a long sigh. He muttered to himself, I can't keep this up forever. I need to hurry that kid up to finish fixing the cloaking restrictions. Inside the cave, the mini-army's objective was Mr. Cat's tail ring. One of the little guys picked up the ring and reported to Lu Ming, reporting to Master. Mission item A discovered. Lu Ming replied, got it. I'm opening the gap now. Toss it out. The little guy replied enthusiastically, roger that. Immediately, Lu Ming used his card to open a path through the dense vines. From the outside, Lu Ming yelled, do it. A split second later, the tail ring was in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming felt incredibly smug. Done. The little guys were still working busily. Lu Ming gave a satisfied smile. They continued grabbing items from inside, proceeding with Mission B. By now, it was late at night, and the moon was high in the sky. Inside, Lu Ming was using a pen to engrave the back of the cards. He was extremely focused, his hands moving with incredible speed. Fan Zhe walked up from behind. Hard work today, Boss Lu. Hearing Fan Zhe's voice, Lu Ming looked up with a smile. It's an honor to help Big Bro fix the restrictions. I'll be counting on your support in the future, Big Bro fan. Fan Zhe patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and laughed. Ha ha ha, for sure. If anyone dares to bully you, just come find Big Bro fan. Then, Fan Zhe dropped a bag down. Here's your payment. 100K in cash. Lu Ming acted overjoyed. Thanks, Big Bro. If you have more work, definitely hit me up. Fan Zhe replied politely, no problem at all. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, but in their hearts, they were both calling the other a total moron. Fan Zhe then said, I won't see you out. When you pass through the plant restrictions, be careful not to trigger anything. Lu Ming replied, got it. Lu Ming then turned and walked away. He stopped in front of the thick wall of vines. Lu Ming stood there observing for a long time. Suddenly, he pulled out the vortex card. A large hole opened up in the middle of the vines. On the other side was one of the little guys. Seeing the path open, the little guy rushed across and stood before Lu Ming. With both hands, he presented a stack of cards to Lu Ming. The little guy had a wide, proud grin as he reported, mission be completed. Surpassed the quota. Deep inside the cave, Fanzai reached out to touch the mineral core. Holding a piece of ore, Fanzai laughed smugly. He told himself, cloaking the whole area plus a full repair for only 100k? Haha, kids these days really have no brains. He thought to himself, now that the defensive restrictions are reinforced, I can cultivate in peace and hit 5 stars soon. No one knows about this mineral vein yet, which means Suo Xiao wants it for himself too. Cloud-chasing hand, I'm waiting for you. Wait, why is the energy card efficiency so low today? Meanwhile, Lu Ming had made it outside the cave. The moon tonight was bright and round. Lu Ming walked ahead while 2 little guys carried the bag of money behind him. As he walked, Lu Ming muttered, giving me only 100k? Does he really think I'm an idiot? Whatever, at least we got Mr. Cat's stuff back. Mr. Cat interjected, that's not even the point. You used the vortex cards to suck up at least 1 million units of energy from that core. Hearing that, Lu Ming laughed. Finders keepers, Mr. Cat. We'll split it 50-50. Lu Ming sighed with regret as he walked. Man, next time I gotta prep way more vortex cards. Just then, Lu Ming's phone rang. Man, talk about timing. He looked at the screen. It was Lu Yin. Lu Ming answered hello. As soon as he picked up, Lu Yin grilled him. I've called you 66 times. Why are you just now answering? Lu Ming replied, the signal out here in the suburbs is pretty trash. Lu Yin reminded him, next time, you better pick up my call immediately or don't blame me for wrecking your shop. Lu Ming went silent. Lu Yin continued, the Moon Shadow trial is about to start. Pack your things and get to the academy early. They need to put you through special training. Also, bring Jiang Yuebai with you. Lu Ming was puzzled. Xiao Bai? Why are 2? Lu Yin glanced at Ms. Chiu, who was busy gaming. Lu Yin replied, just bring her. Someone is quite interested in her. The girl next to her was shouting at her screen, move. Move. You're playing like trash. Interested? Xiao Bai is still a minor. Before he could finish, Lu Yin coldly hung up. Lu Ming felt totally ghosted. Hello? Wow, she really just hung up on me. Right after, Lu Ming received a text from his sister. The message read, I saw you match. Decent performance. Keep it up, followed by a smiley face icon. Lu Ming felt a bit annoyed reading it, yet his cheeks turned slightly red. He immediately got cranky with himself. Crap, why am I blushing? This must be a leftover emotion from the original Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned to his shop. Hearing the news, Xiao Bai was stunned. I get to go too? Meanwhile, Li Inian asked in confusion, Master, why am I staying behind? Xiao Bai was so happy, she started skipping around. Inian felt slighted and asked, do you guys still not trust me? Lu Ming replied, it's because I trust you that I'm leaving you in charge. We're taking the main force. You're the guardian of the home base. It's a heavy responsibility, Inian. Hearing this, Inian asked, is there pay? Lu Ming held up one finger and said smugly, all the game cards in the shop are on the house for you. Plus, I've already paid for your energy purification for cultivation. At that point, Li Inian had 0 complaints. Lu Ming then said to Xiao Bai, go pack your bags. Oh, and make sure to call your dad and let him know. At that moment, a customer walked through the door. Anyone here? Hearing this, Lu Ming told Inian, tell the customer we're closed today. Inian immediately turned toward the door and said, sorry, we're not open today. But suddenly, Inian's eyes went wide. The customer was a girl. She walked in and called out, Lu Ming. Lu Ming wondered, huh? As he heard his name, the girl walked straight up to Lu Ming and grabbed him by the collar. She leaned in close to his face and said, my name is Chao Xiaoxing. You might have forgotten me for now, but that's okay. With only centimeters between them, Chao Xiaoxing continued, you'll remember this name very soon. Lu Ming was suspicious of the name. Gao Xiaoxing? There was no such person in the original Lu Ming's memories. Chao Xiaoxing turned and left, adding, we'll meet again soon. Inian saw the beauty leaving and chased after her, shouting, hey beautiful, let me walk you out. My family is in central Chongyang. I've got 6 properties. Before he could finish, she coldly snapped, piss off. Behind the counter, Xiao Bai teased, ooh master, you've got some romantic baggage. Lu Ming stood there deep in thought. Lu Ming put a hand to his chest, let out a sigh, and replied, mind your own business, kid. Go pack your stuff. Xiao Bai remained curious, wearing a mischievous grin. Lu Ming thought to himself, I could sense her strength. She's no pushover. And that sin on her. I feel like I've smelled it somewhere before. Xiao Bai interrupted his thoughts. Master, what time tomorrow should we head to my dad's place? I have quite a bit of luggage. Lu Ming replied, send me the address. I'll pick you up early tomorrow morning. The little girl agreed quickly. The night passed, and dawn arrived. In the morning, as planned, Lu Ming went to pick up Xiao Bai. He called both her and the principal, but neither answered. Lu Ming was baffled. What's going on? Why are neither of them picking up? He called them dozens of times. This is bad. If I'd known they lived in the middle of nowhere, I would have just hired a delivery service. Then again, A delivery truck probably wouldn't even come this deep into the forest. From a bush in the distance, a voice whispered, "There's a young man at the entrance. Looks about 17 or 18. How should we handle him?" The order came back, "Eliminate him." Upon receiving the order, the man with his face half-covered grinned. "Copy that." He adjusted his sniper rifle and whispered, "Goodbye, kid." The gun was cocked, and he aimed straight for the center of Lu Ming's head. His finger was ready to pull the trigger. He fired. The bullet streaked through the air and slammed into a brick on the wall, leaving a deep crater and a puff of black smoke. Looking through the scope, the target was gone. He gasped, "Holy mother of!" Where'd he go? He couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately packed his rifle into its case. He turned to leave with the case on his shoulder and reported, "I'm compromised. Moving locations." He received no reply. "Hello, hello, Kumin." Suddenly, a headset fell to the ground near him. A voice spoke. "Are you looking for him?" He turned in shock to see the principal holding his partner by the neck. His eyes filled with panic. The principal asked coldly, "Who sent you? Did you think you wouldn't be noticed?" The man raised his hand, revealing a glowing circle. He tried to counterattack. A massive blast of yellow energy shot from his palm, hitting the principal directly. The principal couldn't react in time and was blown back by the force. A massive explosion followed immediately. The blast set a section of the forest on fire. Flames roared as thick black smoke billowed into the air. Elsewhere, Lu Ming snapped his eyes open, looking confused. Next to him was the cat-eared girl who had saved him from Fanze before. Looking at his surroundings, Lu Ming thought, "Is this the Shadow Realm?" He immediately started running, shouting, "Principal, Xiaobai, they're in danger." But a yellow energy rope snared his leg. The rope quickly coiled around Lu Ming, binding him tight. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Let me go." The girl replied, "Stop looking for a way to die. The opponent is a professional hitman, at least 4-star. Lu Ming was helpless, unable to believe her. He yelled, "Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat, help me! Where are you?" The girl didn't care at all, replying coldly, "Everyone has their own fate." Lu Ming was furious at those words. He sat there gritting his teeth, his voice low with rage. Why? He felt utterly powerless. He knelt on the ground, fists clenched, tears stinging his eyes. He blamed himself, muttering, "Why did it have to be like this?" Meanwhile, the assassin who had just used that move suddenly coughed up blood. He groaned, "Damn, the recoil is too strong." Brother Xiao was killed by him. That guy is the disguise master, Zhao Shun. Livid, he clawed at the ground, thinking of one name, Jiang Feng. He spat through gritted teeth, cursing, "That son of a bitch." But immediately, his mood flipped 180 degrees. He laughed so hard he cried, shouting, "I actually have to thank you. The bounty is all mine now. Holy crap. I can't help it, ha ha ha." He coughed mid-laugh, cough, cough. A moment later, the fire died out on its own. Zhao Shun's laughter was still echoing when suddenly Jiang Feng's corpse, with a massive hole in its chest, snapped upright. Then Jiang Feng and Zhao Shun's fallen partner both stood up, looking utterly grotesque. Their eyes, teeth, and even their limbs. They looked exactly like zombies. They bared sharp fangs, drooling as they lunged at Zhao Shun. He gasped, eyes wide with terror. "What the hell are these things?" Zhao Shun leaped back to create distance. He instantly drew 2 guns and started unloading on the 2 Jiangshi in front of him. "Stay back," he screamed as he fired. But the 2 Jiangshi seemed immune to bullets, continuing their steady advance. They cornered Zhao Shun, opening their hideous maws to attack. Blood sprayed everywhere as the Jiangshi wearing the principal's face sank its teeth deep into Zhao Shun's neck, making him scream in agony. He coughed up blood and died. Click! A lighter flickered, and a flame danced in a man's hand. It was Principal Jiang. He calmly lit a cigarette. Before him lay Zhao Shun's corpse. A black crow nearby witnessed the whole thing. Perched on a branch, the bird watched Principal Jiang exhale a cloud of smoke. As soon as he did, the crow took flight and sped away. Principal Jiang then used a card to snuff out his cigarette. He began to activate a card. A dense, purple-black energy began to swirl out, an incredibly potent power. In Principal Jiang's hand was the Ghost Cage card. A sphere of purple-black energy soon enveloped both the principal and Zhao Shun's corpse. Watching from afar, Lu Ming was stunned. "That's," he muttered, looking at the figure from behind. Lu Ming deduced it was Principal Jiang. Principal Jiang is a 6-star card creator. After a while, the dark energy began to fade. Zhao Shun fell over, his eyes rolled back white, looking as though his very life force had been drained. But it wasn't over. The ghost cage was still operating at full capacity, the purple energy tightly wrapping around the cage and Zhao Shun's body. The principal stood behind, still focused on controlling the energy sphere. The ghost cage then completely absorbed all of Zhao Shun's energy, and his body vanished into nothingness. The energy condensed back into the card. Principal Jiang pressed his hands together, holding the card between his palms. Looking at the card, Principal Jiang couldn't hide his disappointment. Only a 4-star. He quietly lit another cigarette and muttered to himself. One illusion card plus 2 cages in exchange for 2 4-star cards? What a ripoff. The principal looked toward the villa. He thought, that energy wave just now. Was it an illusion? He finally picked up his phone and saw dozens of missed calls from Lu Ming. A while later at the villa, Lu Ming's voice rang out. Xiaobai isn't even with you. Why don't you give me this address? Principal Jiang replied, probably to pick up her luggage. She rarely comes here since it's so far away. Seeing the boxes piled high, Lu Ming pulled at his hair and yelled. So she knew the delivery guys wouldn't come to this godforsaken place. And why is there so much? Is she moving a whole company? Principal Jiang stood by, looking equally helpless. Honestly, I had no idea. As he hauled the mountain of luggage to the car, Lu Ming grumbled. Next time, tell me the details over the phone. Luckily, Lu Ming had his mini army to help. Principal Jiang chuckled. If I had answered, you wouldn't have come here even if I killed you. Today was an extraordinary situation. I won't see you out. Drive safe. Back in the car, Lu Ming cursed. Damn it, I almost lost my life back there. That father-daughter duo nearly set me up for good. Lu Ming broke into a cold sweat. Come to think of it, what's the deal with the principal? He survived over 60 assassination attempts. And how did he handle that hitman? Was it an illusion? Over 60 times. Just how big of a grudge is that? No wonder he keeps Xiaobai away while he lives in this creepy place. A father's love really is as solid as a mountain. After thinking for a bit, Lu Ming felt exhausted and let out a long sigh. He then regained his spirit and told himself, I should definitely charge an extra protection fee to match this fatherly love. Plus the long-distance transport fee. Everything's going on the bill. As Lu Ming's car drove off, Principal John's phone rang. Thanks for your help this time, he said. On the other end, Lu Yin replied, I'll have to trouble you to look after my brother too. He was asking about the Shadow Realm last time. Hearing Lu Yin, the principal held his cigarette, his face turning dead serious. You're overthinking. Your brother is not as simple as he looks. By now, Lu Ming had picked up Xiaobai. Suddenly, Lu Ming's vision began to blur. Images appeared of ruined houses at the bottom of the sea, with fish swimming around. A fish with a massive body and fins appeared. Lu Ming and Xiaobai were diving in the deep sea. Seeing the huge fish, Xiaobai said excitedly, Master, look, a giant fish, a big goldfish. She swam after it. Seeing her swim away, Lu Ming called out, Xiaobai, wait for me. Soudainly, Lu Ming sensait de danger. A shark with razor-sharp teeth, absolutely massive, opened its mouth and swallowed Lu Ming whole. Lu Ming let out a blood-curdling scream. HH. Beside him, Xiaobai asked worriedly, Master, are you having a nightmare? It turned out the images were just a nightmare. Lu Ming woke up shivering, drenched in sweat. Lu Ming wiped his brow. Maybe I'm just too tired. Xiaobai said guiltily, it's my fault for not being clear about the luggage. Lu Ming replied, it's fine. We're almost there, right? Xiaobai rolled down the window and looked out. We actually passed it. Lu Ming was startled. He complained, we passed it? Why didn't you tell me? Suddenly, Lu Ming realized that he, Xiaobai, and his stuffed rabbit were all sitting in the back seat. Lu Ming asked, wait a minute, didn't I tell you to drive? Why are you in the back? Lu Ming glanced at the front. One mini guy was steering while another was navigating. Lu Ming was horrified. He clutched his head and screamed, WTF? Why did you let this thing drive? The mini guy immediately yanked the steering wheel and slammed the gear stick, causing the wheels to screech on the road. The car began to fishtail and shake violently. Fortunately, the car screeched to a halt just in time. Lu Ming got out of the car and started puking his guts out. A mini soldier had to hold a plastic bag for him, even stuffing 2 pieces of paper up its own nose. It looked absolutely pitiful. Nearby, Xiaobai was dealing with a police officer. The cop warned, no more drifting on the highway, kid. Xiaobai, obedient as a puppy, replied, I got it, officer. Lu Ming finally finished puking and wiped his mouth, thinking, I almost met my end on the freeway. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked off into the distance. Before him stood Tiandu City, a Model 5-star metropolis. Seeing the magnificent city, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel, whoa, the big city really is on another level. Just then, a female voice rang out from afar, I'm so sorry. I was in a rush and wasn't paying attention. Lu Ming turned to look toward the sound. Xiaobai said, Master, I'm done with the police. Let's head to the academy. Lu Ming replied, wait, there's a situation over there. Sure enough, 2 cars had just collided. The owners were arguing. A bald guy, acting like a total douche, barked, this car is a limited anniversary edition. You can't buy this even if you have the cash. The girl beside him could only keep apologizing. The bald guy then put his hand on her shoulder and sneered, sweetheart, an apology isn't going to cut it. making her break into a nervous sweat. As it happens, the bald guy continued, I need a date for a party tonight. Spend the night with me, and we'll call it even. How's that? The girl remained submissive, bowing low before him. Seeing this, Lu Ming cursed under his breath, what a scumbag. Lu Ming told Xiao Bai, get the gear from the car. She hesitated, master, but before she could finish, Lu Ming urged, hurry up. The bystanders watching the bald guy bully the girl started whispering, is there no justice left? Where are the police? Suddenly, a hand pointed straight at the bald guy's face. A man with pearly white teeth and thick lips shouted, let that girl go. He continued, I am the embodiment of heroism and justice, a perfect blend of looks and brains. Tang Ba. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xiao Bai were sitting on the curb eating watermelon. Xiao Bai asked, Master, is it really okay for us to just sit here and watch the drama like this? Lu Ming replied, this is nothing. At least we're not cutting the line. The man calling himself Tang Ba punched his own palm for emphasis. He then started busting out some flamboyant martial arts moves in front of everyone. At that moment, a man stepped out of the other car and snapped, will you knock it off? The bald guy turned and called him Big Bro, causing Tang Ba to stop his mid-air dance and look over. The leader was a tan man with thick lips and a fierce gaze. He carried a blue bird and had 2 goons behind him. Seeing his boss, the bald guy immediately snitched, pointing at Tang Ba. This guy says he's the embodiment of justice, or whatever. Seeing the group of thugs, Tang Ba broke into a cold sweat and laughed nervously. Big Bro, you got all wrong. I was just joking. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ba took a direct punch to the face. Immediately, the 3 henchmen started beating him to a pulp. Tang Ba was left bruised and battered. The bald guy grabbed him by the collar. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. The thugs looked back in absolute shock. Behind them was a stampede of bulls charging forward, with many soldiers riding on top. They screamed, where did all these bulls come from? The leader looked at his flattened car and wailed, my car. They cried out in agony, cursing the mad bulls. A few mini-soldiers immediately reached the spot where Tang Ba had been knocked down. 2 mini-soldiers used a stretcher to carry Tang Ba away. One asked where to. The other replied, Master said, just don't let this idiot get trampled. One of the goons was livid, yelling, where do you think you're going? He crossed his arms, his eyes flashing with a menacing red light. He used a phantom moth step to dodge every single bull. His shirt was shredded, revealing point incredibly ripped physique. He stood before the 2 soldiers carrying Tang Ba on the stretcher. He gnashed his teeth and pointed a finger. Do you think I'm a king of fighters or something? Perfect dodge and counter. Watch me crush. Before he could finish, something slammed into his head, knocking him out cold. It was a mini-soldier holding a mace. He had left a huge lump on the guy's head. The little soldier cheered, oh yeah. The girl from the accident was stunned by the scene unfolding before her. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist. It was Lu Ming. He pulled her along, saying, follow me. Don't worry. I've already called the cops and recorded everything as evidence. You're not at fault. Don't be afraid. This hero saves the beauty move from Lu Ming clearly worked. Her cheeks turned a soft shade of pink. Lu Ming led her across the street to where his car and Xiao Bai were waiting. Seeing them arrive, Xiao Bai rolled down the window. I've already moved that beaten-up uncle to a safe place. Lu Ming replied, good. Let's not head to the #1 academy just yet. Let's get her home first. The girl seemed hesitant when Lu Ming mentioned the #1 academy. Lu Ming laughed and said, actually, I just got to Tiandu and don't know the streets well. Would you mind showing us the way? The girl suddenly struck a seductive pose and asked, you're Lu Ming, aren't you? Seeing her expression and hearing the way she asked, Lu Ming broke into a nervous sweat. The sun was setting, casting a beautiful golden glow over the scene. Sitting in the car, the girl said coyly, I'm so lucky Lu Ming was there to bail me out. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Lu Ming replied politely, you should actually thank that brave guy who stepped up. If he hadn't started that beef, I wouldn't have had an opening to act. The girl chirped, oh please, that old guy was so ugly. How could you even compare him to a hottie like Lu Ming? Being called handsome made Lu Ming's ego skyrocket. He laughed, ha ha. Well, you're not wrong. But then he paused, feeling awkward. Wait, your logic is a bit weird. The girl whispered my logic. As she spoke, she reached out her small hand and gently touched Lu Ming's. Seeing this, Lu Ming broke into a sweat and gulped hard. The girl continued, what's so weird about it? She leaned into Lu Ming's ear and whispered softly, Lu Ming, I'm feeling so thirsty. And so hot. Hearing her whisper, Lu Ming's face turned beet red and he got a nosebleed. He stammered, Din DM, are we sitting a bit too close? How about I take you to the dorms to rest once we get to the academy? By now, Din DM's hand was resting firmly on Lu Ming's. Lu Ming couldn't help but think, damn it, what is this weird feeling? My body is almost completely out of control. It feels like the car is moving but standing still at the same time. I can't even sense Xiao Bai next to me anymore. There's only this girl. The scariest part is, I'm actually enjoying this. Meanwhile, Din Diem let her small hand wander onto Lu Ming's chest. As the car reached a mountain tunnel, Lu Ming asked, "How much longer until we get to the academy?" I feel, before he could finish, Din Diem chirped, "We'll be there right after this tunnel, Lu Ming. Your heart is racing so fast." Their car began to enter the tunnel. Inside, it was pitch black. Din Diem put on a terrified face and shrieked, "This is so scary. I'm afraid of the dark. I'm so scared." She immediately lunged at Lu Ming, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her assets pressed directly against him, leaving Lu Ming flushing red and stunned like a fish out of water. Din Diem then blew a soft breath toward him. Lu Ming was definitely in a mind as willing, but the body is failing situation. He gritted his teeth, sweating bullets as his nosebleed wouldn't stop. With his cheeks flushed and nose bleeding, Lu Ming was sweating like he'd just run a marathon. He gritted his teeth, thinking something is definitely wrong with this girl. In his subconscious, he started screaming for Mr. Cat. "Mr. Cat, save me." But Mr. Cat was just lazily lounging on a vast expanse of water. He stood up, stretched, and immediately flopped back down to sleep. He didn't give a damn about Lu Ming's SOS, leaving Lu Ming completely stranded. Din Diem became even bolder, pressing closer and closer until Lu Ming was backed into a corner. Din Diem kept breathing softly on him, her hand resting on her own chest. At this point, Lu Ming's logic was losing the battle against his primal instincts. He couldn't help but steal a greedy glance. Lu Ming raised his hands, moving them toward her chest. His mind was screaming, "Screw it. Whatever." He reached out further, yelling internally, "Whatever happens, happens." Then, Lu Ming felt a satisfying sensation as his hands grabbed something, but it wasn't the girl's assets. It was Mr. Cat, who had finally manifested just in time. Seeing the situation, Mr. Cat looked pretty pissed. Slash. Slash. Mr. Cat delivered 2 classic claw swipes. Up in the driver's seat, Xiao Bai suddenly snapped out of it, her eyes popping open. Xiao Bai thought to herself, "That was weird. My mind just went blank. All I remember is that I was driving the whole time." A loud burst of laughter from the back seat made Xiao Bai turn around in surprise. Seeing Lu Ming laughing hysterically, Xiao Bai asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay? What happened to your face?" It turned out Mr. Cat had left 2 perfect scratch marks across Lu Ming's forehead, but Lu Ming felt incredibly refreshed. He laughed, I'm fine. Man, I feel so awake now." "Ha ha ha." Din Diem, sitting next to him, looked absolutely livid. Lu Ming asked Xiao Bai, "We're almost at the academy, right?" She replied, "It's right in front of us." Din Diem shot a look at Lu Ming, thinking this guy. A minute later, the car came to a stop. The 3 of them had arrived at the #1 academy. They got out of the car, and Xiao Bai started pulling a suitcase. Standing before the academy gates, Din Diem said, "Just leave the rest of the luggage for the academy butler to handle. I'll take you to the dorms first." Lu Ming asked, "Where's my sister?" Din Diem replied, "She had a lot on her plate today. She'll come find you once she's done." Xiao Bai marveled, "This place is huge. Sister Din Diem, are there any good snacks around here?" Xiao Bai had clearly hit it off with Din Diem. The girl smiled broadly and replied, "Of course. After I get you 2 settled in, I'll take you on a food tour." Xiao Bai was thrilled, her eyes crinkling with joy as she agreed. The 2 walked ahead, leaving Lu Ming behind. Watching Din Diem's behavior, Lu Ming couldn't help but think, this Din Diem is acting way too weird. Super sus. Lu Ming watched the academy guard at the front gate. Student ID, transit pass, health code, an invitation for outside personnel, please. Lu Ming thought, the security here is no joke. Even the guard's aura is incredibly strong. I guess there won't be any chaos here. Lu Ming pulled out his phone to call his sister, but she declined the call. Immediately, Lu Yin sent a text. "I'll come to the dorm to find you after I finish my work." Lu Ming replied huffily, "Sister, I'm your actual flesh and blood. Why did you send a total psycho to pick me up?" Lu Yin instantly texted back. "What? Couldn't handle the heat." Reading his sister's text, Lu Ming felt his suspicions were confirmed. He snorted, "I knew my analysis was spot on." Lu Ming put his phone away and called out, "Hey Din Diem." In his head, Lu Ming thought, this Din Diem must definitely be in love with me. Night had fallen. At the dormitory, Xiao Bai's voice rang out, "Senior Din Diem, are you sure this is a normal dorm?" They were standing in front of room 222, named Drunken Life, Dreamy Death. Lu Ming felt uneasy and muttered, "The vibe here is way too creepy." Din Diem turned around and asked, "Creepy? This place was specially prepared for you." Lu Ming turned around to find that Din Diem had already changed into a very provocative and sexy nightgown. She was even holding a bottle of wine. Lu Ming jumped, and his nose started bleeding again. "When did you even change?" Diem smiled playfully. It's been a long day. Let's relax together. Diem then shut the door and hung a do not disturb sign on the outside. A worried Lu Ming stammered, wait. Sister Diem, we've known each other for less than a day. Isn't this a bit too fast? Diem's red lips curled into a smirk. Stop pretending. She spread her arms wide and said, let it out. A purple light appeared at her chest, and a giant eye manifested right behind her. A beautiful spring night is nothing compared to a dream. Lu Ming looked up, his face turning red and his nose spraying blood again. Lu Ming was now slumped on the floor as Diem closed in on him. Lu Ming looked away, avoiding her gaze. He thought, how could I? Diem's pouty red lips moved again as she spoke. Before she could finish, Lu Ming grabbed the wine bottle. He chugged it down, telling himself, bottoms up then. 5 hours earlier, at twilight, a gray car was parked near an intersection. A woman with long pink hair, sitting inside, was on the phone. I'm almost there. Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. On her phone was a photo of a handsome guy in a red jacket over a white shirt with a 4-pointed star on the chest. At that exact moment, he was right in front of her, completely unaware he was about to become her prey. With an affectionate and excited gaze fixed on such attractive prey, how could any girl stay calm? A text message arrived from Diem, the pink-haired girl, sent to the girl with long black hair, gazed pensively into the distance through the glass window. In the room, another girl was busy working on a computer. It turned out she was the older sister who had asked her friend Diem to check if her brother was pushing himself too hard. Any updates on his progress were to be reported back by Diem. Truth be told, she wasn't entirely certain about how things were playing out. By nightfall, it seemed everything was heading south. The sister's phone screen was cracked and shattered. She had no idea if her brother, Lu Ming, was in any real danger. Her friend had stopped replying after reaching the dorms. Meanwhile, 2 others in the room were discussing Lu Yan's business. The little girl Xiao Bai and a girl named Qiu. Lu Yan gripped her sword tightly. She wanted to head over to Lu Ming's dorm to check on him. Xiao Bai, the little girl with short pink hair and cat ear headband, was Lu Ming's disciple and was also worried sick about her master. However, Miss Qiu asked Xiao Bai to help deal with 2 Rong Yi queens first. Then little Xiao Bai spoke up. Miss Qiu, can you teach me some sword cultivator moves? Miss Qiu replied, call me Sister Qiu. The night grew deep. In the dark hallway, a purple heart-shaped room stood. A murderous aura began to radiate from Lu Yan. She dragged her sword along, the sharp tip scraping against the floor. Screech. Her expression was terrifying, fueled by pure rage. She approached Lu Ming's room. With a surge of killing intent, the door was blown to smithereens. As it turned out, the 2 inside were just playing a game where the loser had a drink. Diem had lost so many times she couldn't take another drop. Lu Ming was a total pro at this game. She was wasted and sleeping soundly on the bed. Lu Ming explained everything to his sister, but Lu Yan remained furious and scolded her brother. The brother re-explained the situation, insisting that her friend was definitely the problem. The sister ignored him, walked off, and arranged a different room for Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the shattered remains of the door and asked his sister, what kind of crazy move was that? You almost sliced me in half. The 2 siblings talked for a while. Lu Ming quipped that with great power comes a great responsibility to cause trouble. Lu Yan crushed her water cup in her hand. With a terrifying look at her brother, she snapped, are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Lu Ming broke into a sweat. I'm just worried you're going to blow a fuse, sis. Lu Yan stepped closer, staring him down. She lectured her increasingly bold brother about having the nerve to wear colored contacts and dye his hair. She recalled that her brother used to never dare look her in the eye, but now he stared straight back and looked even better than in his photos. Changing the subject, she asked about his studies. How far have you gotten with the materials I gave you? Lu Ming replied, I've got them down by heart. The 2 went back and forth discussing the Moon Shadow trial. Lu Yan handed her brother an auditing pass. For the time being, Lu Ming could go to the card creation department to sit in on advanced classes. An advanced class? The instructor must be someone legendary. You'll find out tomorrow. For now, follow me to the training room to prep. Whatever you say, sis. Give me your hand. Lu Yan gave her brother a gift, a bracelet. Lu Ming didn't like it. It was too ugly. The bracelet his sister gave him wasn't even a proper circle. Excuse me? Lu Yan's face scowled the moment she heard Lu Ming's opinion on her gift. The next morning, sunlight bathed the buildings of the #1 academy. At the card creation department, Lu Ming walked in, yawning nonstop. Lu Ming wondered why the rush. Even missing one night wouldn't hurt. And this stupid bracelet. Did Lu Yan realize I'm not her old brother and plan a tracker on me? Whatever, focus on class first. Man, the big leagues really hit different. This lecture hall is massive. Though, why is it all guys? Whoa. Ms. Lee is here. A girl with pink hair and a skin-tight outfit appeared. Everyone stood up. The male students clearly worshipped this teacher. In unison, they shouted, "Good morning, teacher." When Lu Ming turned to look, he was stunned. It was Din Diem, his sister Lu Yan's friend. Lu Ming Yao, Li Jingdiem. It turned out she was the star lecturer of the card creation department at the #1 academy. The other students swarmed Lu Ming. "How do you call her by name? Who do you think you are? You got a death wish or something?" Ms. Din Dim said sternly, "Everyone quiet down. Class is starting." So Lu Ming had been played. He thought she was just a student. Yesterday, Din Diem had cosplayed as a student and told him it was fate. Who knew he'd end up in her class? Last night, the two of them had quite the time. Suddenly, the male students crowded Lu Ming, calling him Big Bro. They begged him for tips because he had achieved what they only dreamed of. Lu Ming felt helpless, wondering if these guys were here to study card making or to study the teacher. Din Diem got serious and reminded the students to focus. She began teaching advanced card making techniques. The circular ecological structure. Lu Ming suddenly had an epiphany. The teacher explains the circular ecological circuit. As long as the foundation is solid enough, you can adapt to any change. 2-star and 3-star students can try it first. Next, she lectures on the core content and the A and B module techniques. Lu Ming feels helpless with his seatmate. How the hell did he mishear AB modules as bra sizes? Everyone is focused on taking notes. At that moment, the teacher shoots a meaningful look at Lu Ming. Scene change. Din Diem wakes up because Lu Yin is calling her. Lu Yin is holding a long sword. The two argue about yesterday's events. Lu Yin warns Din Diem not to catch feelings for her brother and not to test her patience. They discuss Lu Ming's potential. It seems Lu Ming wasn't controlled by Din Diem. He's no longer the coward he used to be. He's toughened up. So, tomorrow Din Diem needs to evaluate his major specific skills. Oh boy. Lu Yin leaves, mentioning the broken door, and that Lu Ming is already working on a shielding plate. Din Diem can rest here. Sleep tight, Din Diem says to Lu Yin, but she can't stop thinking about that conversation. Lu Ming is struggling to draw the circular structure, but it's proving to be extremely difficult. Lu Ming recalls everything he's learned to create a perfect structure. He can't lose face for Lu Yin. He thinks, holy crap. Everyone gasps because a student's drawing is absolutely insane. Turns out that guy is drawing a structural portrait of the teacher. Unreal. He even tells people if you don't get art, get lost. Lu Ming volunteers, intending to report the guy for doodling, but the teacher assumes he has finished his own structure. The teacher walks over and picks up his card to inspect it. She's stunned by his 5-line circuit drawing. She didn't misjudge him. She says his lines are very stable and successfully handle 5 energy paths. He's totally impressed her. The teacher is shocked by the 5-line circuit. She definitely picked a winner. She says his lines are stable enough to hold 5 energy paths. He's won her over. No way. That's impossible. The other male students start gossiping even more. We need to see how it performs in practice, the teacher adds. Next, they move on to the combat simulation phase. In a dark room, Xiao Bai is trying to control a target in a game. Ms. Chiu is assisting, but it looks like Xiao Bai has failed. Ms. Chiu advises Xiao Bai to ask her dad since he's a pro in the field. In the classroom, everyone is caught in a spell and can't find a way to break it. Then we can only rely on our own willpower. What now? Lu Ming is worried, not knowing what Din Diem is planning. He realizes that everyone else has already been put under control. The teacher approaches Lu Ming and asks why he hasn't started making the combat card set. Lu Ming is so intimidated he's about to have another nosebleed. In a moment of crisis, Lu Ming yells, "Mr. Cat, save me." The cat appears instantly, but with a grumpy, unhappy face. With razor-sharp claws, the cat swipes upward. Suddenly, a massive red tiger lets out a deafening roar. Everything returns to normal, and it's just the teacher's face again. A hand presses against her face to push her back, but the scene cuts to Lu Ming with a face full of bruises. The other students have no clue what just happened. The teacher continues lecturing on card making and says she will evaluate everyone during the combat drill. The teacher failed to control Lu Ming again. Next, go all out against me. Din Diem thinks, seeing Lu Ming's determined face. He understands that creating a powerful combat card in 10 minutes is impossible. He has to use everything he's learned before and try to finish it. The other students say this is too hard and impossible to finish, especially since Ms. Lee's defense is famously ironclad. Ms. Lee announces that time is up. Nobody finished. The other students couldn't even handle the energy load of the circular structure, let alone create a combat card. Lu Ming steps forward with 5 cards. "Ms. Lee, please guide me." He says, "How is that possible?" "Wait, is Lu Ming Lu Yan's brother?" The students whisper. Ms. Lee is surprised by Lu Ming once again. The combat drill begins. Both are determined, promising a very useful lesson. It starts. Ms. Lee activates level 2 armor. The students witness the teacher's true power. Lu Ming hits his first roadblock. It looks like his defensive strategy won't be able to handle Ms. Li. Ms. Li opens her eyes and switches modes. She shoots a piercing glare at Lu Ming. He freezes up. It looks like Ms. Li is starting to overwhelm him. Ms. Li is incredibly strong. With her lust armor, she defends while making things difficult for the opponent. The stronger the desire, the greater the damage they take. It's looking bad for Lu Ming. His face goes pale, and he can't take it anymore. The other male students are watching the fight with glowing eyes. Ms. Li is too strong. She's dominating him. Ms. Li closes in on Lu Ming, wrapping both arms around him. Will Lu Ming win this battle? The #1 academy stands tall in the background. A man was still watching from outside the door. Teacher Tan, you're here to watch Ms. Li's class again? The other teacher outside asked. Teacher Tan jumped, his face a mix of shock and anxiety. He had a crush on Ms. Li, but hadn't dared to confess yet. Lu Ming was still being restrained by Ms. Li, unable to turn the tables. Ms. Li said, "You haven't passed the test yet." Lu Ming's eyes began to change, dark spots appearing near his pupils. He recalled what he had learned from his sister, Lu Yan. She had taught him a secret martial arts move for when an opponent backed him into a corner. He applied the technique exactly as taught and unleashed the secret move on Ms. Li. Unbelievably, the teacher was slammed down. It was pretty brutal. Lu Ming was truly a tough nut to crack. Ms. Li wanted to see what his attack cards were really made of. Lu Ming was hailed as Big Bro by his classmates, who begged him to teach them the move that floored the teacher. That was exhausting, but now it was Lu Ming's turn to strike. His 5 cards would have a hard time hurting her, Lu Ming thought. Then he spotted something below and looked down. What the hell is this? A tentacle tightly coiled around Lu Ming's leg. Don't get distracted during a combat drill, Ms. Li reminded him. Then a second tentacle flew straight at him. Its tip was sharp like a scorpion's tail, and it licked out with a tongue nearly 2 spans long. It was totally gross. Lu Ming's face went pale with horror as he played his first card. Ice Storm. Consumes 5,000 energy, Frost Attack. Ms. Li was caught off guard as a burst of light erupted from Lu Ming. Ms. Li's tentacles and limbs were frozen solid, leaving her unable to move. Lu Ming continued to charge up energy. Unleashing the second strike, Fire Meteor. Consumes 5,000 energy, Flame Attack. Continuing to charge for the third strike. Feel the heat. Ms. Li couldn't take it anymore. He really wasn't holding back for a lady, yet he kept going. Charging energy for the fourth strike. Then the fifth strike. Lu Ming finished, demonstrating his 5-card combo. 5-strike Fatal Chain, finished. I definitely went too hard. Saw the Zingdium Lu Ming Tao. But no. Ms. Li slowly stood up, her arms covered in wounds. She covered her mouth to steady her breathing. A pair of hands holding a roll of toilet paper slammed it down on a desk. A man wearing headphones was listening intently to something. His fingers clicked the mouse. This mysterious man was watching Lu Ming and Ms. Li's match through a camera. Who was he, and what was his angle? Back at the #1 academy, a male student showed the principal a live recording of today's card creation class. The principal was surprised to learn Lu Ming was a student at his school. He's Lu Yan's brother? The student replied. It looks like the fight isn't over yet. Ms. Li made another proposal. Ms. Li told Lu Ming not to stop because he had a long road ahead of him. Everyone was amazed by Ms. Li's attitude. The 2 teachers eavesdropping outside were puzzled. They had never encountered a student like this Lu Ming before. Teacher Tan, who had always harbored a secret crush on Ms. Li, looked jealous and grumpy. Ms. Li approached Lu Ming and praised him as the most outstanding student she had ever taught. Ms. Li also gave him feedback, noting that the weakness in his strategy was a lack of flexibility. He had quantity, but he lacked quality. Lu Ming actually agreed with this and reflected on it. Ms. Li continued to explain and encourage him. Create high-quality cards that are many times stronger to avoid wasting energy when facing powerful opponents. This is the difference between absolute power and small fry. Like that shark over there, absolute power makes you the apex predator. The other students continued to gossip about Ms. Li's lesson and the fact that Lu Ming had a legendary sister. He remained calm, quietly listening. It seemed everyone was being a bit too loud about him. He just stood there until Ms. Li walked up and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't mind them. They're just jealous of your talent, she said. Ms. Li said her goodbyes and told him she was happy to help. If there's anything you don't understand. Lu Ming smiled. He had a newfound respect for Ms. Li. He gave a bright smile and silently thanked Ms. Din DM. Suddenly, Teacher Tan yelled, "Students, get back to your seats." Turns out Teacher Tan was the head of the combat department in the card creation faculty. He was definitely a heavy hitter. Teacher Tan walked up to Ms. Li and asked if she was hurt. Lu Ming's face slumped because he was being completely ignored. It seemed Teacher Tan wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Teacher Tan approached Lu Ming, who felt nervous. Teacher Tan began lecturing him, but he refused to acknowledge Lu Ming's cards. He thought they were unsuitable and were teaching others the wrong way. He expressed his desire to have a real match with him. Teacher Tan ordered the students back to their seats. Today, I'll show you all what real combat looks like. He shouted at everyone there. Lu Ming was speechless at this teacher. Ms. Li and the others tried to tell him it wasn't like that, but the teacher's mind was made up. The teacher happily told Ms. Li not to worry. What on earth is this guy daydreaming about? He just wants to act like the toughest guy around, hoping Ms. Li will finally fall for him. Lu Ming explained that his fighting style wasn't right, and he didn't want to do a retake. But Teacher Tan kept insisting, saying he just wanted everyone to understand the difference between absolute power and small fry. Lu Ming forced a smile, thinking, why is this Tan Yaoming picking a fight with me? Don't tell me I have to summon a god to deal with him. Teacher Tan was definitely full of himself and underestimated others. However, he chose to judge Lu Ming. This was about to get interesting. Lu Ming thought seriously, I guess I have to use the one from last night. It was the secret move his sister forced him to make. In the card creation lecture hall, Tan Yaoming continued, go ahead, give me your best shot. Any card you want, doesn't matter. He thought to himself, haha, you two-star brat. Even if you use every ounce of strength you have, you won't break my 4-star upgraded card. Din DM, standing nearby, thought Tan Yaoming's defense is famous for being both ugly and rock solid. Lu Ming definitely can't win. This guy is way too old to be beefing with a kid. She thought Lu Ming would give up. Lu Ming stood opposite and said, sir, since you put it that way. Then he pulled a card out of his jacket pocket. He thought about how Lu Yin had rushed him into making this card last night. It wasn't even fully polished yet, and he wasn't sure if it would work. He recalled last night, sis, let's call it a day. My bones are about to turn into mush. Let's practice more another time. Lu Yin asked, call it a day? That was just a warm-up. Your stamina is trash. With this condition, you won't survive the Moon Shadow trial. Well, I just taught you his defense. Next up is offense. Lu Yin pointed her sword at Lu Ming. What's your original card energy at now? Lu Ming replied, 2,600. Lu Yin said coldly, Are you ready? I'll do my best to suppress this sword chi. You get ready to seal it. Move fast. Lu Yan's entire body glowed with a purple light, her aura enveloping her and the sword. Lu Ming wasn't ready yet. He said nervously, hey sis, you're sure gonna be okay, right? Her eyes lit up as she said, take this. Lu Ming bit his lip. Oh crap. The whole room was filled with a powerful aura. Back in the card creation lecture hall, a similar aura erupted. Lu Ming yelled, bring it on. Activate old reliable shield. Tan Yaoming had created a safe barrier for himself. He said, kid, today I'm going to show you the meaning of despair. Lu Ming said nothing. The card in his hand began to activate. He shouted, cloud-piercing slash. Instantly, Lu Yan's sword cultivator move manifested. His eyes glowed, and his entire body was filled with a powerful aura. Everyone present, including Tan Yaoming, stared with their eyes wide in shock. Legendary gold. Tan Yaoming thought, I'm not ready for this. He stood there bald and bare. His clothes were shredded to bits, not leaving a single thread to cover himself as he was sent flying. Lu Ming took the car back. Was that a bit too much? The students nearby were even filming it. Holy cow. The impact blew a massive hole in the wall. This was way beyond dramatic. Some people below were dazed and confused. What's happening up there? Is that an airstrike? I told you in the real world, it's all about the money, the fitness, and the background. For star upgrades? What a joke. They didn't do jack. Someone whispered, keep it down. Teacher Tan is already in this state. What are you afraid of? He got knocked out cold. Can't we even tell the truth? Lu Ming thought to himself, good thing I aimed for the wall behind him. Just a shockwave from the sword, chi sent him flying that far. This cloud-piercing card only costs 800 points. I didn't expect the destruction to be this massive. It's at least 3 times stronger. I was so focused on sealing it last night, I didn't notice the actual effect. Was that really the weakest sword Chi Sis could control? If her hand had slipped back then. Xingdian spoke, as expected of a super card. A super sword cultivator card. That was your sister's sword chi you sealed just now, wasn't it? Sealing a sword cultivator skill is no simple feat. Lu Ming asked worriedly about Teacher Tan. Then DM, I didn't mean it. Is he okay? Then DM replied. He brought it on himself. Don't blame yourself. An ambulance is already on the way. It's just external injuries. Nothing to worry about. Besides, you hurt me just now and didn't even care a little bit. Din DM pulled out a card. A little token of my affection. Take it. She tucked it into Lu Ming's jacket pocket herself. Who knows? It might help you later. Lu Ming squinted, clearly reluctant to deal with this woman. When he walked out of the building, he finally pulled the card out to look at it. It was a kiss card. The camera recorded an injured Tan Yaoming being carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. After watching the footage, the principal frowned, speechless. The staff member spoke up nervously. Principal? He stood up and roared, get Lu Yin in here right now. The staff member was terrified. Principal, please calm down. At the card creation department, everyone started gossiping. Did you hear? This morning, Lu Yan's brother blew right through Teacher Tan's defense. Man, being rich must be nice. What's the point of us even studying card creation anymore? A sign on the door displayed, entry forbidden. The guard said, hold on, student. You don't have a green code, so you can't enter. Lu Ming asked, wait, why? The guard replied, the card creation department has blacklisted you. Please contact your instructor or the school office to get it cleared. The people behind him started laughing and pointing. That's him. That's the student who sent Tan Yao Ming flying. The hardcore legend himself. Lu Ming put his hand to his forehead, exhausted. I just wanted to find a quiet place to study. Suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist started glowing. Huh? Hello? Cease. I've been blacklisted by the school. Good, just as I planned. How is that good? Didn't you tell me to study? Where am I supposed to go now? Take a break today. Tomorrow, the heritage activation begins. Lu Ming was caught off guard. Tomorrow? He quickly asked where, but she had already hung up. He stood in the middle of the hall, bewildered. Hello? Wow, she really just hung up on me. Din Diem walked over and waved. Lu Ming, I heard you don't have classes today. I can give you some private tutoring. She just grabbed his hand and started dragging him away, taking him somewhere cool. Lu Ming was startled by the sudden pull. Hey, Din Diem, Ms. Instructor, you're not taking me to some weird place, are you? Din Diem replied, what, you scared? Meanwhile, at the principal's office, Lu Yin slammed a cup of tea down on the table. The principal roared, Lu Yin, you've gone too far. Chen Dezhu, the principal of the #1 academy, a 5-star berserker, was in his beast rage form. He bellowed, the stunt your brother pulled has caused a massive panic in the card creation department. An assistant with glasses said frantically, Principal, please, your blood pressure. But the principal kept going. Now all the students are thinking about switching majors. How am I supposed to explain this to the Board of Education? The assistant tried to intervene. Principal, don't get worked up. We can talk this through. You're the principal. You can't just throw hands. Get out of my way. He stomped over to where Lu Yin was sitting. Lu Yin, my patience has its limits. You know my strength increases with my anger. Last time you wrecked the school, I showed a lot of restraint. He gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Then, his attitude flipped instantly to brown nosing. He started massaging Lu Yan's shoulders. As long as you can get your brother to leave, I'll agree to anything. Is this pressure okay? Lu Yin sipped her tea and replied, MHM, a bit harder on the left. Principal, you know the Moon Shadow Heritage is about to activate. No heritage activation is ever simple. Can it be started just by gathering all the cards? Young man, heritage cards are just the medium. Activating a heritage requires an immense energy supply and, more importantly, a stable energy environment. The old man was right. Besides that, we need a space that's large and secure enough. The massive energy fluctuations will attract mutated beasts from miles around. If it gets serious, it could even trigger a beast tide. And finally, the most specific requirement. The moon shadow activation must happen at dawn, while the moon is still visible. Wasn't a location already chosen? Huang Yiming asked. Wu Hongfei replied helplessly, Bro, half those cards have changed hands. If we go to the original spot, aren't you afraid the original owners will beat us to a pulp? This emergency meeting is to discuss a new location. Activating it downtown is too dangerous. The higher-ups won't allow it. If anyone has a suitable place, speak up. Suddenly, Lu Yin requested to join the chat. Wu Hongfei grumbled. Look, sis, the meeting is half over and you're just showing up. You got any bright ideas? Others in the meeting asked, who is it? Lu Yin is here too? Why is she joining the Moon Shadow Heritage? Who knows? Probably wants to bring her brother. Is that the super aggressive chick? Lu Yin snapped, if you guys are done gossiping, mute your mics. After Lu Yin joined, the system displayed. Welcome, user Lu Yin. Everyone was chatting happily, until Huang Yiming left. Then Zhou Wuxing left. Next was Big Bro Bai. Finally, Ling Wang. They all bailed on the chat. Wu Hongfei spoke up. Sis, are you a plague or something? You just got here and scared for people off. Lu Yin replied calmly. Whatever, they were just there to make up the numbers anyway. I'm here to say one thing. The school's physical education grounds are perfect. I've already asked the principal. Wu Hongfei shrieked in shock at school. No way. The administration has always dodged this. I've asked a dozen times before. That coward of a principal would never let us. The principal let out a dry cough. Ahem. He popped his face into the camera and said, Hello everyone. I am Principal Chun of the #1 Academy. I hereby authorize the Moon Shadow Heritage activation to take place at Physical Education Field number 6. He didn't forget to ask, by the way. Who just called me a coward? Wu Hongfei pretended to lose his signal. Who said that? Hello, Principal? Meeting's over by. Was it Little Wu? I'm gonna kill that kid. Meanwhile, at the school library, books were scattered all over the table. Lu Ming cried out in exhaustion. Din Dim, I can't take it anymore. Didn't DM encourage him. Come on, you can do it. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes filled with determination. He gritted his teeth. This is so hard. Phew. Didn't DM stood by his side. Keep going, almost there. Then Lu Ming shouted success. He had successfully created the cloud-piercing /2.0 card. The scene shifted to the hospital. The nurse announced, Bed 10, this is your last bag. You can be discharged after the 4 is done. Got it, thanks. Tan Yaoming was recovering in his hospital bed. He opened his tablet and logged onto the #1 Academy gossip forum. After seeing a video, he rubbed his chin and said, the strongest profession. Huh? He clicked to play. A young man wearing a mask said, everyone, I risked my life to film this video. Remember to like, follow, and comment. He posted a video titled Pay to Win. 2-star totally wrecks 4-star. Leveling up is no longer a dream. Card creator becomes the hottest job at #1 Academy. The content was exactly the clip of Lu Ming blasting Tan Yaoming away. Seeing this, Tan Yaoming's face went dark. The nurse shouted in a panic, Bed 10 fainted. Get over here now. Sunset began to fall. At the #1 Academy, Lu Ming said happily, awesome. I actually cut the energy consumption down by 2,000 times. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to finish the optimization so fast. Hans, Ding Diem. Din Diem replied cheerfully, it's mostly because Lu Ming is exceptionally talented. Lu Ming replied, even so, I can't slack off. The Moon Shadow Heritage is about to start, and I'm still way behind. He said seriously, I definitely can't get cocky over this small win. Meanwhile, Xiaobai texted, Master, I hit 2-star too. He replied, what? Are you for real? Xiaobai asked, what's wrong? Lu Ming replied, Xiaobai, as the saying goes, haste makes waste. Din Diem stood by admiring him. She didn't expect Lu Ming to be so humble. Little did she know, Lu Ming couldn't flex even if he wanted to. Then, she put her hand on his chest and said, however, you can't really stay humble anymore. You're already a celebrity on campus. They call you the Junior Demon King. Lu Ming asked in surprise, wait, why Junior Demon King? Din Diem leaned into Lu Ming's ear and said, because. Before she could finish, something hit Lu Ming in the back. He spun around, startled. His sister, Lu Yin, was walking toward them. Because there's already a great Demon King. People nearby panicked. The great Demon King is here. Run for your lives. Bystanders asked, what's the deal? Why is everyone running away? The great and junior Demon Kings are together. The library is probably going to explode. Lu Ming said, Sister Din Diem was just helping me out with some tutoring. It's thanks to her. Just seconds ago, Din Diem was clinging to Lu Ming. Now she was at the door waving. You two siblings catch up. I have a class, gotta run. Lu Yin smiled and said, what's the rush? You haven't even received my thanks yet. Din Diem waved her off. Nah, it was no biggie. I really have a class. Gajelate. Bye. Lu Yin raised her voice, right, Ms. Din Diem? Remember that problem I asked you about? You still got it? Din Diem replied, of course I do. Don't worry. Lu Ming felt a weird vibe between them. Lu Yin gave a smile and said, well then, safe travels. I won't see you out. Din Diem left, saying stay safe. Lu Yin remained silent. Everyone had left the library, leaving only the siblings. Lu Yin asked, didn't I tell you to go rest? Why are you hanging out with her? Lu Ming replied, I just wanted to brush up on my major. Besides, Din Diem was just being nice. Don't hang out with her again without my permission. Lu Ming replied, Fine. He looked into a bag and asked curiously, what's in here? Lu Yin said, this is your custom trial gear for the Moon Shadow Heritage. Lu Ming asked in surprise, trial gear? He opened it and saw a mask. He thought, what the hell is this? This mask is ugly as sin. I'm not walking a runway. It looks like straight up cosplay. Lu Yin said in a dangerous tone, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. This isn't for a catwalk or cosplay. Lu Ming flinched and forced a smile. What? No way. Ha ha ha. I totally love this outfit. She added, consider this a reward for your performance. You passed the test for willpower, card creation, strategy, and mindset. Your stamina is a bit trash, but overall you exceeded my expectations. This suit is custom-made to boost your physical stats. It's fireproof, waterproof, and lightning-proof. Your sis is thoughtful, right? Lu Ming scratched his head. Huh, too thoughtful, he thought. He realized the whole thing was a setup. Din Diem had been sent by her to test him from the start. Lu Yin turned to leave and said, follow me back to the dorm to change. Lu Ming asked right now. The heritage starts tomorrow morning. We prep today? Lu Yin replied. Lu Ming was stunned. That fast. I have to change into my trial gear too, Lu Yin said. Obviously. Hurry up, we're here. He asked, is it really okay if I stay in your room? Lu Yin turned around and said, I'm your sister. What's there to be shy about? Lu Ming's head was practically steaming. He said, hey now, but before he could finish, Lu Yin cut him off. Stop stalling. Before Lu Ming could say another word, he started taking his clothes off. She walked into the living room and said, fine. When you're done, wait for me in the living room. Lu Ming blushed and said, okay. Then he asked, wait, you're not changing here? She replied, obviously, I'm changing in the next room. Got a problem? Lu Ming stammered, no problem at all. Then hurry up. Lu Yin went out and slammed the door, leaving Lu Ming standing there like a total clown. He yelled inside the room, this is karma. Early the next morning, Wu Hongfei and his crew arrived at the meeting point. Hurry up. Lu Ming replied, I'm coming. By now, Lu Yin was already decked out in her protective gear. Lu Yin looked even more seductive in this outfit. She had 2 protective bangles on her legs. She said coldly, let's move. Lu Ming stood to the side, marveling, whoa sis, this outfit is fire. Is it the kind that boosts physical stats too? I'm physical bound, your sister said. Lu Ming's eyes widened in pure shock. He cursed under his breath, holy shit. The scene shifts to the moonlight maple forest in the capital city. A guy in camouflage was planting mines under layers of dry leaves. He smirked wickedly. So they really dare to snatch my moon shadow card. Huh. Just wait until you all gather here. My Ayajutsu mines are going to blow you sky high. When that happens, all 7 moon shadow cards will be mine. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and covered his mouth. In an instant, a sword pierced right through his chest. The figure pulled the sword out, and the guy collapsed. He had appeared like a ghost. This was the 5-star assassin, Single Flower Zhou Yang. He had a flower in his mouth and muttered, did I kill the wrong person again? There was a rustle in the bushes. Someone clapping their hands walked toward Zhou Yang. The man appeared wearing a bird head mask, as expected of Single Flower Zhou Yang, famed for invisible kills. How about teaming up with us at Beast House? Let's take the moon shadow cards together. Zhou Yang turned around. Beast House. Goes. He pointed his blade toward the newcomer. The thing I hate most in this world is beasts. The man from Beast House replied, why can't we just play nice? Do you really want us to treat you the beastly way? Zhou Yang glanced behind him. He was already surrounded by a pack from Beast House. The leader said, I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. Zhou Yang stood perfectly still, saying nothing, the flower still in his mouth. Then, he flicked the flower out of his mouth. It flew high into the air. As the flower slowly descended, one by one, the thugs from Beast House dropped dead. By the time the flower hit the ground, the bird head guy was in a panic. Every single member of Beast House had been wiped out by Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang wondered, the sun is almost up. Why hasn't any successor shown up yet? Suddenly, his foot stepped on something. It started glowing. Huh. He looked down and hissed shit. The Ayajutsu mines immediately lit up. A massive explosion erupted. The blast was so huge it echoed across the entire horizon. The group of successors nearby saw the explosion. Whoa, look at the big fireworks, bro. Xiao Jing, that's probably a bomb. Wu Hongfei said, big shots, stop watching the fireworks, and let's move. Lu Ming covered his face, thinking, God damn it, why are they here too? Lu Yin asked with concern, you feeling okay? The life of the moon shadow was too lonely. He only understood swords, only lived for swords, and only breathed swords. His power was immense, but he was eventually outmaneuvered and passed away due to heavy injuries. Perhaps that's why, when he left his heritage, he hoped that every lonely sword cultivator would have a partner, someone to follow them until death, never changing. Zhao Jinshan, a 5-star sword cultivator, said to Niu Haixing, a 5-star warrior, Old Niu, I feel like this is the one. Niu replied, young master, you say that every single time. Gao Xiaojing, a 3-star array master, said, bro, let's go say hi over there. Gao Tianlang, a 5-star sword cultivator, nodded. Wang Xian, a 3-star sword cultivator, said, win or lose, it's about the experience. Jia Jingjing, a 6-star elementalist, replied, young master, you've grown up. Wu Rong, a 5-star card creator, said, Wu Hongfei, do we stand a chance? Wu Hongfei replied, you never know unless you go all in. Lu Yin remarked, the other 2 groups are just here to fill the numbers. Ignore them. A blue-haired guy over there snapped. You think we're deaf? Forget it. Don't mess with her, someone intervened. Lu Yin shot a glance at them, then turned to Lu Ming. Why did you put the mask on? Didn't you say it was uncomfortable? Lu Ming scratched his head, making an excuse. I just feel like everyone is so strong. I should probably stay fully geared up. Just then, Gao Xiaojing walked up. Lu Ming, you really think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask? Lu Yin turned to Lu Ming. What's going on? You 2 know each other? Lu Ming stammered, well. Gao Xiaojing replied, of course. I'd recognize your brother, even if he turned to ash. Lu Yin frowned. Girl, even your brother wouldn't dare talk to me like that. Lu Ming said anxiously, sis, this is probably just a misunderstanding. A voice rang out. I can't believe I'm seeing you again. If you weren't wearing that mask, I wouldn't have recognized you. Lu Ming covered his face in despair. Wang Xian said happily, so you're Lu Yan's brother. Man, this is the honor of a lifetime. He stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ming's hand. Beaming with joy, he said, "Bro Lu, remember me? That day." Lu Ming cut him off quickly. "That day what? What day? Hey, let go of my hand." Wang Xian held up his hands and said, "Oh, keep it a secret." I get it. Lu Ming replied, "Keep it a secret? Are you insane?" Gao Xiaojing turned to leave, muttering, "That's so gross." But witnessing this scene, Lu Yin couldn't help but suspect her brother. Why was he? She thought back to when she set her tea down and asked Xiao Bai why Lu Ming didn't like the outfit she specially chose for him. Xiao Bai replied, "Sister Lu Yin, don't take it to heart. My master has always had terrible taste." Someone else chimed in, "Maybe he just prefers things that are circular." Lu Yin was stunned. "Circular? Doesn't that mean he's bent?" She put her hand to her head in despair. Surely his preferences couldn't be that broad. On the other side, Wang Xian turned to leave and said, "Bro Lu, we've got to work hard together." Lu Ming replied, "You just worry about yourself." Then Lu Ming turned to Lu Yin and said, "Sis, let me explain." Lu Yin gave a forced smile. No need. Isn't it good to have a wide circle of friends?" Lu Ming was speechless. Meanwhile, at the principal's office, it seems all 7 teams have arrived. 3 of the teams in this Moonshadow Heritage are our school's elites. Zhao Jinshan's side is probably on their 7th attempt, right? The assistant with glasses replied, "Yes, principal." There's also a team led by Wang, Tianjuan's son. "What about the other 2 teams?" He replied, "When they arrived, they refused to give any info. We only know they're 4-star. The principal turned back. "4-star?" He pulled out a folder. Inside, it listed Huang Yiding as a 4-star sword cultivator, Qin Wuxing as a 4-star summoner, and someone named Big Bro Bai as a 2-star. The assistant reminded him, "Principal, it's time. They're about to start the heritage." Seeing no reaction, he repeated, "Principal, it's time. They're starting." The principal used his binoculars to watch. It's finally beginning. On the field, they had created a moon shadow circle. The principal ordered, "Go check out the background of those 2 mysterious teams in a bit." On the other side, Lu Ming said, "Incredible. I can feel the energy from the moon shadow card. It's constantly flowing. The energy is condensing." Next, they activated the moon shadow. A massive surge of power erupted. Wang Xian didn't forget to remind him, "Bro Lu, remember to work hard." Jia Zhongjing urged, "Hurry up, young master." Lu Yin, standing nearby, also urged, "Xiao Ming, let's get into the heritage while we can." Lu Ming was a bit taken aback. "Sis, y macar creedor. Are you sure you want me to be the one competing for the heritage?" Lu Yin replied, "Duh. What if the Moon Shadow Senior takes a liking to me instead? That'd be a disaster." Lu Ming was speechless. Lu Yin entered the heritage, saying, "Let's go." Lu Ming quickly ran after her. "Wait for me. Here I come. Let's do this." 2 people stood outside watching as Lu Ming entered. A buff man in a heart-patterned shirt said, "Work hard, my ass. I stayed up all night for this. I'm dying for a nap." The girl with the bird on her head yawned and said, "I'm telling you, did Single Flower stand us up? That assassin isn't exactly reliable." The blonde guy said, "If the plan changed, he would have told us." The white-haired guy asked, "Are you sure you gave Old Sue the new address?" Qin Wuxing finally spoke up. "When I got the news about the location change yesterday, I sent a letter to Old Sue immediately." The white-haired guy asked, "The letter?" She smirked proudly. "Yep, I sent it via Pit, my messenger bird. He's super fast." She was Qin Wuxing, a 5-star bird-type summoner. The big guy asked, "Pit, your pigeon?" She nodded. The white-haired guy roared in anger, "Are you freaking kidding me? You used a carrier pigeon." He got her face. "Girl, do you even know what a phone is?" The scene opens on a brown honeybee minding its own business, sipping nectar. Suddenly, zip, the bee vanishes from the flower. A lightning-fast tongue flick from a chameleon perched on a jagged rock. The chameleon gobbles up the bee. "Just another breakfast." Suddenly, a subconscious voice called out, "Is that you, child?" Lu Ming was lying in the middle of a forest of giant flowers. Morning dew dripped gently from bright yellow petals onto where he lay. The voice echoed again, "Finally, you have arrived." Lu Ming woke up and wiped the dew from his face. He wondered who's calling me. As he looked around, the chameleon that had just snacked on the bee. That was looming over him, the size of a giant monster. Lu Ming jumped back, terrified by its massive scale. He had no idea what kind of Hell's Cave he had stumbled into. The image of Hidden Moon Island appeared, a crescent-shaped island like a waning moon. The greedy chameleon tried the same trick it used on the bee on Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could even react, shink, a bolt of yellow energy sliced right through the chameleon's head. A silhouette of a girl with a sword appeared. It was Lu Ming's sister, Lu Yen. While Lu Ming was still dazed, trying to process where they were, the chameleon's head slid off its neck and slammed into the ground in a bloody mess. Lu Ming asked, "Sis, is this place an illusion?" Lu Yen said, "Whether it's an illusion or not, it's real to us. Stay sharp." Lu Ming asked, "Do we get shrunk down in this magical place?" Lu Yen continued, I've already scouted the area. It seems the creatures here are naturally giant. This heritage is overflowing with energy, so it's not surprising they've grown wild. Where are the others? On the contrary, there's something very strange. My power is still intact. That gross chameleon was at least a 4-star, but I took it out like it was nothing. Out in the real world, that strength would be average. Lu Ming thought of the energy warrior at the mine and the shark boss from the old city. They were only 3-star. The power gap here was indeed massive. Lu Ming asked Lu Yin if she was at her peak. Lu Yin, in her combat gear. Something like that. The siblings continued moving. In the sky, an eagle was flying just above the water surface. A massive fish was watching, locking onto the eagle. In a flash, the giant fish leaped from the water and swallowed the eagle whole. The impact caused a massive shockwave, creating an enormous waterfall. Gao Tianlang appeared, swinging his sword to handle the situation and protect Xiao Jing. Gao Tianlang's sword strike was as fast as a lightning bolt. Xiao Jing thanked Gao Tianlang for stepping in to help. That fish earlier was absolutely terrifying. Gao also admitted it was his first time seeing a fish that massive. Applause erupted from behind the two of them. A masked man was standing there, using a large leafy branch as a makeshift umbrella. He praised Gao Tianlang, saying the legendary speed of the electric wolf definitely lived up to the hype. Accompanying the masked man was an orange-haired guy with a massive mallet blade resting on his shoulder. That was Wu Hongfei. Xiao Jing suggested to Gao Tianlang that he might consider letting Wu's group tag along. Before Xiao Jing could even finish, Gao Tianlang cut in and asked Wu Hongfei, "Do you know why you're stuck at the basic 5-star level?" The fact that a trashy fish could force someone from the Wu family to look for help. Gao Tianlang felt truly pathetic for Hongfei, considering they were both 5 stars. Wu Hongfei stayed chill despite Gao Tianlang's blatant trash-talking. He advised Gao Tianlang that he'd better take a good look at the situation in the water before making any big decisions. Beneath the surface, giant fish with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth were eyeing anything that dared to move on the river. The river began to bubble with an ominous intensity. He threw the fish head directly into the river. Instantly, dozens of ferocious fish lunged out of the water to tear apart the discarded head. The sight was gruesome. Xiao Jing gasped in horror, covering her mouth with her hands. A moment later, the river went still again. The fish head that was just thrown in was now nothing but a bare skull. The masked man turned back to Gao Tianlang. Still sure it's just a trashy fish? He explained that those monsters were water tiger cubs, 4-star aquatic beasts known for their extreme aggression. The scary part was they hunt in packs. A swarm of 4-star water tiger cubs taking down a high-tier monster was a total walk in the park. Before he could finish, Gao Tianlang shut him up. I don't need the lore. Bottom line, we kill these water monkeys, we cross the river. These native creatures in the legacy were dozens of times larger than those in the outside world. Even though he was a card creator, the masked man was a total nerd from monster encyclopedias. He tried to introduce himself again. But again, he got cut off. Gao Tianlang turned to talk to Hongfei, leaving the masked man speechless. Gao Tianlang said, "Xiao Jing, activate the electromagnetic array to help us balance on the water. I'll take one side, Hongfei takes the other." Hongfei nodded. "You got it." Flocks of wild geese were still soaring through the sky. The scene shifts to a little bird sobbing, "Yuwa, Inging got eaten by that stinky fish." The little bird sat on Xiao Qin's head. Xiao Qin was also crying her eyes out. Standing next to her was a buff man named Ading. Ading said he'd go teach those intruders a lesson. Xiao Qin and the little bird looked up at Ading. "I won't let Inging's sacrifice be in vain." Ading roared, flexing as purple energy surged around him, making his hair stand on end. The little bird and Xiao Qin shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Ading." Ading reassured them, "Don't worry. I've had a plan for a long time. My target isn't actually them." Cut back to the group of 4 trying to cross the river. Xiao Jing deployed her electromagnetic array. A circular purple energy glowed in her palms as she channeled power into Gao Tianlang and Wu Hongfei's hands and feet. Wu Hongfei complimented him. "Your sister's got some serious skills, Gao." Without letting Wu Hongfei yap any further, Gao Tianlang charged ahead on his own. Not wanting to be outdone, Hongfei followed right behind, unleashing his own moves. The two of them fought tooth and nail against the sea monsters swarming the surface. On the shore, Xiao Jing kept the energy flowing. The scene then shifts to the Lu siblings, Lu Yin and Lu Ming. The two of them are taking a break by a waterfall. Lu Ming was confused. "Aren't we here for a trial? Why are we taking pictures?" A small bot was in front of them, acting as their photographer. Lu Yin told him, "You picked this path, kid. Aside from low-level mobs, there's nothing here but flowers and grass. No resources. What else am I supposed to do but take photos?" Even though this high-tier swordsman trial site could hone sword chi, it was useless for her. A souvenir photo was the only thing worth taking. Behind where the siblings sat, a figure appeared. It seemed someone had been tracking them for a while. It wasn't just one, but two long-haired swordsmen, and a blonde guy holding a glowing gold energy card. The waterfall continued to flow under the bright golden sun. The energy behind the waterfall was incredibly dense and pure. If Moonshadow's guidance was right, while it wouldn't help Lu Yin, it would be a massive level-up resource for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Lu Yin, and the little bot stood before the waterfall chatting. A man's got to pull himself up by his own bootstraps. Figured out. With that, Lu Yin flew up toward the waterfall, her form looking flawless. Lu Ming watched from below and yelled. After all, he was just an ordinary card creator. The little bot laughed and said, "That's easy peasy." Lu Ming snapped at him, telling him to stop acting cool and not to cause him any more trouble. The little bot transformed into a human cannonball and rocketed straight behind the waterfall, leaving Lu Ming completely stunned. Seriously, this world is totally unhinged, Lu Ming muttered in a daze, just as the sound of a flute began to echo. Lu Ming realized someone was standing right behind him. It was the blonde guy with a flute in his hand. He smiled with his eyes closed, smoothing over the tense atmosphere with Lu Ming. He introduced himself as a fellow successor named Ling Wang. He claimed to be a former member of the Card Creator Association in Qingming, the city of card creators. He said he left due to some personal reasons. He asked if Principal Zhang Feng was doing well, calling him his mentor and saying he missed him dearly. "Well, calling us fellow disciples might be a stretch since I left a long time ago," he answered Lu Ming. He stepped closer, making Lu Ming wary. Lu Ming told him not to get too close. However, he pulled out a business card for him. "I look forward to your guidance." His card read, "Searching for the sound of the soul. Card owner, Ling Wang." On the outside, Lu Ming laughed and said, "I'm basically tone deaf. I really admire you artistic types." On the inside, he was totally over this guy. He had been playing the polite game for way too long. He needed to find a way into that waterfall. While Lu Ming was brainstorming, Ling Wang asked, "Are you trying to get inside the waterfall?" He shared that his teammate was trapped inside by a special seal. Lu Ming thought to himself that a special seal just conveniently appearing for a 2-star card creator like him was definitely a trap. Despite his suspicions, he smiled brightly and shook the guy's hand. "Pleasure working with you. Card creators don't scam card creators." Inside the waterfall, Lu Yin had successfully made it in. Before her eyes was the primal spirit crystal, Sopure. She didn't expect such an abundant energy source to be hidden beneath this waterfall. Lu Yin closed her eyes and said, "Too bad there's a rat eyeing it." A water rat at that. A long-haired man hiding in a pool of green water slowly materialized. He asked if she smelled an ambush, yet still risked entering. "This primal source is useless to you, isn't it?" Lu Yin said bluntly that while she didn't need it, her brother might. The guy told Lu Yin, "Don't worry. Your brother won't be needing anything ever again, and neither will you." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly closed her eyes. Controlling her sword, she countered him. Their blade techniques clashed as fast as lightning. Lu Yin used 2 fingers to direct her moves. In an instant, she vanished from his sight. He revealed his true form, the silver-haired Lao Bai. His sword stabbed into the ground right in front of him. A voice rang out, "Found you." It was Lu Yin in a different state, tapping his shoulder and making him jump. It was Lu Yan's sword spirit mimicry. Lao Bai was flustered. Even if it's a spirit clone, how did she find me so fast? Lu Yan's spirit body could sense energy. Even if Lao Bai suppressed his breath, his water puppet's killing intent was so thick it was hard to miss. Lu Yin struck again. Lao Bai felt insulted. He created a vortex of blue water energy around him. Lu Yin unleashed her torrent shield, but couldn't seem to break through his energy barrier. He laughed out loud. "Is that all you've got, Lu Yin?" Lu Yin followed up with her consecutive cloud flash. The powerful strike sent Lao Bai reeling back. Lu Yin realized he could partially block her attack. His strength was clearly beyond 4-star. Lu Yin stopped playing nice. "Fine then." She thrust her sword right past Lao Bai's face, pinning it into the stone wall behind him. A cut appeared on Lao Bai's face, drawing blood. "If I wanted you dead, you'd have died 1,000 times by now," Lu Yin told him. She asked what his goal was. His group had disguised themselves as successors and had even disabled the level cap within the heritage. The guy just smirked. "Lu Yin, instead of investigating here, shouldn't you be worried about your precious little brother?" However, Lu Yin had already placed a strand of sword chi in her brother. Anyone who got near Lu Ming was a dead man. His teammate was probably already toasted. "Lao Bai Lao get hot." So naive. Who said we wanted to hurt him? That wouldn't be any fun. Lu Yin grabbed Lao Bai by the throat. "You better not test my patience." Lao Bai was backed into a corner, but still laughed, blood leaking from his mouth. "Time's almost up." Lu Yin tightened her grip. "Time for what?" She noticed the sound from the other side of the waterfall getting louder and louder. On the other side, Lu Ming was walking with the other guy. Both stood on the bank. Below them, a whirlpool was forming and the water level seemed to be rising. This guy explains that the primal source constantly absorbs the energy essence from the water. The seal doesn't just protect the primal source. It also regulates the water's rise. Lu Ming realizes that by breaking the seal, he's totally wrecked the balance of this place. He tells Lu Ming to chill. The water won't rise too fast, and they'll have plenty of time to get out. He says Lu Ming just needs to focus on sealing the primal source. This guy's a total snake, talking with his eyes closed like that. Lu Ming mumbles an "oh, I see," but he's already caught on. He asks if the guy's been directing this whole show from the start. The guy looks back and smirks, eyes still shut. Lu Ming confirms his suspicion. The guy used him to break the balancing seal, intending to snag the primal source for himself once Lu Ming let his guard down. Lu Ming and the guy stand next to the primal source, which floats above them like a sphere of glowing blue energy. Lu Ming tells him his acting is straight up trash. The guy says, "Too bad, the play's over." The scene shifts back to the academy. Strange patterns appear on the campus grounds. The explosion at the original location definitely wasn't an accident. Is it linked to those two teams? A report comes in from outside the door. They've dug up some dirt on those 4 people, and they're definitely shady. It looks like they're using fake identities. The guy called Big Bro has used multiple aliases to infiltrate previous heritage sessions. Looking at Ling Wang's photo, the principal is reminded of an old acquaintance. The principal decides to form a special investigation unit immediately. This heritage session has been compromised by too many enemies. No more slacking for the kid's safety. He also tells the staff to notify Thursday Gi, and tell her to stop gaming for once. Lu Yin and the others might be in deep trouble. Back at the fight between Lu Yin and Big Bro Bai, Lao Bai claims he didn't do anything. It was all her brother's doing. Without the balancing seal, the water source here is no longer restrained, and Lao Bai is no longer pinned down by Lu Yin either. He escapes through the water, leaving Lu Yin behind. She swings her sword to chase him, but he's already slipped away, trapping Lu Yin in a water prison. He makes his getaway. Big Bro Bai appears behind Lu Ming. He puts a hand on his shoulder. "I really owe you one." It was a bit slow, but thanks to Lu Ming breaking the balancing seal, he was able to defeat Lu Yin. He tells Lao Bai to take care of Lu Ming because the kid is too smart for his own good and might figure out their plan. He raises his flute to his lips, preparing to play. Lu Ming watches his fingers intently. However, Lao Bai scoffs at the caution. He says since the kid can break seals, he might still be useful. Ling Wang still thinks Lu Ming is a threat, but Lao Bai just sees him as a 2-star card creator. Without Lu Yin, he's just a little brother. Lu Ming has sized up the situation. The white-haired guy is still wary of Lu Yan's sword chi, so his raw strength is likely lower than hers. He just found a way to separate them. The guy playing the flute, Ling Wang, is the real problem. A card creator who hasn't used a single card yet. Lu Ming observes them both, feeling like it's not the right moment to strike yet. He tells them, "Wait a sec, silver-haired boss." Lu Ming points out that Lao Bai's strength is clearly superior to the musicians, right? Ling Wang laughs and asks if he's starting to play games. Lao Bai looks at Lu Ming sternly. Lao Bai tells him not to worry, as he already said killing him wasn't necessary. This is Lu Ming's gambit, drive a wedge between them. Lu Ming continues, saying he could have broken the seal much faster, but the musician kept playing those confusing songs that messed up his rhythm, causing the delay until Lao Bai showed up. Lu Ming claims he suspects the music guy has already tampered with the primal source. Ling Wang laughs out loud. "You really think anyone would believe your illogical BS? How stupid do you think we are?" Lu Ming keeps playing the victim for Lao Bai. "I don't know what he did to the primal source, but I feel like once he gets what he wants, I'm a dead man. A 2-star card creator just trying to stay alive. Is that too much to ask?" Ling Wang, annoyed, tells Lao Bai, "This brat is trying to divide us. Finish him." He raises his flute to play. Lao Bai swings his sword to stop him. It looks like Lu Ming's words actually got under his skin. Ling Wang asks Lao Bai if he's got water on the brain. "If I were one of old Sue's people, why would I overcomplicate things? Besides, what use would the primal source be to a card creator like me?" Lao Bai says coldly, "To a 2-star rookie like this kid, it's useless. To you? I'm not so sure." Ling Wang argues that old Sue's goal is only the successors on the island. Even if he were with them, what would be the point of stopping Big Bro Bai from taking the primal source? The 2 start bickering. Ling Wang shouts that infighting means they've fallen right into this brat's trap. Lu Ming felt he had gained an unexpected bonus. The info dump was massive, but he needed to bait more out of the musician. He decided to double down on the trash talk. "You've been playing that flute and lugging that instrument around all day. Turns out you were just snitching to some old Sue guy, weren't you?" Ling Wang was genuinely pissed. He glared, asking if Lu Ming had a death wish, then played his flute. First movement, crescendo. Lu Ming clutched his head in agony and collapsed. Lao Bai asked what he had done to the kid. Ling Wang replied, I just played him a custom-made death movement exclusive. Only the marked target is affected by this. This was the effect of his movement card. He had actually tagged Lu Ming the moment they met. It just needed a specific trigger. Basically, it was a store charge music card. Lu Ming recalled the business card. He'd been played from the very start. The sound was just the medium to trigger the hit. He felt like his body was being ripped to shreds. Lu Ming crumpled to the ground in excruciating pain. Ling Wang told Big Bro by that if he still didn't trust him, he could hand over the flute. As for Lu Ming, he said it was up to fate. The first movement was an internal strike aimed directly at the kid's origin card. But man, you really went hard on a 2-star rookie. Ling Wang asked if he knew why he chose him as a teammate. Precisely because I love how simple and honest you Islanders are. Lao Bai didn't have a clue what he was talking about. Ling Wang urged, Big Bro Bai, hurry up. If you don't absorb the primal source now, the cave will be flooded. Lao Bai slammed his sword into the ground. Come to me, primal spirit. He began absorbing the energy, while Lu Ming remained unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, a voice called out, Wake up, young man. Lu Ming opened his eyes. He thought he was dead meat. Turns out that guy used sound to trigger the skill. Lu Ming felt his body was weird. Did I just kick the bucket? He couldn't feel his origin card anymore. Was he really toast this time? It turned out to be an old man. The old man was also completely pale white. He wondered, what's this low threshold talk? Are you the gatekeeper? Is this heaven or hell? Lu Ming got snarky. Gee, thanks a lot. Are you pulling my leg, old man? This place was clearly a total void. The old man pressed a finger onto the dark circular mark on Lu Ming's chest. You truly are a sword cultivator, though your sword core is currently pathetic, the old man said. He told Lu Ming to stop messing around. His old eyes never missed a thing. Furthermore, it seems different from a standard sword core. Inside Lu Ming's chest, energy was gathering into a small sphere. People have joys and sorrows, partings and reunions. This stuff is 10 out of 10 complicated, Lu Ming recited, sighing about the past. The old man praised him for having a way with words. Forget being a sword cultivator. You should have been a poet. Lu Ming snapped back. I'm a card creator. He asked the old man about this place. This is the Sword Soul realm. You can only get here by breaking your own limits. So, does that mean I've ascended? Lu Ming asked, feeling pretty hyped. But the old man's answer made his face go pale. The old man sat down and said, quite the opposite. You're mostly a goner. You're only here because your sword core took a fatal hit, causing your physical body and consciousness to shatter and drift apart. Ultimately, whether you can ascend back to your body depends on whether your consciousness can break through its limits and reforge the sword core. Your sword core is mixed with impurities I've never seen. No logic, completely unstable. And most importantly, my hand is feeling a bit numb. Numb? Tingly? That's actually kind of cool. Lu Ming didn't seem to fully grasp the danger. Is there electricity here or something? Maybe the sword core he was talking about was actually his origin card. Bottom line, as long as he restored the origin card, he still had a fighting chance. He asked the old man if he had a pen, but the old man had already fallen asleep sitting up. Meanwhile, Lu Ming noticed something. Why is there a moon out during the day? And the eclipse is moving way too fast. Back in reality, it was already noon. Ling Wang checked his watch. Big Bro Bai, step on it. This place is about to go underwater. It looked like Big Bro Bai had finished absorbing the primal source. Primal source is indeed formidable. He's already broken through to 6-star, and he can feel a clear boost in his sword core. Ling Wang warned him to stay cautious, since there's still no match for Old Sue's group. Big Bro Bai gets it, but he's confident he can handle the successors this time. He says arrogantly, why fear a little water? As he prepares a move, Ling Wang tells him to stay humble. Big Bro Bai draws his sword, channeling a surge of power through the swirling water. The rushing water coils upward, forming the shape of a dragon's head. Big Bro Bai exerts his strength, sending the water dragon crashing through the cave ceiling to the surface. Both of them exit through the newly opened skylight. Big Bro Bai glides atop his water dragon. One of the dragon's front claws grabs Ling Wang, and they both fly off. The water in the cave rises violently, and rocks begin to crumble onto where Lu Ming is lying. A massive boulder is falling right toward him. In that other dimension, the pale white Lu Ming notices something and screams. His body is starting to fade away. What's happening? A female voice rings out. Time is running out. Your physical body can't hold on much longer. It's the cat girl. Lu Ming asks, is that you? She continues, before your consciousness completely dissipates. Restore your origin card. That's the only way to reactivate your physical body. Lu Ming knows that, but this dumpy place has nothing but a weak old man. To fix an origin card, A card creator needs a pen to gather energy, and there isn't even a speck of dust here. Lu Ming is totally baffled. She explains that a card creator's control core comes from the origin card. The strength of that card determines their upper and lower limits. But a very rare few possess two, or even multiple control cores. Unfortunately, having many cores doesn't mean they'll integrate. Usually, the strongest core dominates. She demonstrates this with a simulation in her hand, a multi-sided shape and a smaller sphere colliding in orbit. Lu Ming analyzes. The strong core suppresses the weak. If he's not mistaken, Ling Wang used a crescendo to damage his origin card. The impurities the old man mentioned in his sword core are actually the sword core and the source card rejecting each other. So, does this mean he can have his cake and eat it too? It seems Lu Ming has found a way. The girl says she'll do everything possible to buy time for his body. She vanishes before Lu Ming can even ask who she is. The old man suddenly wakes up and asks, "Is that girl your sweetheart? Some kind of tragic cross-species love?" This old man is a real comedian, always knowing how to troll. He says he was just resting his eyes to condense his sword core. In this poetic moment, he wants to recite a verse. Moonlight is like reincarnation, yet it is not. While reciting, he cups his hands together, creating a brilliant golden glow of energy. The sword core is like the moon. Try to condense yours and control the way the sword chi flows. If you can master this flow, no matter how tiny your sword core is, it can unleash infinite power, the old man tells Lu Ming. Lu Ming thinks he's just talking nonsense. Then the old man swings his hand, releasing the lunar cycle energy. The movie releases a colossal amount of energy. Clearly a frail old man. Yet he released a terrifying amount of core-controlling energy. The old man adds, "Free trial over. Upgrade to Moon Shadow VIP to see more exclusive legacies." Lu Ming gets pissed at him. Meanwhile, his physical body is slowly sinking underwater. The black cat from before reappears to smash the rocks falling toward him. Perhaps that mysterious girl is just another form of this cat. It stands near his body. This trial is all on you now. On this side, Lu Ming's hands are gradually fading away. He has to stay calm and condense the sword core. But what energy can he use? He remembers the electricity from earlier. The old man used at most 2-star energy to control the moon. Lu Ming looks at the waning moon. He realizes it's time to act. He funnels the energy, drawing it from the moon into his origin card. It seems to be working. He can feel the origin card starting to recover. As long as he continues condensing the sword core and releases the moon, he can fully repair his origin card. At Lu Yan's location, she has woken up inside the water sphere. In this formation, the more strength you use to resist, the more it backfires on you. She's wearing the trial gear, which controls about 60 of her energy. So this binding formation is at least 6-star intensity. That silver-haired guy is likely only a low-level 5-star, so someone powerful must be pulling his strings. Looks like she has to go all out. Suddenly, she senses a sword core condensing, and it's getting stronger by the second. 60, 80, 100. The origin card is restored. The sword core has awakened. The cat thinks, "I definitely didn't pick the wrong person." Lu Ming had returned to his origin card, and he was brimming with energy. He had leveled up to 3-star. The cat sighed. Lu Ming patted its head and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Cat. Forget 3-star. Even if I hit 10-star, I'm not trading you for anything. We're tight." The cat snapped back. "Your card leveled up, but did your brain get worse? Keep that up, and I'll claw you till you cry." Sniff, sniff. The energy on this island is freakish. Furthermore, there are enemies here far beyond our imagination. So give up on the heritage and get out of here fast. Lu Ming agreed, but he had to get to Lu Yan first. The scene flashed back to Lu Ming's childhood memories, where he was being bullied by a group of kids. "Crybaby. Wah. I already gave you guys the money. Please stop, okay?" The kid in red folded his arms. "Exactly, you little wimp." "Huh." The kid in purple glared and said, "You little sissy. I told you to wear some lipstick and you're already crying." Xiao Ming couldn't stop sobbing in fear. A voice rang out. "Don't be scared, Xiao Ming. They're the real crybabies." Xiao Ming looked up, bewildered. "With me here, you have nothing to fear," Lu Yan said. The sky was so clear back then. A moment later, Lu Yan had completely wrecked the bullies. They were rolling on the ground, playing the victim. "Wah, I'm telling my mom. It hurts so bad." Then Lu Yan took Xiao Ming's hand to leave. "Sis, what if they come back later?" Xiao Ming asked innocently. "Then I'll beat them until they're too scared to show their faces." "Sis, will you ever leave me?" Lu Yan replied, "No way. I'll always stay by Xiao Ming's side." Back to the present. A voice called out, snapping him back. "Lu Ming." The cat stepped forward. It said, "Lu Ming, your sister is more than capable of handling this. If you just take care of yourself, she'll have one less thing to worry about." Lu Ming turned and ran off. As he ran, he shouted, "Whatever you say, I'm going to find her regardless." The cat watched him go, feeling helpless, and let out a long sigh. Even so, the cat still funneled energy into Xiao Ming. It muttered, "This is the last time." Lu Ming laughed out loud. "Ha! I knew you still loved me, Mr. Cat. Even though the original Xiao Ming was gone. That I can still clearly feel his memories of his sister. These memories are so deep. You can tell how strong their bond is. When a brother is in danger, his sister steps up. This time, the brother has zero reason to abandon his sister and retreat. After all, this heritage is so dangerous that only by working with Lu Ming can they be safe." Even the cat wasn't sure. If they ran into those two again, or even stronger opponents, they'd be straight up toast. The water resistance was getting stronger. Up ahead was the massive whirlpool from before. Down below, it seemed to be suppressed by some powerful binding formation. "Mr. Cat, can't you transform into like a seal or something? This whirlpool would swallow a submarine, let alone a person." The cat replied, "I'm not a great swimmer. Figure it out yourself." Lu Ming thought for a moment, looking down at the rushing torrent. If this keeps up, the whole place will be submerged. Then Lu Ming put on his mask and quickly moved forward. He dove into the water, thinking, time to go all in. Using the dissipation card to absorb the water resistance and convert it into energy for the trial. Lu Ming laughed. "Ha! The dissipation turbine worked. Full speed ahead." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with resolve. "Hang in there, Lu Yen." Suddenly, Lu Ming spotted something and shouted her name. Lu Yen. Lu Yen was currently imprisoned by a barrier made of flowing water. He kept calling out, "Hey, annoying sister, have you lost consciousness?" Lu Ming reached toward the barrier. He muttered, "The level of this barrier exceeds the limit of my dissipation card. I'll have to use brute force to tear it down. It might be a long shot, but at least I can wear it down a bit." Then Lu Ming pulled out his brute force cards. "If I released 10 cloud-piercing slashes simultaneously, it might work. Do you have a death wish? Releasing 10 cloud-piercing slashes at once. Do you have any idea how much pressure that puts on your core? Not to mention being this deep underwater. You're likely to lose your life." Lu Yen suddenly spoke up. "Whoa, sis, why didn't you say something sooner? I thought you were already a goner. That's why I panicked." Only then did Lu Ming realize. "Oh, so this suit has an underwater comm system?" Lu Yen spoke up. "What? You actually know how to care about your sister now." Lu Yen chuckled and continued. "Look at how stressed you are. This binding formation isn't enough to actually hurt me. However, because it uses the surrounding water pressure, it's very hard to break from the inside. But from the outside, as long as there's an array to assist, I can break it easily." "An array master? Huh?" Lu Ming immediately thought of Gao Xiaojing. Then Lu Ming said hurriedly, "Sis, wait for me to get back." He was about to leave when Lu Yen called him back. "Wait," she said. "I originally just wanted to bring you to the heritage to broaden your horizons and get some practice. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Lu Ming was confused, watching Lu Yen lower her head. "It's always been me, standing in front of you, saving you. Now, I actually need you." Lu Ming replied, "Don't sweat it, sis. This little bit of trouble is nothing. Your brother will always be by your side. No need for extra words, and definitely no need to say sorry." Lu Yen yelled, "Hey, what I wanted to say was, get a move on. Don't keep me waiting too long." He thought it was a heartwarming moment, but it turned out to be a total reality check. "One night, I had a dream." A voice started singing as the moment. "The moment I met you," he sang while zooming in the screen. Then he kept recording himself singing, "I know I'm head over heels, 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 heels." Xiao Jing finally spoke up. "Bro, can you please stop singing? I need to focus." Ignoring Xiao Jing, he kept right on singing, "Heels, heels, heels, tang, tang, tang." If he actually had a good voice, Xiao Jing probably wouldn't have said anything. On this side, Wu Hongfei said, "I've killed 30 already, one more than you." Gao Tianlang said, "Xiao Jing, hang in there a bit longer. These water monkeys are almost cleared out." Xiao Jing replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Meanwhile, the big bro kept standing there bossing everyone around. "Let's go, brothers." Charging like a fishing boat. By now, the two sword cultivators were far from the riverbank. Beside the female array master, only that idiot Qin Wusheng and the bird on his head were watching. She said, "Mr. Ding, the Wiz army is in position. Now's the perfect time. Watch how I handle these intruders." She cheered, "Go, Mr. Ding." Then he began casting a formation, a towering black cyclone. He shouted, "Black spiral eruption." After it appeared, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Wu Rong looked up and said, "The weather's turning. Tell those two fishermen to hurry up." He continued, "It'll be dangerous if a tide hits." Xiao Jing turned back. "Don't you have an umbrella, big bro?" Suddenly, black clouds appeared in the sky. Xiao Jing felt something off and looked up. Wu Rong panicked. "What the hell is this?" Black bird-like creatures with long, sharp beaks. They were diving down like crazy. They swarmed Xiao Jing so fast she cried out. Wu Hongfei wondered what's going on, then suddenly let out a yelp. He fell splash into the water. Gao Tianlang shouted. Xiao Jing's spellcasting is being interrupted. Damn it, what is your teammate doing? Seeing Xiao Jing being attacked like that, Wu Rong just stood there. He thought blood-sucking wasps? They must be drawn by the scent of blood. But why are they only swarming her? Then he yelled, "Don't be scared, girl. I have a way to deal with these birds." Xiao Jing cried helplessly. Then hurry up. He pulled out a card. Distraction target. It contains nearly 20,000 sensitive targets I've collected. It can easily lure them away. It's a must-have for changing aggro. Then he kept shouting, "Don't panic, girl. Watch me." Just as he was heroically preparing his move, a fish scale appeared. He stepped on the scale, slipped, and lost his balance. Oh crap. Gao Tianlang was stunned. Qin Wuxing covered her mouth in shock. Even the blood-sucking wasps stared in disbelief. The guy fell face-first on the ground, totally pathetic. Xiao Jing felt something was wrong. The card had accurately targeted her, but as the new goal. She screamed, "What did you just do?" The birds kept dive-bombing her backside. He panicked, "Sorry, girl. I just slipped on a fish scale." She barked, "Shut up." Tianlang felt helpless. Wu Hongfei was drowning. Tianlang. Glug. Save. Glug. I can't. Glug. Tianlang roared. "Are you two morons here just to mess with us?" Finally, the birds were knocked down. Gao Tianlang was fuming. Xiao Jing said, "Bro, I'm sorry. These weird birds messed me up and made you guys fall in." Wu Hongfei wondered, targeting you on such a large scale. "Xiao Jing, did you?" Gao Tianlang snapped, "You want to die?" Xiao Jing stopped her brother. "Forget it. Let's just cross the river first." The sky was pitch black. Then a streak of light appeared. Everyone looked up. What's that? Two black spiral eruptions appeared. Then that ding guy yelled, "Twin black spiral kill." Seeing this, Wu Hongfei shouted, "Get back. Leave this to me." He looked at the two black spirals and got into a stance. Then Wu Hongfei unleashed Heavenly Eagle Strike. Two massive powers collided, creating a giant explosion. Wu Hongfei said, "Look, friend, we just want to cross the river. This kind of greeting is a bit much, don't you think?" Then he charged forward. "You want to cross? Did I give you permission?" He pointed toward where they were standing. On a floating raft, Lu Ming and Shun Ding were rowing. Lu Ming thought, these two seem way too familiar with the island's environment. Plus, their goal might be more than just the heritage. Anyway, I need to find that array master girl first. Suddenly, the raft stopped. Lu Ming turned and asked, "What's up, bro, Shun? You tired already?" He pointed straight ahead. Lu Ming looked over. "Is that?" Lu Ming instinctively asked a water spout. On the other side, Hongfei and the other guy were still fighting intensely. "I didn't expect you to dodge my black spiral. Let me spice things up for you." He raised his hand high. He shouted, "Black spiral, thunder blast." Lightning began to crackle inside his cyclone. Wu Hongfei yelled, "Ah." He thought, sword chi, wind pressure, plus this electricity. What is this guy's deal? Hey, Tianlang. This guy's power is way over 4-star. I don't think I can hold on. We should. Tianlang scoffed, "Don't say we. I don't even know you." Xiao Jing added, "Bro, Mr. Wu just helped us?" Gao Tianlang took Xiao Jing's hand to leave. He chose to step up himself. Nobody asked him to. Stay away from him so we don't get shocked. Wu Hongfei screamed in anger, "Hey, Gao Tianlang, you're selling me out." Xiao Jing told Tianlang, "Bro, this isn't cool." Over on the side, Wu Rong shouted from a distance, "Hongfei, don't be scared. I've always got your back." Wu Hongfei screamed back in a rage, "Shut up. You're only looking out for yourself." Wu Rong, sitting safely inside his barrier, said, "Just give me one song's worth of time, and I'll analyze his combat pattern. It won't be long. By the time you're done, I'll be charcoal." Hongfei snapped at Ding. Ding finally spoke up, "None of you are getting away." He then summoned a halberd. He immediately swung it toward Hongfei. "Better worry about yourself first." Hongfei struggled to defend, but the power behind the strike was immense. He thought to himself, "Damn it, the electric current is messing me up. I can't even put my back into it." Walking a short distance away, Xiao Jing said, "Bro, that guy's clearly way over 4-star. Mr. Wu is all alone." Tianlang didn't care. "Let's go. We don't have time to watch these two rookies scrap. He's a 5-star. If he can't even handle this, he deserves to be eliminated." He walked off without another word. On this side, Hongfei was still fighting for his life. Ding mocked, "What happened to that big energy you had earlier?" "Ha, why the long face? Turns out you're just a coward." "Huh?" Hongfei gritted his teeth, thinking, the wind pressure plus the lightning. My speed and strength are totally suppressed. I am stuck. Then Ding roared, "Drop dead." Hongfei felt dazed. As a 5-star, he was actually getting played like a fiddle. At the absolute final second, Hongfei gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the impact. Suddenly, a barrier appeared, blocking the blade. Even the attacker was stunned. Hongfei's eyes widened, his brow furrowed, and a few stray tears actually pricked at the corners of his eyes. A protective circle was helping Hong Fei hold back the enemy's move. Suddenly, Xiao Jing called out, "Mr. Wu, are you okay? My insulation barrier won't hold for long." Hong Fei turned around, surprised. "Xiao Jing." She quickly urged him to get it together. Tianling shouted from behind, "Xiao Jing, why won't you listen to me? I told you not to get involved in other people's business." Xiao Jing turned back. "Bro, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Mr. Wu just helped us out after all." Hong Fei was stunned. Xiao Jing, that actually ignored her brother's warning to come save me? Could it be she's into me? His strength felt like it had been multiplied by 10. Then his sword began to glow brilliantly. Hong Fei looked up at the sky and roared, "I'm in love for the first time." Wu Hong Fei, 5-star dual win mode. To everyone's absolute shock, Ding stammered, "What the hell?" The sword chi surged instantly. In that moment, Wu Hong Fei felt like a wild beast. The guy thought his vibe totally shifted. Hong Fei screamed, "I'm overflowing with the power of love right now." The guy frowned. "What the?" Then Hong Fei launched his attack. "Burn it up." Heavenly Eagle Dual Slay. Hong Fei attacked with overwhelming firepower, driving straight toward Ding. Xiao Jing, watching from behind, couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong." Tianlang also noted, he actually leveled up. Wu Rong was also cheering, "Hong Fei, looks like my cheering really worked." Ding was losing ground. He gasped, How is this possible?" Xiao Qin saw her teammate in trouble and shouted, "Ding." She prepared to use a summoning art. Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder, making her jump. He said, "Keep your cool, Xiao Qin." She turned around in surprise. Ning. Ding was currently engulfed in a sea of flames. He cried out in desperation, "Gah, how did this kid's firepower get so freaking strong?" Suddenly, a stream of water appeared. "You're pretty pathetic, Huang Yiding." The water circled around him. "You're about to get roasted alive." Ding panicked. "Big bro, bye. What took you guys so long?" He replied, was teasing a kid back at the waterfall. Hong Fei stood opposite them, baffled. "Talking water?" Then the water told Ding, "Go take a break." The guy only had time to let out a wait, and then he was sucked into the stream of water. He was then tossed far away. Before flying too far, he managed to shout, "I'll be back." Hong Fei's eyes widened. This water pillar could actually block his heavenly fire. Xiao Jing, behind him, was also shocked and pointed ahead. "Mr. Wu, look." A hand made of water appeared in front of Hong Fei. It even formed a wicked smirk. "You sure have a lot of heat in you, don't you?" Then the hand moved to snatch up Xiao Jing and Hong Fei. It moved closer and said, "Let me cool you down, shall I?" At this point, Hong Fei and Xiao Jing still couldn't wrap their heads around what this monster was as the water coiled into a giant fist. It lunged directly toward where Hong Fei and Xiao Jing were standing. Hong Fei got into a defensive stance, but the water had already managed to engulf both of them. Lu Ming, on this side, was observing through his binoculars. He muttered, "This is going to be a tough nut to crack." Then he recalled the 4 strange people who appeared on campus. It looked like these 2 groups were in cahoots, and I wasn't their only target. Could they be planning to wipe out every single successor? The cat appeared and said, "It's still not too late to bail." Lu Ming turned to the cat and said, "Mr. Cat, you don't get it. We humans prioritize loyalty and feelings." Shinding turned back and said, "So, are you going or not? Don't make a literal god of war like me keep rowing this piece of junk boat." Lu Ming laughed out loud. "Haha, is that even question?" Today, Lu Ming is going to show everyone that I'm not just some slacker who grins all day with no backbone, no ambition, and no situational awareness. Someone who only knows how to hustle and flip cards without ever training seriously. Lu Ming roared his orders. "Roll like your life depends on it." After being tossed away, Yiding was currently sailing through the air. He gritted his teeth in anger. "That bastard Lao Bai, throw me this high." Suddenly, a giant bird's claw appeared behind him. The bird said, "Gotcha." He panicked. "Holy crap. Since when did you get this big?" Qin Wuxing was on its back. She said, "Yiding, you almost got roasted alive." "Boo-hoo." The blonde guy added, "I'm telling you, you guys really overestimated yourselves. If you just followed old Sue's plan, everything would have been fine, but you just had to go looking for trouble." Then he tossed Yiding a bag. "Catch, heal up quick, and go back up Lao Bai." Yiding caught the bag. He was dazed, having no idea what was inside. The monster restoration pill, it was a magical medicine. He looked down at Lao Bai's position and said, even though Lao Bai leveled up to 6-star, it's not a given he can handle that guy easily. Yiding swallowed the pill. So bitter. Meanwhile, Hong Fei and Xiao Jing that were in the middle of a battle with rocks and water flying everywhere. Tianling appeared and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Hong Fei was shocked while Xiao Jing was overjoyed. Tianling was now standing right in front of Lao Bai. He didn't forget to roast Hong Fei. "Wu Hong Fei, your fire is still pretty weak. Though, you weren't completely useless. Stay back and protect my sister." Hong Fei fumed in the back. "The hell? Who do you think you are?" I'm upgraded now. Xiaojing bowed her head. Please forgive me, bro. I acted on my own just now. Tianlang replied. Haven't you always been impulsive since we were kids? Xiaojing, knowing she was in the wrong, sulked and stayed silent. Xiaojing had a flashback. She was walking out of a building with her butler when Fu Huangming stepped out of a car. The Gao family butler said, Xiao Fu, this mission is simple, but you still need to protect Xiaojing. Got it? If anything unexpected happens, act on your own. Safety first. Fu Huangming replied, understood. Then he turned to Xiaojing. This is Fu Huangming, a 3-star energy warrior. He's been with the Gao family for 15 years and has tons of combat experience. If there's anything you don't get. Before he could finish, Xiaojing headed for the car. She said as she walked, it's just a normal secret realm. Having him as my driver is enough. He grumbled, what's with that attitude? Just because your brother isn't here, you think you can skip the pleasantries? Xiaojing turned back coldly. It's precisely because my brother isn't here that I need to seize this chance. I need to let them know that Gao Xiaojing isn't just a troublemaker. Back to the present, Wu Rong was being swept away by the waves. He screamed, huge wave. Hongfei, save me. Hongfei called out worriedly, Wu Rong. Gao Tianling barked angrily. Damn it, forget your trash teammate and protect my sister. Wu Hongfei snapped, Gao Tianling, I've had it up to here with you. You don't call the shots. Then he calmed down and replayed the words in his head. Wait, he told me to protect his sister? Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Xiaojing close. He shouted proudly, don't you worry, brother-in-law. I'll definitely keep Xiaojing safe. The words barely left his mouth before he took a hard slap to the face. He asked Days, wait, wifey? Why'd you slap me? Xiaojing screamed. What the hell are you doing? Gross. Who's your wife? Are you insane? Then Xiaojing began channeling her power. Bro, wait for me. I'll buff your levitation art right now. Hongfei was still touching his face, thinking, I made my wife mad. He looked up at the sky, feeling like his world was collapsing. She doesn't love me anymore. His energy completely drained away. He wailed, my love. She's flown away. Xiaojing, while channeling her power. I looked back and thought, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he acting like I'm bullying him? Then she focused on the task at hand, no longer having time for his drama. She needed to help her brother. She shouted, bro, just a bit more. My levitation art is almost ready. Tianlang replied, there's more than one enemy. You and Wu Hongfei, just watch your own backs. A voice rang out. What do you think you're looking? That Lao Bai guy had turned into tiny water droplets and appeared right in front of him. Seeing Tianlang had no defense up, he aimed a direct strike at his eyes. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Both Hongfei and Xiaojing were caught off guard. She screamed, bro. Tianlang, enraged, covered his wounded eye and growled, don't tell me. This cheap sneak attack is all the skill you've got? He then unleashed his move, Karma Fire Slash. The blade pierced straight through Lao Bai's chest. Tianlong's strike successfully destroyed a part of his body. An arm fell off. On that side, Lao Bai muttered this technique. His blonde teammate smirked. Interesting. Xiaoqin, standing nearby, snapped. What's so interesting? Lao Bai is clearly struggling. He didn't get stabbed into a total moron, did he? He patted the bird's head and smiled. Chill out. Don't we still have your precious Yeeting? Right on cue, Yeeting appeared, seemingly fully recovered. Xiaoqin turned around and yelled in surprise, Yeeting, you're alive. Yeeting began channeling his power. His whole body looked like it had been injected with a massive adrenaline shot. The blonde guy smirked with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's raft was still slowly drifting along. Lu Ming stared in disbelief as the God of War guy got pissed off. I'm done rowing. I'm not rowing for a slacker like you anymore. Lu Ming shot back. What's the deal, bro, Shun? It's been 10 minutes, and you haven't even cleared 100 meters. At this rate, we're never gonna make it. Your attitude is trash. Look, I'm just being real, but you could at least think about my pride as the main character. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? At your speed, we wouldn't get there in a year. But actually, this is the perfect time to test this out. Shinding picked up a card in red. Newly researched Super 3 Star Complex Equipment card. Lu Ming got into position. Bring it on, God of War. You didn't want to row, right? Lu Ming held the card and shouted, God of War engine. Armor fusion. A new set of armor materialized. Lu Ming continued. God of War engine. Ignition. Let's move. He rocketed forward, skimming across the water like a missile. He thought, how's that, big bro God of War? Feels good to have legs, right? Feel like you're about to take flight? Who? I can go even faster. Lu Ming pushed the speed to the max. Just wait for me to come back a winner. Up in the sky, the cuckoo bird appeared. It flapped its wings, locking onto its prey. It had chosen Xiaojing as its target. Tianlang looked up and gritted his teeth. He suddenly realized it was diving for his sister. Xiaojing was still oblivious as the bird lunged, baring its talons. It dove like a maniac toward Xiaojing. Tianlang screamed her name and rushed over in a panic. Suddenly, the water spiraled around him, pinning him down. Lao Bai lifted him into the air. What do you think you're looking? I'm your opponent. Tianlang gritted his teeth. Damn it. A painful scream rang out as blood splattered. Xiaojing was being slashed by the talons. The bird shrieked, "Die, human! Cuckoo!" Xiaojing screamed, "Let me go, you stupid bird." It spread its wings and carried Xiaojing high into the air. Then it sped straight ahead. A loud roar echoed. "Let go of my wife." Wu Hongfei lunged forward. He managed to grab its tail. "I'm gonna roast you alive, you bastard." Suddenly, a foot came flying from behind. It was yeeting back at full strength. He delivered a massive kick to Hongfei. He cried out in pain, coughing up blood. Xiaojing's eyes widened while Yeeting laughed triumphantly. After Yeeting's kick, Wu Hongfei went into a free fall. The guy continued to shadow his descent. Wu Hongfei hit the ground hard, grimacing in agony. He gritted his teeth. Ugh, how's this guy? Yeeting grinned. Pure power. He prepared to follow up with another attack on Hongfei. On the other side, Tianlang was still being pinned down by Lao Bai. Seeing this, Xiaojing thought to herself, everyone is getting hurt trying to save me. Am I still nothing but a burden? A drop of blood fell from her face and dissolved instantly into the water. The scent of blood immediately caught the attention of the water monsters. The cuckoo bird shrieked, "I'm dropping you in the ocean to feed the fish." It screamed, "Die," as it released its hideous talons from Xiaojing. A streak of light flashed past. The bird was stunned. What was that? Too fast. Cuckoo. Xiaojing screamed in terror as she fell through the air. Luckily, Lu Ming arrived just in time to catch her. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, made it. Xiaojing stared dazed at her savior. Lu Ming asked, "Are you okay?" As they spoke, Xiaojing looked back and cried, "It's coming for us." The bird lunged at them immediately. A ring of light formed at its beak. Lu Ming skidded to a halt. It screamed, "Sonic cannon," as massive sonic rings. Duck closed in on them. Xiaojing's eyes widened in fear. The stupid bird screamed, "I'll shred you to pieces." Cuckoo. But seconds later, it was silenced. Its sonic cannon had been completely absorbed by Lu Ming. He asked it, "What were you chirping about?" It fumed, "What the hell? My sonic blast got absorbed." Lu Ming replied calmly, "Yep, just enough for my dissipation card to soak up. And just enough to power up my origin card." Lu Ming then looked at Xiaojing. She asked, "Are you?" Lu Ming replied, "Oh, about that." Lu Ming struck a superhero pose. "That's right. I am the ultimate fusion of beauty, brains, heroism, and chivalry." Before he could finish, a slap landed squarely on his face. "Lu Ming, I'd recognize you even if you turn into ash. Who told you to save me?" Lu Ming thought, "Damn, this isn't following the script at all." Xiaojing snapped, "Hurry up and put me down. I can use my levitation array." She then cast the levitation array on Lu Ming as well. "Now we're even," she said. Lu Ming replied, "Well, this makes things a lot easier." The bird thought, "Who is this guy? I better head back and warn Lao Bai's group." It turned to fly away. Lu Ming said, "You think you're leaving?" Lu Ming deactivated the fusion, causing Shun Ding to separate. He quickly lunged and grabbed the bird by its legs. Lu Ming shouted from below, "What do you think you're going, bird brain?" The bird looked down. "What the hell is this now?" The god of war held the bird tight. Lu Ming smiled. "Next, I'll use the energy my dissipation card just absorbed as fuel." Once the charge was complete, he pulled out a card. It was the cloud-piercing slash. The bird screamed in a rage, "Let go of me, bastard." A second later, it was speechless. Lu Ming's cloud-piercing slash streaked toward it. Xiaojing thought in shock. That's way too brutal. Zero humanity. Turns out Lu Ming missed on purpose, just grazing it and knocking a few feathers off its head. Whoops, missed. The bird burst into tears of terror. "Holy crap, Cuckoo." Lu Ming asked, "What's your name?" It replied, "Cuckoo. Listen up, don't play games with me. Fly to your buddies at top speed." Xiaojing asked, "Wait, why are you helping me? And where's your sister? I need your help." Lu Yin was trapped by these guys. "What? Even Lu Yin got caught?" Lu Ming replied, "These guys are way stronger than the 4-star rating in the files. Plus, their goal isn't just the heritage. There might be other enemies. We need to team up." Xiaojing looked disappointed. Stop joking. I'm just a useless drag." Lu Ming looked at her. "Listen, you are very important to me." Xiaojing thought, "That's the first time someone has told me I'm important." Lu Ming also thought, "Super important. Since she's an array master, I can't let her log out before everyone else." Both had different ideas. Xiaojing thought, even though he's annoying. Suddenly, Lu Ming spotted something in the water. He hurriedly asked, "Hey, Baldy, what's that in the water? You animals should be familiar with each other, right?" The bird replied, "My name is Cuckoo, not Baldy." "Fine, Baldy, just fly faster." Xiaojing gasped, "It's huge." "Is that a whale?" Turns out this river connects to the sea, so big fish aren't unusual. Lu Ming pointed ahead. "We're almost there. What's with that black smoke?" Xiaojing saw it and replied, "That's my brother's karma fire." Lu Ming urged. Speed up, Baldy. You're not stalling on purpose, are you? Cuckoo cried. I wouldn't dare. Spare me, boss. Using energy from your own sword core to break free from the water puppet. Your karma fire is impressive. But using such a taxing move, I wonder how much longer you can hold out? Lao Bai continued. I'm chill. I've got the primal source crystal, enough energy to take on 10 of you. I'm just playing with you. Tianlang burst out laughing. Haha, and here I thought you were just a coward hiding in the water. 10 of me? You sure talk a big game. Lao Bai smirked. Then let's see what you've actually got. Xiaoqin watched from afar, thinking to herself. I didn't expect Gao Tianlang to be this tough. Without Lao Bai's crew, Yiding would have definitely caught an L. Speaking of which, why hasn't Cuckoo returned yet? Did something go south? Wait, where did Ling Wang go? Wu Rong was still using a lotus leaf to hide himself. He was hunkering down in a corner. The blonde guy, Ling Wang, appeared right behind Wu Rong. So this is where you're hiding. Wu Rong instinctively spun around. Ling Wang reached out and said, You really made me look for you. Wu Rong threw his hands up in surrender. Whoa, we could talk this out. Then he glanced down and instinctively screamed, Help, leaving Ling Wang completely bewildered. Up in the sky, Cuckoo appeared. Ling Wang was startled. Lu Ming looked down from above and said, There's someone down there. Xiao Jing replied, That's Wu Hongfei. I mean Mr. Wu's teammate. Ling Wang gritted his teeth in a rage. That brat is still alive. Seeing Ling Wang's guard was down, Wu Rong saw his opening. Jackpot. He whipped out a card. He lunged forward and threw the card. Red Ginseng Interference 2.0. Ling Wang was fuming. Lu Ming and Xiao Jing watched in surprise. After unleashing his move, he laughed out loud. Haha, steady, precise, and solid. I've still got it. The move hit Cuckoo right on its bald head. The bird absolutely lost it. Cuckoo mother fluffer, why are you hitting me? Lu Ming called out, Bro, we're here to help you. The bird screamed back. It's like this every single time. Wu Rong scratched his head, totally confused. Wait, isn't this bird one of the bad guys? They landed on a rocky outcrop. Lu Ming said, At least for now, he's our premium transportation. The bird grumbled, Gee, thanks a lot. You're the transportation, jerk. Lu Ming said with a bright grin. But you didn't expect this, huh? I'm still kicking. Sucks for you, right? We've got the numbers now, and besides, I've figured out how to counter you. Ling Wang smirked. Sorry to break it to you, but I'm not even aiming for you. I just want to say that everyone here is trash. Xiao Jing got heated hearing that and immediately started conjuring an array. Lu Ming stopped her. Don't get your hands dirty. Leave it to me. Wu Rong chimed in, and me. Xiao Jing finally had a realization. Oh, I see how it is. This is a battle between them. A battle of pride between card creators. Haha, as an array master, how could I interfere? She was mentally admiring the dignity of these card creators, when suddenly she heard a snap. Don't. They weren't fighting. They were playing a game of airplane with a four of a kind. Xiao Jing was speechless. She snapped, Lu Ming, what is wrong with you? Is your card creator brain full of mush? A hand was placed on her shoulder. Lu Ming called out from his seat, Little array master, just chill out. Bro Shun, keep an eye on Baldy, so he doesn't fly off. Wu Rong, your turn. Lu Ming passed, then thought back to the time he played cards with the two teachers. You don't have a handful of trash, do you? The deck you build determines your current combat power. Constant killing and fighting doesn't suit a support class like us. But when necessary, we use the card creator's way to settle things. This is the ritual of the card creator. It's called Card Duel. At least 2 card creators use their own encrypted cards to battle. The one who captures the most of the opponent's cards wins. Per the rules, the winner gets the cards the opponent put up as a stake. Lu Ming thought, calling a card game a ritual is a bit much, but whatever. Wait, won't this reveal our card patterns? Mr. Zhang Yang replied, Encrypted cards are just normal cards converted into a special format via numbers. They can only be read, not extracted. They don't produce actual effects, meaning the opponent only knows the card's value. Plus, once the encrypted card changes hands, it's just a piece of scrap. Lu Ming finally got it. So the pattern of this encrypted card is just the code I wrote before. The 3 of them were having a blast. Haha, I win again. Lu Ming, why didn't you block my straight? Holy crap, 2 against 1 against a 2-star like me? Real mature guys. Back to reality, Wu Rong was pointing at Lu Ming's face in a fit. Fit no, I only teamed up with you because you look confident. Lu Ming acted nonchalant. Hey, if your skill is trash, just take the L. According to the rules, I'm handing over the cards I staked. Wu Rong fumed. Easy for you to say. If I knew you were this bad at the game, I wouldn't have teamed up with you if my life depended on it. They had to hand over their staked cards to Ling Wang. He looked at them and said, These aren't half bad. Wu Rong Jid. Nodu. That's a 5-star buff card, my absolute treasure. Then he picked up Lu Ming's Cow Boom Boom card. He looked at it with pure disdain. As for yours, forget it. What am I going to do with this trash card? Besides, card dueling is just a rule for the Card Creators Association. I'm not part of your little club. He suddenly pulled out his flute and blew, releasing powerful sonic waves. Wu Rong started clutching his head. Hey, you have no honor. Xiao Jing also covered her ears from the piercing sound. The water's surface began to ripple as Ling Wang continued to play. While everyone around him was writhing in discomfort, the sonic waves are getting stronger and stronger. The more he plays, the more intense the vibration becomes. Except for Lu Ming, everyone else is suffering from a massive migraine. Wu Yong screams, "Stop it already, damn it." Wu Yong glances over at Lu Ming and asks, "How are you not affected?" Lu Ming replies playfully, "Maybe you're curious why I'm fine, but I'm more curious why you're fine. Both of you are acting pretty sus." Hearing this, they both look like they've been caught red-handed. Lu Ming continues, "Your coordination is flawless. I almost didn't realize you two were in cahoots." Wu Yong quickly tries to play it off. "Stop joking, man. I don't even know him. Besides, I was helping you during the card duel. The card duel was just a cover-up. Your real goal was to pass him this card." Lu Ming is holding a card in his hand. Both of them are shocked. How did it end up with him? Lu Ming laughs out loud. Ning Wang asks furiously, "Kid, who the hell are you?" Lu Ming smiles. The effects of target reversal and target interference are opposites, locking the attack on a target outside the mark. So at first, it looked like you were marking Baldy, but you actually intended to use the crescendo to hit us outside the mark. Then you keep acting to stay undercover as a mole, right? At this point, Wu Yong stops faking. He says, "I originally only wanted to handle Gao Tianlong's crew. Looks like I'll have to wipe everyone out now." Wu Yong glares at Lu Ming. "How did you figure out my plan?" Lu Ming answers, "During the card duel, you used encrypted slang on the cards that clearly said, target shift complete, attack the same, maintain cover. Back then, you were so focused on exchanging codes that you didn't notice me swap your target reversal card using my Void Spirit, an invisible, incorporeal entity." Ning Wang says, "Impressive. You actually understand the slang on these cards. That's terminology only known in the dark card-making world. Is he a member?" Wu Yong replies, "No way. He's only a 3-star. Lu Ming thinks to himself, "Great. The code I wrote in my past life has become dark slang in this world. And what the hell is dark card-making? Some kind of cult?" Wu Yong can't help but praise him. Truly formidable. Ning Wang frowns. He really is. At first, I thought he was just some deadweight following Lu Yin around. I was saying your crescendo attack earlier was formidable. Didn't you see me coughing up blood? Why are you still trolling? Did you do it on purpose? Ning Wang replies tearfully. Oops. How was I supposed to know you were actually bleeding? You're the best actor I know, Wu Yong. Lu Ming interrupts. Wu Yong? I thought your name was Wu Rong. Wu Yong screams in a rage. Don't use my real name. Now everyone knows I'm the traitor, you idiot. Ning Wang reassures him. It's fine. Now that we're exposed, we just won't let them leave alive. Fall back and heal up. I'll handle things here. He laughs. Huh. Looks like it's time for a fair fight. Lu Ming scoffs. Fair? A 5-star like you bullying a near 3-star like me is fair? I don't have time to waste with you guys. Lu Ming snaps his feet and says, "Little Array Master, you're up." Behind him, Xiao Jing has already deployed a barrier formation. Ning Wang is surprised to see that Xiao Jing is also unaffected. Xiao Jing is pushing hard to maintain the formation, while Wu Yong clutches his chest. It seems he's actually injured. He panics when he sees Xiao Jing's formation and asks instinctively, "What is this?" Ning Wang shouts, "An absolute barrier." Xiao Jing says, "I can't believe you betray Wu Hongfei. That hit earlier was a lesson on his behalf." Wu Yong coughs and says, "This barrier can block sonic waves. She was prepared for this. Your attacks might be useless." Ning Wang can't believe it. "What?" Lu Ming turns confidently to Xiao Jing. "See? I told you to listen to me, didn't I?" Xiao Jing snaps back, drop dead. Before getting here, Lu Ming had handed Xiao Jing a note. Wu Yong is SUS. God of War will cover you. Prepare a sonic defense. I'll stall for time. She thought, this guy is annoying, but he's got a brain. Lu Ming turns back to Ning Wang. You wanted to talk about fair, right? I'll lock you both in here, so you can feel exactly what Lu Yin is going through. Lu Ming imagines the scene after saving his sister. Man, if I were Lu Yin, I'd be moved to tears. Let me dance for you, darling. Then he says, all right, we're done here. Let's go. But then he finds himself blocked by the same barrier. He screams, holy crap. Why did you lock me in here too? How are we supposed to retreat? Xiao Jing replies, retreat for what? We have to fight. Are you a man or what? Are you stupid? Is there any point in fighting them right now? Even if we fight, you should have at least let my God of War in. How was I supposed to know he wouldn't run? He doesn't have legs. Can't you see? Shut up, you moron. Lu Ming barks back. He clutches his head in frustration. She totally ruined my plan. Behind them, Ning Wang is slowly approaching with his flute. Lu Ming says, hey, I wouldn't do anything reckless if I were you. I have a hostage right here. He turns around. God of War, where's the bird? The bird has long since escaped. It laughs, haha. Catching an iron-winged pigeon isn't that easy. I gotta find Lao Bai's group fast. Cuckoo. Suddenly, a massive monster emerges from the water. It bears its razor-sharp teeth. On that day, Cuckoo finally remembered the terror of being dominated by the giant cow. It rockets upward into the sky. Ningguang asks, Wu Yong, what is that? He replies, there's no record of it in the monster manual. It looks like a bull's head. Lu Ming thought to himself, holy cow. Then the monster stuck its head out. It roared, you moron. You think just because I have horns, I'm a cow? Then it glared directly at where Lu Ming was standing. Seeing Xiao Jing still dazed, he yelled, what are you just standing there for? Get rid of the barrier, fast. Ningguang looked at the monster and said, wait, this bull's target isn't us. That's that girl. It's targeting Xiao Jing. Lu Ming saw this and screamed, run. Get out of there. Xiao Jing was still frozen, totally confused. Shinding reached out his hand. Xiao Jing squeezed her eyes shut in terror. After a moment, she opened them. Shinding was actually holding the muzzle of that bull-headed monster. He declared, the title God of War isn't just for show. Lu Ming cheered joyfully at the sight. Shinding, you're a beast. He started dancing around. He barked an order, crush this animal. Shinding immediately unleashed his move, McLaren laser cannon. While everyone watched in awe, Lu Ming shouted, fire. But things didn't go as Lu Ming hoped. Shinding was swallowed whole by the bull-headed monster. Lu Ming coughed up blood in shock. Xiao Jing gasped and fell backward. Ningguang and Wu Yong were roasting Lu Ming. What a waste of hype. And here I thought we were going to see a real show. The bull-headed monster was now right in front of Xiao Jing. Luckily, it couldn't attack her yet because of the protective barrier. Lu Ming yelled from the side, hey, use this time to deactivate the barrier. You don't want to be this thing's snack, do you? Xiao Jing replied, deactivating the array takes at least a minute. She gritted her teeth, thinking, there's no way I can do this. She flashed back to a childhood memory. Bro, I can't do it. Her brother replied, run over there with everything you've got. I'll cover you. She closed her eyes tight and said, I'm scared. Her brother encouraged her, Xiao Jing, you can do it. Even if the odds are slim, you have to go all in. Then she began to deactivate the formation. A stream of purple light appeared. It shot straight up into the sky. Wu Hongfei's sword pierced Yiding's chest. He winced in pain, his face contorting. But he immediately flexed like a wild beast. What do you think you're doing, Wu? Hongfei was shocked by his endurance. Doesn't it even hurt? Then Yiding grabbed both swords and said, you're way too weak. He ripped both swords out his chest, blood spraying everywhere. He lunged instantly to attack Hongfei. Die by your own blades. Hongfei closed his eyes, helpless, bracing for the hit. He thought, damn it, not only did I not level up, but I've dropped back to 4-star. Is my journey for the heritage ending here? But when he opened his eyes, the guy had been lifted high into the air. It turned out he was being held back by Gao Tianlang's karma fire. Hongfei called out in surprise, Gao Tianlang, what happened to your eye? Lao Bai spoke from behind. He broke a taboo. He'll be cursed forever. Ha! Tianlang covered his wounded eye and snapped. If you want to live, quit yapping. Tell me now, what did you take Xiao Jing? Hongfei sat there feeling useless. It's my fault. I was too weak to protect her. Lao Bai looked at Yiding and asked, how did he end up like this? Tianlang noted, your teammate looks like he's on some serious gear. Hongfei recalled, when I stabbed him just now, it was like he didn't feel a thing. Tianlang guessed, it's likely a combat-enhancing drug with a short duration, but the side effects afterward must be massive. Lao Bai panicked upon hearing this. What? Why did you take that stuff? You look like a freak now. Yiding could only stammer out one word, power. Lao Bai added, power my ass. Tell me you're not going to start biting your own teammates. Xiao Qin appeared. This is Ningguang's doing. Lao Bai was startled. Xiao Qin, you can talk. She walked closer and said, let them go. I'll take you to find that girl. Hongfei was surprised. The bird girl? Tianling asked, who are you? Why should I trust you? She replied, we are the inhabitants of Hidden Moon Island. We just want to live in peace. You outsiders come here for the heritage, recklessly destroying everything and stealing our resources. You're the bad guys. Lao Bai, stop it. Hey, Xiao Jing. Is that the kind of attitude you use to negotiate? Hongfei noted, I've heard before that fighting for the heritage can damage the environment. Gao Tianlang put his hand on his head, looking frustrated. I haven't touched a single blade of grass since I got here, let alone stolen resources. All I know is that you guys threw the first punch. You're in no position to set conditions for me. He gestured toward Xiao Qin. Immediately, she was bound by purple tentacles. Tianling barked, where did you take my sister? She started wailing, wah. This is so unfair. Lao Bai Timet in, hey, what kind of man bullies a girl? She continued, don't you find it strange? Why the monsters are always after your sister? He shot back, what are you talking about? What? Sea cow? She smirked wickedly. Ha! The manatee is probably about to swallow them all whole. The purple beam of light shot into the sky, catching everyone's attention. Hongfei asked, was that an explosion? Such a strange color. Tianlang suddenly realized what it was. That's Xiao Jing's stasis array. What kind of game are you people playing? Lao Bai said, that's toward Lotus Valley near the coast. It'll take at least 10 minutes from here, but Tianlang barked, but what? Xiao Qin spoke up, we fly there. Under these conditions, I'm afraid you don't have a choice. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wu Yong asked, so you mean this cow is on our side? Ning Wang replied, exactly. So we just stay quiet and watch how things play out. Either wait for the cow to eat the girl so the barrier drops automatically, or wait for her to deactivate it herself. Then we finish them off. Good analysis, Wu Yong replied. On the other side, Lu Ming asked worriedly, Xiao Jing, how long can this stasis array of yours hold out? By now, Xiao Jing was exhausted. She replied, I'm afraid not much longer. Maybe half an hour, maybe half a minute. Then she collapsed. Lu Ming yelled, hey, don't pass out now. Ning Wang stepped forward. Looks like her energy is totally tapped out. Haha, this is going to be tricky for you. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He's right. Right now, I'm dead either way. Inside, I have to deal with these two. Outside, the monster will eat us. On the surface, these two look like normal card creators, but they both have unique skills. That flute player's sonic attack almost shattered my origin card. And that mask guy looks like a bumbling fool, but he's actually super crafty. He could still condense his aura while under sonic attack. His internal power is clearly massive. The monster outside is even more terrifyingly strong. At a glance, it's at least a 6-star. I can't win against either side on my own. If that's the case. Man, what a shame. Lao Bai asked, confused, a shame about what? Lu Ming said, cheerfully, a shame that I already reinforced this barrier with an invisible restriction beforehand. Seeing a purple honeycomb pattern barrier appear, Ning Wang and Wu Yong both had the same thought. This invisible restriction can recharge the barrier from the inside. A voice echoed from outside. Even if you use brute force, the energy will just be absorbed and converted. Sure enough, their cards were being sucked into the barrier like a vortex. Ning Wang screamed in rage, don't listen to him. This kid is a master of bluffing. Wu Yong replied, but the 2 fireballs I just threw really were absorbed. Seeing Wu Yong wavering, Ning Wang continued, a barrier like this can't be opened from the inside, but from the outside, enough brute force can easily shatter it. Looking outside at the unconscious Gao Xiao Jing, Ning Wang continued, at most, we just wait for the sea cow to wake up and smash this barrier to bits. Hearing Ning Wang say that, Lu Ming held up a card. He asked confidently, oh yeah? Then how about this? Ning Wang and Wu Yong were stunned. The barrier began to grow larger and larger, covering the unconscious Gao Xiao Jing and even the sea cow. The barrier continued to expand further. A moment later, it had completely covered the area. Ning Wang was shocked. This must cost millions in energy. How can it be so reckless? Lu Ming replied, to entertain the 2 of you. Of course I have to put in some effort. Wu Yong spoke up, damn it, this sea cow could wake up at any second. Ning Wang confronted Lu Ming angrily. Are you planning to die with us? Lu Ming, holding 2 cards, smiled. No, I'm a pacifist. Lu Ming flashed a confident smirk as armor began to form around him. I've always believed in subduing people with virtue. As he finished, the God of War engine encased Lu Ming's body. He now looked incredibly imposing in his battle armor. Lu Ming pointed directly at Ning Wang and Wu Yong. They still didn't get what subduing with virtue meant. Lu Ming stated bluntly, I could deactivate the restriction and let you out, then we go our separate ways. Or, he paused, I can end you right now as easily as crushing ants. However, I don't like violence. If I can talk my way out of it, I won't lift a finger. Hearing this, Ning Wang was deep in thought. His aura is too strong. He can use cards to create an energy warrior's buff effect. Was he hiding his true power all along? In reality, Lu Ming was a nervous wreck. God of War Engine 1.0 isn't optimized for energy. It can only handle this one burst. Expanding the barrier used up all my stored energy. I could have made a clean getaway, but now I'm broke. I hope this bluff works. Wu Yong suddenly spoke from behind. I know exactly what you're calculating. Lu Ming jumped. Hey, I'm not kidding with you. Ning Wang saw Wu Yong approaching Lu Ming and warned, careful. He has energy armor on. Don't be reckless. Suddenly, Wu Yong respectfully presented a stack of energy cards to Lu Ming with both hands. Wu Yong bowed 90 degrees. Brother, here is all my stored energy. Please, show some mercy and take back your divine power. Ning Wang was fuming in the back. What the hell kind of subduing with virtue is this? Lu Ming was stunned but quickly thought, jackpot. He's totally defenseless. This stack is more than what I just spent. Lu Ming took the cards and said, I see you're a man of sense. By the way, that monster encyclopedia of yours looks interesting. This shocked Wu Yong as he reached for his pocket. Wu Yong immediately pulled out the monster encyclopedia and handed it to Lu Ming. You're good. Then he turned to Ning Wang. What are you standing there for? Ning Wang's face darkened with humiliation. This is a total insult. But then he too presented his cards and 3 vials of blue, red, and yellow medicine to Lu Ming. He looked reluctant and glared at Wu Yong. You better remember this. Wu Yong just grabbed Ning Wang's shoulder and urged him to hurry up. Lu Ming thought to himself, whoa, these are real treasures. These two are loaded. Might as well keep the momentum going. Then Lu Ming spoke up, wait, come back. Are you guys treating me like a beggar? A second later, Lu Ming threw the items Ning Wang had just given him onto the ground. He yelled angrily, do I look like I'm short on your trash? This shocked Wu Yong, while Ning Wang's face turned black with rage. His pupils constricted and his eyes became bloodshot, but he stayed silent. He gripped his weapon and growled, you'll regret this. Seeing the moment had come, Lu Ming pulled out a card. As Ning Wang lunged, the card was released. Wu Yong gasped. It was the ultimate sound. A massive shockwave erupted. Lu Ming quickly grabbed the unconscious Gao Xiaojing and escaped the area. Sensing danger ahead, Ning Wang immediately blew his flute to block the hideous monster that was baring its sharp teeth. By this time, Gao Tianlang's group had found them, riding on flying beasts. Tianling called out right up ahead. The person behind him wailed, land now. I'm afraid of heights. Tianling ignored him, staring ahead in suspicion. What kind of monster is that? After a massive explosion, Wu Yong grabbed Ning Wang's collar and cursed, you idiot. Are you trying to kill me too? Old Su gave you that flute to play, not to blow it like a maniac. Ning Wang replied, sorry, I'm not Old Su's loyal dog. Wu Yong was still fuming. Quit the useless talk. Can't you see that kid was trolling you? He used my target card to redirect your sonic waves to the sea cow's head. Now everyone's toast. You happy now? Wu Yong was so busy venting at Ning Wang that he didn't notice the sea cow had appeared behind him. The sea cow instantly swung a blow that sent Wu Yong's head flying. Blood splattered onto Ning Wang's face, leaving him frozen in shock. Watching the hideous monster in front of him take his friend's head with a single move, Ning Wang fell backward, completely stunned. He was so shell-shocked he couldn't utter a word, his feet rooted to the spot. Lu Ming gently landed on a leaf behind Ning Wang. Still holding Gao Xiaojing tightly in his arms, Lu Ming looked at Ning Wang and mocked. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Weren't those your words? Ning Wang gritted his teeth in a fury as Lu Ming asked point-blank. Tell me, who is this Old Su you keep mentioning? I've got a mark on you. If you don't want to become cow food, start talking. Ning Wang didn't answer, but broke into a sinister laugh. He continued, you didn't take such a perfect chance to run? I should thank you for coming back to save me. Standing to the side, Lu Ming was baffled and asked, what are you laughing at? He went on, you don't actually think a little interference spell can control this beast, do you? The power of that woman is way stronger than a mark. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Ning Wang flashed a cunning smirk. Looks like it's still my good buddy, he said, leaving Lu Ming even more stunned. The sea cow began to roar, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Lu Ming, holding Gao Xiaoxing, stole opposite Ning Wang. The sea cow locked onto Lu Ming and Gao Xiaojing, then lunged forward, swallowing them both whole. It then hoisted its massive body up to search for its next target. Ning Wang had been caught in the crossfire and submerged in the water. But seeing that the sea cow wasn't attacking him, he thought, just as I thought, this monster is only interested in that woman. That brat thought he was so special. Next to his sister, he's a nobody. Now that he's away from her, he's still a nobody, dying without ever being noticed. How hilarious. Then Ning Wang suddenly snapped in frustration. What the hell? It's over. What invisible restriction? That little brat played me. It was just a low-level illusion layered over the original barrier that changes color based on mood. Gao Tianlang spotted them under the barrier. The person behind him saw him preparing to jump and yelled, Gao Tianlang, what are you doing? Gao Tianlang leaped down and barked, Wu Hongfei, watch these people. Don't let them pull any more stupid stunts. Gao Tianlang was currently hurtling downward at top speed. Seeing the barrier starting to crack from the inside, Ning Wang was speechless. Gao Tianlang unleashed his move, Karma Piercer, thrusting his sword with everything he had toward the barrier. His blade pierced through the surface. The barrier began to shatter. The cracks quickly spiderwebbed outward. Seconds later, the entire barrier disintegrated. The sea cow below watched the whole thing unfold. The barrier finally crumbled right inside the sea cow's mouth. From within the beast, Lu Ming's voice called out from Mr. Cat. Lu Ming groaned, Ugh, it's so gross in here. How are we supposed to get out, Mr. Cat? The cat scolded him. I told you not to get involved in other people's business. Now you remember to ask me for help? Lu Ming defended himself. This was an accident. Plus, I need her help to save Lu Yen. Mr. Cat warned, hurry up. We'll be digested soon. Its internal defenses are surprisingly high. My current combat power can't break through walls this thick. Try your cloud-piercing card. Lu Ming replied helplessly, I'm all out. And I can't make new cards in this environment. Mr. Cat replied, there must be a weak spot. Find it first. Lu Ming immediately activated his golden eye. He quickly located the sea cow's weak point and pointed upward. Mr. Cat noted, we need a burst of energy strong enough to pierce it. This is probably our only shot. A linear strike will be most effective. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of skill right now. Mr. Cat's words got Lu Ming thinking. A linear strike? Lu Ming remembered something. Wait, that thing the old man taught me. Maybe. Lu Ming carefully analyzed the thinnest point of the sea cow's internal wall. To the side, Gao Xiaojing started to stir. Lu Ming was still analyzing. But there's no moon here. Gao Xiaojing groaned as she sat up. What moon? It's pitch black in here. Lu Ming realized she was awake. Oh, you're up? Mr. Cat hide. Quick. What are you mumbling about? Lu Ming scratched his head. Nothing. We got swallowed by a monster. Gotta find a way out. Lu Ming thought, weird. Where did Mr. Cat go? I can't even feel him in the sea of consciousness. Gao Xiaojing spoke up. You mentioned the moon. Do we need light? A purple energy sphere formed in her palm. She continued. This lightning sphere has a very high penetration rate. Not sure if it'll help. Seeing the sphere, Lu Ming got hyped. Artificial moon. Perfect, let's try it. Gao Xiaojing briefly thought back to when they were kids picking herbs in the mountains. Whenever she was in danger, she'd use this signal, and he would always find her. Lu Ming's voice suddenly brought Gao Xiaojing back to reality. Lu Ming said with total confidence, trust me, we're going to be fine. A golden energy sphere began to form in his hand as well. Gao Xiaojing stayed silent, staring blankly ahead. Seeing her dazed expression, Lu Ming urged, hurry, get that light sphere to the highest point. Gao Xiaojing snapped out of it and complied. As the light sphere reached the top, Lu Ming began condensing purple energy. Gao Xiaojing was baffled. How? How do you know how to condense a sword core externally? Gao Tianlang was now standing on the sea cow's head, stabbing his sword into its thick, leathery hide. The sea cow thrashed in agony. It swung its arm to attack Gao Tianlang. Gao Tianlang narrowly dodged the blow, realizing the monster's armor was incredibly thick. But suddenly, he spotted something crucial. A purple light was radiating from the sea cow's chest. Gao Tianlang wondered, what is that light? A massive CD disc image appeared right in front of the sea cow's chest. Lao Bai and Wu Hongfei were floored. They stammered in disbelief. A CD disc? The energy radiating from the sea cow's gut was surging. Gao Tianlang assessed the situation. That's a powerful sword chi condensing. This light, it was once used by the Moon Shadow Elder. It's documented in the heritage records. The swelling energy was making the sea cow extremely uncomfortable. Inside, Lu Ming had generated a small CD disc and was constantly pumping energy into it. Gao Xiaojing was baffled. How do you know a sword cultivator's technique? Lu Ming replied coldly. Now's not the time to talk about that. Immediately after, Lu Ming reached full charge and unleashed the lightning moon wheel. A shockwave blasted out. Gao Xiaojing could only stand there in silence as it went boom. A massive explosion erupted. The overwhelming energy shattered the sea cow's weakest point. The beast let out a roar of agony and recoiled. Gao Tianlang witnessed this in total shock, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He thought to himself, my full force strike earlier didn't even scratch this monster. This moonwheel move is absolutely broken. Watching the explosion from above, Wu Hongfei wondered, did it just self-destruct? Lao Bai snapped back irritably, are you stupid? Someone clearly used sword chi to pierce it from the inside. Their flying mount panicked from the blast, and Wu Hongfei barked, easy there, you piece of crap. Behave. Down below, Ning Wang had to shield his eyes. He was stunned to see the sea cow actually wounded. He wondered what happened, then realized that Brad isn't dead yet. He was completely blindsided. Then he glanced up at the sky. He saw Wu Hongfei's group circling on their mounts. As the smoke and fire cleared, a massive hole was visible in the sea cow's chest. Lu Ming was drained after that attack. He hunched over, catching his breath. Gao Xiaojing finally opened her eyes. Looking at the hole, she was stunned. This is a bit overkill, isn't it? Having used too much strength, Lu Ming's knees buckled. Gao Xiaojing asked, hey, you okay? Lu Ming was panting heavily, cursing internally, damn, that took way too much juice. Seeing her worried, he raised a hand and forced a smile. I'm Fina. Just need a sec. We need to bounce now. Suddenly, Lu Ming stared in horror as the sea cow's muscle fibers began to wriggle and knit back together. Gao Xiaojing was equally horrified. The regeneration is too fast. It'll be fully healed in no time. She immediately pulled Lu Ming's arm over her shoulder. We have to get out of here, fast, she said firmly. Gao Xiaojing's gaze was resolute. Lu Ming looked at her, surprised. Wait, you gonna carry me out? She replied, don't get the wrong idea. I just don't like being in your debt. Lu Ming said, stop messing around. That opening is high up. You might make it if you climb alone, but with me, we'll both be stuck. Just go. I'll find another way. And if I don't make it out, please go to the southern waterfall and save Lu Yin. My apprentice too. Gao Xiaojing barked, shut up, leaving Lu Ming stunned. Her eyes were unwavering as she stated, I said I've got this. She then activated some vortexes. Lu Ming felt his body become weightless and was amazed. Gao Xiaojing started moving forward. Lu Ming asked, hey, what are you doing? Get moving. She urged. Seeing him hesitate, she snapped, stop lagging. Move it. Lu Ming, still analyzing the physics, replied, all right, fine. Lu Ming thought to himself, you gotta be kidding me. The next second, Lu Ming scooped Gao Xiaojing up in a bridal carry. As she lay tucked in his arms, Lu Ming jumped. I'm a real man, Lu Ming. No way I'm letting a girl carry me. Gao Xiaojing could only gasp you. Suddenly, Lu Ming spat out some blood. She asked worriedly, are you sure you're okay? Lu Ming insisted, trust me. Suddenly, the sea cow's muscle fibers snagged Lu Ming's leg. More fibers began to swarm, trying to entangle the both of them. The chest wound was sealing up rapidly. The healing speed was insane. Lao Bai and Wu Hongfei watched in awe. It's healing too fast. This monster is at least a 6-star. Suddenly, a golden energy pulse hit Wu Hongfei's ears. The energy caused him a massive dizzy spell. He clutched his head in pain. Seeing this, Lao Bai yelled, damn it, what are you faking for? Wu Hongfei snapped back, I'm serious. I don't know what you're talking about. Then he collapsed. Lao Bai caught him. Wu Hongfei was totally out of it, slumped over the mount's back. Up above, Xiao Qin watched. Xiao Qin, Lao Bai called out. It turned out Ning Wang was behind it. He was playing his flute down below. He looked up at the two flying mount from the ground. Ning Wang muttered under his breath, a bunch of idiots. The fibers in front of Lu Ming and Gao Xiaojing were severed. One leaped with all his might, while the other blocked the incoming tissue. Lu Ming remarked, we actually make a pretty good team, huh? But then Lu Ming continued, looks like this is where our collab ends. Gao Xiaojing was stunned. What? Immediately, Lu Ming used all his strength to lift Gao Xiaojing up. With a powerful shove, he launched her toward the exit. Gao Xiaojing could only look back at Lu Ming, feeling completely helpless. She luckily made it out, but inside, Lu Ming's limbs were tightly bound by the sea cow's muscle fibers. Once outside, she screamed his name, but the monster's chest wound had already sealed shut. A hand reached out and caught Gao Xiaojing. It was Gao Tianlang who caught her. Gao Tianlang reassured his sister, you're safe now. Seeing her brother, she cried out, bro. Lu Ming is still trapped inside. Gao Tianlang replied, this sea monster is too strong. My karma fire can't even scratch it. Suicide missions are pointless. Gao Xiaojing stared back at the beast. But he saved me. It should have been me. She lowered her voice, overcome with guilt. The person inside should have been me. She was brought onto the flying beast, looking down in despair. She called out to her brother. Gao Tianlang looked at her with suspicion. Do you like him? He asked. She immediately denied it. No way. Seeing her reaction, Gao Tianlang knew the truth. He raised 2 fingers, chanting under his breath. You're really something, you know that? Suddenly, his eyes changed, his sockets turned pitch black, and his pupils glowed purple. A dark purple energy surged from his eyes. The energy intensified by the second. Gao Xiaojing gasped, this is. At that moment, Gao Tianlang's body underwent a massive transformation. His skin turned blue, fangs sprouted, and sharp spikes grew from his face. Gao Xiaojing realized he was breaking a taboo. Her brother was borrowing the power of Tao. In a flash, Gao Tianlang charged toward the sea cow's wound at light speed, leaving the monster dazed. Wu Hongfei's crew was shocked. How does combat power spike like that? Gao Xiaojing thought sadly, bro, if you do this. Even Lao Bai was worried. Using that too much will cause a backlash. Hearing that, Ning Wang gasped what? The sea cow roared in excruciating pain. Gao Tianlang rocketed inside, thinking time is short. I have to end this fast. He finally found Lu Ming, who was pinned by the muscle fibers. Hey kid, you still alive? Lu Ming didn't answer. His eyes were tightly shut. Inside his head, Lu Ming was dreaming of a juicy steak with a sunny-side-up egg and some noodles. A piece of steak was being popped into someone's mouth. It was Little Bai. She chewed happily. This steak is fire. Lu Yin handed her a napkin. Little Bai, you're a girl. Try to have some manners. Little Bai, her mouth covered in sauce, replied, yeah, but I seriously can't help it. Lu Yin calmly took a bite. Learn from your master. See? He's even calmer than I am. Little Bai noticed Lu Ming. Wait, master looks a bit off. Lu Yin asked. Is the food not to your liking? Lu Ming replied, why does it feel like I'm in a fight? One hand holding a knife, one holding a plate. He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. He thought, holy crap, I'm so hungry I can't even open my eyes. Trapped in the sea cow's belly, he was hallucinating from hunger. Gao Tianling kept calling out, kid, wake up. Lu Ming finally blinked his eyes open. Seeing Gao Tianlong's terrifying form, Lu Ming shrieked, holy crap, a ghost. He panicked, screaming, stay back. Gao Tianling froze for 5 seconds, then snapped irritably, shut up, you're noisy. He made a few quick slashes, amazing Lu Ming. In a split second, the fibers binding him were shredded. Lu Ming gasped though, you're an ally? Gao Tianling barked, quit yapping. The wound is closing, get out now. Lu Ming asked casually, so this monster isn't a cow? Gao Tianling winced. Cows. I hate cows. Seeing his reaction, Lu Ming chuckled. Actually, I don't know either. Everyone says it looks like one. Anyway, it wouldn't stop chasing my friend. Took a lot of effort to blast that hole. Gao Tianling realized, so that moon cloud strike was yours? Lu Ming replied, I don't really know much about Sword Dao. I just watched my sister practice and picked up a few things. Gao Tianling asked, you saw the moon shadow phantom in the Sword Soul realm? Back then, I only managed 11 of the moon wheel's power. Your strike was at least 18. Gao Tianling thought, with this kind of combat talent, it's a crime for him not to study the sword. Then he told Lu Ming, you should learn the way of the sword. Lu Ming thought he was joking. Don't play with me. I know better than anyone if I have talent. Gao Tianling turned away. The results speak for themselves. Lu Ming urged, bro, let's just go. No time to debate whose sword is bigger inside a cow's stomach. Gao Tianling explained, this beast won't let Xiaojing go. The herbal scent on her triggers its nerves. He stared straight ahead. This is my moment to train. I can feel the call. Lu Ming thought, this guy has officially lost his mind. Gao Tianling put a hand on Lu Ming's shoulder. Xiaojing didn't misjudge you. He handed his sword to Lu Ming. Take this Karma Demon blade and follow me. You'll become even stronger. Lu Ming held the sword in shock. Bro, I'm not a pro like you. Gao Tianling coldly pushed Lu Ming away. Leave this cow to me. He shoved Lu Ming toward the exit, shouting, take care of Xiaojing for me. Lu Ming could only gasp, wait. Lu Ming was ejected from the sea cow's belly. Inside, Gao Tianlong's eyes flashed with a new intensity. He flashed back to being a baby in his father's arms, standing before a yin-yang circle for some ritual. His father and a white-haired elder were talking. His father lowered his hood. This is my destiny. Let him grow. Looking at his crying son, he added, his father isn't a demon. To protect what's important, one must give everything. A surge of power erupted in Gao Tianlong's hands. Give me strength, Taowu. At that moment, Lu Ming shot out from the sea cow's belly. Luckily, Lu Ming was caught by a massive foot. It was the beast Gao Xiaojing was riding. Seeing him, Gao Xiaojing cried out, you're okay. Thank God. They immediately made their getaway. But the sea cow was still in hot pursuit. Lu Ming thought, as I suspected, it still locked onto her. The sea cow bared its razor-sharp teeth. This sent Lu Ming and Gao Xiaojing into a state of pure shock. But a split second later, a massive hand shoved the sea cow's jaw, forcing its mouth shut. The monster was completely bewildered. It was Gao Tianling, now massive in size. He was emerging from the wounds in the sea cow's belly, his grip tight around the beast's toothy maw. The group watched in total awe, unable to fathom what they were seeing. Gao Tianling roared furiously at the monster. Stay away from my sister, you beast. Then he called out to Lu Ming. Gao Xiaojing screamed for her brother, tears streaming down her face. Gao Tianling continued his instructions to Lu Ming. Remember this. Half of Gao Tianlong's body that was now being dragged under by the sea cow. He didn't forget to give a hand signal to let everyone know he was okay. A second later, both Gao Tianling and the sea cow vanished beneath the water, creating a massive wake. The sea cow's eyes glowed brightly underwater at first, but after a few gurgling bubbles, the light faded into darkness. The surface returned to a haunting stillness. Lu Ming and Gao Xiaojing finally touched down on solid ground. Lu Ming tried to comfort her. Keep your head up. Your brother wouldn't want to see you broken like this. Meanwhile, Ning Wang, Xiao Qin, Lao Bai, and Wu Hongfei had already gathered on the shore. Ning Wang sneered, look at you guys. You look like ants running around in a hot frying pan. Your 5-star combatants are all down. I'm shocked a little ant like you made it this far. Lao Bai stepped forward, placing a hand on Ning Wang's shoulder. Lao Ning, let me handle this. Gao Xiaojing was fuming, her fists clenched tight. In a state of pure agitation, she channeled all her power into her hands. You bastards. You're the ones who killed my brother. Lu Ming tried to hold her back. Hey, don't lose it. Lao Bai looked at her coldly. Know your place. Immediately, his hand began to transform, and his eyes turned sharper and colder than ever. His hand had turned into a blade-like weapon. He braced himself and lunged forward. Xiao Jing and Lao Bai charged at each other with everything they had. They locked eyes with pure hatred. Die, you piece of trash. Just as they were about to clash, Lu Ming suddenly appeared between them, acting as a human shield. Lao Bai's eyes widened in surprise. His strike had pierced straight into Lu Ming's chest. Gao Xiaojing cried out in terror. Lu Ming. You. Lu Ming, struggling to endure the hit, growled, don't. Let them get to you. Lao Bai said coldly, doesn't matter. One by one, you're all going down anyway. He flashed a twisted smile. I gave you a chance to live, and you blew it. If you're so eager to die, I'll happy to oblige. Lu Ming replied with total confidence. You better stop using your energy, or I'll accidentally suck you dry. Lao Bai panicked, screaming, what the hell? My primal source energy is draining. Ning Wang watched from the side, stunned. Something clicked in his head. So it was back then. Lu Ming had now siphoned a massive amount of energy from Lao Bai. He said confidently, sorry about that. When I was deactivating the balance restriction in the cave, I slipped a little something into the primal source. I didn't want to use it yet, but you practically begged for it. Hearing this from Lu Ming's own mouth, Lao Bai flipped out. What the hell did you do to the primal source? Lu Ming was now overflowing with power. A restriction usually wraps the target, but mine is a bit special. It links inside the target. I call it a counter-restriction. As long as I'm linked to the primal source, I can control you however I want. Lao Bai, completely drained, collapsed to the ground. Ning Wang urge Tiao King. Do something. Help him. She replied coldly. I refuse. This shocked Ning Wang. What? She continued. Cuckoo told me you gave Yeating that weird drug that turned him into a freak. The bird on her head chimed in. He abandoned his teammate. He's trash. Cuckoo. Ning Wang gasped. I thought the sea cow ate you. Lu Ming explained. When I was in its belly, I brought Baldy out with me. Lu Ming smiled. Your little symphony is over. On his command, Lao Bai was forced to attack Ning Wang. Lao Bai yelled, get away from me. I can't control my own body. Back with Lu Yin, the masked hat wearer was blindsided by an attack from behind. The impact was so strong it sent him flying into a cliffside. He tumbled down the cliff and hit the ground, sprawling out. Lu Yin stepped forward, pinning him with her foot. I've been tracking you guys from the waterfall. Take me to your leader. The masked man groaned in agony. Something. Baka. Lu Yin couldn't make it out. Speak human. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light in the distance caught her eye. She recognized it. Moonwheel? That's Lu Ming. Then she noticed something else. The masked man she just beat had slipped away. Lu Yin muttered irritably. He ran? What a coward's move. She thought to herself. Lu Ming's vitals on the tracker looked normal. The sword chi hidden in his body hasn't been triggered yet. I'll let him focus on his training. She turned and walked away. She whispered to herself, these 12 5-star assassins are just the beginning. I'll clear out any distractions for you. Back with Lu Ming, Ning Wang was being pummeled by Lao Bai, unable to fight back. He had been beaten so badly he was coughing up blood. He slumped to the ground. To hell with this counter-restriction. Lao Bai cried out, my body won't listen. Is this kid even a card creator? How does he know Sword Dao, restrictions, arrays, and now this? Lu Ming continued to puppet Lao Bai. You played with that primal source long enough, haven't you? Give it back. I gave you a chance, and you blew it. Lao Bai was forced to hand over the primal source, looking totally miserable, but unable to resist. Looking at the sphere, he saw Ning Wang dropping to his knees. Ning Wang raised his hands in surrender. Lao Bai yin zai, Lao Ning, get up. What are you doing? Ning Wang, desperate to stay alive, shouted back, screw you. I'm not kneeling for you. Ning Wang continued. If you spare me, I can give you intel on this place. Gao Xiaojing warned Lu Ming, don't listen to him. Ning Wang kept begging. Killing me will only cause more trouble. We're just low-level scouts on this island. Lu Ming smiled. Is that so? Fine. But I'm only keeping one of you alive. Whoever kills the other gets to live. The choice is yours. Ning Wang and Lao Bai broke into a cold sweat, fuming. You want us to kill each other? They spat, calling Lu Ming despicable. He replied nonchalantly, I'm being very humane by giving you a choice. Xiao Qin and Gao Xiaojing both watched in silence. Ning Wang gritted his teeth, cursing. Lao Bai yelled, his counter-restriction must have a time limit. Don't fall for it. Just hold on a bit longer, and I can regain control. But Ning Wang had already pulled out his flute, and a sharp blade emerged from the tip. Seeing this, Xiao Qin and Gao Xiaojing were stunned, while Lu Ming flashed a faint smirk. He had probably anticipated that they would turn on each other. A split second later, Ning Wang stabbed his blade deep into Lao Bai's chest. Lao Bai let out an agonized scream. Blood sprayed from his back as he stared back in total disbelief. Ning Wang's strike was so powerful it sent Lao Bai flying backward before he slumped to the ground. Lao Bai was dead, and the energy surrounding Lu Ming instantly vanished. Xiao Qin yelled out in horror. Ning Wang, you didn't even spare your own teammate. Ning Wang gripped his blood-stained flute and laughed chillingly. I don't have teammates who are useless trash. If you can't even control a lousy primal source, you're better off dead. Kid, now that I've destroyed the primal source and the host, your counter-restriction is useless. The primal source energy in Lu Ming's hand gradually faded away. Gao Xiaojing asked worriedly, Lu Ming, did you lose the power of the primal source? Lu Ming looked at Ning Wang and sighed, man, you're way too impatient. Then he flashed a bright grin and added, not really. I just felt like that stuff didn't suit me anyway. Ning Wang was baffled, unable to process what was happening. Lu Ming continued, so I just gave it back to the white-haired guy. Ning Wang couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Lu Ming replied, the person you just stabbed was nothing but a water clone. Ning Wang screamed in a blind rage. You played me? He stared fixated at the water droplet right in front of him. Lao Bai's body slowly returned to its original form. Lu Ming continued, now, I think everyone has seen your true colors. Seeing Lao Bai standing there alive and well, Ning Wang scrambled to explain, Lao Bai, listen to me. Lao Bai's face darkened with pure rage as he gritted his teeth. I trusted you, and you sold me out. He lunged forward and grabbed Ning Wang by the collar. Just as Lao Bai was about to finish Ning Wang off, Lu Ming commanded, stop. Lao Bai froze and turned to look at him in surprise. Lu Ming crossed his arms, looking dead serious. Let him go. Gao Xiaojing was completely confused. Are you kidding me? Let him go. After everything he's put us through, if you let him walk, he'll definitely come back for revenge. Ning Wang's attitude did a total 180 as he let out a cold huff. Don't expect a thank you. Lao Bai snapped back. I never said I was letting you go. But Lu Ming repeated himself from behind. Let him go. Lao Bai was stunned. Lu Ming continued. I didn't say I was giving the primal source back to you. I just haven't taken it back yet. If I hadn't used that water clone to save you, you'd be a corpse right now. I'm a man of my word, so I'm letting him go. Lao Bai finally lowered his hand. Ning Wang sneered. Lao Bai, you really are a loyal dog, aren't you? Lao Bai gritted his teeth. I hope I never see your face again. Ning Wang flashed a devious smirk. Lu Ming, you're going to regret this. Suddenly, an explosion went off. A thick cloud of smoke filled the air. Both Lu Ming and Lao Bai shielded their eyes from the debris. By the time the smoke cleared, Ning Wang had vanished without a trace. Lu Ming coughed a few times. Dramatic exit much? Gao Xiaojing snapped at him. Is now really the time to be a man of your word? Is your brain made of mush? Lu Ming replied, it's fine. It's called having a vision, you know? Lao Bai spoke up. If that's all, can I head out? Xiao Qin also walked toward Lu Ming. Xiao Qin said, you saved Cuckoo, so I guess we're even. Lu Ming replied, I've got something for you. Xiao Qin looked surprised as Lu Ming opened his hand to reveal a blue vial. Lu Ming continued, I snatched this from that flute player earlier. It's exactly what your kidney-deficient friend needs. Take it. Xiao Qin was taken aback. Wait, why are you helping us? Lu Ming smiled. A cute girl like you couldn't possibly be a bad person. That one line hit Xiao Qin right in the feels, and her face turned bright red from shyness. Gao Xiaojing was fuming on the side, her head practically sparking with lightning. What part of her is cute, you idiot? Lu Ming winced slightly, but played it cool. Well, she's definitely cuter than you. Seeing the storm brewing, Lao Bai interjected, it's about to rain. Can I go now? The rain began to pour, and they gathered around a fire inside a cave. Lao Bai gasped in shock after talking to Lu Ming. What? You're saying Lu Yin escaped the water prison ages ago? Lu Ming nodded. Yeah, the seal on that prison was shattered in an instant. Lu Ming recalled the fight between Lao Bai and Lu Yin. Lao Bai muttered, I guess she wasn't even using her full strength against me. Wu Hongfei added, she wasn't using any strength at all. The demoness Lu Yin title isn't just for show. Lao Bai sighed. Bro, can you give me a little credit here? Looking at them talk, Lu Ming's expression grew dark. Gao Xiaojing asked, Lu Ming, what's wrong? Lu Ming exploded in frustration. Holy crap. I went through all that trouble to kidnap these guys to help Lu Yin break the seal, and she already got out on her own. What was that about needing an array master? You gotta be kidding me. They continued their conversation in the cave. So, are you guys in danger now? Hard to say. Lao Bai said, yeah, old Su doesn't give a damn about small fry like us. I don't know much else. Only that there are 6 six-star elders under him who usually stay hidden. We never get to see them. Wu Hongfei was surprised. Those old Su guys? Lu Ming noted coldly, great. A total of 7. Like some kind of twisted Calabash brothers? Xiao Qin spoke up. I just remember old Su being on the island since I was very little. He said he'd help us build up the island. But then bad guys like you showed up, killing, looting, and trashing the island's ecosystem. Gao Xiaojing interjected, wait, we aren't bad guys. We're just here for the trials. Xiao Qin continued. Every outsider who came here under the trial banner before turned out to be bad news. Lao Bai asked. So, people have been here before us? Xiao Qin replied. Every so often, a group arrives and destroys resources. Later, Old Sue trained us to camouflage and set up ambushes to keep outsiders out. Lu Ming looked thoughtful. Sounds to me like this Old Sue guy is playing you. He probably wants the island's resources all to himself. Gao Xiaojing corrected him. It's Old Sue, not Old Man Sue. Lao Bai added, Old Sue brought everyone who came before. I don't know the details. We couldn't even understand them. They just kept saying B-A-C, B-A-C-A, but lately there's been some internal drama over resource distribution. Ning Wang mentioned it, but I didn't ask much. Anyway, why did you let him go? You used that moment of contact to put some kind of tracker on him, didn't you? So you can pinpoint his location? Lu Ming smirked. Busted. You caught me. Lao Bai closed his eyes and gave a slight nod of thanks. I can feel what you're doing with the primal source in me. I'd advise you not to get mixed up in this mess. But thanks for saving me and letting me see his true face. Lu Ming smiled and nodded back. Xiaoqin added me too. Thanks for saving Cuckoo and Yeeting. Here, take this egg. It's a local specialty. She blushed slightly. Lu Ming replied, Oh, thanks. Then Xiaoqin and Yeeting flew off on their mount. She called out, Hope we meet again. From a distance, Lu Yin watched them, thinking not bad. He can handle things on his own now. Then again, I told him to find an array master, and he's out here flirting? Looks like I'll need to give him some special training once this trial is over. Lu Yin punched a tree in frustration, her eyes fixed on two figures in a small boat. But first, I have more important things to do. On the boat were Ning Wang and a rower. They were preparing to leave the island in the middle of the rainstorm. Back with Lu Ming, they were roasting fish in the cave. The smell of grilled fish woke Lu Ming up. Seeing him stir, Xiao Jing called out, You're awake? Have some fish. Lu Ming rubbed his head, dazed. Ugh, how long was I out? About 2 hours. The rain won't let up, she replied. Lu Ming said, We need to move soon. Old Sue will probably send more people. Xiao Jing said, You look so exhausted I didn't want to wake you. Sleep more if you need to. Lu Ming replied, I'm good. Let's plan our next move and figure out how to handle the situation outside. Xiao Jing nodded. Right now, your recovery is the priority. Wu Hongfei held up a piece of fish with a grin. Wifey, have some love grilled fish. I seasoned it with my heart. Before he could finish, Xiao Jing snapped, Are you insane? Who's your wife? I'm not eating that. Wu Hongfei looked like a scolded child, tears welling in his eyes. Immediately, she snatched the fish from his hand and offered it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're still weak. You eat it. Seeing her cold shoulder, Wu Hongfei started weeping, his face pale. Lu Ming broke a sweat, thinking, Do these two have zero sense of danger? Lu Ming handed the fish back to Wu Hongfei. Don't take it to heart, man. You eat it. They say fish is good for the brain. Xiao Jing chimed in, He doesn't have a brain, so it's a waste. Wu Hongfei moped, I'm not in the mood. After the battle, everyone had been separated from their original teams. Lu Yin was missing, and Gao Tianlang was. Xiao Jing's face fell at the mention of her brother. She whispered his name. Lu Ming spoke up, It'll be okay. He placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Your brother gave me instructions before he left. He trusts me, so you should trust me too. I promise I'll. Lu Ming's face was glowing with sincerity, causing Xiao Jing to blush and look away in embarrassment. Wu Hongfei crashed a moment from behind. Yeah, he's even better than your real brother. Greetings, my dear brother-in-law. This comment felt like a dagger to Xiao Jing's head, making her absolutely livid. The rain continued to fall as the storm and lightning intensified. Lu Ming suddenly noticed something was off. Looking outside, the water had risen nearly to the cave entrance. They worried about a flood. Seeing the tide surging, one of them said, We're in a low spot. With the heavy rain and the sea backflow, we have to get to higher ground. Wu Hongfei waited out to scout the situation. The water's rising too fast, he shouted. This cave is going to be underwater soon. Lu Ming looked toward the back of the cave. Follow the mountain path behind us, he called out. Xiao Jing looked up and gasped, It's so high. Suddenly, Lu Ming grabbed her hand. He led her away, saying, There's no other way out. Startled by his quick move, Xiao Jing felt a surge of shyness. This guy, why is he always grabbing my hand without warning? She muttered. It seemed the love bug had finally bitten her. But immediately after, Lu Ming poured cold water on Xiao Jing's hopes. If I didn't hold on to that tiny little body of yours, that you'll get swept away. The water was already waist deep. Xiao Jing shrieked, It's rising so fast. Lu Ming urged. Hurry, use your levitation spell from earlier. Seeing the intimate moment between the two, Wu Hongfei felt a sting of jealousy. He clenched his fists, his face dark with rage. He started bawling, cold rain mixing with his tears. Was it the rain on his face or the storm in his heart? Xiao Jing tried to use her levitation, but failed. It's not working, she cried. The current is too strong. I can't focus my energy. Even if it works, the path ahead is too slippery. One slip and the current will take us down. Lu Ming realized Wu Hongfei was still behind them. Hey, old man, what are you daydreaming about? Xiao Jing added, Wu Hongfei, you're a 5-star, for better or worse. Do something. Wu Hongfei looked down and replied, I have my own principles. I'm tired of being stepped on. Everyone thinks I'm a 5-star loser. I've waited 3 years for these trials. Not just for this one shot. I want to reclaim my glory, not just prove I'm good. As he spoke, he gripped his twin blades. He drew the blades from his back, his aura exploding with intensity. I'm going to take back everything I've lost. With a powerful leap, he swung his blades toward the flood. Lu Ming was baffled. What exactly did this guy lose? Wu Hongfei's blades struck the water, parting the current in two. Lu Ming gasped, whoa, the water around us is boiling. Wu Hongfei turned and said, I might have dropped down a 3-star, but I've still got enough juice to part this tide. Follow me. The thick steam made it impossible for Xiao Jing to see. She shielded her eyes. It's all steam. I can't see a thing. Lu Ming said, Xiao Jing, hop on my back. Turn on your headlights. Wu Hongfei ran ahead, clearing the path with his blades. Lu Ming carried Xiao Jing, and the two used their lights to guide Wu Hongfei. Lu Ming started singing, Forward, sister. Brave the storm. Forward we go. Spotting a cave ahead, Lu Ming shouted, There's a peak up there. Let's go. Meanwhile, at a massive building, the rain was relentless and lightning struck with a thunderous roar. Inside, the voices of 2 women echoed. 3-on-1, and I still clapped him. Does he even know how to play? You've got a 10K gold lead. That's all thanks to my hard farming. Lilbai looked out the window. The rain's getting worse. No sign of it stopping. Master's been gone so long. I hope he's okay. Miss Chiu patted her head. Luyan is with him, don't worry. But the dean mentioned that this trial might have some unexpected developments. Lilbai asked, unexpected? Like dangerous? Miss Chiu held up her phone. Some people showed up who shouldn't be here. This one has a connection to your father. This is Zhang Erliang, a Qing Ming card creator with a twisted personality and 0 morals. Miss Chiu began the story from years ago. In the dean's office, Dean Jiang was chewing out Zhang Erliang. You have the nerve to come back here? Jiang pointed at a file. Look at this. Look at the mess you've made. What do you think card creation is for? Zhang Erliang replied coolly. At least it's not the useless support role they claim it is. Dean Jiang exploded. So that's why you use cards to kill them? Why you use forbidden dark cards and join the dark card syndicate? Zhang Erliang, you're a massive disappointment. Get out. Don't call me your master. And don't call yourself a Qing Ming card creator. Fed up with the scolding, Zhang Erliang shot back, fine. I don't care about your association of losers anyway. He pulled out his name tag and threw it onto the floor. He walked away, leaving a parting threat. Sooner or later, I'll show the world that card creators are not just support classes. His discarded tag lay on the ground. Qing Ming card creator. Back to the present. Ning Wang looked at his reflection in the water and muttered, Jiang Feng, I'll show you. And that brat too. His face was twisted with rage, his wounds bandaged as he soaked in a hot bath. It turned out Zhang Erliang and Ning Wang were the same person. Staring at a flame in his hand, he thought, Lu Ming, you'll all regret this. Someone approached from behind. I heard you got played by a 3-star card creator. Dasuka? Zhang Erliang gasped in shock. Old Su, why are you here in person? He gritted his teeth in frustration. That brat was just a fluke. Give me one more chance. Before he could finish, Old Su interrupted. Rest and heal, Dasuka. As Old Su turned to leave, Zhang Erliang shouted, Old Su, my wounds are healed. I can go anytime. Old Su glanced back. My eyes hurt looking at you. Zhang Erliang realized he was still naked. Sorry. He stammered. Old Su continued walking. Ayan will handle those brats. Zhang Erliang bowed 90 degrees. Understood. Back with Lu Ming's group, Lu Ming shouted, hurry. The cave entrance is just ahead. On the high peaks, it was snowing heavily. They reached the entrance, shivering as the snow piled up. So cold. Xiao Jing puffed. Before them lay a range of snow-capped mountains. Wu Hongfei noted a snow mountain. The temperature here is brutal. His nose was running like a faucet. He was dressed way too lightly for this. Shivering and snotty-nosed, he whined, man, why is this place so cold? Even my Red Lotus fire constitution can't take it. Unlike him, Lu Ming and Xiao Jing were cozy. Ah, so warm. Lu Ming had used a koala heat card he developed for female trial takers. Warm from the inside out, right? Xiao Jing agreed. Yeah, it feels like being in a koala's pouch. Watching them flirt, Wu Hongfei was green with envy. With tears and snot flowing, he thought, if I let this slide, am I even a man? Then he bowed 90 degrees and held out his hand. Give me 10 of those heat cards. Lu Ming replied, 2,000 each. Total 20,000. Xiao Jing asked, are you here for the trial or to start a business? Wu Hongfei turned away, weeping. Stealing my girl. I'll never forgive you. Just wait till I'm warm again. Suddenly, a voice boomed. A swordsman's intent must be absolute. The three were stunned. Who's there? A golden light swirled into a vortex from beneath the ice, cracking the thick surface. Lu Ming noted, there's a lighthouse up ahead. The voice came from there. Suddenly, a gale picked up. Lu Ming grabbed Xiao Jing so she wouldn't get blown away. Where did this wind come from? Through the blizzard, a silhouette appeared. Someone's there, but the snow's too thick to see, Lu Ming said. Wu Hongfei asked, who is it? From the snow, the voice said, 4-star sword path, 7-star sword intent. The old man's face became clear. Lu Ming gasped, you old geezer. What the hell are you doing here? The old man pointed ahead. Cross this path in the shortest time possible. Wu Hongfei was confused. What path? The old man shouted, that one. The three broke into a cold sweat. The ice beneath them shattered into massive chunks. The old man walked onto the path. A miraculous road to the heavens. This is the real trial. Lu Ming wondered, is a sword trial always this dramatic? Why do I need such strong intent? Wu Hongfei suddenly coughed up blood. He put a hand on Lu Ming's shoulder. It's for your own good. At least you can hold your own when you're being bullied. Lu Ming yelled, bro, you're literally spitting blood. Wu Hongfei calmly replied, it's fine. Just gotta endure it. The first time always hurts a bit, you'll get used to it. Behind them, Xiao Jing thought, he can even open this ridiculous path. Why isn't Lu Ming coughing blood? After climbing one step, Lu Ming took a breath. Looking up at the endless staircase, he thought, honing sword intent is a rare chance. This blizzard is packed with it, and it keeps getting stronger. Completing this will definitely boost my mental power. I got a sword core, might as well try. Good for the health, too. Lu Ming started his climb, but he soon felt a crushing weight. Each step became a struggle. Lu Ming thought, this pressure is insane. Wu Hongfei laughed. I get it, youth likes to show off, but know your limits. For a card creator, 2 steps is already impressive. Just as he finished, Wu Hongfei tripped. Looking at the distant goal, Lu Ming thought, the pressure is this bad at the start? I'll be a pancake by the time I reach the top. But the feeling was familiar. Wait, it's like when Mr. Cat smacks my head in the sea of consciousness. Actually, Mr. Cat's paw is even stronger than this sword intent. Honing intent means taking small mental hits so you can recover and grow stronger. No wonder Din Din's charm didn't work on me. It's all thanks to Mr. Cat's tough love. He realized he hadn't seen Mr. Cat since the sea cow's belly. Just as he thought it, Mr. Cat felt a ping. Lu Ming was thinking about him. Mr. Cat was still inside the sea cow's body, having searched for something for a long time. In front of him was a glowing orb. Mr. Cat realized this is the spot. To think of what stone was inside this sea cow. I hope Lu Ming is okay while I recover this. Back with Lu Ming, he was pushing forward with grit. It feels like a total beatdown, but man, it's refreshing. This left Wu Hongfei floored. Suddenly, Lu Ming started sprinting up the steps. Wu Hongfei gasped, what the hell? Is he cheating? How does he recover so fast? Lu Ming thought, better to rip the band-aid off. Let's go all out in one go. Wu Hongfei thought, are you kidding me? This kid is just a 3-star card creator. How am I falling behind a support class? By now, Lu Ming had left Wu Hongfei and Xiao Jing in the dust. Seeing Lu Ming charging ahead, Xiao Jing softly called out his name. Her face was set with determination. She told herself, I'm not losing either. From the mountain peak, a man watched and muttered, this Lu Ming is interesting. Narrowing his eyes, he added that he's about to catch up to the first group. The scene shifted to the gold-toothed young master and Old Nyo. The young master sliced a snowball in half and snapped, Old Nyo, hurry up. Why are you so slow with the defense array? Old Nyo replied, young master, if you hadn't challenged them, we wouldn't be surrounded. He barked back, shut up. How was I supposed to know these snowballs were alive? They were currently swarmed by living snowballs. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had climbed a massive distance, and the top of the tower was finally in sight. Lu Ming kept sprinting up. He thought to himself, phew, the sword intent training on this blizzard path really reinforced my sword core. My body feels lighter by the second. I didn't think I could reach the top floor on pure willpower alone. Finally, Lu Ming made it. He looked back down. The other two were almost there. Xiao Jing was pushing herself to the limit. Lu Ming thought, for an array master like her to endure this, she's definitely got guts. Suddenly, a hand gripped the edge of the platform. Wu Hongfei dragged his exhausted body up. Oh man, finally, made it. Lu Ming was shocked. Bro, are you using your hands and feet now? Wu Hongfei replied, I'm just practicing my climbing. Lu Ming said, save your breath, old man. Don't want you passing out now. Xiao Jing finally reached the top, panting heavily. Wu Hongfei grinned and praised her as expected of my wifey right on my heels. She snapped back, dropped dead. The three entered a cave and looked around. Wu Hongfei noted it was empty, but Lu Ming sensed it was an energy field created by a high-level illusion. Wu Hongfei said, split up and search. Suddenly, Xiao Jing looked up, spotting something. She pointed toward the ceiling. All three looked up to see a swirling vortex. Lu Ming asked in surprise, a wormhole? Peering through the hole, Lu Ming realized, wait, isn't that Zhao Jinshan's group? Old Neo began his defense, chanting under his breath before shouting, Abracadabra. Boom! He successfully deployed a premier defensive array, the tortoise-shell armor. Zhao Jinshan cheered, Old Neo, you're a bit slow, but you're reliable. Old Neo replied, Young master, this array can block physical attack from anyone below 5-star. These snow monsters are 3-star at most. They can't break through. Outside the barrier, the snowballs were enraged and launched a massive swarm attack. Old Neo's eyes flashed. Know your place. He barked. Repel. The snowballs that hit the barrier were instantly blasted away. The snowballs were launched right through the wormhole, falling toward Lu Ming's group. Wu Hongfei and Xiao Jing yelled, watch out. Unlike them, Lu Ming's eyes lit up with fire. I know this feeling. Lu Ming planted his foot, preparing to kick the snowball like a soccer ball. His kick was so powerful the snowball actually started crying from the pain. The snowball flew back into the wormhole. Lu Ming complimented himself. Nice shot. Lu Ming looked like a pro soccer star. He was the striker of his school team back in the day. Wu Hongfei and Xiao Jing cheered wildly from behind. Then, Wu Hongfei grabbed his snowball. What even is this fluffy thing? And why is it falling out of that hole? Xiao Jing hugged one, saying it's actually pretty cute. Lu Ming, however, remained deep in thought. It's a teleportation portal, Lu Ming said clearly. Looks like there's trouble on the other side. That's probably our next trial. On Zhao Jinshan's side, he said, looks like we just need to clear these snowballs to pass the second trial of the blizzard path. Old Neo warned, young master, stay sharp. I feel a massive power approaching. Suddenly, a voice boomed. So you're the ones bullying my little snow babies? Zhao Jinshan and Old Neo turned in shock. A massive beast with icy spikes on its back appeared, wielding a jagged mace. A tiny snowball pointed a finger. King, it's them. The gold-toothed master gasped. Oh, SHD, a snow leopard. Zhao Jinshan turned to Old Neo. Old man, you're getting up there in years. Stand back and let me handle this. Old Neo replied, it's fine, my defense can hold. Just then, a huge crack appeared in the barrier. Old Neo's eyes nearly popped out. The snow leopard had landed a devastating blow with its mace on the barrier. The barrier shattered into pieces. Old Neo immediately backtracked. Young master, you were right. This old man's joints aren't what they used to be. Zhao Jinshan stammered in a rage. He barked at Old Neo. I thought you said it would hold. Old Neo broke into a cold sweat. Young master, something's wrong. My energy is being suppressed by this guy. The Snow Leopard King overheard them. That is my glacier storm. Wherever this blizzard blows, your energy will be frozen until you're drained. The king leaned in with his sharp fangs and massive frame, roaring, stay frozen right where you are. Just as he finished, a tiny snowball smacked into the king. He roared, who dares hit the great king? It was Lu Ming who had just kicked a snowball at him. Lu Ming stood with his foot on another snowball, looking like a total pro. Move over, Messi. Lu Ming is in the house. He crossed his arms confidently. With his foot on the snowball, he asked nonchalantly, was that ball yours? Seeing Lu Ming's swagger, Wu Hongfei face-planted into the snow. The scene shifted to Lu Yen. A ninja-like figure pointed at a circle on a map. He was ordered, search everything. Dado. The ninja replied, Rosu. Understood. He then commanded his subordinates, Ikuzo. Let's go. The ninjas moved out, leaping from branch to branch. They reached a waterfall. They immediately moved to enter the waterfall. They began diving into the water one after another. 4 of them were now in the water, facing Lu Yen. Lu Yen created a massive water orb to attack. The ninjas closed in on her position. Lu Yan's eyes snapped open, glowing with purple light. The orb in front of the ninjas released a massive energy burst, blasting them all back. The ninjas were sent flying toward a mountain cave, falling from a great height. Another group of ninjas watched in disbelief as their comrades hit the ground. One gasped, Nanny. What? Then, Lu Yen gracefully appeared before the remaining ninjas. Lu Yen coldly flicked her wrist. Lu Yen's flick of her wrist sent a volley of flying swords straight at the ninja squad, catching them completely off guard. Following that, a surge of power erupted, instantly taking out the remaining ninjas. That single strike from Lu Yen triggered a massive explosion. The lone surviving ninja was so terrified he practically pissed his pants. The scene shifts to a Japanese-style house, where a voice screams, Bakayaro, meaning you damn idiot. Old Su slammed his hand onto the table in a blind rage. You're all a bunch of losers. He barked. You can't even take down one girl? Are you guys just decorative? The ninja who returned to report could only kneel before Old Su, head bowed in silence. He stammered, Susama Mason, meaning I'm so sorry. Old Su was losing his mind, his fists clenched tight. He then issued a command. Summon the 6 great masters. Move out immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Yen had already closed in on Old Su's location. Watching from afar, she thought to herself, I have zero clue what the hell these people are saying. Suddenly, a notification sound chirped. Lu Yen looked down. A small bot reported to her. Master is currently playing soccer. Lu Yen asked in disbelief, Soccer? For real? Back to Lu Ming, who is currently juggling a little snowball on his thigh. The Leopard King roared in fury. You're using my snow baby as a soccer ball? The king grabbed his weapon, screaming unforgivable. Old Nyo warned, Young master, this is bad. The monster's triggered. Zhao Jinshan barked, Kid, did you do that on purpose? Lu Ming just kept juggling the snowball with ease. After showing off some sick skills, Lu Ming confidently challenged him. If you can even touch the ball under my feet, I'll count it as a loss. Come at me. Zhao Jinshan gasped. Has he lost his mind? The fierce Leopard King charged at Lu Ming, swinging his weapon down with a roar. Die. Lu Ming smirked, expertly controlling the snowball with his feet. Look at those moves. Is he messy or what? No matter how hard the Leopard King tried, he couldn't even graze the ball. Zhao Jinshan and Old Nyo watched with their jaws on the floor. His ball control is insane. They praised. Xiao Jing shouted from behind, Stop staring. I'm defrosting you too. Behind her, Wu Hongfei complained. Why am I the one pushing this thing? Once thawed, Old Nyo said, Oh, 2 guys. Where's Lu Yen? And Gao Tianling? Xiao Jing replied. No time to explain. Lu Ming can't hold him off alone for long. Let's go help him. Old Nyo turned to the gold-toothed young master. Young master, we should team up. I still haven't figured out the mechanics of this 4th mountain range. Zhao Jinshan snapped back. Are you kidding? Zhao Jinshan, would never team up with these nobodies. Xiao Jing barked back. We just saved your life. The young master sneered. Did I ask you to? You 3-star trash are just trying to ride my coattails. Wu Hongfei fumed in the back. Who you calling 3-star trash? Zhao Jinshan mocked. Oh, sorry. 1 5-star loser too. Xiao Jing snapped. You're such a... Before she could finish, her eyes went wide. A snowball was rocketing toward them from above. The ball. She shrieked. Old Nyo yelled, Young master, move. The snowball flying at them was actually a stray shot from Lu Ming's accident. Lu Ming winced. Whoops. Missed my mark. The snowball was instantly flattened by the hands of a tomb warrior. The tomb warrior asked in confusion, Wait, what's with the Snow White? This question left the 4 bystanders feeling awkward. Old Nyo and Zhao Jinshan immediately started walking away. Yeah, we're not with them, Zhao Jinshan muttered. Seeing the little snowball flatten like a pancake, the Leopard King roared, My child. A system notification blared. Snow King enraged. 4th mountain trial, Frozen Blade Dance, officially started. Ice swords began raining from the sky. The group panicked. What kind of game is this? The system continued. Dodge the 4th mountain. Gather more sword chi. Defeat the Snow King. The ice blades continued to rain down. The blades slammed into the ground. All 4 of them scrambled to dodge. Wu Hongfei wondered, Gather? Does that mean? He immediately used his red lotus dual strike on the ice swords, shocking Xiao Jing. After shattering an ice blade, Wu Hongfei cheered, Aha! Breaking the ice blades gives you sword chi to boost your sword core. Wu Hongfei laughed out loud. Frozen Blade Dance? More like free loot falling from the sky. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jinshan smirked. This old moon shadow geezer is generous. I like his style. Old Nyo warned, Young master, I don't think it's that simple. Let's observe first. But Zhao Jinshan wasn't the type to listen. He lunged forward to smash more ice blades. Observe what? I'm the man taking first place. Lu Ming thought to himself. Free handouts from the sky? No way. This big cat might look dumb, but he's not giving things away for free. Besides, no ice blades are falling near him. They're all dropping in a circular pattern around the perimeter. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an epiphany. He looked up at the raining ice blades and thought, could it be? Lu Ming recalled a soccer match he watched once. Poison Thorn passed the ball to DeLong for a direct shot at the goal. The crowd roared as the national team moved to the next round, winning by 5 goals. Lu Ming was impressed. Sick play, Dad. Then he asked, how do you know Poison Thorn would pass, and he'd take that long shot? Lu Ming's father explained, Xiao Ming, a true master doesn't just look at a single tree. Lu Ming replied, so, 2 trees? No, the whole forest. Back to the present, the ice blades were raining down so thick they were boxing Lu Ming in. Lu Ming panicked slightly. Damn it. After the sword chi is drained, these blades turn into stone pillars. The more they fall, the less room I have to move. He's trying to cage us. Lu Ming turned toward Wu Hongfei and Zhao Jinshan and barked, You 2 idiots. Stop siphoning energy and get over here. It's a trap. Help me break this formation. Because they were so far away, Wu Hongfei and Zhao Jinshan couldn't hear him. Wu Hongfei wondered, What's he yelling about? Zhao Jinshan sneered. He probably can't get any sword chi over there, so he's just venting like a sore loser. Wu Hongfei pointed his blade at Zhao Jinshan. Back off, kid. You're on my turf. Zhao Jinshan snapped back. Who said this was your turf? Wait, why are the ice blades turning into a stone forest? The Leopard King smirked. Heh. Go ahead, keep siphoning. The more you take, the more you'll have to give back to your king in the end. Huh, I don't even need to wait for 100 power. You're too weak. The Leopard King suddenly doubled in size, entering a berserk state. Lu Ming gasped. Holy crap. He's buffing up? He's twice as big now. Xiao Jing watched from a distance, sensing the danger. This is bad. The Snow King is about to strike. We have to help. When no one answered, she shot a glare toward Wu Hongfei and Zhao Jinshan. They were both trapped inside the stone pillars. Wu Hongfei wailed, these rocks are too hard. I can't get out. Wifey, save me. Zhao Jinshan cried. Old Nio, do something. Old Nio, outside the pillars, replied, young master, give me a second. Xiao Jing screamed. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Outside, the Leopard King raised his arms and roared, die. He swung a massive hammer at Lu Ming, who barely managed to dodge. Meanwhile, more ice blades rained from the sky. Wu Hongfei and Zhao Jinshan were struggling to hold their ground. Wu Hongfei yelled, the AoE damage on this is insane. Old Nio groaned, my tortoiseshell armor can't even hold it back. Xiao Jing was also fighting to stay upright. She thought, we're this far from impact and can barely handle it. How is Lu Ming? Lu Ming suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The shockwave from the Leopard King's hammer sent Lu Ming flying through the air. He slammed hard into an ice blade. If it hadn't stopped his momentum, he would have been tossed into oblivion. Facing the Snow King's overwhelming power, Lu Ming muttered, I'm almost completely surrounded. He thought, he's literally pulling a pincer move on me from inside and out. A man watching from above saw the whole thing. He sighed in disappointment. It's over. Just another boring group of failures. An old man with silver hair and a beard appeared beside him. You're the one who turned our heritage into this mess. That's so, of course it's interesting. The old man then walked away. The man began to dissolve into mist. Old man, this is a trial, not child's play. With that, he vanished. Back to Lu Ming's group. Suddenly, a sword was tossed high into the air, spinning rapidly. Lu Ming yelled, War God, catch! The War God McLaren quickly snatched the sword. Xiao Jing recognized it instantly. It was her brother's Karma demon sword. McLaren raised the blade and roared. It's time for a real pro gamer move. McLaren gripped the Karma demon sword, radiating intense energy. The Leopard King froze in shock, eyes wide. Is that War God McLaren? McLaren stroked the blade. Nice sword. Xiao Jing screamed, that's my brother's sword. While Wu Hongfei cursed, damn it, what's that guy planning? McLaren dragged the tip of the blade through the white snow. He roared, War God attack. He used the sword like a paddle, pushing himself and his cart across the ice. He yelled in excitement, so fast. It's so smooth. Wu Hongfei face-bombed. So, it's just a paddle? Xiao Jing nearly spit out her water in frustration. McLaren closed the gap with the Leopard King. The king roared in fury, are you mocking me? He brought his hammer down with a thunderous strike on McLaren. You're dead. The shopping cart McLaren was riding was crushed into scrap metal, but McLaren himself was nowhere to be found. The Leopard King growled, slamming his hammer against his palm. You're the one who turned my son into snowballs. A voice spoke from behind him, making him jump. Lu Ming was standing right on the king's tail. Lu Ming had transformed, now clad in a suit of armor. He challenged him, let's go a few rounds, you and me. Before he could finish, the king stammered, what now? The little bot watching from afar quickly reported to Lu Yen. Master has transformed. Should I intervene? Lu Yen replied, no, let's see where this goes. The bot obeyed. Understood. Lu Yen watched the screen with a smirk. Interesting. The Leopard King exploded in rage. How dare you? How dare you step on my tail? He swung his hammer at Lu Ming with everything he had. But he missed Lu Ming and smashed his own tail instead. His tail swelled up, turning bright red and throbbing with pain. He clutched it, howling at the sky, my tail. Lu Ming reached for the sword on his back. Seeing the moonlight, Lu Ming realized this is it. The perfect opening. He raised his sword, creating a massive, glowing disc. He thought, it's my first time using a sword, but Tianlong's move should be more than enough. The four others below looked up in awe. What kind of move is that? Then Lu Ming lunged. Lu Ming unleashed a devastating dark moonlight wheel strike directly at the Leopard King. The Snow King remained overconfident and sneered. A lowlife like you're trying to flex on a master? Don't make me laugh. The Snow King used his Glacier Blizzard technique. A massive wall of ice formed instantly in front of him, blocking Lu Ming's powerful dark moonlight wheel. However, The sheer force of Lu Ming's attack was so overwhelming it immediately shattered the ice surrounding the Snow King's defense. The Snow King was livid, baring his razor-sharp fangs as he let out a roar. Seeing this, Lu Ming laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The Snow King continued to struggle against the force. That move of yours has some serious destructive power, but unfortunately. He screamed, "Don't forget, this is my turf." He laughed manically and poured all his energy into the technique. Suddenly, Lu Ming's incoming energy wave was frozen solid. Lu Ming was completely taken aback. A thick, jagged layer of ice surged toward Lu Ming in an instant. He only had time to let out a cold grunt before his entire body was encased in ice. Wu Hongfei watched through a gap and noted, "He's toast." Zhao Jinshan added, "The Snow King's hammer can absorb frozen opponents." Didn't that kid see that coming? Talk about a total rookie. Gao Xiaojing looked up in worry, softly whispering, "Lu Ming." The Snow King flashed a smug grin. With a snap of his fingers, the ice sphere containing Lu Ming shattered into pieces in midair. Watching the shards of ice rain down to the ground, the Snow King laughed with satisfaction. He hoisted his hammer onto his shoulder, gloating, "Think you can mess with me? You're kidding. Wait, he's dead, right?" But the Snow King's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stammered, How are you?" as he saw Lu Ming standing there perfectly fine. Lu Ming held a card in his hand and flashed a confident smile. "Why do I feel like we're just getting started?" He couldn't believe his eyes and roared, "How is this possible? I clearly froze you." Looking at the shattered ice on the ground containing the image of the war god, Lu Ming explained, "I canceled diffusion and separated from the war god earlier. So freezing me was useless." Sigh. Hearing this, the Snow King was consumed by rage. The Snow King's eyes flared with anger. "You little brat. Let's see how you dodge this time." Lu Ming held his card with absolute confidence. "Who said I was planning on dodging?" The Snow King and the other four were stunned by his words. Lu Ming then launched his attack against the Snow King. A massive surge of energy erupted. The force was so intense that Wu Hongfei and Zhao Jinshan had to shield their eyes from the flying debris. The energy beam tore straight through everything in its path. The Snow King's vision began to blur. He started to stumble and sway. A second later, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Lu Ming's strike had pierced straight through the Snow King's gut and cleared out the forest of ice blades behind him, creating a massive hall. Amidst the shattered ice, a hand reached out. It was Wu Hongfei. He crawled out to the surface, gasping for air. "I am alive." Zhao Jinshan was baffled. Wasn't that Lu Yan's cloud-breaking slash? How can a card creator use that? Old Neo replied, "Young master, it seems this Lu Ming guy is the real deal." Zhao Jinshan let out a cold huff. He looked at Lu Ming with pure disdain. He's probably just piggybacking off his sister's power. Lu Ming stood there observing, feeling something was off. The Snow King is down, so why hasn't the area cleared yet? Behind him, Gao Xiaojing yelled, "Lu Ming," making him jump and turn around. Gao Xiaojing leaned over, huffing and sweating. "You're okay. Thank God." Lu Ming scratched his head and smiled. Thanks for caring." Gao Xiaojing turned red and yelled, "Who cares about you? My brother's sword is still with you. I was just afraid you'd lose it. Stop being so full of yourself. And what's with that look?" Despite her words, her blushing face gave her away. Lu Ming just smirked. Right. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground. The ice beneath their feet began to crack. Lu Ming grabbed Gao Xiaojing's hand. "Hang on tight." The shaking stopped. Lu Ming wondered, what was that? An earthquake? He was still gripping Gao Xiaojing's hand, making her blush furiously. Suddenly, ice blades began raining down from the sky, once more, pinning into the ground. A system announcement blared. Snow King defeated. Frozen Blade Dance is spinning out of control. Entering final phase. Lu Ming and Gao Xiaojing started running. Final phase? The system continued. The blade forest is thickening. Find the exit before you're consumed by the forest. Zhao Jinshan and Old Neo looked up. How are we supposed to find an exit in this mess? Old Neo added, "Young master, there are too many. My tortoise shell can't hold much longer." Wu Hongfei was hacking away at the ice blades with his sabers, but no matter how many he cut, they kept coming. He cursed, "Damn it. Even a god couldn't chop through all of these." Suddenly, a loud sound echoed through the blade forest. Wu Hongfei picked his ear in confusion. Was that a cow? Old Neo quickly chimed in, "It wasn't me." Zhao Jinshan said, "I think I heard a cow too." Looking ahead, Wu Hongfei noted, "Looks like something's going down up there." In front of them, massive silhouettes with long horns appeared. 3 bulls emerged, using their weapons to smash everything in sight. Zhao Jinshan's eyes went wide as he turned to run. What the hell are those? I'm going home. Screw this. Lu Ming watched from a distance and let out a small tch. Lu Ming was deep in thought. I really didn't want to use the Chi Tian card again, but I don't have anything else suitable right now. but destroying the swords yields sword chi. Theoretically, the Chi Tian squad can just keep demolishing everything. Yeah, let's let them cook. While he was lost in thought, Xiao Jing called out, "Hey Lu Ming." Her face was dark, and she was sweating. "I gotta say, you're being a bit much." Lu Ming was confused. "Huh?" Xiao Jing continued. "The trial was just to find the exit, so what's with you leveling the entire fourth mountain?" "The fourth mountain is literally the fourth plane now." Then a voice called out, "Wake up!" Young Master Zhao Jinshan slowly opened his eyes to see old Neo and Lu Ming standing over him. Waking up groggy, Zhao Jinshan rubbed his head. Old Neo said joyfully, "Young Master is awake. Master Lu's medicine is straight-up magic." Lu Ming replied, "Glad you're okay." Lu Ming turned to Wu Hongfei and Xiao Jing. "Boss Xiao is up. Let's finish this and find the goal." Xiao Jing crossed her arms. "You made a pretty penny off this, didn't you?" Old Neo told Zhao Jinshan, "Young Master, a bull stepped on your head." Luckily, Master Lu had that miracle cure. Zhao Jinshan looked dazed. "Who am I? Where am I?" The three in the back were stunned. Old Neo, the most worried of all, grabbed Zhao Jinshan's shoulders and shook him violently. "Young Master, you can't lose your memory. I haven't been paid for last year yet. Plus, that medicine just cost 888,000, and I covered it for you." The shaking worked. Zhao Jinshan remembered. "I'm at the fourth mountain of the Moon Shadow Trials." He looked around and muttered, "The mountain." He gasped, "Where's the mountain?" Lu Ming looked a bit awkward and started to explain, but then just said, "Never mind." The fourth mountain was now officially the fourth plane. Lu Yin facepalmed, muttering to herself, "He really did wreck the whole place." The system announced, "Trial of the fourth mountain concluded. The winner stepped forward to receive the Moon Shadow's blessing." Xiao Jing pointed toward a beam of light. "That must be the finish line." Zhao Jinshan and Wu Hongfei sprinted toward the light. Zhao Jinshan laughed. "First place is mine." Wu Hongfei countered, "Dream on. I gathered way more sword chi than you." The three behind them just stood there for 5 seconds. Lu Ming said, "The second people hear blessing, they're suddenly full of life." Xiao Jing urged, "Let's hurry up too." Wu Hongfei and Zhao Jinshan reached the end and shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible?" A stone tablet at the goal showed. First place, Lu Ming. Second place, everyone else. Zhao Jinshan and Wu Hongfei were fuming. Is this a joke? Lu Ming is first, and everyone else is just others? What kind of half-assed ranking is this? The system announced, "Congratulations, trialist Lu Ming. You have received the 5-star artifact, Glacier Storm Hammer." As the hammer appeared, they all gasped. That was the Snow King's hammer. That a 5-star god-tier weapon. Lu Ming just blinked. "Oh, okay. Not bad." Zhao Jinshan hugged the stone tablet and cursed. "Damn it. Did Old Man Moon Shadow lose his mind? How does a card creator win a sword trial?" Then the text updated. Lu Ming collected 99 of the sword chi. Zhao Jinshan was speechless. Wu Hongfei spoke up, "I'm salty, but congrats, brother-in-law." Lu Ming replied, "Thanks for letting me win, guys." Zhao Jinshan's face turned black with rage. "Hold your horses." He continued, "This is a swordsman legacy. Why let a card creator take first? You clearly cheated. Or maybe Lu Yin is hiding somewhere helping you." Wu Hongfei sighed. "Zhao Jinshan, the rankings are set. If you're mad, settle it in the next round. Once we're out, we still have to follow the rules." Zhao Jinshan got even angrier at the mention of rules. "Rules." With a vicious look, he drew his sword. "My rules are the only rules. Anyone got a problem? One-on-one me." Onyo also started powering up. Xiao Jing asked, "Are you guys trying to rob him of the hammer?" Lu Ming glanced at them, thinking, this boss Xiao is way too competitive. Lu Ming spoke up, "Boss Xiao, let's talk this out. It's just a hammer. Let's not ruin the vibe. A lowly card creator like me doesn't deserve first place anyway." The system clearly glitched. "But we should think about Moon Shadow's reputation, right?" Lu Ming covered his mouth and whispered to Zhao Jinshan, "Fair competition. Save the environment." Meanwhile, his other hand held out his phone with a QR code on the screen. Zhao Jinshan brightened up. "Exactly. Master Lu, you really know how to play the game." He put an arm around Lu Ming and ordered, "Old Neo, transfer 5 million." Lu Ming looked at his phone and smirked. "Wow, Boss Zhao, you really are generous." Feeling flattered, Zhao Jinshan added, "Make it 5.5 million. Zhao Jinshan happily took the hammer while Lu Ming bowed. "Thank you, Boss Xiao." Xiao Jing exploded. "Lu Ming, you're so shallow. That hammer could boost sword chi for all 4 ranges." Lu Ming didn't care. He replied coldly, "It's called vision, sis. You wouldn't get it." Xiao Jing snapped, "Vision my ass." Zhao Jinshan played with the hammer in his hand, feeling great. Lu Ming wore a smug grin. There was a crescent moon symbol on the stone tablet. Looking closely at the symbol, Old Neo realized something. He immediately shouted to stop him, "Young master, wait." Too late. Zhao Jinshan was instantly fried by an electric shock. Lu Ming wasn't surprised at all, unlike Wu Hongfei and Xiao Jing. Old Niu pointed at Lu Ming. Did you do this on purpose? Lu Ming deadpanned, huh? I thought everyone read the rules. Wu Hongfei asked, rules? What rules? Lu Ming pointed to the fine print on the tablet. Violations result in an Oscar-worthy electric shock. Old Niu cursed, damn it. That font is tiny. He looked at his master. Young master's about to be fried to a crisp. Holy SHD. Old Niu pressed his hands together. He begged. I'm begging you, Master Lu. Save my master. Only you can take that hammer back. Lu Ming sighed. He raised his hand and said, all right, for your sake, I'll give it a shot. Wu Hongfei and Gao Xiaojing watched closely. Old Niu looked up, eyeing Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out his hand to grab the hammer. The hammer began to spin rapidly. A split second later, Lu Ming had the hammer firmly in his grip. The system announcement chimed. Congratulations, trialist Lu Ming, on obtaining the Warhammer. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened as he stared directly at the weapon. The hammer began to radiate a surge of energy. The force of this energy lifted Lu Ming high into the air. Lu Ming's eyes glowed, and the original card, his chest, began to fluctuate violently. Countless invisible swords started rushing toward Lu Ming's original card. Lu Ming cried out in pain as the sheer volume of energy hit him. A massive amount of sword intent gathered around his card. Lu Ming gasped in shock. My original card. Inside his sea of consciousness, Mr. Cat spoke up. It's syncing with the sword core. Lu Ming had successfully activated the swordsman original card, gathering enough sword chi to cultivate a 5-star level. It just so happened to perfectly merge with Mr. Cat's lightning original card. Witnessing Lu Ming's original card glowing with such intensity, Mr. Cat couldn't fathom what the kid had gone through while he was away. Lu Ming called out, Mr. Cat. The cat looked back at him. Lu Ming hugged Mr. Cat emotionally. You're finally back. Do you have any idea how much I suffered without you? Mr. Cat remained his usual self, using his sharp claws to leave a few fresh scratch marks on Lu Ming's face. That sea monster earlier had a 5-star with spirit seed inside. I just took a little extra time there, Mr. Cat explained. Lu Ming savored the familiar sting of the scratches with tears in his eyes. He asked Mr. Cat, you chased me all the way from that ocean? That was fast. As expected of Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat recounted how he swam to shore. Once I hit land, it was all flat ground. I walked a few steps and found you. Lu Ming listened intently, but the story wasn't funny at all. Having said his piece, Mr. Cat flopped down on the floor and told Lu Ming he was exhausted and not to bother him. Some time passed before a voice called out, and Lu Ming woke up. It seemed he had been out for quite a while. Lu Ming stood up to find Xiao Jing and Wu Hongfei standing beside him. Xiao Jing said, you're finally awake. I thought you'd been zapped into a vegetable. Lu Ming sat up, rubbing his head. Where's the hammer? Xiao Jing told him it had turned into sword chi, flowed into his body, and vanished. Suddenly, he looked to his right and jumped, seeing Old Niu and Zhao Jinshan. Zhao Jinshan was passed out on top of Old Niu. Lu Ming asked, what's with this setup? Old Niu snapped, isn't this all your fault? A wheelchair stood ready. The shopping cart from before had been smashed, so it was rebuilt into a wheelchair. It was a pretty flashy wheelchair at that. Zhao Jinshan was lifted into the chair. Lu Ming acted cool, saying, keep the money. Consider the work a settlement for him. Old Niu thanked him while Hongfei praised his craftsmanship. All right, squad. Moving out to the 5th mountain. Outside, the blizzard was gloomy, but they spotted a light ahead. The exit was close. Suddenly, lightning began to strike. Wu Hongfei cursed, damn it. First a blizzard, now lightning? Not only were there lightning strikes, but the ground beneath them cracked open, revealing molten lava. What is this? Heaven's thunder meets hell's fire? Lu Ming and Wu Hongfei wondered. As Old Niu, Xiao Jing, and Jinshan moved forward, Hongfei asked, how are we supposed to cross this? Xiao Jing teased Lu Ming. You got first place in the last round. Why aren't you taking the lead now? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, you kidding? Since when does first place have to be the guinea pig? Wu Hongfei clenched his fists, eyes tearing up. This was the opening he wanted. Finally, my time to shine. Hongfei leaped into the air. Xiao Jing and Lu Ming looked up, following his movement. Hongfei didn't forget to yell to Xiao Jing, watch closely, wifey. See who the real man is. He flew straight into the lightning bolts above. There was a thunderous boom and a massive explosion. Xiao Jing and Lu Ming had to shield their eyes from the blinding flash. Hongfei fell flat on the ground, literally smoking and charred black. He croaked out, these bolts. They can suppress energy to boost cultivation. Lu Ming replied, bro, we could see that without you telling us. Old Niu disagreed, while Zhao Jinshan remained unconscious in his chair. The old man explained that back when he was a scrawny youth, he specifically studied lightning. He said lightning is divided into yin and yang poles. The yang pole is the golden sunflower kidney chi lightning, which is tree-shaped and mostly cold-colored. This red kind we're seeing is the six-flavor Rehmannia earth lightning. Its path is scattered and erratic. Red sparks appeared in his hand. A swordsman's primary attribute is yang. But most support roles have yin-heavy, weak constitutions. He channeled his power and began to float. Lightning swirled around him. This is a gift from the heavens. Old Neo roared as small sparks flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, acting all shy and dainty. Lu Ming cringed. This guy's doing way too much. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jing turned and walked toward Old Neo. Xiao Jing was also getting swept up by the lightning, letting out a soft moan of pain. Lu Ming covered his ears in a panic. What the hell is that sound? Is that supposed to be a groan? Seeing this, Hong Fei chased after her, yelling, "Wifey, wait for me." Lu Ming realized everyone was acting weird. Something was definitely wrong with the fifth mountain. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Jinshan roared, "Get down there." Lu Ming instinctively turned around. That snake Zhao Jinshan had been awake the whole time. He kicked Lu Ming right into the swarm of red lightning. Lu Ming thought he was paralyzed, but Zhao Jinshan barked. "Who says I can't act? You scammed me out of my money. Now let the lightning fry you to death." Kicked from behind, Lu Ming fell into a free fall, screaming in terror. His eyes snapped wide, crackling with electrical sparks. Within the light, his original card emerged. Lu Ming's original card flared with lightning, making a deafening noise. Inside, Mr. Cat was still trying to nap. Mr. Cat peeked one eye open. Too noisy. Yellow lightning swirled around the original card. Mr. Cat sat up and opened his mouth, starting to suck in the lightning bolts. The lightning diminished as it flowed into Mr. Cat's mouth. After devouring a massive amount, he let out a loud burp, licking his chops with satisfaction. Lu Ming felt the danger pass. For a second there, when the lightning hit, that it felt like his original card was going to shatter. Then the feeling vanished. "Mr. Cat, did you eat that?" Mr. Cat, just deadpan, "Keep going. Use your card to absorb the lightning energy." Meanwhile, Old Neo was still siphoning energy like a madman. Old Neo laughed gleefully after absorbing the lightning. This time, first place belongs to this old man. Lu Ming walked up and said, "Excuse me, comrade. Make way, please." He tossed his original card into the air, activating its lightning absorption mode. The lightning here was intense. He told everyone to watch out so they wouldn't get hit, then stood there with his hands on his hips. Old Neo panicked and cursed. "What the hell? You're using your card as a lightning rod. Is a card creator's card really that sturdy?" Lu Ming grinned. "Sorry, maybe my card just isn't that sensitive." Old Neo's eyes nearly popped out. "No way. Did you soak that in the legendary thunder with solution to be immune to lightning?" Lu Ming put a hand on Old Neo's shoulder. "Never heard of it. As for being immune, why don't you see for yourself?" Suddenly, the old man got zapped hard. With his hair standing on end, he collapsed. Lu Ming asked, "So was I immune?" The ground was cracked and glowing with lava, but everyone seemed to be walking fine. Zhao Jinshan stood nearby, screaming, "How did you paralyze Old Neo? He's a 5-star shaman." Zhao Jinshan cried out. This made no sense. His swordsmanship wasn't as good as Lu Yan's, and now his sword core wasn't even as tough as Lu Ming's card. "I won't accept this," he roared. Hong Fei seemed to feel the same way. Both of them charged forward. "We can't let the swordsman class lose face. We won't lose to a card creator." The two idiots charged at Lu Ming with fire in their eyes, but boom! The lightning blasted both of them backward. Lu Ming said nonchalantly, "You guys should lower the volume on your battle cries." Xiao Jing added, "Seriously, you're annoying as hell." The two charred. Smoking guys apologized profusely. Standing behind Lu Ming, Xiao Jing realized this lightning training had boosted her array source significantly. She had to push through to the end to prove herself. "Even if I don't get first, I have to take second place. Brother, I won't let you down," she thought, remembering him. Lu Ming spotted the finish line up ahead. The group in front hadn't even made it halfway. Luckily, Mr. Cat had returned. Mr. Cat kept demanding more. After absorbing so much energy, Mr. Cat had become so fat he couldn't even stand, yet he still told Lu Ming to keep going. Lu Ming was horrified. "Did you change species? You're a total unit now, and you still want to eat more?" Lu Ming rubbed his head in frustration. The problem was his own electrical charge was tapped out. Then he had an idea. "Wait, I can just borrow someone else's." He looked at Xiao Jing walking behind him. She was struggling, but persevering through the lightning strikes. He was impressed a girl like her could last this long. Lu Ming reached out his hand. "Come on, I'll give you a lift." Xiao Jing was dazed for a moment. He asked, "Don't you want to get stronger?" Xiao Jing looked a bit shy. As they held hands, it worked. With two people holding hands, the electrical intake was even stronger, plenty for Mr. Cat to feast on. Lu Ming was hyped. Xiao Jing, on the other hand, thought he was taking on double the lightning just to lead her. She noticed he seemed really happy about it. The red lightning bolts even flickered into the shape of a heart, swirling around the two of them. In the distance, Wu Hongfei and Zhao Jinshan watched dazed as the two walked away holding hands. Those two wailed in despair. Why? Old Neo, standing behind them, decided to give it to them straight. The 6-flavor Rehmannia lightning is a terrible match for swordsman cultivation. The more you resist, the more it wrecks your sword core. The two stubborn idiots still talked big, refusing to back down. If we show fear here, it's a disgrace to all swordsmen. Jinshan barked, while Hongfei was just salty that Lu Ming was stealing his girl. Elsewhere, Lu Yen was tracking the progress via screen. She watched the area where the lightning was striking, then shut the display. Her gaze turned chilling. The fireworks have all been set off. Lu Yen muttered before gliding away on her sword. Back with Lu Ming. He was still holding Xiao Jing's hand. She was let out a soft groan, seemingly reaching her absolute limit. But that wasn't it. Xiao Jing had actually broken through her ceiling. She had reached 4-star. Lu Ming was genuinely surprised. Whoa, nice. He congratulated Xiao Jing on hitting 4-star, which made her face turn bright red. She seemed completely drained and collapsed. Lu Ming panicked and lunged to catch her. Luckily, Lu Ming managed to break her fall. He checked on her. You okay? She seemed fine, though she felt incredibly shy seeing him worry about her. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was actually worried she had to keep going until the end. If she didn't, Mr. Cat wouldn't get enough energy and would probably scratch him to death. A congratulatory announcement rang out. Trialist Gao Xiaojing takes first place in the support group for the 5th mountain. Second place, Lu Ming. Third place, Neo Hating. Old Neo stood behind them, clapping in total respect. Major props, major props. He said Master Lu was a real man for letting a lady take the top spot. Lu Ming replied that he didn't really care who was first or second. He wasn't into chasing rankings. In reality, when he caught Xiao Jing, her upper body had crossed the finish line first, giving her the win. He thought, if I knew, I would have changed positions. But it was fine, since this round didn't have any special rewards for first place anyway. Zhao Jinshan and Wu Hongfei finally caught up to the three of them. He grumbled, what the hell is a support group ranking? What about us swordsmen? Both of them looked haggard, exhausted, and completely spent. Hongfei croaked, man finally made it to the end. Old Neo remained blunt as ever. Damn, did you two really use your sword cores to tank the lightning the whole way? He asked Zhao Jinshan. Young master, I told you from start. The 6-flavor Rehmannia lightning is Yang attribute. It's a bad fit for swordsmen. Lu Ming chimed in. Exactly. The 5th mountain is a dual test. You swordsmen were supposed to dodge the lightning and lava to test your mobility, vision, and reaction speed. Young Master Jinshan snapped. You dare lecture me? Your support group can tank lightning, but we can't? No freaking way. Before he could finish, he got zapped by a bolt again. His limbs went limp as another announcement rang out. Swordsman group rankings for the 5th mountain updated. First place, Wang Heian. Second place, others. Zhao Jinshan crawled to the finish line, wailing, why my others again? He didn't even get a name drop. Old Neo helped him up, comforting him, young master, don't get worked up. Your sword core is weak right now. You need to rest. He kept wailing, refusing to accept it. Lu Ming noted the name Wang Heian. Isn't that the lovesick rich kid? Since he was ranked, it meant his group had already cleared the 5th mountain. They were ahead of Lu Ming's group. He told everyone to pick up the pace. He didn't want to get left behind. Flashback to an hour ago. A voice called out, Uncle 3. Uncle 3, where are you? The white-haired Wang Heian was screaming that he couldn't see. He claimed he had gone blind. Uncle 3 appeared and tucked the kid's bangs back. You silly brat. I told you a short haircut suits a guy better. He told Uncle 3 that something fell off. Why haven't we seen any other trialists on the road? Uncle 3 replied, that just proves we're the strongest. The strong are always lonely. He wondered where Lu Ming was at. Little Heian, Uncle 3 told him, no time for sentimentality. The 6th mountain is waiting for us. The two continued their journey. Back with Lu Ming's group, they arrived at a place with fresh air and lush greenery. Xiao Jing picked a small flower and took a sniff. The air is so fresh. It's rare to find such a beautiful valley in a trial. As they were resting, the ground suddenly began to quake. They all looked around in confusion. The echo of Moon's shadow rang out again. Only the living swordsman earns the legacy. Run as fast as you can. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed. It was Wang Heian and Uncle 3 sprinting toward them. The 6th mountain trial update, destruction and devour. A giant stone foot was chasing them down. Everyone there was called out by name, from Wang Heian to Hongfei and Xiao Jing. Lu Ming, feel the wrath of the heavens and earth. A towering stone giant with glowing red eyes was closing in to attack them.